Blue Nose Audio presents Inevitable, Book 5 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Yami Habibi, Ava Lucas, Raven Rose, Jay Tipstone, Connor Hayes, Aidan Snow, Joe Arden, J.F. Harding, and Antonio Amato.
1. Sienna. Sia. I can't believe I called him an old Willie once. Ruvash laughed. My cousin was staring at a family portrait Drake had hung over the fireplace. He's such a gorgeous man, Sia. Ruvash had traveled abroad, then settled in Greece with the man of his dreams. As a result, I hadn't seen him in just over 9 months. He returned to New York to participate in an international hairstylist pageant. As soon as he landed last night, he'd driven to Granger Valley, and we'd spent pretty much the entire morning playing catch-up. I rose from the couch where I sat peeling apples for a crumble, set the plate down, walked over and rubbed shoulders with him. My old Willie that keeps my sacred flower blooming, I chuckled, reminding Ruvash of his words that morning I'd gone to him with my blue face after having just met Raiden for the first time. With a soft laugh, he slipped a hand around my waist and drew me tight to his side. I'm so happy you finally found the happiness you truly deserve, sweetie. He dropped a kiss on my brow. A family you belong to and can call your own. But you're still my family first. Well, obviously, he mocked, then laughed when I scrunched my nose. And to think you almost married his son. I rolled my eyes. Water under the bridge now. I looked up at the portrait, never quite getting over just how beautiful we looked as a family. That is one handsome family, Ruvash voiced my thoughts out loud. I looked at him. He was also gazing at the picture. When did you take the pic? I shifted my gaze back to the portrait. Drake sat on an armchair with me on his lap, his arms around my waist. Kira sat on one armrest, her chin resting on my shoulder, her hand laced with mine. On the other armrest, with Jardin on his lap, sat Raiden, his arm across his father's shoulder and his head resting against Drake's. At Kira's request, we'd all worn navy jeans and white shirts. We'd gone out to celebrate Kira's 20th birthday that morning. When we got back, she insisted we take a selfie until Carol saw us posing and wanted to take the picture. I laughed, remembering how my mother-in-law had scolded us to keep still while she kept thumbing the click button on Kira's iPhone, thinking it wasn't working. We had no idea Drake had had it blown up until Kira and I returned one evening from a ladies' night out to find the portrait hanging over the fireplace. A proud father and husband, he smiled. Speaking of which, when does he get home? Not for another week. I pouted, then went back to my apples. He's been traveling for the last 3 weeks and currently in Africa, some diamond convention. I dropped into my seat as Ruvash returned to his. Well, at least you know he's coming back home to you permanently, no matter where he goes. So, have you and Troy decided to tie the knot yet? I looked up from the apple I peeled, searching his face for signs of bliss I saw every time I mentioned his relationship. He glanced at the gold wedding band on his finger and smiled. It's been quite a journey to get here. While their union had come with its unfair share of trials, it worked out in the end. His partner, Troy, had not only surprised him with a trip to Fiji Islands, but it came with a ring in Ruvash's scrambled eggs he'd bitten into their first morning there. Probably in a few months. No definite date yet. He sat forward in his seat, sudden excitement stretching from his curled lips to his sparkling brown eyes. We've decided to have a baby. We've even found the perfect surrogate mother. I stopped peeling, my jaw dropping. You're kidding. Ruvash shook his head, shot to his feet, and began pacing. I know it's a big move for 2 guys who haven't been in a relationship for long, but... He trailed off, stopped pacing, and looked at me. Do you think we're rushing this? Biting my lip in contemplation, I set aside the apple and held out a hand. He sat down next to me and took it, squeezing lightly. It's not a case of too soon, but what you guys feel when you're together and what will make you happier. A kid is a big step, sure, but do you ever have that feeling when you don't see Troy for just a day, you feel like something is missing? Like you can't breathe until you hear his voice or can't sleep until he kisses you goodnight. He nodded. And you need to let those feelings guide your decision. I laughed. Oh my God, Rue, I'm so excited for you. Everything is happening just like you dreamed it would. I recalled those days we'd spent in the cramped apartment he shared with his 2 friends, talking about our future and what ifs. Thank you for being on this journey from start to finish with me, sweetie. I love you. Love you 3. I kissed his knuckles. Speaking of babies, what about you? Releasing his hand, I reached for the apple once more and shrugged. We haven't talked about it. Ruvash frowned. Haven't talked about it, or are you too scared to broach the subject in the first place? My eyes met his, and he read the evasion in there. Sia, he sighed. I know Drake's a lot older, and you're scared he might not want another child. But don't you think he deserves to know how you feel? Contemplative, I ran a finger along the serrated edges of the knife in my hand. I guess so. Sweetie, a man who loves you enough to put his entire family through pain will only have your best interest at heart. You can't fault him for not trying to understand you if you don't give him an inkling of what goes on inside here. He touched my temple. A moment ago, you asked me how Troy makes me feel. The same applies to you. You should tell Drake before he becomes a really old Willie and can't handle a baby. He snorted a laugh. Laughing, I nodded. I will. Soon? Yes, soon.
2. Zane. Am de gandin chile di norma sao fac. My gaze snapped up from my swirling coffee. I stared at the woman sitting opposite me. Tia Ramon, when she was Ashrika's bodyguard, a.k.a. Katrina Petrov, my trainee, my partner, and my friend. That was the journey of our relationship. Christ, Cat. Esti sigur? I asked her if she was sure, as a waiter arrived with her refill. She just dropped a bomb on me, mentioning that she was finally taking on a coveted role she'd been practicing for a long time. Her finger, tracing a line along the wooden tabletop, she nodded. Strangely, when we were alone, Romanian became our language of choice. Obviously, there was a reason she found comfort in speaking it, and I engaged her whims, every time. Sontati sigur ca sontati gata sa faceti fata perculului pe care il va abduce. I asked if she was ready to face the danger it would bring. She sighed into her latte before sipping the foaming liquid. Totu la cazuten loc la fel cum am plantificat? She explained her plans were finally taking root, and I understood her need to go. Well, I'm just a call away if you need me, okay? She nodded then, switching to English. She asked with a sly grin, What about you? Given any thoughts to your current debacle? I followed her line of sight to incognito. We sat in a coffee shop across the road from the gold and black building. Lately, and for some bizarre reason, I couldn't get Ashrika out of my head. No matter what I did or where I went, I wound up thinking about her to the point where I wanted to meet her again. The only person I'd told was Kat, and she'd joined me for a drink while I contemplated meeting Trent and putting my decision to rest. Rubbing a thumb across my bottom lip, my expression thoughtful, I shrugged, still lost in the why. You want to, don't you? Kat coaxed in that motherly tone she used when trying to hoodwink assholes into believing she was a fucking damsel in distress. Only after she was done ripping them from limb to limb or relieving them of their rationality did they understand the woman didn't even know how to spell the fucking word damsel. My grin wide, I shook my head. That tone doesn't work with me, Buffy. Her eyes widened on a snort. You haven't called me that in ages. The first time she trained with me, she'd viciously attacked the wild boar I was teaching her to gut. It was a lesson in vital organs to attack and suture in the case of injury. But her anger had gotten the better of her, and she'd taken a knife to the animal's heart, stabbing it like it could miraculously come back to life at any moment. I called her Buffy the Wild Boar Slayer after that. Because Buffy grew into the Black Widow, I chuckled, snagging assholes in her web before she sucks the blood out of their balls. Gross. She tossed a breadstick at me. I don't suck balls. Well, only if I like them. I shook my head with a laugh. Seriously, though, Zane. She leaned her folded arms on the table and eyed me with her usual concern marring her beautiful face. What are you planning to do? What do you think I should do? She'd always given me straightforward advice thus far. Honestly? She rolled her lips together, thoughtfully. I nodded. I think you should meet her. What if I scare the fuck out of her with my coming back from the dead? If I know Ash well, and I do, I'd say she'd take it in stride. You didn't see what I saw when she thought you died, Zane. The girl lost herself to her emotions. And Trent, she sighed. All I have to say is that any other man would have walked away from her the second she shed her first tear for you. But he stuck by her side, consoling, loving, tender, caring, all wrapped up in one man. So if anyone can give you the best advice on this, it would be him, because he knows her best, and he knows you. I fingered my empty coffee mug, then glanced at my watch. I'll have to give it some thought, I said, rising. See you later. At her nod, I walked toward my car. Pausing there, I stared up at Incognito, debating whether to call Trent or not. Fuck it, I grunted, ignoring my appointment, and fished my phone out of my pocket. Zane? Trent answered on the second ring. Where are you? I asked. At the Crystal Oasis office. Are you dropping by? I have an hour or two before Ashrika visits. No. I cut him off with a snap, then blanched. Some other time, okay? As if he were privy to my internal struggle, he sighed. We've done this song and dance before, Zane. We can chat about it now if you want. I've got to go. I cut the call before he could reply, and stood there, staring dumbly at my phone. Why the fuck couldn't I let this go? Glancing over my shoulder, I caught Kat's raised brow, her expression pushing me to do the right thing. What was the right thing? I chose to give Ashrika up, so why the fuck couldn't I stop thinking about her? Gianna, Vincenzo, and I had a good thing going. It should be enough. Somehow, it wasn't. For me, at least.
3. Drake. I'm sorry, Mr. Princeton, we didn't anticipate the strikes. I stared across the boardroom table at the managing director of Sianda Mining Company. What's the impact? I arrived in Johannesburg 3 days ago, secure in the knowledge that I'd be presented with a new range of diamonds for our latest jewelry line. De Jonker manufacturers hadn't been able to reach their agreed deadline due to the week-long tools-down strikes at the mines, an apparently prevalent trend in South Africa. Now, as their most esteemed client, MD De Jonker had brought me to the source of their failure, trying to keep our agreement. A week max. The director shifted his gaze between me and De Jonker, both aware that I was within my rights to pull back on this deal. They stood to lose a lot if I did. Rising, I buttoned my jacket. A week, gentlemen, no more. Clear impatience lined my tone. Still, I reached across and accepted their handshakes before following De Jonker out of the room. His security detail met us in the foyer, and we followed them down to the waiting cars in the basement. I really am sorry, Drake. If there's anything else I can do to alleviate this delay, please tell me, De Jonker offered as we slid into the idling black Mercedes. I reached for my phone from inside my jacket pocket and smiled at Sia's face as the screen came to life before I looked up at the man. I have a very important date I promised my wife I'd make, De Jonker, and I'm a man of my word, especially when it comes to this woman. I tapped the phone screen. So I intend to make that date. The no-nonsense warning in my eyes was clear. Even at the risk of losing a 15-year working relationship with you. For your sake, I hope it doesn't come to that. The man visibly blanched. He leaned back in his seat, reached for a handkerchief, and wiped at the sweat lining his brow and upper lip. If his stiff shoulders were any indication, the knowledge he might lose millions didn't sit well with him. So if a week won't work for you, I'd suggest you tell me now, because that's all I'm prepared to give you. It's enough. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he gave me a genuine smile. I'll personally see to it. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to call my wife and let her know I'll be making that date after all. He nodded, drawing out his phone as I dialed. She answered on the second ring. Princess? Hi. I smiled at the way her voice always seemed to elevate my heartbeat. What are you doing? Ruvash is visiting, so we're making apple crumble. Say hi, Ru. I heard her cousin in the background calling out hello, you sexy old man, and chuckled. Tell him I said hello, I replied when she put the phone back to her ear. Save me some crumble. Sia's cooking skills had grown phenomenally, and I'd become accustomed to savoring the meals she prepared. When I traveled, I found hotel food bland. Her Italian and Indian combination seemed to bring out a distinct spice I found lacking in the same dishes elsewhere. Are you on your way back? She didn't hide her excitement, reminding me of a little girl looking forward to a new toy. The woman was a breathless wonder I couldn't get enough of. I'm sorry, Princess. There's been an unforeseen delay. Oh, immediate disappointment filled that one word. It's been 3 weeks. I miss you. My heart clenched. If there was anything I hated, it was seeing her unhappy. I'll make it up to you. Promise. I glanced at de Jonker, and his subtle nod indicated my irritated expression hit the mark. Swallowing down the curse, I forced a smile into my voice. I'll be back in time for the ball, though. It's a date, then. Her soft laugh filled me with a need I still couldn't understand around this woman. Yes, it is. I love you, Princess. I love you, too. See you soon. She kissed the phone, filling me with a pleasant warmth. When the call disconnected, I stared at the passing scenery as the idea of doing something different for Christmas this year popped into my head. Granted, my father loved his annual Christmas Eve dinners. Lately, my parents had decided to leave the running of the house to Sia, impressing upon me that she was the new Princeton queen. Both of my home and my heart. And I couldn't agree more.
4. Gianna. Mama, can we go to Disneyland for Christmas, please? Rowan asked, through a mouth filled with masticated strawberries. Chew, swallow, and then speak, baby, I scolded with a grin, sipping my coffee. We sat on the balcony eating Sunday breakfast. Vincenzo was still sleeping, a very rare occurrence, while Zane had just returned from one of his secret missions. Maddox drew my gaze. Although his doctors couldn't ascertain the cause of his speech impairment, they put it down to infancy trauma I attributed to the attack in prison. Therapy seemed to be slow, but he'd learned a few important words to communicate. More, please. He pointed to the bacon. Rosanna appeared as if on cue and placed 3 pieces of bacon on his plate. He beamed at her. Thank you. She kissed the top of his head and returned to the kitchen. Disneyland? Rowan repeated, his green eyes dancing with excitement. Laughing, I set my mug on the table and ruffled his hair. We'll have to discuss it with your father. Somehow, I didn't think Vincenzo would agree. He was a hardcore mafia don, and while he loved the kids, he still hadn't devolved into the family man I honestly didn't want him to become. I loved him just the way he was, stern, decisive, brutal, and a fucking hard lover. I looked across the floor to the other man in my life. Freshly showered, Zane relaxed on a couch overlooking another balcony that faced the castle's ocean view. I wouldn't exactly call him a sweeter opposite, but he was more inclined to fuck hard, yet carefully. He made love, where Vincenzo fucked. Rising from the table, I strolled over to where he sat. "Who is she?" I leaned over the backrest of the couch. His eyes glued to a picture in his hand, he made no move to hide it. Instead, he looked up at me, smiled, and held it out. I took the photo, studying the beautiful dark-haired woman for a moment. She's stunning. I moved around the couch to sit opposite him. Lifting my gaze from the brilliant gray eyes staring back at me, I looked at him. "Is she the reason for your recent withdrawal?" He cocked his head to one side, his brow creased. "Withdrawal?" I nodded. "Vincenzo might not have noticed, but I've seen you staring off into the distance, almost wistful, like you're missing something." I waved the photo slightly. "You want to tell me who she is?" Even though a part of me didn't want to push, our relationship over the last year had grown too strong for jealousy, or for me not to worry about him. He merely stared at me, saying nothing, or maybe he was thinking the whole thing through. With Zane's blank stare, at times, he was unreadable. I gave him another reassuring smile and stood. "We can talk when you want to." Or not. Nearing him, I held out the photo. Instead of taking it, he grasped my wrist. "Come here, baby girl." Smiling, he patted his lap. I lowered myself to his spread thighs and he slipped an arm around my waist. He took the photo from my hand and gazed at it for a moment before his eyes met mine. "Her name is Ashrika Marone. She came into my life for the wrong reasons and stayed for the right ones." I frowned. "Is she related to you?" "She was my wife." His laugh was soft. "She was mine until she wasn't." His gaze dropped back to the photo, and the look on his face was one I hadn't seen before. Zane was as enigmatic as he was open. Despite our decision to be a threesome couple, he only shared what he wanted, when he wanted. Still, Vincenzo and I decided to never push him, and when he did share tidbits, it was always something remarkable we'd enjoyed learning. Now, even though I didn't want to ask, the need to know more burgeoned inside me. Who was this beautiful woman that had Zane's expression of affection as tangible as what he displayed for me? Was it strange that I found my heart wanting to help him overcome whatever deep emotion he was drowning in? No, because I was too mature and strong in my relationship to feel jealous and left out. Both men loved me equally, and I couldn't complain. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he looked at me. "She's the reason I lived even after dying, Rhea." At my frown, he added, "When you were shot at the airport and it was confirmed as a kill, every inch of me died. I couldn't live, couldn't breathe. Then she fell into my life in a strange way, and I decided to live again. She made me." "Oh, Zane." I palmed his cheek, my heart clenching at the agony he must have endured, losing me while I lived a carefree life raising Rowan. "Where is she?" As he toyed with the hem of my dress, I patiently waited to see if he'd share his past. Surprisingly, a minute later, he began speaking, his voice soft and measured, as if he were taking deep breaths before each divulgence. His eyes, however, stayed riveted on the ocean-blue horizon. And I listened attentively. "Oh my God, Zane." An hour later, I shifted in his lap, trying to digest everything he'd just disclosed. Judging by his final deep breath, I realized he probably felt relief sharing something as secretive as having to fake his death, just so this woman could settle down without indecision. "Why haven't you said anything before?" I brushed a hand through his thick hair, loving its silkiness against my fingers. He shrugged. There was no reason to. But you miss her, I consoled, my tone soft. He shook his head, and when his eyes met mine, my smile asked him for honesty. Yes. Do you think it's fair that she didn't get a choice in what you and Trent decided without her knowing? His lower lip between his teeth, he frowned, then asked, You think it was wrong? Yes. She should have been given a chance to decide. You hurt her as much as yourself then and now. I sighed, palming his cheek. Sharing a woman isn't an easy decision, Zane. Ask me, I would know. It's as much a rigmarole in her brain as it was in yours and Trent. No woman just opens herself up to two men just for the sake of good sex. She does it because she loves them unconditionally. Slipping off his lap, I stood. I think you should go meet her and tell her the truth. You do? He sounded shocked. I nodded. But, he hesitated, what about us? What we have here? My brow shot up and I smirked. I didn't say I'm giving you up, Mr. Marone. You're just as much mine as you're hers. So, are you saying I'm good to go share her with Trent? If they agree, of course. His lips twitched, and I knew he was baiting me to get a reaction. Of course, I replied, earning a chuckle. Placing a knee on the couch between his spread legs, I gripped his shoulders and leaned down until my lips teased his. You're mine, Zane Marone, but I'll give you permission on one condition. I slipped my tongue between his lips, letting my mouth make love to his. His hands came up to grip my waist and pulled me down to straddle him. I ground my crotch over his thickening shaft, and he groaned into my mouth. What condition? I pulled back slightly, my eyes meeting his so he could see the genuine request. I want to meet her. He cocked his head to one side, and I knew the analyst in him was gauging my offer. Why would you want to meet her? I lifted my shoulders in a slight shrug. If I'm going to share you with a woman, don't you think it's only natural I meet her and decide for myself if she's worthy of you? Truth be told, I was intrigued to meet the woman who'd captured his heart as much as me. His laugh was deep and low. Worthy of me? His lips teased mine. I like that. Then he sighed. But I'm not sure. Frowning, I leaned back. Not sure about you telling her the truth or me meeting her. He chewed his bottom lip, his brow creased. Rika's not like you, baby girl. She's fragile, where you're strong. Naive, where you're knowledgeable. She wouldn't hurt a fly, while you wouldn't think twice about shooting a man in his balls. My laugh was caustic. Your first mistake is to think you know a woman, and the second is to underestimate her strength. His brow shot up. Is that so? He flipped us, trapping me under his body and gripping both my wrists above my head with one hand. Want to show me that strength you're hiding? I struggled against his hold, but the couch below me was too pliant, and he was using his full body weight to keep me locked in. Typical male chauvinist, I squirmed. Hold a woman down, then tell her to fight. Chuckling, he rolled his hip, letting his hard cock press into my crotch. Would you like me to make it easy for you, baby? Don't do me any favors, I scoffed. Got you, da! The sudden yell caught Zane unawares as Maddox jumped on his back, pressing Zane's body into mine. The air swooshed out of my lungs with a muffled groan. Help! I'm dying! Laughing, Zane lifted off me, grabbed Maddox as he did, stood, and turned his giggling son upside down against his body. Maddox gripped Zane's arm banded around his thighs, squealing to get free. But Zane didn't release his son. Say, please, Daddy, let me go. This was one of the ways Zane got Maddox to speak. He'd put him in compromising positions and demand specific sentences. Not your conventional manner to help a child, but it seemed to work. Always. When we asked his doctor why, he seemed to think it was a trust factor that played a key role between father and son. Over the last year, Maddox had learned Zane would never hurt him, and whatever his father did was to help him. He'd subsequently pushed himself just to please his father and increased his vocabulary. Zane ultimately rewarded him with whatever he wanted. Please, the. He paused, trying to get his mouth to curl around the next word. You got this, Maddie. Rowan approached. He'd become his big brother's cheerleader, always pushing him to try. My heart clenched at how close the two of them had grown. Almost like watching miniature versions of Zane and Vincenzo. Please, let me. He paused, looking from Rowan to me. I nodded, blowing him a kiss. Let me go. Yay! Rowan jumped up and down while I clapped my hands. Zane righted him and set him on his feet. Well done, big guy. He crouched in front of his son and held up his hand for a high five. His face shining with glee, he high-fived his father. What's the reward? Maddox shifted his gaze between me and Zane. Shoot, he said. Laughing, Zane stood and ruffled Maddox's hair. My perfect son. He kissed his brow. Later. Not surprisingly, both fathers had taken turns teaching the boys to shoot, and I had no problem with them learning to protect themselves this young. I was a perfect shot myself, so why not? When both boys ran off, Zane turned to me. I want to fuck, baby girl. Upstairs, now. Make me, I smirked. He lunged for me, and I neatly sidestepped him, racing off and twirling a laughing Rosanna on the way. Zane didn't hesitate. He gave chase. I'm going to fuck you where I catch you, Rhea, he called out as I shot up the stairs. Not happening, I shouted, turning a sharp corner. Oof! I hit a solid wall, only this wall had strong hands that gripped my arms, stopping me. Out of the way, I shoved at Vincenzo and tried to run. He'd just come out of his bedroom. Chuckling, he caught me around the waist, and with my back against his chest, he held me prisoner as Zane reached us. Lose something, brother? Thanks, Vince. He moved closer. Nice try, Rhea. You know you can't outrun us. Thought you were bringing me breakfast in bed, Vincenzo said, the scent of his shampoo and toothpaste heavy in the air. Why not? Zane chuckled. You want to eat or fuck? I glared at him, then looked up at his brother. You know I'll get even, right? Vincenzo's brow shot up. I look forward to it. Let's fuck, he told Zane. Fine, just put it in and get it over with, I muttered. Both brothers knew that when it came to sex, I was a willing participant, but when they cornered me, then I'd give them hell before I willingly submitted. Zane's laugh was low as he pressed up against me. Just put it in? How romantic, baby girl. He nibbled my neck. I sank back into Vincenzo's hard body, trying to escape Zane's lips. Both were having none of that. We're going to make you beg before I put it in, Zane said, a moment before Vincenzo grasped the lapels of my dress and ripped it. Buttons from chest to thigh popped off, hitting the floor in soft pings and leaving my naked body exposed to their touch. Both brothers made it clear that around the house I was to never use panties, giving them immediate access at any time. If I did, they'd tear it off. So now, I didn't bother wearing any. Fuck, another dress ruined, I snapped. "We'll buy you more," Vincenzo merely stated before his hand slid up to cup my breasts, squeezing them while Zane sucked at first one nipple, then the other. I rolled my lips to keep from moaning. "The boys," I gasped as Zane bit down on the brown bud, then curled his tongue around it, sucking hard. I gripped his hair to pull him off, but he moved to the other nipple and lavished it with the same affection until I squirmed. "The boys," I reminded, knowing my sons might come looking for us. Picking me up against him, Vincenzo backtracked into his room, but he didn't release me. My back flushed against his muscled abs, and I felt his rigid shaft press against my ass. Zane followed, locking the door behind him, and dropped his sweats. Palming his hard dick, he stroked it up and down in a lazy pull. As a woman who was constantly fucked by these two men, either together or alone, one would think my pussy would be tired. But the damn slut reacted like a bitch in heat, clenching at the sight of pre-cum glistening on that purple cockhead. My gaze shot up, catching Zane's smirk. "Do you want my cock, baby girl?" I licked my lips, my saliva glands aching for a taste. Behind me, Vincenzo traced the tip of his tongue along the shell of my ear before swallowing the earlobe. My eyes rolled as need tested my restraint not to give in. "Hold her up," Zane instructed his brother. Hooking his arms under my thighs, Vincenzo lifted me and spread my legs wide open to Zane's darkening gaze. "I don't need to make her beg, Vince. She's fucking dripping." My scowl was wasted on my gorgeous assassin. He merely stepped forward and, with his cock in his hand, rolled the head over my clit. I jerked against Vincenzo, my hands shooting up to link my fingers at his nape. Zane did it again, and my nails dug into his brother's skin, my hip lifting. "Stay still," Vincenzo scolded, his fingers biting into my thighs. I angled my head to glare at him, and he grinned. "What's wrong? Do you want him to just put it in, Bella?" he mocked, pressing his mouth against my neck. He bit into the tender flesh and sucked hard enough to make me cry out. "Top drawer, Zane." He gestured with his chin to the nightstand. Zane looked at me, his eyes turning a naughtier shade of "let's play." "Fuck," I grumbled, and both men chuckled. They'd done this to me before, teased me until I was crying tears of greed for their cocks, and I didn't care where they put it. I just wanted it done. "The boys won't give us time," I tried as Zane walked off. "Our boys are intuitive, baby girl. They know not to disturb mommy and their daddies when the door is closed." Zane returned with lube in one hand and a vibrator in the other. I expected them to move to the bed, but they didn't. Zane dropped lube onto his palm and coated my rear entrance, pressing his finger in slightly. I groaned. Vincenzo nipped my ear, still holding me up despite my squirming. "Keep still, Bella. Zane's getting that asshole nice and fucking wet to take my cock." The strength the man possessed in his arms was amazing. "Let her have it, Vince." Zane stepped back. Vincenzo lifted me, and in one swift, sudden movement, his cock filled my rear hole to the hilt. I gasped with the intrusion, breathing hard. "No sassy comeback, baby girl?" Zane powered up the vibrator, and when I glared at him, he rolled the shuddering tip over my clit. I bucked hard, clenching around Vincenzo's cock. "Fuck," he cursed, gripping me tighter. He stretched me wider, lifted me, and slammed me back down on his cock. Zane rolled the vibrator over my clit again, this time keeping it longer, while Vincenzo slowly fucked my ass. I shut my eyes tight, my breaths turning into tiny gasps. "Don't come yet, Rhea," Zane warned. I shook my head. God, it was already starting to crown my core, expanding to every bone, every muscle. I moaned aloud as his brother pulled out and plunged back just as quickly. Not impressed with my ability to fight my arousal, Zane changed the speed on the vibrator, and I tried to slam my legs close against the sensation hitting my clit. Only Vincenzo's tight grip prevented me from doing so. Zane, stop, I panted. He ignored my plea, keeping the fucking thing on my clit until I was shaking so hard that I feared my teeth would shatter. Our eyes met, and those beautiful brown irises burned with arousal, while mine screamed blue murder. Fuck, I'm close, he smirked, licking his lips, then leaned forward. Kiss me, he demanded. I obliged, and as soon as his tongue slipped inside my mouth, I bit down and he groaned, pulling back. Those amber eyes turned a filthy shade of erotic. He rolled his tongue around his mouth and stopped the vibrator. Dropping it to the floor, his gaze met Vincenzo's, and I had no idea what silent message passed between them because Vincenzo immediately pulled out of my ass. What are you doing? My heart raced, and I swallowed hard. Naughty girls need to be punished, baby girl. A sly grin tugged at the corners of Zane's mouth. Vincenzo hooked one of my arms around his neck. The added leverage lifted me higher between the two of them. Zane poured more lube over his cock, then held the bottle above my pussy, letting the warm liquid drizzle down my slit, soaking my opening. I shivered against the feel of the wetness coating my pussy. He set the bottle aside, and then with his left hand under one thigh, he palmed his cock with his right. Behind me, Vincenzo did the same on the opposite side. I had only a moment's notice of their intention before Vincenzo slid his cock inside my pussy. With his eyes on me, Zane followed, inching his cock inside my pussy, right alongside his brother's dick. Holy fuck, I cried out as they stretched me. They'd never attempted this before, more because I'd never consented. Now, I figured I'd pushed them too far with my sass, and while Vincenzo could easily punish me, Zane hadn't. Seemed like I'd misjudged him being the devilish brother. Do I trust them not to hurt me? Implicitly. As if he'd just read my mind, Vincenzo coaxed. You can take us, Bella. My arm around his neck tightened, my other gripping Zane's arm. My lip between my teeth, I watched his cock slide into the hilt. Pain burgeoned between my legs for just a moment, searing my core. I was breathing so hard that Zane cupped my chin. Such a good girl, taking both our cocks together in your tight little pussy. His praise followed with a slow kiss. When he drew back, he angled my chin toward his brother. Vincenzo's kiss was even slower, sexier, and deeper, while Zane leaned down and sucked a nipple into his mouth. When he broke away, both guys were lifting me in a gentle rhythm to ride their cocks, so in sync it had me moaning. Pleasure bloomed, shadowing the pain and quickly consuming it. My body bowed to it, and I groaned into their ministrations. The sensation of being too full, yet so perfectly tight, gripped every fiber in my body, weakening my resolve to stay grounded. The burn, it was too much, and I was already cresting pretty close to the edge. Come for us, baby girl, Zane whispered, his thumb fire on my clit. And I broke, tumbling so far off the cliff there was no turning back. Both brothers groaned as I squirted around their cocks, drenching them and providing more lubrication. Fuck yes, Vincenzo cursed. He looked at Zane, who nodded. Again, the silent message meant nothing to me. but I understood when both gripped my thighs hard and fucked me fast and deep. My body bounced between them while I gasped for air. Zane dipped his head, latching onto my nipple, and with every sweep of his tongue around the bud, with every graze of his teeth, the tension built, threatening to snap me in half. Watching their faces, tight with arousal, bodies straining to keep me up while fucking me, catapulted me once more. My legs trembled with each hard thrust, uncontrollable, unbearable, unstoppable. Pleasure curled my toes, stole my breath, and slammed my core. I shattered. "I'm coming!" I cried out, my nails biting into their skin. "Right with you, Bella," Vincenzo roared as I felt his cock thicken and pulse with his cum. "Fuck yes," Zane followed a second later, gripping my thigh hard before his mouth sought mine. When we came up for air, all three of us were breathing hard. Well, that was fucking perfection. Zane eased out, but kept me in his arms and wrapped my legs around his waist. "Shower, baby girl?" I nodded as Vincenzo pulled out. Kissing my brow, Zane carried me off to the bathroom, his brother in tow.
5. Ashrika, Rika. Why? I frowned at Trent, wondering what he was up to. He'd just asked me to visit incognito with him. "The ball is tonight."
"I didn't mean tonight, sweetheart."
He grinned.
"Later this week or next week."
I chewed my bottom lip thoughtfully. The first and only time I'd been there was when he and Zane had shared me. While I wouldn't call my second visit as such, it ended in a gun brawl in the foyer. Since then, Trent had suggested we go back there a few times, yet each time I declined. He never forced the issue. It was as if he understood my reluctance stemmed from me not wanting to rake up memories of the other love I'd lost. Today, though, Trent sounded different. His tone sounded almost like a plea, something he never did. He might be considered a conceited, dirty talker, but when it came to me, his words always followed with a tender, loving touch. "Why?" I repeated. Running a hand through his hair, he gave me one of his mischievous smiles.
"I just think it would be nice to have an uninterrupted fuck for a change."
His grin sly, he nodded in the direction of the twins, currently focused on their homework. "Uninterrupted fuck? Really?" Laughing, I shook my head. "You're a sex fiend, Mr. Shaw."
"That's why you married me."
Brow lifted, he neared me.
"Because you love the way I fuck. Love when I spread those brown lips and bite your clit. Love when I finger fuck your pussy while nibbling your tight asshole."
Heat bloomed in my core, my skin prickling with the need to be fucked.
"Don't you, Ash?"
I bit my lip to keep from groaning. Slipping his arms around my waist, he drew me close.
"Doesn't mean I fuck you every second night I'm home. My cock isn't eager for every chance it can have with this beautiful pussy."
Shielding his movements from the kids with his body, he snaked a hand down to cup my mound, his middle finger creating dizzy circles through the stiff material of my jeans. He dipped his head and traced the shape of my lips with the tip of his tongue. "Trent." My moan was cut off by a disgusted, "Yuck," from Nicky, who'd neared us with his open notebook.
"I still don't get why adults have to kiss so much."
He rolled his eyes. Trent sighed, his eyes telling me exactly why he wanted to visit incognito. He looked at his son.
"Well, Ace, in 4 years you can answer that question yourself."
Nicky's brow drew together in an intense frown.
"What's happening in 4 years, Daddy?"
Suspicion weighed heavy on his words, as if his father was up to no good. Trent chuckled. Releasing my waist, he moved to his son's side. "Brash as always," he said.
Your nuts are going to have this strange feeling, like a hand is squeezing it every time you see a pretty girl.
Oh, God, Trent! I gasped, shaking my head.
Gross.
Nicky gagged. But his father wasn't backing down.
Let's take a bet, Ace. In 4 years, if you're not kissing a girl and or wanting to kiss a girl, or a guy maybe.
What? Nicky's flabbergasted cry cut him off.
Why would I want to kiss a guy?
Just like how Uncle Raiden kisses Uncle Lorenzo, dummy. Neha piped up, coming to stand beside the two of them.
Oh.
Nicky's expression turned thoughtful before horror descended again.
Wait. I'm not going to kiss anyone, boy or girl. What bet?
He added the last part as an afterthought.
I'll teach you to ride my bike.
Immediately, Nicky's blue eyes grew brighter, his dimpled smile widening, reminding me of Trent when his mischievous self came out to play.
I agree.
He held out his hand for a shake. His father accepted the handshake before Neha said,
We have to record or write this down. I'm the brainy one here. I'll remember this bet.
No, you're not.
Her brother retaliated.
And Daddy took the bet with me.
It's okay. I'll remember. I quickly intervened, throwing Trent a castigating look for starting this stupid thing, and he shrugged. These two kids could turn simple peanut butter and jelly sarmy horrendous with their squabbles. A year ago, I considered myself unprepared for motherhood, but watching these three together on good days and bad moments like this, I wouldn't change a thing in my life. Needing nothing else, I was well and truly prepared for it. The abrupt ring of my phone put an end to any further arguments, and I picked it up off the kitchen counter to answer. Trent moved both kids back to their study table. Hello?
Ashrika, it's Dr. Finch.
Dr. Finch? The name came out in a choked whisper, bringing with it a sudden stiffening to my shoulders. Trent noticed, frowned, and neared me. Yes, I replied.
I need you to come to the center, please. There's been a development that I think we'd need you to verify.
Okay, I mumbled, unable to form more than that as my mind worked overtime. When?
I know it's short notice.
He paused, then asked,
Would it be possible for you to come through now?
Sure. When the call disconnected, I turned into Trent's arm that he'd slipped across my shoulder and looked up at him. He wants me to come in.
I'll call Fanny,
he said, referring to our nanny. 45 minutes later, we entered the center, and immediately my senses shrank against the familiar smells I'd once considered home. Outside the room, I fidgeted while we waited for Dr. Fitch.
Hey, are you okay?
Trent gave my hand a little squeeze. I looked at him and shook my head. Would it be safe to say I'm nervous? Smiling, he drew me into a soft hug.
You can be anything you want, sweetheart. I'm right here to hold your hand through it all.
I sighed. This man was like a lifeline in an ocean fraught with danger. He wore his tenderness without a care in the world if people called him out on it. Yet I knew that Trent Shaw was every bit an alpha, as he was a loving father, an attentive partner, and the perfect soulmate. With his hand tethered to mine, he'd let me wade in the deepest of pools just so I could try reaching the bottom.
Ashrika.
Dr. Fitch arrived. His smile was a lot more congenial than I'd anticipated.
Trent.
He shook both our hands.
Once we enter, please remain silent, especially you, Ashrika, until I tell you to speak.
Not understanding the strange instruction, I nodded before he gestured for us to follow him. In the center that housed medical facilities for patients in varying stages of disease or disability, the room wasn't your typical clinical bleach whiteness and sterilized cleanliness. Rather decked in soft creams and browns with homely furniture, curtains, and carpeting. I'd requested it just so that he could feel like he was home when he woke. The soft beep of a monitor was the only sound amid the silence. I followed the peeking pattern on the screen before letting my gaze slide down the cables. Attached to the hand of an old man sitting up in a wheelchair. It took me a minute to accept he was still alive, still breathing, and still fighting some inner force to stay with me. My father. The only real link to my past was still alive, yet forever entrenched in paralysis, and one we had no idea of knowing whether he'd wake from it or not. He was shot, according to Trent, by a man Easton, my so-called half-brother, and the person responsible for my loss of memory, hired to take me out and injure my father. After the shooting, my father slipped into a coma for a month. Then he woke one day and stayed in a state of unresponsive wakefulness. He basically slept, woke, and was fed intravenously, but never moved or recognized anything being said to him. While doctors assumed he wasn't likely to recover, I prayed every day since discovering I had a father. Despite the wrinkles, dark hair heightened by liberal sprinkles of gray and weathered skin, my father was still a handsome man, and it was so unfair that he'd been reduced to this state. Eyes the same color as mine stared at the wall. An occasional blink was the only sign that a living human resided within the confines of that otherwise silent body.
Trent.
Dr. Fitch motioned for him to stand in front of my father.
I need you to say something to him.
Trent moved and leaned down.
Hey, Mr. Singh. How are you doing today?
When nothing happened, Trent straightened and looked at the doctor. Dr. Fitch gestured for me to try. Worrying my bottom lip, I moved to stand in front of my father, then slowly lowered to my knees, bringing me to a level where our eyes met. I covered both his hands, lying on his lap with mine, and let the feel of his warm skin flow into mine. "Hello, Dad," I said softly. And when nothing happened, I added, "Please, Dad, come back to me." An immediate spike on the monitor had my eyes flying to the screen. The heart line was going wild.
Jesus, Doctor, did you see that?
Trent asked in a voice stuck between shock and excitement. When my gaze returned to my father's face, I startled. The quick flutter of his lids followed with his eyes moving from the wall to mine. "Oh my God, Dad?" I squeezed his hand lightly. "Trent, his eyes, they moved." My words fell between sobs. Trent dropped next to me, his hand on my shoulder, comforting me.
Say something else, sweetheart.
He coaxed. Nodding vigorously, I swiped at the tears. Dr. Fitch moved to stand on the other side, my eyes glued to my father's face. I didn't look up to see what the doctor was doing. "Dad, it's Ashrika," I said softly. This time he blinked, and my heart thudded against my chest, the tears unchecked dripping down my cheeks. "Can you hear me, Dad?" I asked, hopeful it wasn't a fluke. Again he blinked.
"Fuck, yes,"
Trent whispered, shooting to his feet.
"Guide him, Ashrika,"
the doctor suggested.
"Give him an instruction to communicate with you."
When I looked at him, he added,
"Something simple, like blink once for yes and twice for no."
"Okay." I shifted my gaze back to my father. He was still looking directly at me. I smiled. "Dad, if you can hear me, blink once for yes and twice for no. Please." I silently prayed. And when he blinked once, my breath rushed out in a sharp exhale. I gently squeezed his hand, my laugh ecstatic.
"Ask him something else,"
the doctor urged.
"Something he would remember about you."
Biting my lip, I tried thinking of something given my limited memory. As if he could read my mind, Trent touched my shoulder.
"Ask him about the necklace, sweetheart."
I glanced up at him, and he tipped his chin at the half-a-heart pendant sitting on my neck. Smiling, I held it up in front of my face so that my father could see it. "Dad, do you remember this?" The response was another quick blink, and I barely managed to keep from shouting out loud. Instead, I leaned forward and kissed his brow lightly. It was only when I sat back did I notice the tears rolling down his cheeks. Immediately, I tensed, my eyes zipping to the doctor's before I asked my father, "Are you in pain?" The 2 blinks calmed my heart a little. "Then why are you crying?" I didn't expect an answer and wasn't prepared for the tiny movement of his index finger over the back of my hand that still lay clasped with his. "Did you see that, doctor?" I gasped. He nodded.
I think your father is trying to tell you it's all right.
I looked at my father again. Are these happy tears? The 1 blink had me smiling as I wiped my own tears. "We're going to be okay," I whispered. "We'll take this 1 day at a time." My soft words received another blink, telling me another piece of happiness had dropped into my lap. "How is this possible?" I asked the doctor 30 minutes later.
Honestly, a miracle. He smiled. Remember those recordings I asked you for?
I nodded. Dr. Fitch had asked me to record myself reading various books, which I found bizarre but didn't question.
We've been using them to track your father's brainwaves.
I must have looked confused because he added,
Every day for an hour, we play the recordings for your father through earbuds.
Then I understood. Is that why he responded to my voice and not Trent's? The doctor nodded.
Some medical practitioners seem to believe an unborn child can recognize his parents' voices because they're constant during the pregnancy, and they generally talk to the child. We applied the same principle to your father, hoping he would somehow react. Call it science, a breakthrough, or just plain fate, but it worked. Earlier, as soon as the earbuds were inserted, the heart monitor spiked. And now you know.
Can I take him home? I couldn't conceal the excitement. Next to me, Trent squeezed my waist.
We'd need to monitor him for a little longer, but I'd advise you to come in every day and spend more time with him. Let's do it for a week or 2 and take it from there.
He asked the last part as if leaving the decision with me. Yes, I nodded. After we said goodbye, Trent walked me to the car. I still can't believe it. Finally, I'm going to meet my father and get to know my family history. I gushed. Smiling, Trent embraced me with a soft kiss on my brow.
Serendipity works in mysterious ways, sweetheart.
When he stood back and, despite his smile, I couldn't help wondering if there was a deeper meaning to his statement. I nodded before slipping into the passenger seat.
6. Zane. You have a couple of hours before she gets here, and I still think you should meet her. Better yet, come to the ball tonight. Frowning, I stared at the man sitting on the opposite side of his desk, his legs propped on the table and fingers laced behind his head. Are you still pushing that fucking agenda? I muttered. Trent glanced up the ceiling, then back at me, and shrugged. You and I meet up occasionally, he grumbled, his tone accusatory, speaking to the scarcity of my visits. For obvious reasons. He nailed my reluctance with his next words. The chances of her seeing you are high, or she might get wind of the fact that you're alive through some other avenue. I just think she'd handle it better if she hears it from you. The afternoon following my meeting with Kat, Trent, being the pushy bastard he was, refused to back down after I dropped that call on him. He'd called that evening demanding the reason for my asshole behavior. Still, I hadn't taken him up on his offer to visit. Now, a week later, I sat in his Manhattan restaurant where I just offloaded the happenings over the last couple of months. He was set on me revealing the truth to Ashrika. Running a hand through my hair, I dropped into the leather chair and shook my head. You're not worried about the implications of that divulgence. His lips curved in a sly grin. Can't say I won't mind. His verbal confirmation made me smile. Come on, Zane. Tell me you haven't thought about that night, or wanted a repeat performance. I sure as fuck do, but only with you. If anything, I could safely say that while I loved Ashrika, Trent loved her more, just as much as I loved Gianna. Yet the connection Ashrika, Trent, and I shared was undeniable, strangely as strong as the one I shared with Gianna and Vincenzo. While it might sound fucked up to anyone looking in, my heart was comfortable loving two women as much as they were comfortable loving two men. I smiled heavenward. Someone up there cared enough to bless me with two beautiful women I'd never tire of loving, even if one of them believed me dead. You forget I'm in a relationship with Rhea, I finally grunted. And your point? The cocky fucker grinned. Dropping his legs off the table, he leaned forward and gave me one of his studious looks. Does Gianna know? Cupping my nape, I rolled my neck, trying to avoid the question. And? Sometimes I had to question this fucked up friendship we held, because I swore the man could read me like an open fucking book I'd never allowed anyone else to fathom. Wait, he chuckled. She wants to meet Ash, doesn't she? I sighed, thinking about the conversation with Gianna 2 days ago, and the reason I was sitting here, contemplating the idea of letting Ashrika know I was alive. She wants to meet the woman who saved me, as she puts it. So? Nothing wrong with that. Invite her to incognito and I'll give her a tour. My brother will skin you alive, I growled. Vincenzo might be open to sharing Gianna with me, but I was sure as fuck that his liberal side wouldn't open that door any wider. I didn't say I want to fuck her, Trent snorted. Yeah, right. And I'm Jack fucking Sparrow. He laughed. Fine. I won't touch her, but I'm serious about bringing her to meet Ash. You can introduce Gianna to your previous life, maybe interest her in one of the rooms. He stood and moved over to the bar. When he returned with 2 whiskeys, he handed me one and sat. I took a drink and leaned back in the chair. Aren't you worried Rika might not take this news well? Trent shrugged. Against sounding callous, I think it might be good for her. I'm not blind to her love for you, Zane. He stared at me, through honest eyes, lacking any malicious displeasure another man in his place would share. I've caught the wistful look she gives your photos, or when you come up in conversation. She misses you. My heart clenched, knowing the way I'd disappeared from her life wasn't ideal. I should have walked away. At the time, though, I'd assumed my death was the best for her. Now, not so much. I miss her too. It was the honest-to-God fucking truth. Call it mindfuck or just plain stupidity, even though I have Rhea back in my life. There are times I want to talk to Rika. Because you still love her. I glanced up from the amber liquid I'd been staring at, then chuckled. Surprisingly, they both share the same personality, but I think Rhea is a lot more daring, tenacious, and doesn't give a shit about anything or anyone, except the 5 men in her life. And you think agreeing to fuck 2 men without thought doesn't make Ash daring? Trent grinned. You and I both know Ash is one strong-willed person. At my nod, he added, and that's why I say she'll be able to handle the news, and maybe bringing Gianna in might help if tensions do arise. I don't doubt that she'll handle it. I trailed off, unsure if I was just making excuses. While a part of me wanted to refrain, another desperate part wanted her to know. Was I being selfish? I had Gianna, and Ashrika had Trent. Why then was I feeling so incomplete? Like I was letting Ashrika down by being with Gianna. Maybe I'm just being selfish. I voiced out loud. Maybe you're just a lot more in love with her than you thought. Maybe having Gianna back made you realize the extent of your love for Ash. No. My smile was a half-hearted attempt at dissuading his words. Bullshit, he laughed, seeing right through my useless evasion. Sighing, I rubbed my brow and then glanced at my watch. I should go before she gets here. I need time to work this out. I moved to stand. Trent stopped me with a raised hand. You don't need time, Zane. You're procrastinating what's meant to be. You just need someone to make that decision for you. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, yet there was no malice to my words. He sighed and dragged a hand down his face before staring me in the eye. You, me, and Ash happened in the most fucked up way. But it happened. There was no stopping it. It was inevitable, because fate designed it that way. Because I chose my destiny when I allowed you to share her with me, and you chose your destiny when you decided to walk away from her. Yet here we are. Once again, rinse and repeat. You crapping all over yourself because you're fighting your feelings for her. And me. He shook his head with a soft laugh. I'm fighting with you to give you the love you deserve and make Ashrika happy. Like I said that day you called. We'd done this dance before, man. He was right. He'd stepped in at a crucial moment the first time and brought the three of us together into a situation I didn't think any of us had been prepared for. But it happened. And now, that feeling of loss, despite having everything, still pervaded my dreams at night. Zane. He pulled me out of my descent into memories. Come to the ball tonight. Let her get a glimpse of you. If she reacts like I think she would, it would make the truth less painful. If not, she might just fuck you up with her high heels to your balls, or worse, your head. Can't say I wouldn't be pleased. He snorted a laugh. I had to laugh with him, not doubting his words. I'll see. I stood to leave. Again, he stopped me. Would you just fucking relax and have another drink with me? He stood to fix us another whiskey. Ash will take her time with the kids before she lavishes me with her attention. He returned with our glasses, and I accepted mine as he added, If I didn't know any better, I'd swear sometimes I feel she loves the kids more than she does me. I swirled the amber liquid for a moment, then shook my head. I don't think so. She loves you. Trust me, if anyone knows, I do. I clinked my glass against his. To love. The only emotion that drowns us even if we know how to swim, yet still manages to bounce us back up before our feet touch the floor of resilience. To love. He grinned, swallowing down his drink. If it helps, I've been coaxing Ash to visit incognito with me. No definitive answer yet, but I think tonight might be a deciding factor. I merely nodded, not wishing to go down the road to incognito just yet. As if he sensed my evasion, Trent changed the topic. Raiden's dad wants to throw a Christmas party this year, and he asked if there was anyone I'd like to invite. His eyes on me. He chewed his bottom lip. If you tell Ash the truth, maybe you, Gianna, and Vincenzo can join us for Christmas. Sort of a celebration to all the crap we've all endured in the past. What do you say? Sounds good. It did. Rhea might be keen, Vincenzo not so much. He's not the partying type. Then he hasn't met Drake Princeton yet. Trent chuckled. Trust me, if anyone can get your brother to a party, my uncle can. I smiled at his confidence and stood. We'll see. First, I'll have to survive meeting Rika. You're coming to the ball, then? His tone spewed enthusiasm, reminding me of Maddox and Rowan when they got a new toy. I have a few hours to decide, right? He nodded. Then I have a few more hours to live before I'm killed again by a pair of heels. I walked out on his chuckle, unsure if I was making the right decision.
7. Sienna. Sienna? In here, Carol. I called out from the pantry where I was grabbing ingredients to bake a chocolate cake. Trent was dropping off his kids later while he attended the annual ball that his organization, Single Leaders, hosted. I'd promised them I'd bake. Package for you, sweetheart. Frowning, I glanced over my shoulder at my mother-in-law. She stood at the door, a large box, pink and square, in her hand. Walking out, I set the ingredients I clutched to my chest on the table and took the package from her. Who's it from? I asked, checking the box for a name, but I should have known. It came with those. Eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile, Carol gestured with her chin to the 3 dozen red roses that our housekeeper was arranging in a large glass vase. A sensual shiver stole its way down my spine as my lips widened in a knowing smile. Drake. After 2 years of marriage, my husband never failed to elicit body-shuddering responses, even when just thinking about him. Carol left as I untied the silver ribbon on the box and slipped off the lid. Withdrawing the folded note, I opened and read it out loud. I'm sorry I can't make it back to take you to the ball, princess. But I want you to wear this tonight and think of me each time they rub against your clit. Your prince, forever. Disappointed, I sighed. While he'd promised to return in time for the ball, I didn't hold him to his word. This time of the year was always busy for Princeton Inc., and I knew he'd give me his undivided attention during the holidays. And by undivided, I meant he'd keep me in bed for the whole weekend if he had to, just to get his fill, as he often put it. Smiling, I set the note on the table and fingered the blue G-string that was a cheeky crisscross lace and satin held together with a string of pearls down the center. My cheeks burned as I glanced around, suddenly conscious I'd opened the box in the middle of the kitchen. Despite Drake's aggressive sexual appetite, I still blushed when he bought me sexy toys and underwear. Leaving the other garment lying underneath layers of pink tissue, I closed the lid and concentrated on baking the cake. Hey, Sienna. I looked up an hour later as Trent walked into the kitchen. Hi, where are the kids? He glanced over his shoulder, then frowned. I could have sworn they were following me. Laughing, I wiped my hands on the dish towel and checked the cake I'd just iced. They're probably with Jardin. Yeah, that looks yummy. He licked his lips, leaning his folded arms on the counter. Want a slice? I asked. He nodded. Not watching your figure? I teased, fetching a side plate. He rolled his eyes. What figure? Between the restaurants, the kids, and whatever time I can squeeze in with Ash without being disturbed, any excess weight disappears very quickly. That bad, huh? I handed over the plate with a laugh. Ashrika had mentioned their sex life was mainly restricted to bathroom fucking because the kids took it upon themselves not to give their parents alone time. And despite her groaning, Ash wouldn't have it any other way. She doted on those kids. Well, with the kids being here, you'll have some time with Ash after the ball, I winked. Shh, don't say that out loud. Nikki might just want to come back tonight. I swear I have to compete with him for my wife's attention. He chuckled. Fuck, this is good, Sienna. He licked his lips. You should give Stephen the recipe, or better still, come by and bake it for him, he said, referring to the chef responsible for teaching me the basics of cooking. Soon, I covered the cake and moved to the sink to wash my hands. What time is Drake getting in? I glanced over my shoulder. He sends his apology, still traveling, I'm afraid. Trent frowned, pausing mid-bite. That's weird. When I chatted to him yesterday, he mentioned he'd see me tonight. Shrugging, I wiped my hands. He sent me a note saying he can't. He set the plate down. Want me to wait for you? I shook my head. No, it's okay. I still need to shower and get dressed. You're an organizer. You need to be there early, remember? I don't mind, really, he smiled. I brought the chopper with me, so no delay. It's okay. I'll get the driver to take me. The ball was being held in Manhattan, which was about an hour-and-a-half drive into the city. Nonsense, I'll wait. His jaw set, he shook his head. Besides, my uncle would have my head if he knew I was here and left you to drive into the city alone. Take your time. I've got some calls and emails to attend to while I wait. Thanks. I'll try to be quick, I called over my shoulder as I headed upstairs. 20 minutes later, after a hot shower, light makeup, and slipping on the sexy underwear, I withdrew the other garment and let the soft material glide over my body. Walking over to the mirror, I admired the royal blue ankle-length dress that matched the G-string and added a sparkle to my azure eyes. The silky folds, backless and held together by a halter neck tie that hinted at my full breasts under the arms, swirled around my silver heels as I slowly rotated. 2 slits traveled up from my ankles to where my thigh met my hips, exposing ample flesh when I moved. Grinning, I shook my head. Even in his absence, Drake expected me to dress in his elegant taste. If I didn't know better, I'd say my husband was turned on by other men admiring me and safe in the knowledge I'd return home to him. When I arrived at the event an hour later after insisting Trent go change and fetch Ashrika while I took the limo he had on standby, I was once again enamored by the massive turnout. There were easily 1,000 people strolling down the red carpet toward the entrance. Like his previous occasions, Trent and his single leaders team added the distinct Oscar Awards flair to the evening. Lines of limos dropped off their beautifully dressed occupants surrounded by the aura of glitz and glamour. "Hey, Mrs. Princeton," a petite photographer called as I made my way past the buzz of flashing cameras. "Who are you wearing tonight?" Even though I was married to the man, I still blushed at how well-known the Princeton family was. They say dreams do come true if you believe they will. Mine did. Life was good, all because of a man like him. He opened his world to me, took me in, and never let me feel a day out of place. "Honestly, I have no clue. It's a gift from my husband," I replied, my cheeks scarlet with mirth. "He certainly has impeccable taste," she called out. "Yeah, both in a woman and clothing her." A male photographer next to her chuckled, affording me a wink that would have earned my husband's glare if he were here. Did I miss him? Yes. Did I feel alone amid all these couples walking with me? No. Because Drake Princeton was easily the type of man whose presence you felt even if he weren't around. Judging by the subtle graze of the G-string pearls over my clit, I definitely felt him. I found Trent and Ashrika in the foyer. "Hi," I greeted her with kisses on her cheeks. Wow, I love the dress. Dressed in sleeveless white silk, nipped at the waist and falling in elegant soft folds to her thighs, Ashrika raked a slow gaze down my body. "Thank you. Love yours too. It's stunning." "Still no Drake?" Trent asked, now looking handsome in a black suit, white button-down, and dark gray tie. His long hair pulled into a man bun just added a deep sexiness to his brilliant blue eyes. "No." His brow creased. "Shit, I promised a couple of potential investors I'd introduce them to him." He sounded agitated, speaking to his usual dependence on Drake's acumen, something I'd picked up since working for Trent. He trusted my husband's judgment implicitly, sometimes to a fault, or maybe because Drake played the father figure in his life. "I'm sure you can set up some time with him when he gets back." Ashrika rubbed his arm lightly. Her touch seemed to calm him. He gave her a charming smile. "You're right, sweetheart." "How've you been?" Finally pursuing my goal to become an executive chef, I was in my second year at the culinary arts school. Given my hectic college schedule, I didn't have time to visit Ash as I normally would. Nikki's his usual mischief self, and Niha's all of a sudden 10 going on 20, Ashrika said, laughing. I have never been asked so many female pertinent questions daily from one person, let alone a child, so that should tell you how I've been. "Well, motherhood looks good on you," I winked. "Maybe it's time to have another?" "Hey, don't go giving her any ideas. As it is, I barely get any fucking in the door without my 2 brats interrupting." Trent scowled, then slipped his arm around her waist and kissed her cheek. "I'm not in a hurry. We're staying here tonight, so no interruptions," she added for my benefit, kissing him on the lips with a flirty smile. Trent's eyes twinkled, and I read the sexual interpretation in that voracious look. Laughing, I shook my head. I'd swear the Princeton men were born with sex on their minds. "Speaking for yourself, are you?" Ashrika winked. "I mean, you do have the hottest stud among them. Which woman's panties don't flood at the sight of that silver fox?" "What's that supposed to mean? Do you eye fuck my uncle?" Trent's amused expression turned horrific. Not saying I do, but come on, who wouldn't? The man's freaking level 5 fire for his age. She threw me a naughty look, and I knew she was doing it to rile Trent. I played along. Seeing as Trent owns incognito, I'm sure we can share Drake if you're open to it. What the fuck? Trent cursed. Oh God, yes, now you're talking. And since Trent is into voyeurism, he can watch, she replied, rolling her lip to keep from smiling. Trent gawked at the two of us. Then shaking his head, he walked off. Ashrika and I burst out laughing. God, did you see his face? She spluttered between giggles. Well, I think Trent isn't going to wait until after the event to get you under him. He's probably going to fuck you the first chance he gets, just to prove a point. I grinned, looking over at him talking to another guest. Ashrika sobered. Honestly, I can't wait. Don't get me wrong, I love the kids, but there are times I want Trent to fuck me with wild abandonment. Between the kids and our flourishing restaurants, we're lucky we have a large shower. She laughed at her own words. I must sound like a slut to you. Oh, please, why would you? I squeezed her arm lightly. I have no idea why people find high sex drive or loving sex either taboo or slutty. There are couples out there that don't even have sex for months. So personally, if you still have it, then, by all means, hump like bunnies. Trust me, if Drake wasn't traveling often, I'd probably walk with a permanent waddle. She covered her mouth to hide her shriek of laughter. Are you complaining? Nope. When I first met him, I didn't figure him as a man who'd be into anything other than the normal fucking. If our first time together was any hint, I should have known. I recalled our first time with fondness, even though it ended in heartache. What do you mean? Curiosity floated in those sparkling gray eyes. Let's just say Drake knows how to spice it up. After every trip, he returns with either a new toy or costume he wants me to role-play for him. At first, I was reluctant and couldn't stop giggling until he started fucking me into the next day. I chuckled. Now I look for ways to tease him. Sienna, would you ever... She trailed off, her expression hesitant. Hey, you can ask me anything, you know? I coaxed. Since she came into Trent's life without family, we'd shared an amicable friendship where we discussed most things. Still, I got the feeling that she hid a lot, and I never pushed. Would you share him? She asked, then quickly added, Not with me, of course, just... She left the word hanging. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Although I've never given it any thought, it does sound intriguing. Something tells me Drake wouldn't be into that sort of thing, though. You don't find that strange? I wasn't sure what she was leading up to and decided to indulge her curiosity. Strange as in he wouldn't like it, or strange that I find it intriguing? She sighed and her eyes took on a distant look. I never told anyone this. Again, she hesitated. A waiter approached, and helping myself to 2 glasses of champagne, I held one out to her. She shook her head. I shouldn't. It makes me tipsy. Rolling my eyes, I snorted. So what? Think of it as a start to that sexual venture you crave. She accepted the glass with a soft laugh. After she quickly downed the drink, shocking me, she blurted, Zane and Trent shared me once. She set her glass down on the cocktail table we'd moved to. I stopped mid-sip, lowered my glass, and looked at her, unsure who was more stunned between the two of us. Granted, I knew about the happenings behind her relationship with both men. This was an extent I didn't see coming. I wasn't sure what to say. Is it wrong that I miss him? For just a beat, her eyes watered before she blinked them away. I touched her arm. Miss him or that aspect of your sex life? Both? This time, she didn't hide the tears, then lifted her head to stare up at the ceiling. Trent knows I miss Zane. I got the feeling it was more for her confirmation than mine. Bet he doesn't know that you missed the threesome aspect, does he? My words drew a slight nod. Then maybe it's time you tell him, babe. She sighed. I think he knows. There are times I catch him watching me, especially when I'm thinking of Zane. It's like Trent can read me. I'd be more concerned if he didn't. Finishing my drink, I snagged another 2 glasses of champagne and handed her one. And he's asked me to join him at Incognito plenty of times, but... She trailed off, her eyes riveted on her husband. Downing her drink, she placed the glass on the table. But you're not likely to allow just anyone to share you. Zane was the exception, right? I finished my drink, enjoying the cool bubbles sliding down my throat. Her gaze came back to me. Yes. Sometimes I swear I can feel his presence all around me. Maybe he's sending you a message, telling you it's all right to be open and let someone else in, I offered. Ashrika let out a soft laugh. Yeah, but who? She turned away, scanning the room. Plenty here to choose from. We shared a look, then burst out laughing. I seriously think we've had one too many glasses of champagne. She agreed with a nod. I glanced around until my gaze rested on a man chatting to Trent. Dressed in all black, tall and dark-haired, he stood out. He turned then and looked our way. Wow. Whoever he was, there was just something enigmatic about his stern expression. He was extremely good-looking. His eyes, a beautiful shade of greenish-brown, roved over the two of us before his lips tugged up in a soft smile. What about him? I said, but he'd already moved away. Who? She asked. I searched the room for him. The guy that was talking to Trent just now, he has... Her sudden grip on my arm had me looking at her. Oh my God, Sienna. She choked on the words before her eyes met mine. Either I'm drunk or I'm losing my shit. Concerned, I frowned. What's wrong, Ash? I think I just saw Zane. Stupefied, I looked at her, not sure if I wanted to laugh or take her seriously. Right. No more champagne for you. You're tipsy. She shook her head. I'm telling you. She squeezed my arm. Those eyes, I'd know them anywhere. She looked over my shoulder, and I glanced back, following her gaze. They're a beautiful shade of amber, almost greenish-brown. At that, I gaped at her. What? She asked, noticing my widened eyes. The guy I just suggested had greenish-brown eyes. I gulped, and she swallowed, slowly shaking her head. Maybe I saw someone else, I coaxed. Dressed in full black, dark hair, gorgeous? She asked. I nodded. Zane, she whispered. Not sure what else to tell her, I gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. Go ask Trent, because that's who he was speaking to. Biting her lip, she nodded and walked off. Shaking my head to clear the sudden fuzz, I entered the ballroom. The place was buzzing with soft music, congenial laughter, and people stopping to greet friends. I eyed the upstairs balcony and figured the view would be something. Glancing in Ashrika's direction, I watched her chat to Trent for a moment, then headed toward the stairs.
8. Trent. Trent? I turned at the sound of Ashrika's voice. Hey, sweetheart, are you done discussing your threesome with my uncle? I teased, but it was the look in her eyes, a watery glaze that sparkled with the promise of tears, that told me my plan with Zane had worked, perhaps a little too well. Are you okay? Her throat bobbed on a swallow, and although she opened her mouth several times to speak, she seemed to rethink her words. I waited for her to ask because only someone who knew the reason for her distress would understand her sudden fumbling. I reached for her hand, deciding to change tactic, affording her a different opportunity to voice what she wanted from me. Lacing her fingers with mine, I brought her hand up to my mouth and gently kissed her knuckles. Can I ask you something?
As if not trusting her voice to speak, she nodded. When you answer, I want you to remember the words I told you in the rose garden. I referred to the first ball I'd brought her to and discovered her secrets. At her frown, I added, sometimes all a woman needs is the right man to give her the freedom to be herself, to unlock her desires, to let her love, fuck, and want you on her terms. Do you remember? Yes. Releasing her hand, I palmed her cheeks. What do you want from me, sweetheart? Her laugh lacked mirth. You give me everything, but something is missing, right? She blinked at my statement but couldn't hide her surprise. I made that promise to you because I love you, so trust me when I say whatever your heart desires, I will make it come true. This is you and me forever, Ash. Silently, I urged her to speak her mind. She touched my chest lightly, running gentle fingers down my tie. I want more spice. I want what we shared with Zane. His name sparked a telltale blush tinted with an unconcealed wistfulness she failed to hide. Glad she'd finally voiced her innermost desires, I slipped a hand around her waist and drew her tight to my body. If I make that happen, would you want me in your ass like before, or would you want to ride my cock while a stranger fucked your tight asshole? Trent, she gasped, her eyes widening. Don't get shy on me, sweetheart. You want spice, remember? You want another man to fuck you with me. I dropped my hands to her ass, squeezing lightly. She swallowed, her cheeks flushed, gray eyes emblazoned by dilated pupils, dark with desire. Her nipples hard peaks beneath the silk material of her dress. She was trying desperately to remain unaffected. I knew better. Spit it out, Ash. Tell me what you want. I tipped my hip, letting her feel my heart on. See what the thought of watching another man fuck you does to me. He'd fuck my ass, she whispered, palming my cheeks. I'd want your eyes on me, Trent, your lips on mine, your heartbeat pulsing beneath my fingers, your ragged breaths on my face while I rode your cock. I groaned low in my throat. Her pink lips parted in a face enamored by anticipation. I knew my plan would work. It had to. And would you trust me to give you that? No questions asked. Her eyes widened momentarily, her indecision peeking through. Not at the risk of losing you? I ran a slow finger down the line of her jaw. What makes you think you would? She hesitated again, and I smiled. You think he might fuck you better than me? She was quick to respond with a shake of her head. Ash, I palmed her cheek. My love for you surpasses mountains I'm willing to climb just to make you smile. She exhaled on a shudder and turned her head to kiss my palm. Just one dance, and you can decide after that. She frowned. Dance? I nodded. What we shared with Zane was born out of love, chemistry, and most importantly, trust between the three of us. If I'm to grant you that wish again, it needs to be with someone on that level. My earlier invite to incognito had been declined, like so many others. This time I went in for the kill, hoping she'd agree. So tonight, you'll have one dance with him, blindfolded. Blindfolded? She asked before I could further explain. Because what you cannot see makes your other senses more acute, more perceptive. The caress of a touch, the decadence of a scent, the cadence of a heartbeat, the flavor of a kiss. You will know then if he would be the one for us. There was a heightened color to her skin, as though the thought alone had stirred those hidden desires, quaking them to life. You're not going to tell me who he is? Do you want me to? I threw the ball in her court. The tip of her tongue traced a slow trail across her bottom lip before she smiled. No. Good girl. I kissed her brow. Let's go meet some people now. With her hand tucked in the crook of my arm, I led her away, hoping that my way of introducing Zane back into her life would come with little to no repercussions for her, or she might kill us both.
9. Sienna. Wow. Awed by the glamour below me, I looked over the glass railing that circled the upper floor. Decor made up of gold-covered tables over an interwoven red and cream carpet and softly lit by low-hanging crystal chandeliers gave the ballroom a Victorian feel. "What's a pretty lady like you doing up here by herself?" I pivoted sharply at the voice. Dressed in a brown suit, a good-looking man stood there. Yet something about the way he twirled his distractingly thick whiskers and his dark eyes raking the length of my body left me uncomfortable with his unwelcome admiration. His overzealous expression didn't sit well with me. As I moved to walk past him, he gripped my wrist, yanking me back. I gasped, shocked. "Let me go," I gritted, jerking my hand. "Ah, come now, sweetheart. We're both alone. I'm sure we can keep each other entertained," he smirked. "I'm much more fun than this boring ball." "Get lost, creep," I seethed, my eyes darting over the balcony to catch someone's attention. The man's smiling demeanor morphed into a scowl. "Don't be such a frigid bitch. I'll thank you to get your filthy fucking hand off my wife, unless you're keen to wear that suit to your funeral." There was no mistaking the steel beneath those softly spoken words, slicing through the asshole's aggression. I glanced over his shoulder, my eyes meeting the livid grays of my gorgeous husband. "Drake," I whispered breathlessly. Anyone hearing me would think I was a stranger to my lust for this man. Anyone watching my face would know that was a lie. Love, desire, adoration, greed, they all converged in celebration over my annoyed countenance from a second ago. The man holding my hand dropped it and swiveled sharply. "Who the fuck?" His words snapped mid-sentence, shocked remorse seizing his anger in a quick bite. "Mr. Princeton?" I could hear his gulp at my husband's darkened features. "She's your wife? I'm sorry." His question and shame quickly bounced over each other. "I didn't know." His palms flew up in apology. Drake took a threatening step closer, and the man had the sense to cower. His already one head shorter than my husband's frame visibly dipped. "First, whether she's my wife or not does not give you the right to manhandle any woman. Second, the fact that you're at an event celebrating abused women and kids, pawing my wife speaks to your lack of respect for this event as well as women in general. I'll give you exactly 1 minute to get off this property, or your cock's going to meet your ass until you scream rape." I bit back my laugh, knowing Drake meant every word. He was a gentleman on the streets, an alpha between the sheets, and a warrior to the less fortunate. He didn't get on his wrong side, even on a good day, especially when it came to family. The other man didn't hesitate. I almost heard his squeak of worry as he sidestepped Drake and hurried toward the stairwell. "Hello, princess." Drake swallowed me in his delicious embrace, his hard muscles beneath his black tuxedo protective at the same time tender. I inhaled deeply, welcoming his familiar scent and loving his warmth. "You okay?" He kissed my brow when I leaned back to look up at him. "Yes," I breathed. "How are you here?" His smile elicited tingles through my body, the back and forth stroke of his thumbs at my lower back not playing fair with my pussy muscles as they clenched spasmodically. Eyes matured with experience raked the length of my body, almost like he was imagining me naked. Slowly, I turned, giving him a full view of the dress. Backless, the soft blue material ended at my tailbone and was held together with ultra-thin chains that crisscrossed down my back and the tie at my neck. Drake's growl of appreciation rumbled out of his throat as he pressed his chest to my back, his hands snaking around my waist. Did you really think I'd leave you to wander this event, looking this beautiful, unaccompanied? His soft chuckle feathered goosebumps along my skin, his admiration even more so. You could have said something, I pouted, looking at him over my shoulder. One dark brow lifted in that slow, sexy style I loved so much before he leaned closer. Would you have preferred I didn't come? His warm lips teased my jawline, slowly making their way toward my ear. Drake, I moaned when his mouth closed around my earlobe and he gently sucked. You didn't answer my question, princess. His head dipped lower, his lips running a decadent trail along my neck while he turned me around to face him. Then his hands slipped down to cup my ass, lifting me against his solid body. I gripped his shoulders, closing my eyes against the delirious sensations rushing through me. I missed you, I answered instead, my eyes opening to him, setting me back on my feet. I missed you too. I smiled, staring up at a face lined here and there with experience. This was a man men respected, and women wanted to bring home to their beds. I caught the engaging looks whenever we were out, looks he never entertained, while his subtle touches clearly stated I was the only woman for him. 2 years later, and I still took moments to just admire him. Such a beautiful man. The additional gray streaks to the short sides at his temples and blending with the longish dark brown hair on top gave him the distinguished gentleman demeanor he was. I could never tire of looking at him, and each return from a trip just made him more appealing than the last. His lips met mine in a soft caress before his tongue slid between my lips in a long, deep kiss, owning me with just his mouth, while telling me how much he'd missed me. We should go down. They're about to serve dinner, I said when we came up for air. I know. I should have known he was up to something the second that familiar smirk crossed his face. Spread your legs. I'm ready for the first course. He winked, dropping to his haunches, his hands sliding inside the slits of my dress. Mindful of the throngs of people below us, my eyes widened. Here? Anyone looking up could easily see us and would know what he was doing. How do I hide an orgasm in front of all these people? It's a solution you're familiar with, princess. One dark brow shot up. Blushing, I leaned against the rail and spread my legs. There was something so wicked, so dirty and erotic about him crouching in front of me, fully clothed with his mouth inches from my pussy. I could feel his warm breath while knowing someone could see us. A moment later, he moved the G-string to one side, and I felt his tongue push inside my folds. His fingers curled around my ass. He licked the length of my slit before his warm mouth covered my clit. He began to suck, slow at first, then increasing in pressure. Goosebumps swathed my skin as pure decadence rolled through every nerve, every vein, every pore. I stared down at him, his eyes closed, his expression one of pleasure. As if he sensed my gaze, his lids slid open, and I felt him smile against my folds before he winked. Then he ate me like a man starved, sucking, licking, biting, my fingers clenched around the railing. I rocked against his face. That's it, princess. Ride my tongue, he coaxed. Show me how much you missed me. Drake, I groaned, bucking harder, fucking his face. and when his teeth clamped down on my clit, I crumbled. Another second, our eyes locked, my knees weakened, and my hips bucked as I came, shaking hard. Holding onto the railing to stay upright, I bit down on my lip to keep from crying out, aware of the milling bodies below us. My head dropped back, willing my trembling body to calm down. But Drake didn't let up. His grip tightening on my ass, he sucked on the oversensitive bundle until I was shuddering so hard that I pushed at his shoulders to stop him. Shaking his head, he rolled the tip of his tongue over my clit. At the same time, he slipped a finger inside me. His tongue flicked fast and hard against the swollen bundle of nerves, every inch of my skin on fire. Without warning, I shattered for the second time, falling at a rate so fast I wasn't sure my feet were up for the landing. Drake held on to me, coaxing those last remnants of pleasure from my body. When he finally straightened, wiping his mouth, he slid his arms around my body, holding on to me. "Good girl," he whispered against my brow. "Main course?" He lifted one of my legs and curled it around his ass, then slid one of my hands down to massage his hard-on. Sighing, I closed my eyes, my fingers caressing the rigid thickness through his pants. I couldn't wait to have him slide into my pussy. "Jesus, Drake, would you get a room?" Trent's sudden yell had my eyes snapping open. Drake glanced over his shoulder, while I hid my scarlet face in his chest. "Take a walk, Trent." I tried to move my leg from around his thigh, but his grip tightened, keeping it in place. "Don't move, princess," he growled. "Come find me when you're done," Trent called over his shoulder as he walked away. Laughing at my husband's murderous look, I massaged his hard-on. "I think we should wait until we get home." His brow shot up. "So rubbing my cock isn't your way of saying, 'fuck me now'?" I shook my head. "It's more of a teaser before the actual story." I wiggled my brows. He slid my leg back down with a soft laugh, slipped his hand around my waist, and guided me toward the stairs. "The night's still young, Sia." I nodded, knowing Drake would have his way soon enough. He always did.
10. Ashrika. When Trent suggested that I let him bring another man into our life, I had to admit the idea both terrified and aroused me. Although I'd sought him out to question my insanity over catching a glimpse of a man I thought could be Zane, I couldn't bring myself to do so. Partly because I didn't want Trent to believe I was in love with a ghost, and partly because I realized I needed to accept that Zane was dead. What I shared with him were memories I could never replace. But like Trent said, my memory bank was brand new and building every day. So I accepted Trent's surprising offer for me to meet this man he thought would be perfect for us. Now, as he walked me away from the crowd toward the balcony, I waited for him to secure the red satin blindfold he produced from his inside jacket pocket. Done. I felt him move to stand in front of me. As the gentle strains of music filled the air, Trent pressed his body close to me. A hand on my waist, the other a touch on the curve of my ass. His lips a soft tickle on my neck, his breath warm against my skin. My hands lifted, finding his shoulders while he slowly swayed us to the music. "Are you ready?" His tender words brushed my ear. "Yes," I replied as I felt someone come up behind me, and my senses instinctively tuned in. His scent was the first thing I noticed. A heady blend of mint and musk, potent and easily distinguishable from Trent's woodsy spice. Instinctively, I searched my olfactive senses for Zane's familiar scent. This wasn't it. Next was his lips, cool yet soft against my bare shoulder as they trailed a lazy path up to my ear. Trent's hands fell away from my body, but his lips remained a tender caress on my throat. When the stranger's hand slipped around my waist, bringing his chest tight to my back, I felt the ripple of hard muscles beneath the silky material of his shirt. The other hand settled on my ass momentarily, then slid around to the front of my thigh, resting just near the apex between my legs. I shivered, despite the molten heat shooting down my limbs. Shocked by the unexpected arousal brought on by a stranger who'd barely touched me, my fingernails dug into Trent's shoulders. "I've got you." His voice a reassuring murmur in my ear. Slowly, the stranger's fingers splayed out over my stomach, pressing me back lightly until I felt his rigid hard-on rub the crease between my ass cheeks. I sucked in a breath as his fingertips moved, skimming the swell of my breast. Without thinking, I angled my head toward him, unsure what I was asking. The abrupt chafe of stubble against my cheek before his lips found mine earned another shudder from me. My lips parted, inviting him to taste, and when his mouth covered mine, I groaned into the kiss. His lips were hard and demanding, yet his tongue pushing between my lips, curling with mine, was softly teasing. One of my hands left Trent's shoulders to slide into the stranger's hair, thick and silky soft beneath my fingers. At the same time, my other hand slipped up from Trent's shoulder to his nape, urging him forward and silently begging for his mouth to suck on my hard nipples. Instead, he sucked on my throat, one of his hands massaging my breast, teasing the nipple between his thumb and forefinger. As if he could read my need, Trent moved a leg between mine, and I unconsciously ground against his thigh, seeking pressure on my clit, not caring that my panties were soaked. Gripping the stranger's hair, I coaxed him tighter to my back, circling my hips to tease his cock. He groaned into my mouth, jerking forward to grind his hard-on into the crease of my ass, while Trent moved his thigh higher, rubbing my clit. Sandwiched between these two men took me right back to incognito. Only this time, I didn't know the man behind me. Yet his touch, his kiss, his groans seemed to be reawakening feelings I'd long forgotten or chose to ignore. He released my mouth, and I inhaled sharply, seeking oxygen. Blind to the view around me, I gasped when I felt a hand slide under my dress and cupped my mound. It slipped inside the edge of my panty, and a finger slid through my soaked slit. "Fuck. She's drenched," Trent growled. The chuckle at my rear caused the tiny hairs at my nape to stand on edge, more so the familiarity of it. Zane's name hovered on the tip of my tongue. Maybe subconsciously I wanted the stranger to be him, but I chose to ignore it, knowing my mind played tricks on me. "Spread your legs, sweetheart." I did as Trent asked before he slipped a finger inside my pussy, twisted and curved it upward, fucking me in slow, delirious thrusts. I groaned low in my throat, and arching my back caused my ass to rub against the stranger's crotch. Immediately, greed spiked my lust, filling every inch of me from my tingling lips to my aching pussy. I wanted more. I wanted the two of them. I heard them whisper and cocked an ear to listen, yet I was unable to make out their words. Then Trent asked, "Do you want us to fuck you, Ash?" My mind said no. "Please." I balked at the desperation that slipped out instead, before I remembered where we were. "The ball." "Shh," Trent coaxed. "Just enjoy." He rolled his finger over my clit, and I shook, crying out. The stranger slipped his hand under my dress and eased my panties down. I stepped out of them, unsure what they planned to do with me. Although Trent had said it would be one dance between them, somehow we'd stopped dancing, and it had become more the beat of my thrumming pussy that I now focused on. The stranger crouched behind me, his warm hands wrapped around my ankles, snaking in an upward appraisal as though learning every inch of me. He paused just behind my knees, then dragged his knuckles up the back of my thighs. The sensuality of his touch left me shaking. I grabbed onto Trent's arms. My skin burned with the stranger's strokes, and when he grasped my ass cheeks, running his tongue through the crack, I groaned so loud that Trent covered my mouth with his, muffling the sound. When he released my mouth, another cry snuck out as the stranger smacked my ass so hard my hips bucked, forcing Trent's pumping finger deeper. If that wasn't enough, my stranger slid his hand between my legs and pushed a finger into my pussy right alongside Trent's. Together they pumped into me, hard and fast, fucking me in sync, like they knew what my body wanted. Ragged breaths blew through my parted lips, soft moans drenching each exhale.
You like that, sweetheart?
Trent asked. All I did was moan in response. I clutched his arms to stay upright, but not for long. Just when I thought I could handle their manipulation of my senses, they both pulled out their fingers, and Trent dropped to his knees in front of me. His warm mouth covered my pussy, his velvet tongue lapping at my swollen clit, devouring me with one greedy lick after the other. I latched onto his shoulders, willing my weakened knees to stay upright. Behind me, my delicious stranger spread my ass cheeks, his fingers digging into the delicate flesh. He sank his tongue into my asshole as far as it could go, pushing in and out, fucking my most intimate space with nothing but his warm tongue, making me delirious with need. He growled, biting my ass cheeks, first one, then the other. Holy fuck! I bit out on a sharp exhale, my fingers sinking into Trent's scalp. Waves of pleasure rippled through my body, unsure whose mouth to concentrate on. Yet together, they snapped my control, steering me toward my orgasm in a greedy climb. So close, I hummed, trying to hold on. Their silky smooth tongues, their warm lips, the feel of their stubble over my skin, the cadence of their combined grunts, and the tenor of their mouths lapping at both my holes. It was all too much. I shuddered and shivered, grinding my pussy against Trent's mouth and rolling my ass against the stranger's, seeking release. Then, in perfect sync, Trent gripped my clit with his teeth and sank his finger into my pussy at the same time my stranger pushed a finger into my rear hole, both fucking me hard and fast. Together, they blasted me over the edge. Oh, God! The cry tore from my throat as my orgasm exploded, ripping through every fiber in my quivering body. I clenched around both their fingers, spinning out of control.
That's it, sweetheart. Ride it out.
Trent soothed, his tongue a gentle pressure on my clit, both fingers still riding me, their speed slowing. I shuddered and groaned until both withdrew and stood. Breathing hard, my head dropped to Trent's chest as his hands slid around my waist, holding me tight. When I could finally lift my head, he kissed my lips, my brow, and my chin before he slowly turned me around to face the other man. A warm breath skated across my lips for just a moment, then his mouth covered mine in a lazy kiss, coaxing me to lean into his body. And I did. I snaked my hands around his neck while he circled my waist, holding me tight to his hard body. His tongue curled with mine, and I was suddenly desperate to see his face. When he finally broke the kiss, I lifted my head, staring into the dark material. Who are you? I asked. Again, his chuckle tickled the fine hairs at my nape. Trent pressed his chest to my back, his hands resting on my waist. He kissed my neck.
Do you want him, Ash? Want him to fuck you with his hard cock?
His breathing a jagged beat, as if the idea turned him on. I whimpered, squeezing my thighs at the idea of these two men fucking me.
Feel him, sweetheart. Feel what you do to him.
He grasped my hand and guided it to the other man's crotch, pressing my palm flat against the thick ridges I could feel through the material of his pants.
Does he feel good, Ash?
Trent nipped the skin at my neck while shaping my hand around the other man's shaft. Both stole a shiver from me. My moan was all the answer he needed.
Do you want to suck his cock?
Trent whispered in my ear. Yes, I whimpered, too far gone to care who the stranger was right now.
Unzip him,
Trent ordered, his voice tight with arousal, and removed his hand. Fumbling for a moment, I felt a hand cover mine, helping me to ease the zipper down. It was the stranger. His touch was different, cooler at the same time firmer. He directed my hand into his brief and curled it around his thick girth. His throaty groan had me desperate to remove the blindfold. I felt Trent's hands come up on my shoulders and pressed down lightly. His instruction was clear before he said,
On your knees, Ash.
My hand still around the stranger's cock, I lowered to my knees. Instead of the hard coldness of the tiled floors, I was surprised when my knees met the softness of a cushion. But that moment was quickly lost when I felt my stranger's cock press against my lips. It was rigid, engorged, and ready to fuck. I hesitated for just a beat, wondering if this was what I wanted. Trent decided for me.
Open up for him, sweetheart,
he ordered as the stranger dragged his cock head along the line of my pressed lips, the combined scent of his arousal and cologne wildly arousing. Biting down my nerves, I opened my mouth, and he pushed his dick inside, forcing it to the back. His groan was harsh, as though he pursed his lips to prevent speaking. The salty taste of his pre-cum soaked my mouth, and I swallowed greedily. He allowed me a moment to adjust to his thickness until Trent growled.
Suck him now, Ash.
The urgency in his voice told me my husband was turned on watching this man fuck my mouth. That awareness had my pussy muscles clenching, arousal coating my bare crotch. My cheeks hollowed, I began sucking. Slow at first, before finding a steady rhythm until he took over. His hands slid into my hair, tugging slightly, guiding my head back and forth, sliding my lips up and down his shaft.
Fuck, sweetheart. You're beautiful,
Trent praised, his knees at my back, his hands curved around my breasts, squeezing through the fabric of my dress.
He's watching you, desperate to blow his load in this pretty mouth.
He whispered in my ear, one of his hands gliding up to gently squeeze my neck.
Suck harder, Ash. Weaken his fucking knees. Show him why he needs you. Needs us,
he said. Louder this time, the steel in his tone surprising. As if that pushed his restraint, my stranger's rhythm gained momentum, his fingers biting into my scalp, stinging, yet the pleasure unbearable. Our groans and whimpers echoed around us, creating a beautiful orchestra to our dirty deed. The vision of their eyes on me, watching me swallow the stranger's cock with almost 1,000 people close by, engulfed me with torrid sensations I hadn't felt before. My skin prickled with goosebumps. My breaths became ragged and impatient. My pussy muscles throbbed, eager for their cocks. I gripped those muscular thighs, forcing him to ride my mouth faster and deeper.
That's it, Ash. Make him come.
Trent crouched behind me, his hand slipping between my legs, his finger dipped inside my pulsing pussy.
Fuck, she's dripping for you.
Hearing him speak to the other man crested my orgasm. I groaned out loud, the sound vibrating down the stranger's length. His grip tightened in my hair, his cock thickening my mouth. I knew he was close.
Fuck.
His breathing was rapid, uneven. I heard the barely audible curse he tried to hide. Then, with a quick jerk of his hip I wasn't anticipating, he spilled his hot cum down my throat, his body shuddering beneath my fingers, still gripping his thighs. Trent chose that moment to pinch my clit. I exploded, shaking so hard, trying in vain to swallow the other man's cum and not spill. I felt it dribble down the sides of my mouth as my breathing spasmed haphazardly around the warm liquid. My hands dropped to the floor beside me. I bowed my head, inhaling sharply to regain my composure.
Such a good girl.
Trent cupped my chin and lifted it slightly. I felt a finger roll up the side of my mouth, catching the spilled liquid, before it moved to my mouth.
Suck his finger, Ash.
I did, curling my tongue around the thick digit. I sucked it clean before he slid it out. With his hands under my arms, Trent helped me to my feet. I felt the other man's hands palm my cheeks before his mouth met mine in a soft kiss, the tenderness both appealing and unexpected. "Who are you?" The words slipped out, unchecked this time. Silence reigned between the three of us before I heard a deep inhale, and his hands fell from my face. While I'd questioned his reluctance to answer, I hoped he'd say something.
"You sure you want to know, Ash?"
Trent asked instead. I angled my head as if I could see Trent. I just drank the man's cum. Surely that warrants a glimpse of his face or the sound of his voice at the very least. There was a quiet pause, and I wondered if they were silently communicating until I felt Trent's fingers on the tie that held the blindfold in place. While all my senses prepared to meet this stranger, who played my body like a well-choreographed dance routine with Trent, I looked up as the blindfold fell away, blinking several times to clear the haze. When my vision focused, the sound leaving my mouth came out as a strangled gasp. Familiar amber eyes set in a handsome face, framed by dark lashes and thick silky hair, crowning a masculine body draped in all black, met my gaze. Tears I wouldn't be able to stop even if I tried blurred my sight. "Zane?" I whispered, more for reassurance than confirmation. My hand lifted of its own accord to touch the apparition I was afraid would disappear if I did. The skin-on-skin contact sent an electrical shock through my system, and I dropped my hand, slowly shaking my head in stoned disbelief.
"Hello, Angel."
That smile, so rare yet so beautiful, poisoned the happiness swathing my body as the pain I'd endured with his death came rushing back in a hell-bent tsunami. He reached out a hand and I reacted on instinct. My hand flew up, connecting hard against his cheek. Only, while I relished the burning sting on my palm and the sudden agony usurping his smile, I felt no peace with my reaction. The urge to hurt him some more burgeoned, stealing my breath. My chest heaved, and I balled my fists to prevent repeating the action.
"Sweetheart."
I swung my head, and the look I lavished on Trent cut him off. "Was this some kind of a sick joke between you two?" I snapped, my livid gaze bouncing between the two of them.
"Angel, please."
Zane began. "I can't even look at you," I hissed. "This whole time you were alive. You both lied to me, made me think you were dead, played with my fucking emotions." It took everything I had not to scream as I realized we stood to the side of a balcony just outside the ballroom. I was likely to bring people out here if I did. "Fuck. I feel like such a fool. You made me a fucking fool." I shook my head. Zane's face tightened into an immediate scowl before he crowded me, forcing me back against the wall, trapping me with his palms flat against the wall.
"Blame me all you want," he growled, "but leave Trent out of this."
His statement earned my surprise, and I flicked a glance at my husband, his face draped in remorse.
"Whatever he did was at my insistence,"
Zane continued.
"Hate me if you want, Angel, but know this. You snuck into my life, stealing my emotions before I had a chance to understand it all. Whatever I did was for my sanity as much as so you could live safely. Could love one man who gave you everything, including tonight, because he knew you were hurting. I came back for you, Rika. Again, hate me all you want.
His head dropped closer until his lips were a breath away from mine, and his eyes held mine prisoner.
But I will fuck you soon. It's a promise.
He was gone before I had a chance to process his words.
Ash.
Trent stepped toward me, his face doused in anguish. Zane was right. It wasn't Trent's fault. If tonight was anything to go by, he'd been nothing but supportive. I broke. The tears, the pent-up pain, the frustration, it all poured out.
Hey.
He drew me into a warm embrace, letting me cry against his chest like I'd done so many times before for a man I'd believed dead, and who was now back like he'd gone off on some extended vacation. When I finally calmed down, Trent walked me to the bathroom to freshen up. How? I managed to say just outside the door. He touched a gentle knuckle to my cheek, then dragged it down, taking the tears with.
It's a long story, and one you might not understand. But everything he did, and I did, was for you. Always for you.
Please, Trent, no more bullshit. Just tell me the truth. The words came out in a raspy whisper, my tone pleading. With a soft sight, he palmed my cheeks.
Zane won't tell you this, but he was responsible for almost killing you.
What? I frowned.
This isn't the right place.
I gripped the lapels of his jacket, bringing my face a breath away from his. The truth, Trent. Now. No more lies. Please. I begged. My heart can't take it. Nodding, he grasped my hands until I released my hold on his jacket and kissed both palms.
Remember when I told you Easton hired a hitman to have your father incapacitated and you killed?
Yes?
That man was Zane.
He paused, his eyes searching mine for the shock I doubted I could hide even if I tried. Zane shot my father then? The words choked on a gasp.
You can't blame him, sweetheart. He had no idea who you were. When Easton called off the order, Zane had no idea what Easton planned for you until he found you beaten to a pulp in his vacant club.
Oh my God. I stepped away from Trent and, leaning with a palm against the wall, dropped my head, dry heaving to stop the wave of sudden nausea.
Ash.
Trent sighed, his palm squeezing my shoulder.
Let's go home. I'll tell you the rest.
I turned, cutting him off. No. I shook my head. Tell me now. I want this over before I leave here, and when I do, we act like nothing happened. Like Zane didn't come back. He opened his mouth to say something, and I held up my hand to stop him. Just the truth, Trent. Blowing out a harsh exhale, he stepped back, slipping his hands in his pants pockets, and leaned against a wall.
After he saved you, Zane decided to use you to reel Easton in for leaving you in his nightclub. Zane and Easton had history. Only, Zane didn't count on the coma or the memory loss until that day he found you in the coffee shop, scared and helpless. He fell in love with you.
The revelation stung far more than I expected, remembering how he'd come to me like a shining star on a dark night, guiding me on the path home. If he did, why did he walk away, fake his death?
Don't you see, sweetheart?
He dragged a hand along his jaw.
Zane protected you after that. He knew if Easton found out you were alive, he'd come looking for you. Zane gave you his name, a new life, Tia, an undercover bodyguard. And most important, he gave you his heart. But he never forced it on you. He didn't want you to settle just because he gave you all of that. He wanted you to find and fall in love on your own.
Stupidly, I recalled those very words Zane used that day he died. Well, fake died.
Ash.
Trent neared me.
Zane walked away because he couldn't live with himself knowing he was responsible for you losing your memory and hurting your father.
So he left me? I whispered, shaking my head.
No, sweetheart.
He grasped my arm slightly.
He loved you. Always had, and he's been in agony since. It's why I forced him to tell you he was alive.
I blinked, surprised. You did? He nodded.
I told you once, and I'll tell you every day if I have to. I'll give you anything to have one lifetime with you, sweetheart. Anything includes the love of another man who loves you just as much as I do, if not more.
He brushed his lips against mine.
Don't hate him. Just give him a chance to explain.
He asked, his blue eyes a calming serenity I needed in my life, as much as the promise of sin in those amber eyes I missed. I nodded, and he took my lips in a deep, heartwarming kiss.
I need to find Drake.
He began when we broke apart. Go. I'll come find you. I kissed his lips, watched him walk away, then entered the bathroom trying to process the last 30 minutes. Zane Marone was alive. I hadn't lost my freaking mind sensing his presence. My laugh was low, lacking mirth.
11. Sienna. Do you have kids, dear? The silver-haired old lady seated to my left asked, after showing me a phone filled with pictures of her 8 grandchildren. No. Well, she touched my hand lightly. You should consider having them while you're still young. If I didn't know any better, I'd say today's children walk out of the womb with a terabyte of their parents' combined intelligence. She laughed. How many do you want? Wait. She shook her head. I should have first asked if you plan on having kids. I smiled, having never given it much thought. Somehow, Drake and I hadn't discussed kids before. Given he had 2 grown children and was way past his prime age, I didn't think he'd want another. While I hadn't explored the possibility on my own, now a slight niggle made me hesitate. Then I thought of my promise to Ravash. The thought of carrying Drake's child filled me with warmth. Unconsciously, I bit my lip, letting the idea flow through me. Just as I was about to reply, I looked up to find Drake's eyes on me. Earlier, he'd traded places with the old lady to speak to her husband. His expression indicated he'd heard her question. Unsure if I imagined his nod, his soft smile encouraged me to respond. Could a woman fall any more in love with the same man every day? If it happens someday, I'll be happy. If not, I'll still be happy. I said, my eyes locked with his, giving him my honest answer. Well, this man here still has enough juice in these bones to father a football team. The old lady's husband clapped Drake on the back, bellowing out a laugh. What do you say, Princeton? My wife knows I'll give her anything her heart desires. She just has to ask. Drake winked at me, his smile conveying his unconditional love. Before I could reply, he stood and neared me. Salsa with me, Sia. Taking the hand he held out, I rose and let him guide me to the dance floor as Bumpy Ride by Mahumbi filled the air. You ready? He asked. At my nod, he slid his arms around my waist. Eyes on me, princess. I complied. Locked in our sexy sway of twists and dips, I lost myself in my husband's manipulation of my senses, let alone the in-sync will of my body. Apart from those translucent grays that captured my heart since day one, everything else faded into oblivion. My legs followed his rhythm unchecked, trusting his ability, his experience, and ultimately his guidance to steer me even if I erred. Yet, in Drake Princeton's arms, there was no chance of that happening. If I had to be egotistical, we were perfection personified. I love you, he mouthed as he twirled me into his body and dipped me low over his arm. Slipping my hand around his nape, I drew his lips to meet mine in a sensual kiss that stole my breath and reminded me just how unbelievably lucky I was. I love you too, I whispered when we drew apart. As the music ended, Trent's shrill whistle snapped my attention to find we'd become the main attraction on an empty dance floor. The other guests had formed a circle around us and were now lavishing us with loud clapping. "Take a bow, princess." Drake clasped my fingers with his and whirled me away from his body, and after I curtsied, grinning from ear to ear, he brought me back into his body to kiss my brow. "Still got it in you to steal the limelight, old man." Trent approached as other couples took the floor once more. "Old man," Drake snorted. "You have 2 left feet, if I recall." "That he does." Ashrika came up behind Trent. Chuckling, he swung around, grabbing her by the waist. "You're supposed to have my back, sweetheart." "I do have your back, but you're still a terrible dancer." Despite her teasing, something in her smile, almost like a disguised sadness, caught my attention. "As long as I excel at dirty dancing and cover all the basic steps, you bend and dip at my will, don't you?" He chuckled, kissing her on the lips. "We both know you prefer it to plain old horizontal tango." Drake and I laughed at her suddenly red cheeks. "Behave," she scolded, smacking Trent's chest. "Oh, she's shy, Drake. Would you care to tell her where I found you and Sienna?" Ashrika's eyes widened. "Don't tell me. A repeat performance of the Rose Garden, I take it?" This time, I blushed hard, remembering how I'd first met her in the Rose Gardens. Drake and Trent roared with laughter. "Men," I rolled my eyes. "Such children, no matter their age. Everything tickles their toes. But it takes the right woman to make him feel like a boy." Drake slipped his hand around my waist, pulling me closer before he dropped a long, leisurely kiss on my lips. "Your exhibitionism will do well at incognito," Trent grinned, proud of his gentleman's club. Drake's brow shot up before his lips widened in a slow smile. "How I fuck my wife is solely for our pleasure, not an act for others to enjoy." Trent snorted a laugh. "And what do you think those catching your act do? Wait to go home and fuck?" "I don't know. What do you do, nephew, seeing as you're always catching our act?" Drake asked, smoothly throwing the ball into Trent's court. And, being Trent, he merely shrugged. "I go and find my fiancée and fuck her on the balcony." "Oh my God!" Ashrika shrieked, clasping her cheeks before she dropped her gaze to the floor and shook her head, easily confirming my earlier words to her about Trent fucking her before the night was over. "Filter, Trent," she mumbled. I hid my laugh behind my hand while the 2 men held nothing back. "Can you believe he's a father of 2 kids?" she said, lifting her eyes to meet mine and earning a grunt from Trent. He opened his mouth to say something, but Drake cut him off. "Dance with Ashrika, Trent." "I'm sorry, sweetheart," I heard Trent say as the bright lights dipped to a warm dimness. Call it women's intuition, but I figured his apology wasn't for his crass just now. I made a mental note to call Ash tomorrow and see if she were all right. Drake slipped both hands around my waist, pulling me tight into his body. I linked my fingers at his nape, letting him move our bodies in a gentle sway. "Why have you never said anything before, Sia?" I frowned. "About?" "Do you want a baby?" "Oh." I thought he'd forgotten that discussion. Running a hand down his chest, I dropped my gaze to the white buttons of his shirt. He slid a finger under my chin and lifted it until my eyes met his. "Princess?" He sighed out my name. "After almost 2 years together, I'm surprised you're still not open about your desires." He was right. I might be a rich man's wife, but my simplistic ways still prevailed. Most times I had to be cajoled by his family to spend money. "Having a baby with you will complete us, Sia." The warm words trickled like liquid fire down my spine, making me love the man even more. I was one extremely lucky woman. But reality erased my blinkers, telling me to be logical. You'll turn 46 soon. Do you really want to have another child? To be a father to a newborn? His chuckle tickled the fine hairs at my nape. Are you saying I'm old? Blushing, I shook my head. Leaning forward until his nose brushed mine, he dropped a soft kiss on my lips. I have 2 beautiful children, and I've given them all the happiness a father can bestow. Now, while they make decisions for themselves, I have a stunning wife who I want to fill with happiness every single living second I can. If that means fucking you every moment I can until your belly swells with our baby, I will. I shook my head with a soft laugh. Trust you to mix crass with family planning. Would you have me any other way? He grinned. I shook my head. Shall we start now? My eyes flared. Start what? He dipped his head to trace the tip of his tongue along the shell of my ear. Making a baby. I shivered. You're so eager. We're on the... to be... My words didn't make sense, filtering out in a raspy, incoherent jumble. I tried hard to concentrate as he sucked my lobe into his mouth. Dance floor, to be a... His tongue dipped inside my ear, his minty breath warm against my skin. One hand came up to pinch a hardened nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Oh, I gasped, the last word on a groan, shudders cascading through my aroused body. Touch me, princess, he demanded, his voice thick with need. Now. His lips brushed mine. Thankful for the semi-darkness enveloping the dance floor, I dropped a hand between us and eased his zipper down. Slipping inside the edge of his brief, I massaged his erection. My groan matched his as my thumb slipped over the pre-cum beating the head. The last 3 weeks have been hell without you. I need to fuck you now, he muttered, following with soft kisses along my jaw. Drake, do you have a second? Trent came up behind him. Jesus Christ, boy, you have the worst fucking timing, Drake grunted over his shoulder. I'm seriously beginning to think you have a fucking camera strapped to my cock. I bit my lip to keep from laughing at his frustration, withdrew my hand and eased up his zipper. Trent didn't hide his amusement, though. He chuckled, and I felt Drake's shoulders tense beneath my fingers. His nephew didn't know just how close he was to being killed. My bad. Trent's voice turned apologetic. Those investors we chatted about are ready to meet if you are. I'm not. His terse reply had Trent turning to walk away. Drake, being the caring man he was, relented with a deep sigh. Trent, wait. Trent stopped, and even though he tried not to show it, I caught the despondent expression as he turned. Sometimes I swore Drake had 3 children instead of 2. Strange how he was the one person who could bring his nephew down so easily, despite Trent being an arrogant father of twins. He could be classed as a lover, not a fighter, but getting on his wrong side could have serious implications, as I'd witnessed while working for him. I'm sorry, princess. Drake kissed my brow. Give me a moment? Sure, I need to use the bathroom anyway. Chuckling at Trent's optimistic demeanor, I watched them walk away before heading for the bathroom. I was in the stall finishing up when I heard the outer door open. Judging by their excited voices, I figured 2 women entered. About to open the door, I stopped when one of them said, Oh my God, did you see the gray-eyed hottie speaking to Trent? I did. That dark brown hair streaked with flecks of gray and those sinful lips. The other woman sighed out loud. Made for kissing and other more inquisitive taunts, I'm sure. He's so fucking mouthwatering. My damn panties melted on me. I wonder who he is. I heard Trent introduce him as his uncle to someone when I walked past, hoping to catch his eye. The man paid me no attention. It was like he wore blinkers or something. I mean, look at me. I'm a hot fucking 35-year-old. The first one said, sounding peeved. Yeah, well, whoever the fuck he is, he can be my daddy anytime. I'm sure my 27-year-old pussy can do with some of his, no doubt, delicious cock. The second one groaned. Why the hell can't we find older men like that? Drake. I rolled my lips to keep from laughing out. Sorry, ladies. He's taken. Opening the door, I walked over to the sink as the woman continued speaking. I'm always attracting the pot-bellied ball type whose willies can't get up or they fucking smell like too much booze. While I washed my hands and touched up my lipstick, I observed the two ladies in the mirror. They didn't spare me a glance, seemingly interested in making themselves pretty. The younger one was blonde and the other brunette. Both slim, tall, dressed in beautiful black cocktail dresses and flawless makeup. They were stunning, as in the model kind. I found it hard to believe they didn't garner the attention of older men. Admittedly, I was mildly jealous, fidgeting with my dress and hair until I remembered I had something they wanted, my gorgeous husband. If you're up for a threesome, let's go chat him up, the older one suggested, her smile mischievous. What if he's married and his wife is here? The younger one pouted, as if Drake had already turned her down, making me want to laugh. Oh, come on, look at us. I mean, which man wouldn't be into fucking two gorgeous women at the same time, even if he's married? Judging by his sexy build, I'd say he has the stamina. Oh, you have no idea, girl. I patted my lips with a tissue to keep from grinning. Awesome idea, the younger one agreed, perking up her boobs. Taking my time to apply more mascara I didn't need, I waited until they left the bathroom, then followed. If my assumption was correct, they'd go looking for Drake. I reached the ballroom and scanned the area where I'd left him, and sure enough, the two women were just stepping up to him. When the younger one tapped his shoulder, he turned to look at them. Keen to hear their conversation, I lingered close by, keeping Drake's profile to me. Hi, they both greeted him. Ladies? Ever the gentleman, my husband offered them a pleasant smile. The older one touched his arm, her smile flirtatious. We couldn't help noticing just how lonely you looked, standing here by yourself, and wondered if you'd like some company. Two hot women at your beck and call, perhaps? Drake's laugh was playful. Very thoughtful, but I'm good, thanks. I already have a hot wife. Who isn't here right now? The younger one cut in, running a finger down the lapel of his jacket. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. I'll know. His tone took on a firmness they didn't seem to notice as one arched her back, trying to draw his attention to her breasts. Just as he was about to turn away, I walked up. There you are. He smiled, slipping a hand around my waist, then looked at the two ladies. This is my... Hi, I'm Pam. You must be his daughter? The brunette held out a hand. And she's Jessie. She jerked a thumb at her friend. I felt Drake tense against me. She's my... Yes, I'm his daughter, Sienna. This time I cut him off, snagging his raised brow as I accepted the girl's hand in a quick shake. We were just about to compliment your father's beautiful eyes. Jessie laughed. Trust me, his eyes are just one beautiful aspect. You should check out his six-pack. They're to die for. I teased and felt his grip tightening on my waist as his lips twitched. Both women's gazes snapped to his shirt as if they could see through the white material, their mouths agape in a pant. Then, with my hand on his chest, I fluttered my eyelashes at him. I'm ready for my fucking. Daddy. I emphasized the word in a seductive purr. Drake's head jerked back, and I noticed his eyes darken, a different kind of lust I hadn't seen before. It dripped molten greed and anticipation in one combined color of metallic gray. Oh, hell. He liked that. I licked my lips suggestively, and his gaze latched onto that action, his fingers biting into my waist. My sexy husband was turned on, and that spelled trouble for me. If I knew him well, he was about to fuck me the moment we walked away from the present company. Hey, did you say fucking or tuck in? Her eyes rounded, the brunette asked. I'm Daddy's little girl. What do you think? I winked. She gasped as a photographer approached us. A photo for the Granger Valley Chronicle, Mr. Princeton? Sure, Drake replied. After we posed for the shot, he was about to lead me away when one of the other guests approached him to talk. Oh my God, I can't believe that hot piece of ass is fucking his daughter, I heard the brunette say behind me. Who? The photographer asked. The dashing Mr. Princeton? Fuck, if he were my daddy, I'd fuck him too, she groaned. I bit my lip to keep from laughing out loud. How do you know that? The photographer sounded excited as if he'd just latched on to juicy news. Well, she just told us, Jessie said, irritated. Go ask her yourself. Where is she? The photographer asked, his tone confused. Are you stupid or something? You just took their photograph, idiot, and you seem to know him. That sounded like the pissed-off brunette. There was a pause before the photographer snorted. That's his wife, you dumb. You okay? Drake drew my attention. Biting my lip to keep from laughing, I nodded, then purred, Yes, Daddy. The words slipped out before I could stop myself. He grasped my waist, pulling me away from the crowd, and caged me against the wall. With his hands on either side of my head, his large frame hid me from view. Do you have any idea how sexy that word sounds on your lips, princess? My expression cheeky, I cocked my head to one side. What word? That wicked smile I'd seen when he was keen to try something new in the bedroom shot my pulse up a notch. Daddy. He teased my lips with his while he rolled a finger over my nipple until the bud hardened beneath the material of my dress. My laugh died when he pressed against me, tilting his hips into mine, letting me feel his rigid cock straining against his pants. It turns you on? I croaked. He drove upward, grinding himself punishingly. I whimpered as his hand dropped from my aching breast, slipped between our bodies and inside the slit of my dress. Cupping my mound, his middle finger pressed the pearls, rolling through my slit. Only from your mouth, Sia. His tongue rimmed my lips before sliding inside, his kiss hard, letting me feel the extent of his arousal. We'd done a few role plays before, things that left him fucking me until I couldn't breathe, things that included vibrators and me dressing up in overtly sexy underwear, especially when he was working. I'd tease him and taunt him from afar, and when he finally got his hands on me, he'd made me pay by holding back my orgasm until I was nothing but screaming frustration and aching pussy. I'd never called him Daddy, though. Our ages weren't an issue between us, or anyone for that matter. Still, I assumed it was something that wouldn't appeal to him, given he had grown children. Nor had he mentioned it before. It seemed my supposition was well and truly misplaced, adding another delightful addition to my repertoire of finding ways to tease him. He broke the kiss, his lips moving to my ear, his body pressing me tighter while still managing to roll a finger over my clit. A forbidden whisper once lingered around us. Something so wrong it was right. And now Drake's voracious eyes devoured me with that same hunger. Say it again, he growled. Daddy, I gasped when he pushed 2 fingers inside my wet entrance. I shivered, my limbs growing weak. I gripped the lapels of his jacket to stay upright. Drake, all these people. Conscious of everyone around us, I tried to act normal. My husband was having none of that. You just upped the ante with that single word, princess. His voice was gruff and low. No one's going to stop me from fucking you right now. Not these people, not Trent, and I'm definitely not waiting until we get home. He added a 3rd finger, driving deep. I whimpered against his shoulder, my orgasm sprinting for a home run. Does it turn you on, my naughty little girl? The thought of Daddy sucking your sweet pussy right now? He taunted my restraint, finger-fucking me in slow, delirious strokes. God, I'd call him Daddy every day if it made him this dirty. I bit my lip to keep from crying out. Does it, Sia? He pushed in deeper, as if demanding I answer. Yes, I panted. Yes, what? Yes, Daddy. Dropping my brow to his chest, I let out a muffled groan. Why had I never considered calling him that before? Come for me, princess. Give Daddy that sweet, thick cream I crave. I lifted my head and he covered my mouth with a hard kiss, swallowing my moans. Holy shit! I'd just let out the animalistic side to my gentleman husband. Then again, Drake Princeton was very much an alpha when he chose to be. I can't. Not here, I whimpered, my legs shaking with the effort to hold back my release. My muscles clenched around his thick fingers, pumping faster and harder. Don't tell me you can't, princess. His voice dropped to a dark whisper. Squeeze that tight little pussy around my fingers and come for me, or I swear to God, I'll drop you to your hands and knees and fuck you right here. His words spiked my arousal. Then he hit a sensitive spot and I sucked in air quickly, my legs widening of their own accord. What do I always want? He muttered, impatience lining his tone. All of me, I breathed, my exhales turning into harsh pants. Good girl, now come for me. Somehow, having my aggressively turned-on husband finger-fucking me in a ballroom full of people had me riding his fingers hard and faster, searching for that climatic precipice that hovered close by. And Drake threw me off it when his thumb swirled around my clit, smearing the wetness and dropping me from a dizzying height. Now, he growled low in his chest. Oh, God. My cry was swallowed by his mouth, taking mine in a mind-blowing kiss as I ground down on his fingers, my thighs clamping, my body shaking. Waves of pleasure steamrolled my ability to stay upright. I slumped against his chest, breathing hard. When I raised my head, Drake's lips curved in a wicked grin. We have an audience. What? I swung my head to the only possible side that anyone could have seen me, expecting to see Trent as usual. Immediate color flooded my already flushed skin when 3 of the single-leader members mimicked a silent clap. Oh, God. I hid my face in Drake's chest, feeling his soft laugh rumble beneath his shirt. Swallowing down my embarrassment, I looked at him. He lifted his 3 fingers glistening with my arousal, and with his eyes glued to mine, sucked 2 clean. Then he held the 3rd one to my mouth and rolled it over my bottom lip before sliding it inside my mouth. Start with Daddy's finger, princess. Then we can move on to something bigger. I closed my lips around his finger, letting my tongue curl around the cum-soaked digit. Good girl. Now I'm going to fill this naughty mouth with my cock until you're choking on my length. You want my cock, don't you, my dirty little girl? He slipped his finger out. Yes, I panted, clenching my thighs against another burst of arousal sprinting through my shaking limbs. He licked his lips. Do you think Daddy's thoughts are dirty? Yes. Good. Then let me show you how filthy my cock is. He winked, grabbing my hand and steering me through the crowd toward a door.
12. Drake. Lust is easy to describe when you're horny and want a quick fuck. Any woman you aren't interested in will do to appease that moment. What happens then when lust is integrated with a love so intrinsically it gives subtle characterization to any sexual act that might otherwise be looked upon with either disgust, shock, or perceived as forbidden? And that's what I felt right now. Lust encrusted by love. Mesmerically turned on by my wife calling me daddy as I led her toward privacy. To fuck her hard, fast, and dirty under the auspices of that title. Did that make me sick? No. Because it was sin personified by temptation I could easily walk away from. Yet falling from Sia's plump pink lips, that simple word hardened the cock hanging heavily within the confines of my briefs. An ache so painful it defied any logic a man of my stature could argue right now. We entered an empty room, a bar probably used for smaller functions or screening of a game during an event. Typical brown wooden paneling all around, a massive pool table stood in the center with a bar counter in front of unstocked shelves on one side and bar stools around a large wall-mounted TV on the other. Shrugging off my jacket, I tossed it on a chair, grasped Sia around the waist, and lifted her onto the pool table. I loosened the tie holding the halter neck up. When the soft material fell forward, revealing her ample breasts, she leaned back on her hands, arching her body for my pleasure. Beautiful, I groaned, bending to suck a nipple into my mouth while I palmed the other breast, squeezing the dark brown bud between my thumb and forefinger until she moaned. I straightened and lifted her legs, planting her feet on the table. Slowly I drew her dress up, following with soft kisses to her legs, knees, and when my lips trailed her outer thigh, she shivered, her skin beading into tiny bumps. "Drake," she whispered. My head snapped up, meeting her aroused expression with a slow shake of my head. "No, Sia." "Daddy?" She offered me a shy smile. "Good girl. Now spread your thighs for me." I circled a firm nipple, tugging lightly. She gasped against the touch before wiggling her bottom to pull the dress up, then opened her thighs, giving me a full view of her pink folds embracing the pearls of the G-string panty. Removing her panties, my eyes met hers while I ran a finger up and down her slit. She moaned, writhing under my touch. I was about to go down on her when she shook her head. I straightened, and with her eyes on me, she unbuckled my belt. "Daddy wants his cock sucked, doesn't he?" Lust colored her blue eyes with flagrant arousal. Her words played right into my dirty fantasy. She unzipped me and drew out my hard cock through the opening, giving it a tight squeeze. "On your knees, princess." Desperate for her delicious mouth, I helped her off the table. She sank to her knees, blowing a warm breath over the bulbous head before dipping the tip of her tongue into the slit and licking it to pre-cum. Fuck. Grunting, I fisted my cock and tapped the head against her lips. She opened wide, sucking in just the tip, almost like she was French kissing the damn thing. I growled low in my throat, and she responded with a mischievous smile before she swallowed me down to my hand. "God, you feel so good," I groaned. Dropping my hand, I jerked my hips forward, forcing her to take more of me in, and she obliged. Her moans soft, she swallowed me deeper until her nose touched my abdomen. Bastard that I was, I gripped the back of her head, keeping her there until she gagged. When I released her, her tear-filled eyes met mine. "Bad daddy," she breathed. My lips kicked up in a smirk. "Suck me harder and I might fuck you instead." My nostrils flared. I watched her wrap her fingers at the base of my cock in a tight squeeze, twisting her hand as she sucked me into her mouth. Her cheeks hollowed out, her palate and tongue locked down to create a harder suction. "More spit, princess. Show me what a dirty little girl you are, sucking daddy's cock." Her blue eyes wide with a naughty innocence that had more blood rushing to my stiff cock, she did as I asked. Drenching my dick in thick saliva, she smoothed the liquid over the veined thickness, slowly massaging the shaft while her mouth rimmed the mushroom head. She closed her eyes, her little whimpers of pleasure stealing my patience. Fuck. I needed more. "Keep your eyes on me while I fuck your mouth." She nodded. Gripping her loose hair, I pinned it down over the table edge, limiting her movement while keeping her head firmly positioned. And then the dirty bastard in me fucked my wife's mouth with aggression she seemed to take in stride. Her soft moans around my cocksure guidance that I wasn't hurting her. The sudden turn of the doorknob caught my ear, reminding me I hadn't locked it. "Fuck," I hissed, pulling my cock out of Sia's mouth with a loud pop. Grabbing her roughly by the arms, I barely got her behind the bar as the door opened. I forced her down to her knees and hidden from view under the counter just as two men, whom I recognized as the single leaders investors I'd chatted to, entered. I might enjoy taking risks fucking my wife in public. Her naked body and mouth swollen from sucking my cock, however, were from my eyes only. Thankful for the waist-high counter, I leaned casually against it with one arm resting on the countertop, while I tried to subtly stuff my cock, slick with saliva, back into my pants. "Ah, Drake, just the man we've been looking for." Gary, the tallest of the two, neared the counter. "We thought we'd talk in here since it's quieter." "Gentlemen," I acknowledged them with a nod, then stiffened when Sia's hand snuck into my unzipped pants. Grabbing her hand to move it away, her other hand beat me to the draw. She quickly dropped my pants, giving her unrestrained access to my crotch. "So, that proposal, what are your thoughts?" Stan asked, referring to the discussion we'd begun earlier but were interrupted. "I think it would be—" Sia's mouth closing around the head of my cock and swallowing me all the way to the hilt choked my words on a sharp exhale. Fuck. I forced a cough to redirect my thoughts. "Sorry. As I was saying, it depends on your stipulations." "Well, they're simple, really." I lost track of the conversation as my naughty wife cupped my balls. My hips jerked with the touch, pushing my cock deeper, hitting the back of her throat. Her suction turned wicked, tight, and rigid. I bit the inside of my cheek to forestall my groan. Then my eyes drifted, catching sight of Sia's panties lying just under the pool table. The knowledge her bare pussy was probably dripping from the possibility of getting caught further twisted my fantasy of fucking her on that pool table right this minute. As if she'd heard my thoughts, she glided her lips up and down my shaft, the wet sucking noises catching my ears. I cleared my voice, trying to hide the sounds. "We can meet on Monday to discuss this further." I tried, but Sia grazed her teeth along my shaft, the sensation blending with her tongue swirling into the slit, mushroomed my arousal, a demented pleasure I couldn't ignore. My legs shook, my eyes snapping closed. "Fuck," I groaned under my breath as she squeezed hard, stroking even harder. "What do you think, Drake?" I forced my eyes open and shrugged. "Whatever works," I replied, unsure of the question but certain that was my raspy voice speaking. Sia's mouth grew wilder, her sucking harder, faster. Knowing I wouldn't be able to stop her, I hovered on the brink of an orgasm, and just when I thought it couldn't get any dirtier, she slipped her hand past my balls and circled my anus, pressing in lightly. The touch ricocheted through me, sucked the oxygen from my lungs, burning fire through my veins. Startled by the feeling, I grabbed a fistful of her hair and shoved my cock hard, hitting the back of her throat. The undisguised sound of her gagging sent me over the edge. I coughed repeatedly to cover the sound, my hand on the counter fisted tightly as I came down her throat. "Are you okay?" Gary asked. "Yeah." I was breathing in ragged pants, my balls emptying into my wife's mouth as she swallowed greedily, sucking and licking the length of my cock, milking me of every last drop. "Bit of a tight chest." I finally managed to form a cohesive response as the door opened and Trent walked in. Whether my nephew was attuned to my fuckface or not, I'd never know, but he took one look at me and grinned. "Stan, Gary, why don't we set up something for Monday at my uncle's office? You good with that, Drake?" I nodded, and a second later he guided them toward the door. There he turned and winked at me before he walked out, closing the door behind him. Stepping back, I stared down at my wife, crouched under the counter, her knees drawn up to her chest and embraced by her arms. Her expression pixie innocence, yet unable to hide the swollen lips or tear-stained eyes. "Did you enjoy yourself, my dirty little girl?" Her bottom lip between her teeth, her smile shy, she nodded. "Yes, Daddy." Pulling up my pants, I zipped them and then brought her up against my chest, my lips seeking hers in a teasing kiss. When I released her mouth, I scooped her up in my arms and carried her to the pool table where I set her down. "What are you doing?" she asked when I returned from locking the door. "I do recall telling you I'd fuck you every chance I got until you're pregnant, did I not, Princess?" I asked, unbuttoning my shirt. Her eyes widened. "Can't you wait until we get home?" "No." I slipped off the shirt and draped it over a chair. "Take it off." I gestured to her dress and removed my pants. She hesitated for just a beat until my brow shot up. Pouting, she slipped it off. "Lie down." She did as I asked. Stripping off my briefs, I climbed up between her legs and with my hands supporting my weight, I hovered above her. "Do you honestly think you can deny me the pleasure of my pussy?" She laughed at that, and I cocked my head to one side, smiling. "You do forget that I own every inch of this body and you'll give me what I want, whenever I want it." She stuck her tongue out at me. I dropped my head, catching it between my teeth, but her laugh became a pleasurable moan as I sucked on her tongue, before driving mine into her mouth. Kissing my way along her throat, I nibbled and nipped her skin as I went. When I closed my mouth around a tight nipple and bit down, she groaned, her hands snaking into my hair. Her head tipped back, she closed her eyes, whimpering as I moved farther down and blew warm air over her wet slit. "Open these lips for me, Princess. Daddy wants to eat your sweet pussy." Eyes still closed, her hands moved down to part those thick lips for me, opening her wet pink folds to my hungry mouth. "Good girl. Now keep them open while I tongue fuck you." Her sudden gasp was a clear indication I seemed to be shocking my beautiful wife today. Grinning, I grasped her ass tight as my tongue rolled over her clit. I lapped at the swollen bundle with quick, tiny jerks, making her arch. I loved the way she struggled to catch her bearings, fucking my face as my tongue skated from her clit to her opening and back to her clit again. I inhaled her musky scent, my ears attentive to her wet little noises and whimpers, her body riding the sensations, fueling my desire. Greedy for more, I slid a finger into her entrance while my mouth worked her clit. She moaned aloud, her grip tightening on her pussy lips. I added another finger, pumping furiously into her. "Drake, she groaned, and I punished her by biting down on her clit. "Daddy," she immediately corrected, but her body stiffened in readiness. Her thighs pressed in on either side of my head, and I felt her toes curl against my sides, and heard her breathing speed up. My wrist at piston pace, I fucked harder and released her clit for a beat. "Eyes on me when you come, princess." Her eyes flew open, latching onto mine, and I felt her orgasm crest, her pussy muscles clenching around my thrusting fingers. She let go of her pussy lips, fisting my hair in a near painful grasp. I gave her that last push by clamping my teeth down on her clit. She broke, her whimpers high-pitched, her hips bucking, her pussy riding my face. Not giving her a chance to come down from her high, I moved, lifting her knees. I pressed them to her chest, and in one swift jerk forward, I sank my already hard cock to the hilt inside her warm, wet pussy. "Oh, God!" she cried out. The look of fresh awe on her face, as if I were fucking her for the first time, never failed to amaze me. Slowly, I started to move with small, lazy thrusts, working in and out of her tight muscles, whispering dirty little words about how I wanted to fuck her. Hands grasping the edge of the table to gain leverage, she arched upward, meeting my thrusts, searching for what she wanted. Pulling out to just the tip of my cock, rimming her entrance, I slammed back in. "Oh, fuck," she gasped. "You like that?" "Yes," she breathed. Her rosy lips parted, her cheeks flushed. She'd never looked so beautiful. Pinning her bent legs tighter against her chest, I pulled out and slammed back in again. Twice. Her cries echoed around the room. "You need to be quiet when Daddy fucks you, princess." Her bottom lip between her teeth, darkening my soul with need, she nodded, and I fed the corruptly aroused monster in me. I took her hard and deep, the firm ridge of my stomach slapping her thighs. I drove into her relentlessly over and over until her legs trembled and her body shook, until my body cried out for release. "Come for Daddy," I growled, fucking her so hard the table legs scraped against the wooden floor. A moment later, Sia's slick pussy clenched around me. She came with a loud cry I cut off with a hand over her mouth. Eyes locked with hers, I fucked her through it. "One more," I ordered. "I can't," she shook her head. "Again, princess, or I'll keep you here all night, fucking you until you can't walk out of here," I warned, changing angles. Spreading her legs, I hooked my arms under her thighs, yanking her hip higher, and drove into her soaked pussy over and over. Used to me pushing her limits, Sia lifted her hands and linked her fingers with mine. Her eyes closed, she rocked her hips in a back-and-forth slide, creating a delicious rhythm between us. "That's it, Sia. Take it all. Make yourself come on my cock." Her eyes snapped open, her body shaking in my grip, her nails biting into the back of my hands. She chased her release. "You're so close. I can feel your pussy pulse around me." My body shook, my orgasm just within reach. Releasing her hands, I lifted her legs over my shoulders, banded an arm around her thighs, and pounded the fuck out of her tight, wet pussy. Fuck. A second more, and I lost control. "Now," I demanded. "Come for Daddy. Let me feel that pussy squeeze me. Milk the cum from my cock, princess." And she gave me what I wanted. A few more thrusts and she exploded, her hot pussy clutching me so tight as she came, white spots blinded my vision. I let go of her thighs and slammed the tabletop, bracing myself as I spilled my cum with a hiss of breath, my grunts choking in my throat, a sinful euphoria sweeping through me. Trembling, I collapsed on her, burying my face in the crook of her neck, catching my breath while her chest heaved under me. Lazy seconds dragged along before she laughed, a soft tinkle calming my racing heartbeat. Lifting onto my elbows, I tucked her hair behind her ears, smiling. "Want to share the joke?" She looked up at me, her cheeks flushed pink and her eyes dancing with a mixture of pleasure and mirth. I was thinking if we should mention to Trent that we'd pay to recover this table. I'm sure we've ruined the velvet. Laughing, I brushed my nose against hers. I'd ruin 1,000 pool tables if I could fuck you on every one of them. I kissed her slowly, mesmerized by my need for her. You've been a naughty little girl today, princess, but you suck cock so well. And you played Dirty Daddy Drake so well, she teased. With another soft laugh, I climbed up off her and helped her to dress before dressing myself. You ready? I asked when she'd made a satisfactory attempt to look unfucked. Her skin glowing too much, she failed. I love you. I dropped a tender kiss on her brow. Love you too, Daddy, she winked before we exited the room. Family Ties. 13. Drake. Done with the last-minute sign-offs, I closed my laptop sitting on my lap. Dragging my thumb and forefinger over my tired eyes, I rested the back of my head against the headboard and stifled a yawn. Around this time of year, the last few weeks had been taxing as we prepared for the usual Christmas turnover. Those designs took precedence. Stretching, I moved the laptop to the nightstand. Next to me, Sia stirred. When I slid down, she turned, and with her arm over my stomach, I tucked her face into the crook of my neck. Her soft moan made me smile. With one hand under my head and the other around her waist, I stared up at the ceiling, my mind drifting. Hardly believable that I'd once broken my son's heart by stealing the girl he loved, the girl we both loved. My grip tightened on Sia's waist, and she mumbled incoherently in her sleep. While I hadn't expected Raiden to forgive me, he made it clear that if I hadn't, he probably wouldn't have gone back to Lorenzo. Somehow, I didn't believe that. Watching them together each time they visited, it was clear that somewhere along the line Raiden would have gone back to Lorenzo. I was just glad it happened the way it did. The possibility of him hurting Sia was highly likely if he hadn't. Since she came into my life, I had everything I'd ever wanted: success, happiness, love, all accompanied by a happy, smiling son, a smart, mischievous grandson, a stunning daughter coming into her own, and a beautiful wife who fulfilled my every need. What more could I ask for? A baby. I glanced at the woman next to me. At the ball last week, she'd been hesitant about wanting a baby, only because she was worried that at my age I would be against having a child. The idea that she was willing to sacrifice her desire for me made my heart swell every moment I thought about it. And now I couldn't wait to raise a child with her. Immediately my body traded sleep for arousal. Smiling, I slid my hand out from under Sia, and she rolled onto her stomach. I crawled over her, nudging her thighs apart with a knee. "You're insatiable, Mr. Princeton," she mumbled, despite lifting her hips, her bare ass meeting my hard-on. "Are you complaining, Mrs. Princeton?" I pushed down my sweats and, supporting my body on one arm, fisted my cock. Slowly, I glided the head from her clit to her rear entrance and back again. Pressing my chest to her back, I nipped the skin at her neck. "You know how much I love fucking you. Besides, did I not promise to pump you so full of cum every day that you'd be pregnant in no time?" I chuckled. She angled her head, her sleepy gaze meeting mine over her shoulder. "You know once I'm pregnant there'll be no sex." My laugh was soft. "Says who?" I entered her warm pussy in a lazy slide. "I hear pregnancy sex is the best," I whispered against her nape, rolling my hips until she whimpered into the pillow. "And I plan on doing a lot of that, even when you're big and heavy and can't move." Laughing, she flattened her hands on either side of her head and lifted her hips, letting her ass rub against my crotch as I rocked into her. "Fuck me, Daddy." "Oh, we're not going there tonight, Princess. Daddy is reserved for special occasions." Such a shame, she gasped as I pulled out to just the tip and quickly pushed back in. He's such a filthy fucker. Chuckling, I covered her hands with mine, laced my fingers with hers, and fucked her slow and deep. I'll ask him to visit. Soon. Now kiss me. She angled her head upward again. I slid my tongue between her lips, stalling further conversation as our bodies moved together in pleasurable sync. An hour later, my lids had barely shut when a soft knock sounded on the door. Frowning, I sat up. Sia lifted her head. "What time is it?" she asked sleepily. "Shh, go back to sleep, princess." I kissed her brow, and when her head touched the pillow again, I slid off the bed. Grabbing the t-shirt I'd stripped off earlier, I opened the door to my mother's hesitant smile. Immediately, I tensed. "Is everything all right, Mom?" Her response was a confused shake, then a nod of her head. "I know you're tired, son, but I think—" She trailed off. I frowned. "What's wrong?" She hesitated, then sighed. "It's Kira. She arrived just after you went to bed. I think she's going through something, Drake. She won't tell me what, though." My frown deepened, inching toward unease. Something? With all the recent travel, I hadn't seen my daughter in just over a month. We had a standing Saturday coffee date, which I hadn't kept due to work. Regardless, Kira knew she could call me with any problem. Now concern tightened my tendons. "What do you mean?" My mother shook her head, her eyes a mirrored reflection of mine filled with anxiety I was used to when it came to her family. "She's been I hurried away before she could finish that sentence. At Kira's door, I knocked softly. "Kira, it's Dad." "Come in," came the muffled reply. Opening the door, I entered to a dimly lit room, and my daughter huddled with her knees tucked to her chest in the middle of the bed. She was looking out the window, yet in that profile I sensed, rather than saw, her sadness. "Hey." I neared her, lowered myself to the mattress, and reached for her hand. At my gentle squeeze, she looked at me, and I was immediately struck by the haunting paleness of her usually glowing features. Never in her 20 years had I seen her this distraught, and my tension became full-blown panic. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Her bottom lip trembled. "Dad." She choked on the word before flinging herself into my arms. I cradled her against my chest, stroking her hair, and murmured soothing words. My insides resembled a churning sea during a tumultuous storm. Still, I didn't push her while my brain waded through all the possible scenarios that would make my jovial daughter this troubled. "What's wrong, baby?" I asked when her sobs became intermittent sniffles. She leaned back in my arms, her red-rimmed eyes searching my face for something I couldn't fathom without her giving me a hint. "I'm tired, Dad. I just want to sleep." Her words broke on another sob. While the asserter in me demanded I question her, the father in me chose to give her space. "Come, let me tuck you in." I moved her gently off my lap and gestured to her pillow. When she settled down, I tugged the covers up to her neck and kissed her brow. Her soft sniffles and watery eyes reminded me of a 6-year-old Kira who'd fallen off her bike, scraped her knee, and refused to sleep unless I sat with her. "Close your eyes, sweetheart. I'll be right here." I pointed to the armchair next to her bed. "When you wake up, okay?" She nodded and closed her eyes. Dropping another soft kiss on her brow, I shifted the stray strands of her sandy blonde hair from her face and then moved to the armchair. My eyes never leaving her face, I searched my brain for a plausible reason why my normally happy child was this upset. Leaning my head against the backrest, I massaged my brow, trying hard not to give in to the sleep my tired body craved. 14. Drake. I opened my eyes to see her draping a blanket over me. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you," she whispered. "What time is it?" I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. "Almost 5. Is everything all right?" She tipped her chin at a sleeping Kira. Slowly, I shook my head, not sure how to answer that. You're exhausted, Drake. Do you want to get some sleep? I can stay and watch over her. Her smile was soft as she ran a slow hand through my hair. God, I loved this woman, her tenderness even more so. Lifting the blanket, I tapped my thigh. When she curled her body on my lap, I covered us with the blanket and circled her waist, drawing her tight to me. I'm not sure what's going on. She hasn't said anything yet. Is she ill? I think it's more than that, I replied, looking at Kira, who'd turned onto her side. With her hand tucked under her chin, she looked peaceful, but the dark shades under her eyes told a different story. I'm not sure, and I don't want to force anything out of her. Christ. I blew out a frustrated breath. Hey. Sia palmed my cheek, bringing my eyes back to hers. It's going to be fine. I'm sure it's something silly. Smiling, I dropped a soft kiss on her lips. You're probably right. I looked at Kira, willing her to wake and tell me what troubled her. The last time she was this distraught was the night she found out I wasn't her father. Both my children suffered so much in that single moment. Am I really a good— Don't you dare finish that statement, Drake, Sia threatened, shaking her head. You're the best damned father any child would be proud to have. If that weren't the case, Raiden wouldn't have forgiven you. He did. You raised both your kids with admirable personalities, and whatever Kira's going through now will only strengthen her. We just need to be there for her. She kissed me softly on the lips. How are you? The sudden ring of her mobile had Kira sitting up, cutting me off. Her sleepy gaze shifted between me and Sia before she reached for her phone. When she squinted at the number and smiled, I shared a baffled look with Sia. Can I take this one alone, please, Dad? Kira asked, her expression a mix between excitement and hesitation. Sure, Sia answered for me. Sliding the blanket off us, she stood. When she held out a hand to me, I hesitated, and she shook her head, her eyes coaxing me to go with her. Puffing out a slow breath, I rose and followed Sia. When she closed the door, I drew her into my arms. Thank you, I whispered against her brow. She leaned back, her smile soft. For what? For everything. For just being you. For knowing what I need even without words. For saying the right things. She palmed my cheeks. We're in this together, remember? Through good times and bad. Ambiguities and certainties. I'm in for the long haul. She lifted onto her toes, letting her lips meet mine in a tender kiss. Now wait here, I'll be right back, okay? I nodded and watched her walk away, my heart a tumultuous wave of love for her. 2 minutes later, she returned. Here, take this to Kira. She held out bottled water and aspirin. I took both. Thank you. As I stepped away, she stopped me. Drake? I looked at her. I know you're worried, but don't push her. Smiling, I opened Kira's door and entered the room. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes lifting from her phone. Here. I handed her the water and aspirin. Taking it, she swallowed the pill and then washed it down with water. I turned to walk away. You look tired, Dad. Did you sit here all night? Yes, sweetheart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset your— Hey. I leaned down and brushed a hand through her hair. What's important right now is thinking about yourself, okay? Her eyes watered. I shook my head. Only shed these. I caught the first tear with my thumb. If you're absolutely sure they're falling for the right reason. When she nodded, I kissed her brow. Whatever it is, sweetheart, I'll love you regardless. Don't ever forget that. This time she gave me a watery smile. I'll see you downstairs if you're up to sharing breakfast with me. Yes. 2 hours later, I looked up from the morning newspaper as a freshly showered Kira walked into the kitchen. Feeling better, sweetheart? Her smile slight, she fetched a mug of coffee before sliding into the seat next to me at the breakfast table. Want to talk about it? Her hands cupped around the mug, she lifted puffy eyes to meet mine. Is it okay if we don't? I set aside the paper and studied her face for a moment. Did your friend help, then? She frowned. Friend? Your caller. Her lips curled in a soft smile. He's no one, Dad, she whispered, bringing the mug to her lips. So it was a he, then? I asked, taking a drink of my coffee. When she said nothing, I added, sometimes you need that special friend, that one friend who makes everything logical, worthy, brighter. As long as they don't make everything darker when it's over, right? Her words dripped unconcealed sarcasm, her smile dipping into a grimace. I understood. My daughter had had her heart broken. You're too young to be such a cynic, sweetheart. No, Dad, I'm a realist. She fingered the handle on her mug before her gray eyes met mine again. Rainbows don't appear after every rainfall. Her gaze drifted to Sia out on the kitchen balcony, blowing bubbles with Jardin. I knew what she was thinking, that even through my heartbreak I'd found happiness. I'm sorry, Kira. Her eyes came back to mine. We all went through a terrible time then. My insensitive actions brought pain to both my children. After Raiden left for Africa, Kira had become a recluse. It had taken Sia a few months to bring my daughter back to her bubbly self. I failed you as a father then, and now I'm being impervious once more. You didn't, and you're not. She reached for my hand and gave it a little squeeze. Like you always say, sometimes we have to step into another person's shoes to understand their pain. I brought her fingers to my lips and gave the knuckles a soft kiss. And did you? I gently probed, hoping she'd open up and tell me what had happened. I'm okay, Dad, she said instead. Sighing, I held her hand between mine. You know something, sweetheart? Life becomes more difficult when we lie to ourselves. You have your whole life for relationships, good ones and bad. I paused, hoping she'd say something, give me a hint. She didn't. You don't have to hide anything from me. You know that, right? She nodded. And I'm not going anywhere, so when you're ready. I left the sentence hanging, again giving her an out if she wanted it. I'm not, she murmured. Okay. I gave her a soft smile. How do you want your eggs? She wrinkled her nose, shaking her head. I'm not taking no for an answer, Kira. She laughed. Pancakes, then? Good. I stood. Where are you going? My daughter wants pancakes. You're going to make them? She asked, her laugh incredulous. I'm a Princeton. I can do anything, remember? I winked, walking over to the burner. Kira followed and slid onto a stool at the breakfast island in front of the burner. My housekeeper, her eyes wide, stepped aside, pointing to the batter mixture sitting on the countertop. Thank you, I said, and set about making pancakes. I was flipping the third one when Sia and Jardin came back inside. You're cooking? Sia frowned. I grinned. Why do the women in my life think I'm incapable of this? I was cooking long before you two even knew how to butter a slice of toast. Old man, Kira coughed, earning a chuckle from Sia. Can I see Grandpa? Jardin pushed up on his toes, his eyes just below the counter level. Laughing, I lifted him to sit on the counter where I was cooking. Before I could stop him, he dipped his finger in the batter and stuck it in his mouth. Yuck! He wrinkled his nose, making me laugh. Try this one. I gave him a cooked treat, drizzled with chocolate syrup, and waited for him to take a bite. Better? He nodded. His curls, the same color as his father's, bounced around his face, then said, Where's mine, Grandpa? I frowned. You're what, little man? He touched my chin, rubbing his chubby fingers along my beard, then touched his chin. My hair. With a soft laugh, I gently tapped his nose. If you eat all your vegetables and drink lots of milk, you'll have hair just like mine, okay? His mouth filled with pancake, his head bobbed in acknowledgement. Now go sit with your aunt. Kissing the top of his head, I grasped his waist and set him on his feet. Instead of going to Kira, he made a beeline for Nina, his nanny, entering the kitchen. You want a pancake, princess? I asked as she returned from the pantry, her arms laden with various items. She shook her head. I stuck a piece in my mouth and leaned forward. And now? I challenged her to take it. With a grin, she set the items down on the counter, then, grasping my arms, she reached up and bit the protruding piece, her lips brushing mine. As she stepped back, I held her chin and licked the syrup glistening on her lips. "Get a room!" Kira's groan had Sia and me laughing. "We will," I squeezed Sia's waist. "Not now," she scolded. "I want to get a start on lunch." She gestured to the items on the counter. "You want to help me make roti? I'll teach you to roll." She rubbed my chest, playfully. I leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "I'd rather be rolling my tongue over your clit." Cupping my nape, she drew my head down and let her lips trace the shape of my ear. "If you behave, I'll allow Daddy to play with my pussy tonight," she purred. That word falling from her lips was like a trigger warning against my arousal. It breached the seams of my restraint. Just. I forced myself to not swing her into my arms and carry her off to our room. As if she sensed my need, she winked, pulled back from me, and set to work. I watched her for a moment until she glanced up, her smile a mix of mirth and sexy teasing. It was safe to say that after 2 years of fucking this woman almost every chance we got had not in any way softened my cock. The fact she never complained and was willing to feed my appetite for new and different games in the bedroom had me falling more and more in love with her. Per her wishes, our wedding had been an intimate affair with close family, yet I'd never forget that deep inhale, her expression of wonderment, those tear-glazed eyes, and the slight tremble to her lips when she'd said, "I do." The most precious memory of her would remain locked in my heart until the day I died. "What are the plans for Christmas?" Kira's sudden question had my thoughts jerking back to reality. "The usual," Sia replied, sifting flour into a large bowl. "I was thinking we should do something different this year." I bit into a pancake. Both women looked at me, their expressions expectant. "Christmas in the Maldives." Surprised, Sia asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm in," Kira quipped, her usual excited demeanor peeking through. "What about your parents?" Sia asked. Holding a piece of pancake up to her lips, I shrugged as she bit into the treat. "My mother says she's too old to worry about entertaining people, and now you're officially the Princeton Queen. We must decide." Sia laughed. "I'm nowhere near half the queen as your mother is." "You give yourself far too little credit, Siana," Kira replied before I could, making me a proud father once more. "Despite my mom bad-mouthing you to half the town, you stepped into this role with such class you forced people to recognize my mother's rantings as nothing but jealousy. I, for one, am grateful for all your advice, and glad to call you my stepmom." My daughter was right. After my mother had forbidden Angela from returning to our home, Angela had taken it upon herself to become the town gossip, calling Sia a slut for sleeping with Raiden and me. Still, my strong, beautiful wife had squared her shoulders and walked tall at my side, showing people the true queen beneath the woman I called my princess. "Oh, hon, thank you. That means a lot to me." She air-kissed Kira. I stepped behind her. "She's right, princess." I slid my hands down her arms, linking my fingers with hers in the mixing bowl. "You're perfect." I squeezed our fingers, letting the soft dough ooze between them. Sia shuddered under my touch, and I knew she felt what I did. Love, lust, greed, something that wasn't in short supply between us. "Plus, you've turned this old man into a horny devil." Kira's abrupt statement had Sia cracking up, and I grinned. Laughing, my daughter wrinkled her nose, yet approval shone in her smile. Then she sobered and asked, "Siana, how does it feel to be dating a man so much older than you?" Even though I chuckled, I waited to hear her answer. Sia shrugged. "No different to dating a younger guy, I guess." She stopped kneading the dough and looked at Kira. "Your father once told me that youth is the gift of nature, but age is a work of art. And this right here," she nodded her head toward me, "is a masterpiece I couldn't paint even if I were Picasso himself." Smiling, I kissed the back of her head and gave her fingers a little squeeze. "Thank you, Sia." She angled her head upward, and I rewarded her with a deep kiss. When we broke, she smiled at Kira. "Age only plays a part in a relationship if you let it. As long as there is an understanding of each other's desires, conversation instead of silence when it's most needed, and trusting one another to have your back when you don't, all relationships will work." Kira played with the syrup bottle, her expression thoughtful. I shared a look with Sia before Kira asked, "If you had to go back in time, what would you change, Siana? As in my relationship with your father and Raiden?" "Yes." Sia smiled at me, then shifted her gaze back to Kira. "Honestly, nothing. Because I believe in serendipity. Take a risk just for the sheer pleasure of it, right?" She looked at me. I nodded, and she shifted her gaze back to my daughter. "Whatever was meant to be will happen whether you want it or not. There's one thing no one can change or dictate. Time. It heals all wounds, but it also gives you a chance to breathe, live, and make the right decision when it's needed most." "You planning to date someone older, sweetheart?" I suddenly coaxed her to tell me what last night was all about. My daughter's face paled for a second before she uttered a light laugh, filled more with indecision than mirth. "No, Dad." Although Sia and I glanced at each other, I didn't push Kira. "So, about Christmas." She changed the topic, and I let her, giving her time, as usual.
15. Raiden. No. I shook my head. "Oh, come on, Raiden. Why not? I'm in a fix. The model's come down with the flu, and given the time of year, I can't get someone viable to replace him. You know this show is a big deal for us." My Aunt Tamara scowled her disappointment. When I said nothing, she let out an exasperated moan. "Oh, what have you done with my usually smiling nephew? You've been a grouch for the last 3 weeks. What gives?" Folding her hands across her chest, she leaned against my table. "Nothing," I grumbled, hating her observation. We were at Princeton in the interconnected office I shared with my father. For the last year he'd been schooling me to run Princeton Inc., and while I found the jewelry world fascinating, my mood was off for obvious reasons. Now my aunt was on my case to play model for the upcoming annual fashion show Princeton held to showcase designs for the new year. Not nothing. Something's up, and I want to know what. One of her unerring character traits, and why she was a successful businesswoman, was her persistence. She could squeeze water from a rock if she put her mind to it. "I'm not strutting down a runway in just my jocks." "Pfft," she cut me off. "You're one of the sexiest guys I know, and those green eyes of yours will bring out the emeralds in the new line perfectly. Ask Lorenzo. He'll agree wholeheartedly." At the mention of his name, my expression clouded with annoyance. Tamara caught on quickly. "Oh," she said. "Trouble in paradise, darling?" "Seems like baby boy is missing his boyfriend." My father walked in, his lips curled in a mischievous grin I was wholly familiar with when he baited me. "No," I grunted, focusing my attention on the figures on my computer screen. "You know something I don't, Drake?" she asked, completely ignoring me. I heard Dad move closer, saying nothing until I looked up and found 2 pairs of eyes watching me. "What?" I asked, not keeping the irritation out of my voice. Propping his butt on the edge of my table, Dad crossed his forearms over one thigh and asked, "Want to talk about it, son?" His expression clearly stated he wouldn't give up. "There's nothing to tell." I leaned back in my seat, shifting my gaze between them. "Fine." I relented when both showed no intention of leaving me alone. "Lorenzo's been gone for close on 3 months sorting shit out in Italy." I hated that I sounded like a goddamn teenager. That man had me by the balls, and I missed the fucking shit out of him. Tamara frowned. "Then why don't you go visit him?" Her tone matter-of-fact, like it was the easiest answer to my frustrated nerves. "You think I haven't tried to? I blew out a harsh exhale, hating Lorenzo's demanding demeanor right now. He insisted I stay away. "Why?" she asked, confused. I lifted my shoulders in a shrug. "Beats me." "Have you considered the possibility that he might just be doing it to protect you, son?" My father, the epitome of calm over me dating a mafia don, offered. 1 year later, and I was still nowhere near to believing my father had turned a blind eye to Lorenzo's career of choice, if one could call it that. "We all know Lorenzo's dealings aren't quite above board," he verbalized my exact thoughts. "The fact he's asked you not to come over means he has your best interest at heart, something we all do." His brow quirked up, challenging me to argue a point I knew I'd lose. "Hey," Tamara came around the desk and squeezed my shoulders. "You're angry that he asked you not to come only because you miss him. What you need is a distraction, like this modeling assignment." I tilted my head to look up at her. "Such manipulation, Auntie Tamara." Despite my retort, my lips twitched. She scowled at the use of the word aunt. "Well, forgive me for trying to lighten your ass." She smacked my shoulder and went back to my father's side. "Don't say I didn't offer." Her smile fake, I could hear the sulk in her voice. "Let me go round up my porn samples. Perhaps there's a potential model in there," she grumbled, her tone laced with heavy sarcasm as she walked away. I waited for her to reach the door, then called out, "Auntie Tamara?" Not missing my father's soft chuckle, I bit my bottom lip to hide my laugh. Even though she cursed, she turned to look at me. "I'll do it." Her eyes widened momentarily before she hurried back to my desk. A hand to her chest, she sighed aloud. "Thank God, my mouth can rest easy." At my confused look, she added, "Thought I'd have to suck a ton of cocks to get one of them to concede." "Jesus, Tam," Dad muttered with a shake of his head at the same time I said, "Gross overshare." "What?" She held out her hands questioningly. "You suck cock too, baby boy." My aunt might be a beautiful woman, but sometimes I believed her brain-to-mouth filter didn't work so well when she was in a less agreeable mood. "I suck one cock," I threw back, catching my father's smirk in my periphery. Strangely, I felt no embarrassment. Then again, my father was the least judgmental man I knew. Hell, I had him to thank for bringing Lorenzo to me, so there was no need to feel ashamed. And only because it belongs to a man who turns me the fuck on with just one fucking look, not dimwits who can't see you for who you are. "Oh, do tell, nephew." Her tone unconcealed impatience. She crossed her arms over her chest, defensive as if I'd attacked her womanly pride. Knowing she wasn't expecting my answer, I grinned, earning a sarcastic curl to her heart-shaped lips. I stood and neared her. A stunning woman who deserves a man's wholehearted effort, not just pleasure for his cock, Tamara. I kept my voice low, letting her believe every single word she was trying to crush with nonchalance. She failed. Her eyes shone with the promise of tears before her red lips parted in a soft smile she reserved for family. "Thank you, Ray." She kissed my brow. "You're the best damned nephew any aunt could ask for." "Finally accepted you're an aunt," I goaded, earning a nose tweak. "Only because I love you," she tossed back. "We'll meet tomorrow to discuss the details, okay?" After my nod, she said to my father, "I'll see you later, Drake. Have those numbers you wanted." "Sure, Tam. Let's meet for dinner tonight," he replied. When she left, I looked at my father. "What's happening with Kira?" Given the current workload, I hadn't been to Granger Valley for the last 2 weeks and had to constantly fend off my grandmother's worrisome nagging. Jarden was doing well, and with all the affection he received, he rarely missed me. During a call this morning, Nana mentioned Kira wasn't feeling well. Since Lorenzo's adamancy for me to not visit him in Italy, I'd moved into Dad's old place. Once he married, he changed his office routine to thrice a week, giving him more time with Sienna. Asshole that I was, I refused to stay at Lorenzo's place despite his insistence. Holed up in Dad's apartment in the city meant Lorenzo had no idea where I was. Sue me for being childish, but I enjoyed fucking with him. Yeah, literally and figuratively speaking, but more to annoy the shit out of him. Lorenzo loved control, and I was the only aspect he couldn't. That thrilled the fuck out of me. Dad's long, drawn-out sigh yanked me out of my thoughts. He dragged a hand through his hair and then looked at me. I couldn't decide if he looked tired or indecisive about something until he began speaking. Kira won't tell me what's wrong. Grandma picked up she wasn't her usual bubbly self. 3 nights ago, she sought me out after Kira threw up a couple of times. When I checked in on your sister, she bawled her eyes out, saying nothing. My father was the most self-assured man I knew, and one who could handle just about any crisis thrown at him in a flash. Now he seemed at a loss. Whatever it is, though, seems to have brought her closer to Sia. They spend endless hours together just chatting, and when I make an appearance, they go all quiet on me or change the topic. My ears pricked at that. And let me guess, Sienna's not saying much either. His laugh was soft. At least when you're home, we even the playing field. Between Kira and Sia, the odds are stacked against me. Add Grandma and Tamra to the equation, and that just about sends my man-of-the-house reign to shit. I roared with laughter, imagining my father trying to weave his way out of an argument or discussion with the Princeton women. That I highly doubt. You're the fucking king of those women's hearts, and they know it. He grinned, looking out the floor-to-ceiling window we stood at, then rubbed a hand across his jaw. Sometimes, though, I'm afraid I'll fail them, say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. His eyes met mine, and for the first time I read an unusual hesitation in there. You and failure will never make an acquaintance, Dad. You're way too strong for that. I remembered how accommodating he'd been with me and Lorenzo. If anyone can overcome this, you can. Women are strong in general, and the Princeton women even more so. Sometimes they forget they need a man in their lives, if nothing else, only to hold their hand and say it's going to be all right. And you've always done that, for me, Kira, Tamra when she was going through shit, and Sienna. You're our pillar, even if you don't realize it. And without a pillar, a foundation will crash, unless you add supporting beams in the process of building. You've done that with me and Kira since we were kids. She'll come around soon. She's too intelligent not to. His brow shot up. And when did my son become the philosopher? The day he was born as the son of Drake Princeton? I shrugged. I mean, look at you. I tried to copy his folded arms over his chest, legs wide in a confident stance. You make this don't fuck with me pose seem like child's play, whether you're angry, happy, frustrated, or plain down arrogant. Some might succeed in portraying it, but few men can carry it off with the class you possess. Men want to be you, and women want to fuck you, Dad. And me? I just want you to be proud of me. I hadn't witnessed my father cry or lose faith in something, but the look in his eyes right now had me biting my lip to curb my tears. I'm proud of you, son. The fact that you're lecturing me on who I am tells me I've done well raising you. He squeezed my shoulder. Thank you for letting me see your vulnerable side, even if it were just a glimpse. I swallowed my tears and uttered a short laugh, hoping to lighten his mood. He chuckled. I am human, Raiden. I cry, but I don't let anyone see it, because it makes people think. You're weak? I finished for him. I was going for defenseless. He laughed. Defenseless, weak, vulnerable doesn't make us any less than the men we've been raised to be. It shows people we have heart, too. I slipped my hands into my pants pockets and leaned a shoulder into the window. You taught me that. Now that student has become the teacher, he said, his expression undisguised pride, making me smile. Speaking of heart, are you and Lorenzo okay? I glanced away, staring at a flock of birds in flight, watching until they disappeared around the curve of the building. I guess we are, or at least I think so. How he feels, I can't answer, but him staying away so easily says a lot. I've never been so frustrated with him before. Do you think he's having second thoughts about us? Maybe he's found someone else more in tune with his world. I muttered the last part, hating that Lorenzo could make me second-guess our relationship at every turn, while he carried on like his absence was the most normal thing. Was I being an ass as usual? Dad walked over to the bar and returned with 2 glasses of whiskey. He handed me one, and after a sip, smiled. You're missing him, Raiden. It's only natural you'll despair and think the worst of him. Lorenzo is proud as he is strong, just like you. Generally, 2 alphas never rule a pack unless they learn to coexist, giving as much as taking, supporting as much as depending. From what I've seen, you have that with each other. I took a drink, my mind in chaos. Is it strange that he's the only person who can make me weak and give me strength in the same breath? He shook his head. Where Lorenzo doesn't hesitate to bring you to your knees and make you beg, he also gives you that extra push to lift you until you're walking tall and proud. Not many men can achieve that with a woman, let alone another man. I've seen the way he is with you, Ray. He loves you, and if I'm not mistaken, a love stronger than what I share with Sia or Trent with Ash. Lorenzo looks like someone who loves deep and hard once he gives his heart away. I doubt many couples can, without recourse, say their love was foreseeable. You can, though. He gave you his heart almost 10 years ago. That alone should say something. Of course it did. It said there was only one alpha between me and Lorenzo. He dominated my heart, my life, and my fucking soul, and I let him, wholly and unconditionally. He once told me that when he loved, it would be infallible. I smiled, remembering that conversation. An inexperienced 18-year-old sitting with a mafia head and strangely discussing love of all things. And it was, wasn't it? Dad asked, pulling me from my reflections. I nodded. Then quit questioning what he feels for you, and live, love, and let go. He grasped my arm lightly. It doesn't get better than this, son. You and he were inevitable. His words made so much sense, as usual. Lorenzo loved me, and me? I loved the fucking man more than the air I needed to survive. Thanks, Dad. I downed my drink, my fuckery coming to the fore. I can still be an asshole to him when he returns, though, for leaving me. I chuckled. Dad laughed and finished his drink. Nothing like an angry fuck to set things straight. You have no idea. The worst case of blue balls ever, I grumbled before my cheeks burned, realizing I was talking about fucking Lorenzo with my father. His laughter told me he'd cottoned on to my thoughts. I met his eyes with a sheepish grin. I'll get to that report now. I turned away before I made myself more of a fool than I'd already done. Ray? I turned back to find his contemplative expression regarding me. Yeah? What are your thoughts on playing Big Brother again? My brows jumped to my hairline. Kira's pregnant? I blurted without thinking. What? He looked baffled for a moment, then laughed. Huh, no. I said Big Brother, not Uncle. My bad. I grinned, recognizing my stupidity. Sienna's pregnant? I asked, not hiding the genuine excitement I felt. He shook his head, dragging a hand through his perfectly styled hair. I watched the indecisive emotions flitter across his face. Not yet. I just wanted to ask. Dad? I stepped closer. You don't need my thoughts or anyone else's on this. I'm happy for you and Sienna if you're planning a baby. The 3 of us have come a long way, son. It means a lot to have your blessings on this. I guess I have Lorenzo to thank for giving you strength and his love. His words weren't lost on me. They were true. Dad, like you said a moment ago, not many couples can speak to the certainty of their love. Only you and Sienna can. Just like mine, Your love was inevitable, too, or fate wouldn't have dropped me in her path the way it did. Fucked up, yes, but it had the desired outcome. You think everything happens for a reason? I shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. We can't be sure. Sienna's going to be the perfect mom. The way she was with Jarden was enough to convince anyone she'd be an awesome mother. As for you, you've got more spunk in these bones, I rubbed his arm, than I've seen in my friends. Enough to handle a baby, I'm sure, I teased. He threw back his head in a laugh. Are you ready to swap diamonds and rubies for diapers and night feeds, though? Hands in his pants pockets, he rocked back on his heels, his expression pure bliss. Strangely, yes, the warmth running through me just thinking about it takes me back to my anticipation for your arrival. He looked out the window, his eyes taking on a distant look. Your mother might not tell you this, Ray, but I was like a fanatic in those last 3 months. I smiled, losing myself in childhood memories and what a godsend father he'd been to me and Kira. He'd given us love, affection, and everything a child could want without asking. Dad looked at me, drawing my gaze. Your mother, despite her complaining, couldn't make a move without me checking up on her. And when you were born, you refused to open your eyes. No amount of coaxing from your mother or the doctor could get you to. Then I carried you. He brushed a light hand through my hair. Instant warmth trundled through his touch, giving rise to a suddenly tight chest. And when I whispered in your ear, you opened those bright green eyes for the first time, searching my face like you knew who I was. Immediately I knew you were the blessing sent to ease my pain, to give me the strength to face every day with a smile. And you did. He paused then, his intelligent gaze scanning my face for something I couldn't quite read. I don't think I ever said this, Raiden. Maybe not the exact words. I'm truly sorry for hurting you. Dad, stop. I shook my head, moving into his space and sliding my arms around his waist. He held me tight, and this time I didn't stop the tears. Whatever happened is in the past. We're all good for it now. I stood back to look at him. Thank you for being you, and honestly, I can't wait to meet my new brother or sister when you're done, you know. My laugh slipped out between a sniffle. Making it. He chuckled, gliding his thumb and forefinger under his eyes to catch the tears he'd also shed. I love you, son. Never forget that. I love you too, and I won't. Together we walked back to my desk, and just as he moved toward his office, I called out, Dad? He turned to look at me. I'm curious. What did you whisper in my ear? That familiar smile I knew so well when he'd relayed anything from my childhood curved his lips. Wake up, king of my heart. You have an empire to rule. He winked. And now you do. He walked off, leaving me mildly dumbstruck while reaffirming my love for him. Yes, Dad, everything does happen for a reason, I whispered into the silence. If it hadn't, I doubted I'd be sitting where I was right now, staring at my ringing mobile and trying hard not to answer the call. When it diverted to voicemail, I picked up the phone and stared at the missed call notification. I miss you, old man. I smiled, running my thumb over the screen and wishing he were here right now. One thing was certain. When he returned, Lorenzo was going to be pissed off with me. There was only so much hiding I could do. Grinning, I dialed Austin.
Shit happens. 16. Lorenzo. The first bullet whizzed by my ear a second before I dived for cover. Fuckers! Remo roared somewhere behind me. Renz! I'm good, I shouted, drawing out my weapon tucked into the waistband of my pants as a bullet hit the wall inches from my face, blasting through plaster and bits of wall. You got eyes on them? 5, rooftop! Dario yelled from the opposite end. Our men outside will catch them. Focus on the ones coming at us. I got 6 on the left embankment. Remo returned count. Silence descended for a moment. I figured they didn't have eyes on us. Stay low and head for the right wing. I hoped like fucking hell they were blind on that side. Rolling onto my stomach, I crawled, trench-style, toward the right, meeting Dario and Remo on my way. Just as we reached the arched entrance, hell broke loose. Bullets whistled through the air as two men came through the entrance. "Back!" I yelled to be heard. "Fuck!" I cursed as Remo sprang to his feet, leaped over a chair, and charged the two fuckers head-on. His two guns raining hellfire as another three followed them. I opened fire on the two that came through the left entrance, taking them down at the knees. Vaulting to my feet, I caught another three fuckers in the head. I had only a moment's notice before I saw Remo drop from sight. I tensed, but adrenaline pushed me to shout, "Remo!" Giving no thought to my safety, I headed in his direction. "Rains!" Dario barked over the sound of gunfire. "Get down!" Ignoring him, I ducked bullets before dropping beside Remo, my eyes scanning his body, then landing on the blood-slickened sleeve from a slug in the arm. "You okay?" He responded by opening fire on another couple of men as they came through the doorway. A bullet whizzed so close I felt the brush of air against my cheek. "You have a fucking death wish, brother?" Remo yanked my arm just as the wall behind me exploded. "That coming from a fucking ass who charged live bullets face first?" I mocked, shooting to my feet as someone came through the window behind me. My elbow connected with his chin, my other fist catching him in the chest. He went down as another man stepped through. My quick fingers wrapped around his throat. A violent squeeze snapped the life out of him. He dropped as a third stumbled in. My gun came up, and a bullet popped through his brow, splattering brains on the wall behind him. I ducked as a bullet whined through the air. "Get down, Rains!" Dario's voice boomed through the air. I turned at the last minute to the man at my rear, but Dario's quick knife caught him in the back of his head. He hit the floor in a quick spill of blood. I grinned at my bodyguard, and his face splattered with blood from the fucker's face he'd just disintegrated. He shook his head at me. "Let's go." I helped Remo up as silence descended around us. D'Angelo's ass is fucked. With the sudden ambush of my trucks in New York about 4 months ago, I was forced to follow the trail to Italy. On arrival, I wasn't expecting a full-blown war with D'Angelo, whom I'd spared after taking over from my mother. Going against our agreement to give him the heir he desperately wanted, and then keeping Alessia away from him, just served to further enrage the bastard. Not that I cared. Today's meeting was supposed to be a casual sit-down to negotiate a ceasefire and come to a decision that was suitable for the two of us. Only the ambush we'd walked into at D'Angelo's estate clearly stated I'd made a mistake letting the man live. A twist in the Rossi D'Angelo saga I was about to end. The fucker had no idea who he was dealing with. I wasn't my mother. "We need to get that checked." I pointed to Remo's arm as we maneuvered a stealthy path through the estate. The rest of my men, who'd been stationed outside the pearly gates to this hell, had charged through on the first explosion of gunfire and joined us once we gained the inside perimeter that was D'Angelo's private residence. "Not important right now," he shrugged. "I haven't painted enough walls with these motherfuckers' blood." My brother's sick thirst for blood could at times be considered his weakness, his pain threshold, his strength. Our expensive Italian shoes a silent beat against the tiled floors. The three of us walked side by side. We rounded a corner, 2 more men running out of the room in front of us. 4 guns fired at the same time, precision shots to the heads. We stepped over the dead men, and I shook my head at their stupidity to continue this pathetic attempt at war they couldn't win. "Seems like they underestimate the Rossi brothers." Dario snorted, as if he'd just read my mind. I shared a knowing look with Remo before I glanced at my bodyguard. "You're our brother too, Rio. Never forget that." He nodded, respect shining in his eyes. Guns at ready, we stepped inside what I quickly gauged was a massive living room, decked in gold, similar to the fat bastard draped on a couch he couldn't seem to rise from. He'd doubled in size since I last saw him. I shook my head when his men lifted their guns. D'Angelo raised a hand to stop his men. A measly 20, just the 3 of us would take down in less than a minute, notwithstanding my men behind us. "Let's talk, Rossi," his voice boomed across the room. "A little late for that, D'Angelo." His jaw tightened. Beneath the wobbling skin, it was a poor attempt at severity. "What do you propose I do?" Lowering my gun, I neared him. Dario and Remo stayed at my rear, their guns trained on him. "It's simple. You die." His laugh was a toss-up between barely there mirth and anxiety even a deaf mute would hear a mile away. He opened his mouth to say something, but I held up my hand. "We're done talking. Bring her in." Without breaking eye contact with D'Angelo, I heard Dario walk away. "Bring who in?" His eyes flared. "You wouldn't hurt my wife and daughters, Rossi. You're not that kind of man." Was that a plea in between all that complimentary bullshit? My brow shot up. "I said, you die." My words were a succinct threat. His sudden gasp told me Dario had returned with my surprise. D'Angelo tried to rise until his men helped him up. "Alessia." He held out his arms in a welcoming gesture when his daughter came up next to me. She didn't attempt to go to him. "Father?" Undisguised hatred lined her tone. "It's been almost 4 years since I've seen you, Alessia. Not even a hug for your papa?" he asked, immediate irritation filling his words. I turned my head to look at her. She'd grown into a beautiful woman, no longer shy and definitely stronger on the countenance. Squared shoulders, tilted chin, declaring her defiance, eyes pulled tight in a slight squint, defining her glower. Fists clenched at her sides, alluding to her restraint. "I have something better," she replied in a clipped voice. Without a blink, she took the gun from my hand, aimed, and fired. A perfect shot to the brow. D'Angelo's eyes remained stunned as his body sank to the floor in a rolling mess of sudden piss and blood. Her bright blue eyes found mine with a smile as my men rounded up D'Angelo's men. "Good girl." I returned the smile. Like I'd told her the day we first met, a 37-year-old man about to marry a flustered 16-year-old girl. A lot could happen in 2 years. Add one more, and it had. Alessia Rossi had evolved. Strong, resolute, powerful. The perfect woman. The perfect killer. The perfect mafia queen. "His empire is yours, mia cara." With a nod, she glanced at Remo as he came up beside me. Her eyes dropped to his wounded arm. "You're hurt." His cocky grin comforted her, and the worry on her face evaporated into a smile. Whether something had happened between them, I'd never know. One thing I was certain of. She trusted him. She'd lay down her life for him. A woman after my own heart. "Go." I gestured with my chin for her to follow Dario. With a slight nod, she walked away. I looked at my brother. "We've got things sorted here. Get yourself checked in at the hospital. I'll meet you there." He opened his mouth to say something. My brow shot up, stalling his words before he walked off with a few of our men in tow. While I waited for Dario, I checked my phone, noticing a missed call from Vincenzo Salvatore. I dialed his number. "Rosie," he answered on the third ring. "Mendez has become a problem. When are you back?" In a few words, he got straight to the point. "You should have gotten rid of that fucker when you had the chance," I grunted. "When Cassius Mancini and Mendez kidnapped Gianna Salvatore, Vincenzo had killed Cassius and left Mendez alive. His move was tactical, a warning to the Mexican cartel that Salvatore reigned over them. Where I ruled New York and Italy, Salvatore ruled more than half the fucking world, and he was a very strategic man in the way he conducted business." His laugh was harsh. "Yeah. Well, I smell a rat in the rat table." "Any clues?" I listened as he gave me the rundown of what had been happening since I'd been in Italy. When he was done, I understood his urgency. "I'll make a few calls. Let me see what I can do from this side." "When are you back?" he repeated. I hadn't given much thought to my return, but now that D'Angelo was no longer a problem, I could go back sooner. "Maybe tonight? I'll stop over in Chicago before heading to New York." "Good. See you when you land." He cut the call. I had plenty of enemies, but Salvatore was the only friend I kept. We respected each other as equals, and trust had become unquestionable between us. Dario returned a moment later. "She's greeting her mother and sisters before she handles the rest," he said, referring to Alessio. "Good. A barely 20-year-old capo overlooking Italy. You sure she can handle that much power?" he asked. I smiled. "Never misjudge the strength of a woman, Dario." He chuckled. "Then again, what she learned under you and Remo? Doubt should be the least of my worries." It should. I knew Alessio would make me proud. Her reign was about to begin. "Let's go check on my brother before we head for the estate." I followed Dario toward the SUV. 17. Lorenzo. When we arrived at the hospital, I didn't expect to walk into the chaotic reception that had me stumbling in shock for a moment. When I managed to find my feet again, I took in the spectacle through eyes widened in disbelief. Remo sat on a bed, his injured hand cradled in his good arm, his eyes just as captivated by the scene. A tall woman, hair pulled tight in a high ponytail, her body draped in blue jeans, white sneakers, and a doctor's coat, had one of my men in a vice grip within the crook of her arm. Still keeping him hooked, her left leg shot out, catching another man with a foot to his throat. He flew across the room, hitting a wall, and crumbled to the floor. The man she held appeared to sag in her hold, and she released him at the same time her knee came up, slamming into the balls of a third man. "You're seeing this too, right?" I asked Dario, standing next to me, without looking away from the flexible woman that had pretty much 10 men groaning for air. "I am." He sounded as stunned as I felt. Just as the last man fell from a karate chop to the back of his neck, I stepped toward her. She turned on reflex, her right hand shooting up. I caught it as the left one followed. I snagged it just as quickly, pinning both her hands behind her back, forcing her chest to arch into mine. She struggled against my tight grip for a moment before her eyes narrowed. "Who the hell are you?" she demanded. I grinned, liking her feistiness. "The correct question, Tesoro, would be who are you?" "Tesoro," she scoffed, her glare turning more furious by the second. "I'm the person who decides whether that man is treated to or not." She tipped a bold chin at Remo. "And these idiots think they can waltz in here and dictate that decision?" She aimed a scowl at each of my men, picking themselves up off the floor. "Not if they behave like untamed monkeys escaping captivity." She seethed, her defiant glower coming back to my face. I glanced at my brother, who up until this moment I'd thought was seriously injured. While I'd never seen him mesmerized by anything other than his sick fascination with his own kills, that smirk curving his mouth right now told me he was completely intrigued with the dark-haired beauty I held. And if her defiance was anything to go by, I knew he'd give chase. Because that's who Remo Rossi was. My brother, my protector, and ultimately a man who took what he wanted, aggressively and without a care in the world. I don't think I'd ever come across anyone who said no to Remo. Not because of choice, but because he didn't give them one. Admittedly, it would be interesting to see the victor between these two. "What will change your mind?" I asked her. For just a beat, her demeanor changed to surprise before it quickly shuddered. "Ask him to respect the hospital and its staff, and I might reconsider." Her emphasis on the word might had my lips twitching, but I didn't give in to that smile. Instead, I released my hold on her arms. "Apologize to the doctor. Now," I commanded, looking each of my men in the eye, not missing the snort from Remo. As they apologized, grudgingly so, she glanced at them until her gaze rested on Remo. Crossing her arms, she waited. Amused, I watched both stare at each other, her no-nonsense expression challenging his one of nonchalant boredom. With the slow steps of a confident man not bothered with his bleeding arm, he approached her and leaned closer. I was surprised by her steady composure. She didn't fear my brother. A fucking first. "Not happening, amore mio." He smirked, and at her raised brow added, "Just so you know this, one of these days you will suck my cock dry. Which day depends on my mood." He winked before walking away, leaving behind a startled doctor gawking at him. Her hands fisted the lapels of her white coat as if it was his neck she squeezed. "Oh my God, what an asshole! Who the hell does he think he is?" She growled loud enough for me to hear. This time I offered her a friendly grin. I'd say the devil in disguise, but even the Lord of Hell has nothing on Remo's fucked up brain on Earth. I caught the distinct flare of amber eyes rimmed with thick coal liner. Against her naturally tanned skin, they were entrancing while not hiding the challenge. I could see why my brother was fascinated. Don't run if you don't like to be chased, Tesoro. My brother's very creative in the way he gets what he wants. "Brother," her scowl deepened, "did you just threaten me?" Merely a word of caution. What you read into it is entirely up to you. I couldn't keep the amusement out of my voice. Watching her spar with Remo would be entertaining. My reply was met with a scoff. "Well, he can chase all he wants. The only thing he'll catch is an asthma inhaler." Those words had me chuckling. Such sweet brevity, Tesoro. You even have my cock at attention. Good thing he's taken. Her jaw visibly dropped, her recovery quick, though. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "Lorenzo Rossi." Her barely audible gasp, accompanied by the widening of her eyes, was a clear indication she'd heard of me. Till we meet again. I glanced at her name tag. Dr. Ishika Sharma. With a nod to her, I walked off as Dario fell into step beside me. Well, that was a nice change of scenery. I'd say Italy just became a lot more interesting. Catching my smirk, my bodyguard chuckled. I'll say. At the car, I slid in next to Remo and looked at his arm. The blood had congealed, but it was still a cause for concern. We need to get that checked out. What's a little blood loss, brother? He turned his head away from the window. Considering I shed way more of those fuckers than they did me, I'd say a small price to pay. Not worth that doctor's time, then? I tactfully goaded, rubbing a hand along my afternoon stubble. You think I need her help? He snorted. Just saying. I shrugged, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing out loud. My brother hated to be challenged, rarely by me and definitely not by anyone else. Let's go, Dario. Hang on. Remo stopped him as the engine purred to life. On second thoughts, I think my cock could do with a good sucking today. He was out the door before I could stop him. My laugh soft, I opened my door and gestured for his men to follow him inside. When I closed the door again, I caught Dario's eyes in the rearview mirror. Playing matchmaker isn't your style, boss. He grinned. I'd say ratings had a lot more impact on your life, but you'd shoot me. I didn't miss his chuckle as he pulled away from the curb. You think? I mocked. Dragging a hand down my face, I twisted my neck from side to side to ease the tightened tendons, wondering if I could rest easy now. D'Angelo's demise would teach other fuckers planning to take me on that despite my permanent residence in New York, I was the ultimate power in Italy as well. Any leverage they sought would meet with the same fate. I was done playing nice. I'd become the hardcore fucker they weren't anticipating, yet I wasn't naive to think I could trust everyone. Very few people earned that privilege, making me wise to keep my gun cocked all the time. There'd been a few attempts on my life, nothing I didn't see coming, and none I couldn't handle. Yet through it all, only one face kept me standing, fighting to live against odds that seemed impossible at times. A handsome face I'd never forget until my last breath. For almost 3 months, I hadn't seen that mop of sandy blonde hair sway over wide shoulders, felt every curve and brawn of that beautiful body I'd know with my eyes closed, witnessed those mischievous green eyes darken at my touch, hear that deep laugh that brought instant arousal. With a deep exhale, I slipped my phone out of my jacket pocket. Ever since I warned against his adamancy on coming to Italy, Raiden had gone silent on me. I scrolled through my messages. Nothing. He hadn't bothered with replying to my last 3 weeks ago, nor had he taken my calls. I could have gone back sooner or visited, but that would have meant endangering him. Shaking my head with his obstinacy, I hit the dial icon and put the phone to my ear. It rang until it went to voicemail. Fuck, I muttered, knowing his avoidance was out of anger. Regardless, nothing he did made me feel any less in love with him. The fact he got me so fucking hard by being so damn stubborn was still completely inexplicable. I missed that fucking obstinate boy. Craving him, his presence, his laugh, his snark. Every goddamn inch of him, like the air I breathed. The only man strong enough to bring a Don to his knees, even if I never showed it. Opening the images folder on my phone, I stared at a photo of Raiden. The only photo I'd taken of him, sleeping in my bed, a week after we'd gotten together. So peaceful and blissfully unaware of his true effect on me. He'd never seen the photo, and it served as my tether to calm when things went sideways. "No response from Raiden?" Dario asked. Shaking my head, I glanced at the passing scenery. A year later, and it still amazes me how that cocky boy has a notorious Don wrapped around his little finger. My eyes snapped back to the rear view, catching the twitch of his lips. "You and me both, Rio." "How did you do it, boss?" At my frown, he added. "Carry your love for him for so long. Endured 9 years of pain, not knowing if he'd be yours someday." I glanced down at the photo again and rolled my thumb over the screen in slow circles. Because I accepted that if I was only allowed a moment with him, it would last a lifetime. He'd given me that willingly our first time together. One undefining moment that would stay with me whether he returned it or not. "Was it really enough?" My laugh was soft. "You caught on the second I decided to make him pizza that he'd stolen my heart. Do you think it was enough, Dario?" I looked up at the mirror. He shook his head. "Love has a strange way of giving you strength, even if it's lined with pain. It fills you with hope, despite the despair, and keeps you holding on." I trailed off. "For the inevitable," he finished for me. "Were you that confident?" I smirked. His chuckle was low. "Serendipity, remember? It was meant to be. And that right there was my reason for living. I needed to see Raiden. Definitely time to go back to the States, Dario. Make the arrangements. We leave straight after we sort out the round table problem." On our way to the hospital, I'd mentioned Vincenzo's call to Dario, and he put a little action into place, the result of which we hadn't anticipated. "Can't say I'm not pleased," he replied, meeting my gaze in the rearview mirror. "Speaking of time, mind if I take some off?" he added, as an afterthought, earning a frown. "Again?" The quick shift of his gaze left me baffled. Dario never hid anything from me. This was the third time in the last 3 months he'd asked for time off. A surprising first. Something he hadn't done in the 17 years he worked for me. While he was guarded by nature, given his job, I assumed I knew the real man behind the hardened facade he portrayed to the world. "What's her name, Rio?" I probed. I excelled at reading people, and his light laugh reeked of hesitation. His gaze met mine in the mirror once more. I saw the contemplation behind those sharp green eyes. "That bad?" I offered a placating smile, hoping to ease his indecision. Slowly, he shook his head. "Would you mind if I kept the lid on it a little longer, boss?" My brow shot up. So my bodyguard was finally in love. At 42, a year older than me, he didn't bother with relationships, preferring his love for his job despite his mother's nagging for grandchildren. Lips twitching in a slight smile, I nodded. He seemed to breathe easy. His tense shoulders from a moment ago slackened and left me wondering why he was this secretive. In light of his job, he didn't consider himself relationship material, yet we often joked about him finding the right woman someday. A woman who'd anchor him by the balls. Was it possible he'd found such a woman? My ringing cell phone pulled me from my thoughts. Evelina! Ciao, Lorenzo. My sister's English had gotten better since I took her back to the States with me. After the whole fiasco with our mother, I saw no reason for Evelina to remain in Italy. Now excitement laced her words as I listened to her rattle off in rapid Italian for a minute, then laughed at her request. You're coming back, yes? She'd just told me about a boy, keen to be her boyfriend. Someone who had balls of steel, apparently, until she told him who I was. He'd subtly pulled back, and now my sister had begged him to meet me. The fact he'd agreed spoke to those so-called brass balls. Maybe it was time to see if they'd bounce or crack. Si, torno domani. I told her I'd be back in the morning. Lo incontrerai, yes? She wanted me to meet the boy. Yes, Lena. We can talk when I get back. I could hear her excited chatter to someone in the background as the call ended. Although I was glad she was doing well, she wasn't allowed to go anywhere without bodyguards. After what happened to Arabella, I wasn't taking any chances. I didn't have to worry, though. Word got around Evelina's campus pretty quick that she was my sister, which was both a pro and a con. While it cautioned against potential assholes, it put a target on her back. Regardless, I couldn't keep her locked up forever in a gilded cage, and trusted my men to take care of her. Just about to pocket my phone, it rang again. Not recognizing the number, my brow creased as I answered. Yes? Lorenzo, a soft feminine voice asked. Speaking? Always wary, my tone sounded a little harsher than intended. That didn't seem to faze the woman. She chuckled. It's Tamra, Raiden's aunt. Panic immediately tightened my chest, and my fingers clenched around the phone. Is Raiden okay? I barked, catching Dario's eyes in the mirror, his frown just as pronounced. He's fine, she quickly reassured. I snuck a peek at his phone to get your number, so he doesn't know I'm calling you. She rushed on. The reason for my call is twofold. Do you have a minute? This time I smiled. Go on. Raiden's become a serious grouch in the last couple of weeks, and you're the cause. Her tone accusatory, she asked, When are you coming back? I'll be back tonight, I replied. Oh, good, because my nephew seems to think you've found someone else, and I was seriously thinking of flying over to kick you in the nuts. Saves me the trip. I'll just do it when you get back, she threatened. I roared with laughter, loving this woman even more. The interactions I had with Tamara were interesting. She was a colorful person who loved her family with equal parts sass and care. Do you have it in you to do so? I goaded. Don't patronize me, Mr. Rossi. You might be a Don, but this is my favorite nephew we're talking about. I give two shits about who you are. She chastised, despite her trying to hide the amusement lining her voice. You mean your only nephew? I grinned, and heard the scowl in her grunt, then remembered her other nephew, Trent. I can assure you my heart only has one love, Tamara. As for my nuts, like every other part of me, they belong to that green-eyed boy, and they're already tortured enough without you having to kick them. Blue balls? She chuckled. I couldn't describe it even if I tried, I scoffed. Talking about Raiden started an agonizing burn in my stomach that slowly crept toward my crotch. I shifted in my seat to ease the ache I knew was an impossibility. Well, that's good to know. She sounded convinced of my sincerity. That brings me to my second reason. I'm listening. I'm not sure if he's told you yet. She paused momentarily, then continued. Raiden's participating in a modeling show for me. He's what? My voice lost its earlier amusement, not sure I heard correctly. He's in my annual jewelry show, she repeated, her voice now uncertain. Taking a moment to reflect on that, I ran a slow hand over my jaw. Raiden on the runway. That was something I never thought I'd hear. Thank you for telling me, Tamara. Where's Raiden? The words left my mouth with an undisguised tightness that she picked up. Shit. The curse was subtle, but I heard it. I didn't mean to annoy you, Lorenzo. I just thought you should know. Given his reticence around public flaunting of naked degradation. His words, not mine. I'm not sure if I find his decision interesting or intriguing, I replied, trying to deflect the irritation building in my gut with a slow shake of my head. As if she could read my mind, she asked, "You're not happy with his decision, are you?" He's a big boy, Tamara. Quite capable of making decisions for himself. I gritted, trying hard to sound pleasant but failing miserably. Admittedly, I hated other people's eyes on what was mine, and Raiden fucking Princeton belonged to me. "Where's Raiden?" I repeated. "Your grandmother won't tell me where he is, and he's ignoring my calls." While the old lady liked me, she respected her grandson's privacy even more. I'd asked him to stay in my apartment in the city, and he'd refused. Whether out of sheer obstinacy or just to annoy the fuck out of me, he seemed to be achieving his aim. "He's staying at his father's apartment in the city," she replied, worry lining her words. "I didn't mean to cause any discord. I just figured that since he's been avoiding you, you should know. Sometimes my nephew can be a stubborn hard-ass when he doesn't get his way. Trust me, I know him well enough and can't stand to see the two of you apart." She was trying to pacify me. "You're perfect for him, Lorenzo. Please don't be angry." I calmed down enough to show her some gratitude for being on my side. "Thank you. When is this show?" "In 2 nights. Shall I reserve a seat for you?" "2, please." I was going to teach that fucking boy a lesson in jealousy. "Will do. Shall I tell Raiden I called you? You're not going to scold him, are you?" The car drew to a stop. I climbed out and ran a hand through my hair. "What you will tell him, Tamara, is that I plan to fuck him the second I find him alone, and I don't care where the fuck that is. He should be ready for what's going to spill from my cock, not my mouth." "Oh, boy." She sounded like she'd just swallowed a shocked laugh. "Thanks for the call." I cut it and looked up to find Dario's curious eyes on me, his lips curved in a smirk. "What?" I snapped. "Nothing. I'll get the jet ready." He walked off before I could say anything further. By now, I figured my men were accustomed to my short temper when it came to Raiden. Unfortunately, my brain didn't get that memo yet because I still couldn't understand how he always got to me, even in his absence. Shaking my head to dispel the mindfuck, I followed Dario inside.
18. Gianna. I watched my 5-year-old son walk to the dining table, his fist clutched tightly to his chest. "What do you have there, Rowan?" He slid into his seat, keeping his eyes lowered. "Nothing." "Rowan?" I dragged out his name in a low voice until his eyes lifted to mine and his pink lips parted in a mischievous smile. "Are those gummy bears?" His brow creased. "How did you know, Mama?" He rolled his eyes, opening his hand to show me the 4 black bears. Those were his favorite. "I have eyes everywhere." I grinned at his rounded eyes. "Is Daddy giving you bears before dinner?" As if my question summoned him, Vincenzo entered the dining room. His lips curled in the same mischievous smile his son shared a moment ago. He winked at me while taking his seat. "Just a little treat, Bella, for tying his shoelace perfectly." "Oh, you tied your laces, Skywalker?" He nodded. "What a good boy." Vincenzo had shown Maddox and Rowan his special room and subsequently told them about Zane and his Star Wars pseudonyms. Both boys decided to adopt their respective fathers' names. "So, can I have my bears?" he asked, excited. "After dinner." "Mama," he groaned, sneaking a look at his father and subtly asking for permission. While he pandered to his child's every whim, he never interfered with the way I mothered my child. Sorry, boy. You know Mama rules the house, Vincenzo said, holding out his hand. Hand them over. I'll keep them safe for you. Rowan's lips thinned in a severe pout. He handed his father the bears, then dropped his gaze to the toy car next to his plate. A second later, Rosanna appeared with his mac and cheese, and all was forgiven. He sat up, his expression turning sublime quickly. Yay, mac and cheese! He clapped his hands. Next to him, a quiet Maddox smiled at Rosanna as she placed a plate laden with fish sticks, his favorite. Thank you. Smiling, I glanced at Vincenzo in time to see him pop the bears into his mouth. Mouth agape, my eyes silently scolded for eating his son's sweets. Did I mention that for Adon, my gorgeous other half also favored gummy bears, just like his son? His shoulders lifted in a slight shrug before he reached for the roast beef Rosanna set on the table. Where's Zane? Does your brother ever tell me what he's doing? I passed him the grilled potatoes. I'm worried about him. The words were out before I could stop them. You noticed his withdrawal too? His reply surprised me. I didn't think he'd noticed. Then again, when it came to Zane, Vincenzo was the most attentive toward his brother. It was obvious he'd look for the subtle changes. Given they had so many years to make up for, Zane only had to hint at something, and Vincenzo would drop everything to spend time with him. Any idea what's eating at him? While Zane had finally shared a huge chunk of his past with me, I wasn't sure if he'd want me to tell his brother everything, so I did the next best thing. Maybe you should talk with Trent. He frowned. Trent Shaw? Yes, I know he and Zane are good friends. Actually, I think Trent is Zane's only friend. Apart from Katrina, who he treats more like a sister, he calls everyone else acquaintances, so Trent might be your best bet to figuring Zane out. Vincenzo chewed a piece of meat, his expression thoughtful. He owns Incognito? I nodded, reaching over to pour more orange juice into Maddox's glass that he pointed to. When Zane mentioned he'd owned Incognito and subsequently handed it to Trent after faking his death, I found the idea behind the club intriguing. But I knew it was something Vincenzo would never indulge in. He might share me with his brother, but his love for me bordered on possessive. Would I change a thing? Never. Maybe you should visit him at the club, I hedged. He didn't take the bait. Maybe I'll give him a call, he said, his tone vague nonchalance. Nope, Incognito was definitely not his thing. Hey, sweetheart. My father walked in, still dressed in his work clothes, and by that I meant the suits he wore. He'd become Vincenzo's official right-hand man, and he dressed the part. You were supposed to join us for dinner, I scolded as he leaned down to kiss my brow. Smiling, he moved over to the kids and ruffled their hair. Later, he said to me, then tried to catch Vincenzo's eye without making it obvious. Seriously, Dad? I scoffed. I might be your daughter, but you forget I was once your boss. Mafia boss? Still am, if I remember correctly. I held out my hands questioningly. Those subtle looks don't work around me. His smile tight this time. He shifted his gaze. Vincenzo, that situation we discussed yesterday needs your immediate attention. What situation? I asked. But my father wasn't biting that bullet. I didn't blame him. While I'd allowed Vincenzo to sway me into playing mommy, he kept me in the loop only when he wanted to. That meant Julian had to report to him first before he could tell me anything. Dabbing his mouth with a napkin, Vincenzo set it aside, stood, and began walking away. We can speak in my study. I think it best I fill you in on the way to the office, my father urged. Seriously, I snapped, getting to my feet and following them. Stop treating me like I'm an invisible housewife, Salvatore. Annoyance made me call him by his last name, and something he hated. I didn't care. I'm still part. He swung around sharply, catching me unawares that I walked right into him. He grabbed my arms and held me away. You're my fucking wife, Bella, and I let you walk away for 5 fucking years because you wanted out. We've discussed this. You're no longer required to serve on the Mafia Roundtable. He growled, eyes the color of metallic steel, warning me not to disobey him. It was wasted on me. So what if I walked away then? And by discussion, do you mean calling me when you decide it's time for me to come in? I retaliated, because that's what he'd done. Told me that when I was needed, he'd let me attend one of the meetings, which had been a simple none so far. I'd sat idly by for close to a year, waiting. I want back in, and you're going to give it to me. I stared him straight in the eye, something only Zane got away with, and me, when I chose to be my former bitchy self. No, he barked. You've got 2 little boys that need you. I'll handle the... I rolled my eyes. Don't get all dramatic on me, Salvatore. His jaw clenched. Roll your fucking eyes at me one more time, and I'll crimson your creamy ass with my belt, he hissed, before turning around and trudging out the door with my father in tow. Granted, the last time he'd used the belt on me was about 6 months ago. I didn't doubt his threat. Still, the red monster in me came to life, urging me to push his buttons like nobody else could. Bring it on, I muttered, stalking upstairs. If he expected me to obey like a good little wife, hell would freeze over before that happened.
19. Vincenzo. My head still reeling from staving off Gianna's anger and adamancy to know what was happening, I took my seat at the head of the round table. I wanted to ease her out of the mafia lifestyle and into concentrating on raising our family, but it seemed my beautiful wife was going to fight me every step of the way. Regardless of who I was, she hated decisions being made for her. Thanks for making it, Rossi. I glanced up at Lorenzo, the head out of New York, as he took his seat. When we'd chatted yesterday about our little problem, I didn't think he'd make it in time for this meeting. Then he called me from the plane, and what he shared set my blood boiling. For obvious reasons, Gianna not being here made our current situation easier to handle. Having just landed, I was glad he made it. Wouldn't miss it, he grinned. You want to fill us in, Ferdinando? I asked after the rest of the members who could make the short-notice meeting took their seats. Ferdinando, the head out of Mexico, sat forward and leaned his elbows on the table, his gaze shifting around as if trying to gauge which of the members would have his back if things went south. Stupid fuck didn't realize he'd fucked up. Mendez took my wife about 2 weeks ago. I thought she was with her sister, then I got a call from him saying if I didn't hand over my portion of the city, he was going to kill her. And you saw no reason to tell us sooner, I asked, keeping my anger at bay. I figured I could handle it. He shrugged, his nonchalance irking the shit out of me. I slammed my hand down on the table, startling him. We decided a long time ago that anything that can affect the Round Table members must be brought to our attention the day it happens, did we not? Yes, but... No fucking buts, Lorenzo took over. Why the fuck don't you tell everyone what you've really been up to? That you've been in bed with Mendez for a while now? A few surprised gasps and inaudible comments filled the air. Ferdinando blanched for a moment, then sneered. Fuck you, Rossi. What was I supposed to do? Just keep quiet and let the fucker take my wife? I had to try getting her back even if that meant meeting up with Mendez. Anyone knowing Ferdinando would see the flush to his skin as he tried to cover up. His next statement was his undoing. What if it were Raiden? Would you have... A gun went off. Startled gazes flew to Lorenzo's smoking gun as a stunned Ferdinando's head hit the table, his blood quickly painting the glass a dark crimson. If you knew Lorenzo well enough, you knew to never touch his heart, not even with a fingertip. There's only one set of the alphabet, and if anyone so much as uses Raiden's name in the same sentence as another fucking letter, you'll join that motherfucker, Lorenzo hissed. Anyone else want to try? His blue gaze roved around the room. Silence greeted his question before he directed his gaze to me. That's your rat. Sort it out. What do you mean? Mateo, the head out of San Francisco, asked, his tone laced with suspicion. In answer, Lorenzo withdrew his phone and dialed. Bring him in, Dario. His instruction terse. He cut the call. When Vincenzo called me yesterday, I had my men make a few detours in their routes, something this asshole didn't anticipate. He pointed at Ferdinando. His wife isn't missing. She's been holed up with Mendez because he's her brother. Ferdinando was feeding him information about the Round Table. It's why Mendez always seemed to be one step ahead of us. Ferdinando and Mendez planned to ambush you all after this meeting. Stupid fuck didn't count on me finding out. Chaos erupted over the table as everyone began talking at once. I held my hand. All that in one fucking night, Rossi. Impressive, I complimented. And while you were in Italy killing God fucking knows who. The man snorted a laugh as the doors opened and his bodyguard walked in with another man, bound with a hood over his head. Curses flew around the room when Dario pulled off the black cover and Mendez blinked a few times before his gaze met mine. Found him hiding in Italy. Lorenzo grinned. Not very strategic, Mendez. Of all the fucking places in the world, you chose to hide out in Rossi's backyard. I shook my head. Last time, I let you go. I figured you'd had enough sense to stay out of my way. Now, I left the word hanging and gestured to a chair in the corner of the room. Dario walked him over, tied him to the chair, and left. I glanced around the table. Looks like we have a decision to. The sudden crash of the door opening cut me off. My gaze snapped to the entrance. Fuck. Why the fuck wasn't I invited to this party? Gianna stormed inside, stunning in a mid-thigh cream sleeveless dress I hadn't seen before, nude fuck-me heels, and her long hair pulled into a high ponytail. A deadly combination, not only begging to be fucked, but complemented the Mafia Queen expression she wore so effortlessly. There was no denying this woman would physically snap heads while stealing their fucking hearts. Only I was her king, and I ruled her heart. My eyes drifted, and I didn't miss the subtle way the other men admired her. Their leering gazes ran the length of her body, appreciating her enticing little cream ensemble before quickly looking away, as if the temptation would lead them into sin they knew would bring my wrath on them. You didn't need to be here, Bella. Trying to keep a rein on my anger, I stood ready to walk her out. One perfectly shaped brow shot up, her lips pursing, before venom spewed through those beautiful lips that sucked my cock better than a fucking Hoover. Says who? I'm a fucking member of the Round Table, Salvatore. I should have been here. Since we'd become a tri-couple with Zane, Gianna only called me by my last name when she was angry. Says me, Gianna. We discussed this, remember? I strategically cautioned against her anger. I knew I was about to unleash. While the heads of all the core Mafia families met once a month, I saw no reason for her to be there if I was present and she'd agreed. Only Mendez's unexpected threat to Ferdinando had him asking for this unplanned meeting. When I agreed, I had no idea Lorenzo would find Mendez and bring him to us, and why I didn't want her here. Gianna had a history with the man, and she wanted him dead by her hands. Her brow shot up in a subtle "fuck you." I grinned and then saw red. "What the fuck are you looking at?" I barked at Luis Vittorio, a capo out of L.A., whose eyes seemed to be devouring Gianna, his tongue running feverishly over his lips as if eager to eat what belonged to me. His head snapped toward me. "Fuck, Salvatore, I'm sorry." His expression jumped between fear and remorse. Leaning with my palms flat against the glass tabletop, I scowled. "Look at her one more time and trust me. What she did to that nose of yours will have nothing on what I'll do to your fucking cock," I growled. Gianna had graciously rearranged the man's nose the first time she met him at the round table meeting. "Are you defending my honor or the pussy you can't live without, Salvatore?" My gaze snapped to her. Those red lips pulled into a devious smile. Fuck, this woman had it in her to turn my cock to steel with her unguarded insolence. "Everyone out," I ordered. "Everyone stay," she retaliated. Heads bounced between the two of us until Lorenzo laughed. "Why the fuck don't you two just sit down? Ferdinando is dead, so we have a vacant seat." Gianna looked at Lorenzo. Pure admiration raped her smile, and I tensed. Molten irritation passed through my veins, tightening my chest as I watched him look at her. Strange that I might share her with my brother, yet another man's admiration rubbed me up the wrong way. But this was Lorenzo. He helped me watch over Gianna when she thought she'd killed me. He'd helped me initiate her entrance into the round table without her knowing. He was a man I trusted with my life and my wife. As if he sensed my scrutiny, Lorenzo offered me a subtle, chill man before he said to Gianna, "What do you say, Mrs. Salvatore?" His emphasis on the name made her grin and made me smirk. Walking up to Ferdinando's body slumped over the table, Gianna looked at me. Do I even want to know? Lorenzo wasn't too pleased with the man talking about Raiden. Daniela, the head out of Boston, explained. Gianna looked at Lorenzo. Sexy and intense. Nice. He's a lucky boy. I could have sworn she was doing that just to push my buttons for not inviting her to the meeting. Then her gaze shifted, and she caught sight of Mendez. "Oh, brought me a little present, have you, Salvatore? How sweet." She neared Mendez and leaned down to his level. "Hello, fucker. Still want my pussy?" Those beady black eyes shifted between me and my wife, his head shaking. "Can I kill him now?" she asked, without looking at me. I exhaled a slow breath. "No, Gianna." When she straightened and turned, her face pulled into a severe frown. "Why the fuck not? You let him go before, and he's the reason you're in this meeting." "Enough!" I barked. It had no effect on her. Insolent as always, her brow shot up. With slow steps she neared me before her hands folded across her chest, defensive at the same time challenging my control. Her eyes blazed with liquid defiance and lethal desire. If we weren't in a meeting right now, I'd say it would be a toxic fuck for the both of us. My gaze on her, I said, "There's a lot at stake. We discuss this as a group." Subtle murmurs followed my words. It was easy to put a bullet in Mendez and feed him to the sharks, but we needed to weed out the traitors, and for the moment at least, we needed him. "Fuck that," she tossed back. "Everyone out, now!" My tone gave them no reason to hesitate. They all left in a hurry except Lorenzo. He threw me a smirk that said he knew exactly what I was going through. Raiden was apparently just as stubborn as my gorgeous wife. She moved to follow them. I didn't give her a chance. Latching onto her wrist, I pulled her back, then pinned both her hands behind her back and bent her face down on the table. "Are you going to keep being insolent?" She angled her head to look at me, her face screwed up in a severe scowl. "Is it going to get me spanked?" Yes, I salivated at the thought of it. It had been a while since my belt streaked her beautiful ass. "Then I guess you answered your question." She shrugged. Cheeky as shit. Fuck. I was so fucking hard my cock strained against my zipper. I pressed my body to hers so she could feel my shaft against the soft curve of her ass. As if testing my restraint, she ground her ass over my crotch. My control snapped, the blood roaring in my veins. Still keeping her hands pinned with one hand, I pushed up her dress with the other. Jesus, Bela, where the fuck are your panties? Her cheek pressed the glass, her chuckle was soft. "Don't wear any is what you and your brother demanded, remember?" "That's when we're in our fucking home," I growled. She merely shrugged. "My bad." Fuck. This woman's sass knew no bounds. I unbuckled my belt, and the hiss it made as it slid out of the loops brought immediate goosebumps to her skin. I could have sworn she moaned. Seemed like she was just as fucking turned on at the notion of being spanked as I was of delivering it. I looked up, and the possessive fucker in me took over. "Close your fucking eyes, Mendez, or I'll take a knife to them," I gritted. He dropped his head. Gianna lifted her head. "Oh, let him watch. Let his mouth water for the pussy he craved but couldn't get. Let his fucking cock burn with greed." She glanced at me, the need in her eyes, feral deadliness. Staring at her, I wasn't sure if I should thank my fate for granting me a woman drenched in carnal sin she so boldly embraced, or question if she'd ever become what she wasn't, a simple housewife. "Does that turn you on, Gianna? The idea of someone watching us fuck?" Her response was a sharp inhale, nothing more, yet I read the silent confirmation in her eyes. Strangely, it turned me the fuck on knowing she craved more. "You heard the lady, Mendez. Open your fucking eyes, and if you look away, I'll shoot you in the head." I pulled out my Colt from the waistband of my pants and set it on the table. He raised his head and stared at us. Releasing her hands, I folded the belt in half, palming the metal buckle. "Count, Bela." Despite the glower, lust-burdened eyes deepened by flushed cheeks and a fluctuating pant each time I slapped my other palm, stared at me over her shoulder. "Fuck you." My hands curled around the leather, snapping it tight. Palming her ass, I raised my hand. She shivered under my touch, and my cock tightened against my zipper. The belt whistled through the air, connecting with her creamy skin with a loud smack. Her body lurched forward. She hummed, biting her lip and shutting her eyes tight. "Eyes on me, Bela," I warned. She opened her eyes. I struck again and again, alternating between cheeks, but never in the same place twice, until I streaked her ass with red stripes. Tears dripped down her cheeks, but she made no sound. Her arousal, however, trickled down her thighs, thick and creamy. My chest tightened with a need to breathe with every smack, greed to fuck pounding in my veins. Had enough. Her brow shot up. Jesus fucking Christ, this woman had me by the fucking balls. I struck twice more. Still, she merely moved ass away. I gripped the belt hard, but my cock wept with pre-cum, throbbing with urgency to drop my belt, and fuck, I gave in to the lust. Dropping the belt, I unzipped my pants and pulled out my dick. I gripped her hips and dragged her back and forth over my cock. Fuck, she groaned, finally giving me a sound, and pushed back until an inch of my cock rimmed her entrance. My grasp on her hip prevented her from taking me deeper. I teased her some more. "Fuck me now," she snapped. "What's wrong, Gianna?" I chuckled, rolling the head over her swollen clit. She glared at me over her shoulder. "Stop fucking around and fuck me now," she gritted. Loving the angry flush to her skin, I leaned forward and sucked on the soft skin at her neck, biting hard until the flesh pinked. Then I slapped her ass and slammed into her in a hard thrust that lifted her feet off the floor. "Oh, God!" she cried out. I pulled her hair, using it as leverage as I fucked her fast, riding her deep. Our groans bounced off the glass walls. She didn't last long and started to clench around me, the pulsing of her pussy thickening my cock in readiness. "That's it. Come for me, Bella." Instead, she glanced over her shoulder, her eyes devilish with hunger and something else. "Let me kill him, Vincenzo." If I wasn't so fucking turned on by the idea that killing a man aroused my wife into near orgasm, I would have stopped moving. Only my cock jerked in response, and my release burned like a fucking flaming torpedo on takeoff. And once more, this woman's hold over me crashed my control. I nodded. My response was her undoing. She clamped down hard on my cock, her body shuddering as she came, dripping arousal down her thighs, and while I pumped my wife full of cum, she picked up my gold Colt and aimed it at Mendez. "Any last wishes?" Her voice calm and steady, no hint of the orgasm that just crested through her body. His eyes wide, the man shook his head vehemently. "Don't worry about your sons, Mendez. I have two, and they'll take good care of yours when the time is right." Her laugh was maniacal, making my heart sing in praise before a single gunshot rattled through the glass-encased room. Mendez's eyes, round spheres of fear, centered by a perfect hole to the middle of his brow, stared at us before his head slumped forward, the life swooshing out of him on an audible cry. The door slammed open, and with his gun in his hand, Lorenzo, followed by the others, rushed in. His expression one of awe, he took in the scene. Me with my now semi-hard cock still inside my wife, Gianna, the tops of her ass on display, her elbows planted on the table, the gun hooked and dangling from one finger, her smile probably manic satisfaction, finally shifting his gaze to Mendez's dead body. Lorenzo let out a low laugh, looking at me. "Fuck, Salvatore. If my heart didn't belong to Raiden, I'd probably want to fuck your wife and make her mine. She gives Mafia Queen a lustful meaning. Anyone else, and I would have probably had their head in a box back to their family by now." "Good thing it does," I snorted. "I wouldn't mind sharing," Gianna purred. "I'm told you're bi." "The fuck," I growled, earning another chuckle from Lorenzo before he turned, ushered the others out, and closed the doors. I leaned over, pressing my chest to Gianna's back. "You want to share him, do you?" I snarled, ramming my now hard cock into her. My cum dripped down her legs, making her pussy wet and smooth. She let out a loud groan, then glanced at me over her shoulder. "What's wrong, Salvatore? Jealous?" She arched a brow, her smile unadulterated sass. My control self-destructed. Gripping her hair, I bowed her body backward until I could cover her mouth with mine while I fucked her hard and relentless. She matched each one of my thrusts with unshackled groans that only served to fuel the lust in my veins. Sure, I was likely to break her fucking pussy. I eased up. Only my queen was having none of that. "Harder," she grunted as I released her mouth. "Fuck me harder, Salvatore." "Fuck, Bella." Grasping her ass cheeks hard, I stretched them. The sight of my soaked cock pounding her pussy pushed me closer to the edge, her green eyes over her shoulder burning with raw lust, her mouth parted on the sexiest fucking cries. I fucked her faster and deeper until she came apart at the seams. "I'm coming," she groaned, her pussy holding my cock in a vice grip, her nails clawing the smooth tabletop, her body shuddering under me. "Fuck!" I roared, breaking. Her pussy milking me, cum rushed from my cock. Breathing hard, I slumped over her. She angled her head to catch my mouth in a kiss that sucked the breath from me. "Jealousy is a nice color on you, Salvatore," she laughed when I eased up off her and supported my body with my palms on either side of her. "Do you remember my words, Bella?" At her raised brow, I added, "I'm an obsessive who both desires you and is threatened by you." I'd mentioned the words at a time when she'd first met the monster in me. Now he was consumed by love, but those words were still very much a present tense as they were in the past. She nodded, her smile slow. "Still applicable." "Always." I leaned down to kiss her softly. "You're the only person who'd break me and make me in the same breath. Never forget that." "I won't." She kissed me back, sealing the deal.
20. Raiden. A week after I agreed to model for Tamra, I stood backstage with a dozen other models and stared at myself in the mirror while the stylist added the finishing touches to my hair. Naked, apart from black, low-rise briefs and a necklace that resembled gold chains interlaced with anchor-shaped emeralds, I still couldn't believe I was going ahead with this shit show. For me, it was because I looked down on modeling in front of hundreds of gawking eyes as demeaning. I guessed if we weren't the holding brand, I wouldn't have done it, and for that reason alone, I never mentioned it to Lorenzo. Well, also because I was still pissed at him and didn't see the need to share my current activities. If he found out, then I'd leave him to make of it what he wanted. Knowing him as I did, he'd probably be annoyed with me. Lorenzo might be a mafia king, but he had no qualms about letting anyone know I belonged to him. Something I was seriously doubting of recent. "Who do you model for? I haven't seen you before." I turned and grinned at the stunning silver-blonde model sucking her plump lips as her eyes scanned my naked chest, dropping quickly to my crotch, then back up to my face. "This, dear girl, is the Princeton Crown Prince," Tamra proudly announced, coming up behind me and squeezing my shoulders. "Oh my God, you're Raiden Princeton." Another brunette rushed toward us, pushing out her Wonder Bra-filled chest and lips curved in a seductive smile. "You're modeling for your own company?" The blonde gasped before her expression turned lusty. "That's such a turn-on," she purred. "Maybe we can meet for drinks after this show." She swiped her tongue across her bottom lip. I knew the type. She'd fuck me in a heartbeat now that she knew my bank balance would crest countless zeros in her brain. My cock twitched. Don't judge. Been a while since he'd seen any action other than my fucking palm, so I didn't doubt his interest right now. Then Tamra neatly stepped in, ruining my chances. Sorry, girls, he's taken, and his other half kills people for a living, especially people that take what doesn't belong to them. Her words had the desired impact. Their eyes widened, disbelief painting their pretty faces a fucked-up shade of fear. She dragged me away before I could respond to the girls. What the fuck, Tam? I muttered. Ray, she sighed. Stop whatever this is you're going through. Lorenzo loves you, darling. He has a fucked-up way of showing me he does, doesn't he? I snorted, fingering the leather band on my wrist. Surprisingly, the damn thing never came off unless I took a shower. Strange how a simple thing like a wristband, given to me at a time that I didn't understand the whole love shit, became a lifetime routine I didn't question. Not even when the man who gave it to me was missing in action for the last 3 fucking months. Tamra cupped my chin and lifted it until my eyes met hers. If Lorenzo had to walk through that door right now, she nodded toward the arched entrance leading off the backstage area. What would you do? I shrugged. Who the fuck knows? I didn't bother questioning myself, because I knew it wouldn't happen. God alone knew how long he planned to stay away. She shook her head. Why are you always so quick to distrust him? What are you afraid of, darling? I hated her perception, but I hated my insecurity even more. Fuck, Tam. I turned away to hide my indecision. You'd think that after Dad and I spoke the other day, I'd rest easy in the knowledge Lorenzo loves me and only me. I trailed off, looking for answers inside my scattered brain. But? She asked. I faced her. I can't keep thinking he might have someone else that's keeping him there. He's a mafia fucking king. He can fuck whoever he wants. Women, men, they're his for the taking. I'm just a rich, good-looking, stubborn ass at times. What do I have that will make him come back to me untouched? You have his most precious asset, darling. At my raised brow, she added, his heart. Without it, he can't live. Without you, he can't breathe. He told me so. I frowned. He did? When? She hesitated, then sighed. I couldn't take what you were going through, so I called him. 2 days ago. I'm sorry, Ray. Don't be angry. I should have mentioned it. I felt something, but I couldn't exactly describe it as anger. My chest did a crazy somersault of what did he say dance, and I took a moment to inhale sharply before I voiced the words out loud. What did he say? She gave me a sheepish grin. Was he angry that I'm avoiding his calls? She rubbed her brow, her expression contemplative. You want his exact words? Dread did a triple backflip in my gut. Please, the words squeaked out. He said that he plans to fuck you the second he finds you alone, and he doesn't care where the fuck that is. You should be ready for what's going to spill from his cock, not his mouth. She rolled her lips to keep from letting out the laugh that shook her shoulders. My eyes widened. I was just about to ask when he planned on coming back when someone announced a curtain call behind us, and the area erupted in a fluster of movement. The prince is about to claim his title. Tamra palmed my cheek. Knocked him dead, darling. She kissed my brow just as the coordinator arrived to guide me toward the stage. After Tamra conveyed Lorenzo's message, I suddenly wished I hadn't agreed to open the fucking show. My chest swirled a storm of lust, indecision, anger, and frustration, and walking down a ramp in front of God knew how many people was the last thing I should be doing. What I wanted to do was go find my phone and demand Lorenzo tell me when he planned to come back. Fuck, you sound like a whiny shit. Remember, don't smile. The coordinator moved me to the stage side. I frowned at her. A scowl makes you appear serious, untouchable, much like the jewels you're wearing, and people always want what they can't have. She smiled. Take it slow. Do the double walk like we practiced, and stop where you won't. You already have the sexy part covered. She chuckled, her eyes scanning my body in open appraisal. Then, as if she sensed my hesitation, added, You've got this, Raiden. Just let the music guide you, okay? Of course I had this. I was Raiden fucking Princeton, part asshole, part lover boy. I grinned as the MC announced me and the opening sounds of Full Moon by Brandy filled the air. When I stepped onto the white, glossy ramp, I was immediately assailed by thunderous applause, and it took everything not to smile. Letting the music move my feet, I was enthralled by the attendance. When Tamra mentioned a mile-long guest list, I considered a number closer to 100. Even beyond the bright lights, I put the count close to 200, maybe 300. As I paused midway down the ramp to let the people on my right view the jewel, a sudden wolf whistle at my rear told me I'd find Austin in the front row when I turned. Biting my cheek to keep from smiling, I slowly rotated. Immediately I found Austin, because the ass was waving like a goddamn lunatic trying to hail a cab in busy Manhattan. I noticed my father to his left and a wide smiling Kira on his right. Then my gaze shifted to the seat next to hers. What the fuck? The air swooshed out of my lungs on a shaken release as my eyes met sharp blue ones, cupped by a severe grimace. I blinked twice to make sure I wasn't imagining that vision. Sure enough, Lorenzo Rossi, every bit the mafia dude in his fitting suit, stared back at me. He didn't look happy. Still, it took everything in me to not vault off the ramp and go kiss the fucker. Then, with his eyes on me, he lifted his arm and draped it across the shoulders of the guy sitting to his left. My chest tightened, my stomach cramping. The first thing I noticed about Lorenzo's companion was that he looked young, a lot younger than me. Next was the exciting grin he lavished on Lorenzo, as though pleased with his possession. Finally was the slow rise of Lorenzo's brow, as if questioning whether I liked his display of affection for the other guy. Everything I felt for the man came rushing to the fore, blindsiding me with its force. Pain I couldn't describe lanced through me, and I had to ball my fists to keep standing. Swallowing down the anger-infused tears I felt rising in my throat, I pivoted sharply. How I finished the rest of the walk was a miracle, but it was safe to say I'd perfected the scowl the coordinator had asked me to maintain during the stint. I was seething by the time I got to my dressing room. Courtesy of Tamra, I didn't have to share mine and welcomed the privacy. Breathing hard, I paced back and forth until my teeth ached from being clenched so hard. All this fucking time, I thought he was in danger, but the bastard had found himself a new pet, it seemed. Annoyed with the jealousy pissing through me, I balled my fists and slammed one into a wall. The sting had no impact on my rigid body. In fact, it felt good. It gave me a moment of reprieve from the anger clogging every fucking vein in my body. About to do it again, a greeting stopped me. Hello, Raiden. I swung around. Lorenzo stood at the door, hands in the pockets of his gray slacks, one shoulder pressed into the frame. He'd gotten rid of the jacket I'd seen him wearing. His dark blue shirt, opened 2 buttons down and complemented by the brown shoes and belt, had me admiring the fucker, even though I didn't want to. Those hooded blue eyes pinned me with a promise of sin before the tip of his tongue snaked over his bottom lip. My body reacted, fire burning in my belly and slowly inching its way down south. Just knowing he was this close, staring at me, had my heart pounding in my chest. I was hard-pressed not to launch myself at him and kiss away that fucking smirk. Then I remembered his new toy, and renewed anger fed the boiling blood in my veins. Ignoring him, I dropped to the black couch and picked up my phone. Determined to keep my head down until he walked away, I silently cursed when I heard the door slam shut and then felt the seat dip next to me. Immediately, that familiar scent of Ralph Lauren Polo Black gripped my senses. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from inhaling hard. "How long do you plan on ignoring me?" he asked when I made no move to acknowledge him. "Do you want me to leave?" Fuck, the man knew how to bait me, and I fucking bit. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out there, fucking your new toy?" I sounded like a resentful teenager. His soft chuckle tickled the fine hairs at my nape, and I internally shoveled down the groan that almost escaped my lips. I hated the effect he had on my ability to keep my anger in check. "Shut the fuck up, Raiden." "What's wrong, baby boy? Jealous?" Irritation punctured my resolve to keep quiet. "Fuck you, Lorenzo," I sneered, moving to stand, but his strong fingers wrapped around my wrist, pulling me back down. I scowled at him, gritting my teeth to keep from lashing out the verbal diarrhea of hatred sitting in my throat. "Let me go." "No, you're being a stubborn ass right now." "Fuck you," I growled, trying to get up again. But his arms banded around my stomach, dragging me down. "You're wasting your time. You know your curses don't work on me." His words mocked my restraint when it came to him, giving me that spurt of energy. I jerked against his hold, wrestling to get free. I was strong, but Lorenzo was stronger. Within seconds he had me face down on the couch, my arms pinned behind me, and the full weight of his body pressing me into the cushions. With just my jocks between me and his clothes, I felt every ridge and contour of his muscular body. Fighting the inevitable arousal, I struggled against his hold. "Get the fuck off me, Lorenzo." My words were muffled by the cushion. "Why are you so set against fighting me, Raiden? You know you'll never win." He goaded, and I fell for it. "Maybe because I'm taking pity on an old man," I grunted. His laugh was low and husky as he leaned in, titillating the sensory receptors in my ears and channeling it all the way to my cock. "Because I allow you to call me an old man doesn't make me one, baby." He ground his hip and his cock pressed into the crease of my ass, his pants barely a barrier to its hardness. "No," I grunted, still wiggling my arms to get free. But Lorenzo's daily hardcore workouts weren't just to stay in shape. It gave him the strength of 10 fucking horses tethered together. I was breathing hard with the effort. "Is that no, don't fuck me? Or no, I'm not an old man?" His warm breath brushed over my ear. "Do you want me to leave?" His soft lips caressed my neck, his teeth nibbling my shoulder before his tongue traced the shape of my ear. My skin flared with goosebumps. Unbridled need spurred in my cock, the sudden ache for release quick and aggressive. He rolled his hips once more. I bit my lip to cut off the groan sitting in my throat, the fight almost leaving my body. Unconsciously, my hips lifted, searching for his dick. Even though I said nothing, his grip loosened on my arms, now holding me down with only one hand before I felt his body lift off me slightly. I slowed my breathing, letting him believe I'd calmed down, only to feel him push down my briefs before his naked cock stroked my ass. "What are you doing?" I jerked when the head pressed against my entrance. His hold tightened on my pinned wrists, keeping me still. "Answer the question, Raiden." He pushed back onto his knees, his finger caressing my hole. The door opened and I saw someone in my periphery. "Well, holy fucking hell," Tamra's unmistakable voice spluttered. Angling my head, I caught her sharp pivot, her legs aiming for a quick exit. "Tamra?" Lorenzo stopped her, his voice tight with a huskiness I knew to be arousal. Yes?" she replied without turning. I don't think I'd ever heard my aunt, the usually straightforward, knock-'em-in-the-balls kind of speaker, squeak like she'd just done. "I'm about to ride down Raiden's ramp, so he won't be making yours." "Get the fuck off me, old man," I snapped, struggling against his hold. "Tam, I'll be out in a sec." "Sorry, baby boy. The only out you're taking is the cum from my cock," he growled, biting down on my shoulder as he gripped my waist and moved roughly over me, letting his length slide along the crease of my ass. I knew Tamra was pro-Lorenzo, just like the rest of my family, and I knew she'd deserted me when I heard the door closing. "You just showed my aunt your fucking cock," I hissed, annoyed. "We're at a fashion show, baby. Everything on display is purely for visible admiration, nothing more." At my grunt, he added, "Now, you've only got two choices, mouth or ass, and that's just for today's insolence." "Fuck you," I fumed. "Ass it is," he said as he moved, and the next second I felt warm liquid coat my rear entrance. I looked over my shoulder and stared at the small white bottle in his hand. "Seriously? You brought lube to a fashion show?" He smirked, releasing his hold on my arms. "Did Tamra not give you my message?" He slipped a finger inside me, banishing my response and forcing out a low moan. Slowly, he stroked in and out, adding a second finger until I squirmed, my breathing hard and heavy. He stopped and sat back on his knees. "Turn around, Raiden." When I hesitated, "Now, baby," passed through clenched teeth, leaving no room for argument. I flipped over to him removing his clothes, his pecs flexing with the action, his body so damn beautiful I let him consume me once more. With just his socks still on, he gripped his shaft and positioned himself between my thighs. Then he leaned over with his free hand near my head to support his weight. When the cockhead nudged my entrance, I tensed, unconsciously clenching to deny him entrance. Whether it was my irritation or his need to pacify me, he paused, lowered his head, and stole my lips in a slow, drugging kiss. My hands lifted of their own accord, sliding into his thick, silky hair, and I moaned low in my throat. He kissed and bit his way down my neck before he worked back up and savored me again. "Relax, baby," he whispered into my mouth at the same time, sinking his cock into me with a loud groan. I shuddered under him, my fingertips digging into his waist to keep my wits about me, the familiar burn a welcome pleasure I missed. "Fuck, you feel so damn good," he growled, pressing his chest to mine. "It's painful how fucking much I've missed you, Raiden. Every fucking night going to bed, craving your touch more than the sleep I needed." Goosebumps worked their way down my body, his warm words adding a faster beat to my heart rate, just like that first kiss we shared. I angled my head, my mouth searching for his, and he gave me what I wanted. Sliding his tongue inside, he kissed me deep and hard, stealing my anger, my frustration, and advocating my need for him. Then he began to move, his thrusts slow, his mouth the perfect seduction of my senses. I was drowning, sinking so fast my fucking orgasm sprinted down my spine. I broke the kiss, breathing hard. "I need to come." I didn't recognize the breathy plea as mine and reached down to grasp my cock. "No." Lorenzo gripped both my hands and held them above my head, thrusting harder and faster. "What the fuck?" I grunted, my words harsh exhales as I struggled against his hold. Looking down at me, he smirked. "Not until I say so. Fuck you. I am fucking you." He winked, then pulled back onto his knees, taking me with him. "Turn around," he rasped. I did as he asked, staying up on my knees. He banded one arm around my stomach, the other dropping to grasp my cock. The warm, tight grip shot a fireball of heat through me. I sucked in a desperate breath to stay grounded and not spill right then. "Is this what you want, Raiden?" He squeezed my cock, rubbing his thumb over the leaking pre-cum, enough for him to slick my cock in its wetness while he nibbled on my earlobe. "Fuck yeah," I groaned. Then he jacked my dick in a long, hard pump at the same time he slammed his cock back inside me. And just when my cock thickened in readiness, he let go. "What the—" I choked on a pant. His chuckle soft, he tightened his hold around my stomach, preventing me from moving, and wrapped his other hand around my throat. Those lust-glazed blue eyes met mine in the mirror spanning the wall in front of us. "Next time you think of defying me, don't," he whispered in my ear as he fucked me like he owned me. And he fucking did. Without thinking, I reached for my cock. "Touch yourself, and I'll never fuck you again, baby boy." He squeezed my throat tighter, his warning a clear threat not to challenge him. I groaned, half tempted to defy him. Releasing a frustrated breath, I scowled at him in the mirror. He merely smirked, then his thrusts intensified, our skin slapping together as his balls touched mine. I couldn't stop the shudders that raced across my body, even if I wanted to. "Does that feel good, baby?" he groaned in my ear. "You missed my cock up your tight ass?" "Fuck yes," I breathed, my anger forgotten. "Tell me what else you want," he grunted in my ear. "I want it deeper, harder. Stretch me, Lorenzo." I panted, clenching around him. A guttural roar rumbled out of his chest. "Christ, Raiden." Fascinated by my effect on him, I watched him in the mirror. Tanned skin slick with sweat, face flushed with need, nostrils flared, bottom lip between his teeth, his eyes glued to where our bodies connected. He was mine, all mine. I turned my head, seeking his mouth. He bit my lip before thrusting his tongue inside my mouth, kissing me hard, sucking the life out of me and leaving me on shaky knees. Glad for his hold on me, I gripped the backrest to stay upright. "Fuck," he moaned, releasing my mouth and grinding his cock deep inside me. Every inch of our slickened skin unified as our burning bodies rubbed against each other. My cock ached like a bitch, pre-cum kissing my stomach with each jerk. "Lorenzo, please, I need to come." He stilled for just a beat, and I felt him twitch inside me. I knew he was close. Breathing uneven, his eyes lifted to meet mine, slowly shaking his head. But I had no chance to respond because he moved, fucking me hard and relentless. My groans matched his until he gave two final thrusts, momentarily froze before his hips jerked and he emptied himself in me. His thighs quivering, tight with exertion, he grasped my chin, angled my face to his, and ground his mouth over mine. When he released me, I touched my cock, painfully sensitive with yearning. "You're seriously not going to let me come?" I muttered, anger burning a heated path up my spine, skirting my arousal. "No." His brow shot up, daring me to argue. "As I said earlier, that's just for today's insolence." "Fuck you, Lorenzo." I jerked out of his grasp and he let me go. Chest heaving to control my irritation, I glared at him as he stood to dress. When he buttoned up his pants, my annoyance crested. "I hate you. God, why the fuck did this man always get me to sound so fucking childish?" His smirk became a full-blown grin. "But you love hate-fucking me even more." Once again, he knew exactly how to crap on my parade. I gritted my teeth, trying to get one up on him. Maybe I should go find someone else to fuck then, shouldn't I? The words were out before I could stop them. Jaw clenched, his eyes imprisoned me with a blank stare that said 1,000 words before he walked to the door. There, he stopped and looked at me over his shoulder. "Let me know how it was, baby." Then he was gone, leaving me dumbfounded, frustrated, and still fucking aroused. I glared at my stiff cock, debating whether to get myself off or not. Snorting a couple of curses, I walked into the shower. 30 minutes later, I stared at my empty glass, toying with the idea of finding myself a quick fuck. I glanced around the bar, my gaze halting on a curvaceous redhead who tipped her glass at me. My gaze dropped to my crotch. "Seriously?" I muttered when nothing happened down there. Not even a fucking twitch. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I closed my eyes. A moment later, I was still trying to gauge my disinterest when I felt someone slide into the stool next to me. I didn't bother opening my eyes until the low whisper in my ear. "What about her?" My eyes flew open, my head jerking to my left to find Lorenzo pointing out a dark-haired woman at the other end of the bar. To my annoyance, my cock immediately reacted to his presence, tightening against my zipper. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I grunted, more out of irritation with my dick's reaction than actual anger. Already knowing he'd have a tail on me since my silent treatment, I didn't bother asking how he'd found me. Instead of an answer, he chuckled. My gaze latched onto his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Was it insane that all I wanted to do was reach up and drag my tongue along that exposed skin? To have him bend me over the fucking counter we sat at and fuck me again until I couldn't walk? Why the hell was I so attracted to this man that it was impossible trying to forget him? Perhaps if I'd paid attention in chemistry class, I'd understand this weird electrical charge between us. The man seriously set off a buzz over my body with just a look. This is a high-end bar. She's not a sex worker, if that's what you're worried about. I ignored him, and he moved closer, bringing his mouth to my ear. You want me to open her up for you, baby? Make her nice and wet? Stretch her tight pussy wide so she can take you and me together. Fuck. I knew he baited me, hoping to get a rise. Still, it didn't help that I was horny as shit. Pre-cum creamed the head in my pants, and I was mere seconds from shooting my load right there. Swallowing down the temptation, I shifted away from him. When I still ignored him, he pointed to the tall, good-looking bartender. What about him? Want to fuck another? Why are you being such a dick right now? I hissed. He turned slightly so that he was facing me and rested his elbow on the bar. You really don't trust me, do you? Is that a trick question? I scoffed, gesturing to the bartender for another drink before I looked at Lorenzo. I think your exact words were, "You come first, Raiden. I'm 100% committed to my life as a mafia head, and the 100% means nothing if I don't have you." Did I get that right? I asked, my expression challenging him to argue something he'd promised to me. He eyed me, saying nothing for the moment before he sighed. It still stands. If it does, then why the fuck did you pretend that you had whatever mafia shit you do, then come back with a toy boy on your arm? Why the fuck was Italy a no-go zone for me when I was desperate to be with you? I can take care of myself. Stop treating me like a fucking child, Lorenzo. Then stop behaving like one and fuck me like a man. Pure steel lined his voice before he stood and walked off. I stared after his retreating frame. His words stung, yet not as much as the determined fucker I'd become around him. Suddenly it all made sense. Downing my drink, I smiled at the bartender before shifting my gaze to the woman Lorenzo had pointed out. Whatever direction he intended with his remark, I knew exactly how tonight would end.
21. Lorenzo. Unsure what woke me, I opened my eyes and blinked a couple of times to ease the sleep out of them. Then I turned my head, catching sight of Raiden. Dressed in nothing but dark jeans, his hair a tousled mess of sexy sandy blonde curls. He sat in the armchair next to the bed, with his long legs stretched out in front of him, one hand folded behind his head, resting on the backrest. His eyes held me captive, churning God fucking knew what. The other held a glass of whiskey I didn't think him likely to enjoy. He made no move to acknowledge me. What's up, baby boy? Didn't enjoy your fuck? I goaded, knowing he wouldn't have gone through with this threat. Despite his obstinacy, he had boundaries. Trust, one I hoped like hell, still meant something to him. His expression, a replication of cool calm I'd never seen before. My words were met with silence, making me rethink my taunt. I was a confident man, usually. However, where this boy was concerned, my emotions could easily go to shit. I'd prove it more than once. "Come here, Raiden," I said, my voice softer this time. All I got was that unflinching stare and the tinkle of ice, the only sound between us, as he lifted the glass to his lips. Impatience usurping my self-control, I moved to get up and was immediately tugged back down by both my wrists. "What the fuck?" I glanced to my right, then my left, at the same time jerking my hands. I looked at him. "Handcuffs, baby? Really?" His brow shot up as if I'd insulted him. He refilled his glass with more ice and whiskey from the decanter on a side table next to him. Then he cocked his head to one side. "Are you going to tell me who he was?" His voice was low and guttural to the normal arrogance I was used to. Admittedly, I was fucking aroused. My cock lurched under the sheets. Still, I chose to bait him, curious to see how far he'd go with whatever he had planned for me. I relaxed back into the pillows, my expression nonchalance. "Someone who enjoyed fucking me?" Rising, he sauntered toward the bed and stood there, staring down at me. Fire burned in those livid greens, threatening to swallow me whole, daring me to push him. Fucking Raiden was a delicious sin. Fucking an angry Raiden was a lust gone wild, my soul craved. Yet, somehow I knew this time, he wouldn't bend to my will. He was going to make me work for it. And fuck if that wasn't a turn-on. I let my gaze run down his ripped torso. He'd upped his gym routine. His abs were more defined and tighter. The open button and zipper on his jeans gave me a glimpse of his delineated cut of a perfect V and the neatly trimmed pubic hair. Raiden set the glass on the nightstand, drew back the sheets, and scanned my body. My cock jerked at his ravenous scrutiny, and the smallest of smirks tugged the edges of his lips. He placed a hand on my thigh, and molten heat shot down my body through the skin-on-skin contact. Unconsciously, my legs widened, inviting him to join me. He didn't. With his eyes on me, he slid his other hand inside his jeans and drew out his cock. My gaze dropped to the veined thickness, the tip bleeding pre-cum. Slowly, he stroked himself, up and down, before his thumb slipped over the wetness. Aroused, I salivated and had to swallow. When I lifted my eyes to his, he was watching my throat, his smirk pronounced like he was enjoying the effect he had on me. "Is that all you're going to do?" I goaded. One brownish brow shot up. A flicker of depraved hunger flamed in his eyes. He spat in his palm and wrapped it around his shaft with lazy strokes. "Keep your eyes on my fucking cock, old man, and watch me come," he taunted, going against my instruction not to. I dropped my gaze, watching the skin of his cock slip forward and then stretch back as he stroked himself. Admittedly, as the one usually in control, the role reversal was making me harder than a fucking steel rod. The sight of his cock growing firmer and thicker with each pump intensified the ache in my balls. My cock swelled with the need to fuck him, hard and fast. His grip on my thigh tightened, his fingers digging into my skin. Shards of electrical charges burst through my body. A groan ripped from my throat. Raven's eyes snapped to mine, bottom lip snug between his teeth. Fuck, I wanted to close my mouth over his, have his body melt against mine while I sank my cock into his glorious ass. His seduction lost the manipulative edge for just a beat. As his breathing skidded from calm to uneven, he moved closer. "Open your mouth, old man." The low thrum of his voice, laced with feral lust, accompanied by the sight of him fucking his hand, drove me insane. Lost in the beauty of his flushed skin, flared nostrils, and hooded eyes, I didn't respond. "Open your fucking mouth, Lorenzo," he demanded, showing his dominance, and I let him. His breathing came short and sharp then, as he worked himself with a deathly grip, up and down, faster and harder. A soft moan fettered Raiden's harsh breathing. My heart sped up as the rhythmic sound grew louder, and I opened my mouth. His eyes locked with mine. The first spurt of hot cum hit my tongue. I couldn't stop the groan, my balls pulling tight, desperate for release. His body shuddered as he emptied himself in a thick, creamy torrent down my throat. I swallowed the salty liquid, my eyes drinking the sight of this beautiful boy, glowing with pleasure. When he stopped shaking, he released his cock and stared at me. I licked my lips, catching the remnants of his cum. Expecting him to walk away, I was surprised when he dropped his jeans, climbed onto the bed, and settled on his knees between my spread legs. "Last chance, old man," he whispered, his breathing still heightened rasps. "Is that a threat, Raiden?" Instead of an answer, he leaned over me, supporting his weight by planting his hands on either side of my shoulders. I gazed up at him, willing back the sigh of contentment I experienced every time I looked at his handsome face. This wasn't a time for me to show him my continued affection. He dipped his head. His mint-infused whiskey breath fanned my face as he hovered possessively over my lips. Those thick, dark lashes drifted close for a beat, as if he willed patience. However, the ache strumming my balls and the throb in my cock was nothing compared to when he bit my bottom lip, tugged back, and released it with a soft pop. The feeling heightened when his teeth sank into the flesh at my jaw, then nipped their way up to my ear before he sucked my lobe into his mouth, sending goosebumps scaling through my body. Fuck! It was proving hard to act unaffected, to remain calm and controlled. "Did you enjoy fucking him?" His husky question teased my lips before he brushed his lightly over mine. When I opened my mouth to kiss him, he pulled back. I chuckled, loving his control. Still, I tested his restraint. What if I said yes? "I have just one answer for you." When he reached for his drink, I admired his tenacity to keep me waiting. He took a sip, set the glass on the counter, then leaned down, dragging his lips over my chin, along my neck to my chest. The cold feel of the ice cube penetrated my heated skin a moment later. "Raiden," I hissed when he circled a nipple, teasing the bud into stiffness. I'd run ice over a woman's body before, even fucked her pussy with it, but somehow the combination of Raiden's warm lips and the cube between his teeth was sickeningly delirious, making the anticipation curling in my stomach something I hadn't felt before. His mouth trailed to suck on the skin over my ribs, my abs, before dipping his tongue into my navel. He took another drink, and this time moved further down to lick up the underside of my cock. When his mouth closed over the head, sinking slowly, I jerked. Ice against the heated flesh shocked my senses, another bizarre sensation experienced for the first time. Fuck! The harsh curse ripped from my chest, and I instinctively pushed up into his mouth with more force than I intended, hitting the back of his throat. Raiden's gag reflex kicked in, and he pulled up, his tear-glazed eyes on me, his brow curved in cynical reproach. I didn't apologize. If he wanted to test my restraint, then he'd have to deal with the fucking consequences. His eyes on me, he swiped his tongue across the cockhead and dipped the tip into the slit, licking at the pre-cum. My hips bucked and his lips twitched. Cocky fucker. A second later, he dragged his lips up to my rigid length, and when the warm, wet heat of his mouth enveloped me, a low groan rumbled out my chest. I lifted my head to watch him. He wrapped a fist around the shaft, stroking me as his tongue flicked the head before he hollowed out his cheeks, sucking me harder. Then he swirled his tongue around me and took my cock to the back of his throat. When his eyes, filled with greedy lust, lifted to meet mine, I lost it, my head dropping back to the pillow. I lifted my hips and began to pump in and out his hot mouth. He let me. The sexy sounds surrounding us sounded like something out of an erotic movie. My unintelligent, raspy groans played bass to the wet, sucking grunts from the beautiful boy intent on dominating my soul. Fuck, baby, suck harder. My orgasm hovering at the base of my spine, I quickened my pace, fucking his face furiously, and he took me deep with each swallow until my legs trembled. His hands pressed down on my thighs to control my thrusts. "I'm close," I grunted, yanking on the handcuffs. I wanted to touch him, to grip his hair tight while his amazing mouth fucked my cock. "Open these fucking cuffs," I demanded. All I got was a fucking raised brow and a distinct smirk. He was enjoying playing with me. To prove that point, he suctioned tighter. He sucked harder, staring at me. Those teary, hooded eyes would turn on all on their own. Then he fucking winked and my brow shot up. I should have known. A second later, he released me, deliberately leaving me on that cliff edge of pleasure. Cool air swept my heated skin as he withdrew. Fuck. I dropped my head back into the pillow, breathing hard. When he lifted onto his knees and reached out to the nightstand for what I assumed to be his drink, I growled my dissatisfaction, then remembered he still owed me an answer. "You said you had just one answer for me. What is it?" Frustration lined my tone. His gaze came back to me. Moving, he put his lips to my ear and in a low, guttural voice replied, "Your body was built for my pleasure and mine, old man. When I'm done fucking you, no man will compare." For just a beat, I stopped breathing. Raiden's words catching me off guard. This was a territory we'd never explored. By his choice alone, I was usually the one in control, and I'd given him plenty of chances to take ownership of my body, but he'd never taken them. Would he now? My answer came in the form of him retrieving the bottle of lube from the nightstand. I should have said something. I didn't, just in case he backed off. I didn't want him to. Flipping the lid, he dropped some of the liquid into his palm, set the bottle aside, and wrapped his lubricated hand around my cock. He leaned over me, one hand pressed into the bed, supporting his weight. His eyes on me, he massaged my shaft, thickening with each stroke. "Raiden," I hissed, my orgasm sitting dangerously close to the abyss he had me hanging over. "What's wrong, old man?" He brushed his lips over mine, teasing but not giving in to the kiss. "Did you miss sucking my cock? Or do you want me to suck your cock dry? Make you come in my mouth while you watch?" My patience wearing thin, I yanked my hands, and the chained shackles rattled against the frame. "Open these fucking cuffs, Raiden," I gritted, desperate to kiss him. One brow shot up, his smile devilish. "No." He leaned closer. "I want you restrained when I fuck you. I want you to watch me fuck this tight hole." He moved his slippery fingers down the cleft of my ass. "I want you desperate to touch me. Know what it feels like to not have what you want." He growled. Fuck, my arrogance was no match for this angry version of Raiden. The way I was feeling right now, I'd willingly bend to his command. He stroked the pad of his thumb over my entrance, and I stilled, hissing in a breath at the foreign sensation stealing the air from my lungs. "Feels good, doesn't it?" he whispered against my lips. Fuck yes, it was. Raiden and I both moaned when he slid a finger past the rim. He was right. The sudden need for him, not to fuck me, but to hold him, to have him close, to feel his warm breath fuse with mine, intensified. "Kiss me, baby." I lifted my head, chasing his lips. Still he denied me. Adding more lube, he pushed his finger deeper. I closed my eyes, letting the sensation sink, and balled my fists, pulling on the cuffs as he fucked me. So fucking slow. I clenched my teeth to keep from pleading for him to fill me with his cock. I didn't plan on begging, and somehow Raiden knew that, because he added another finger and grazed over that fucking spot I had no idea existed. Fuck. The hoarse grunt slipped out, my eyes snapping open. Raiden's smirk was the last thing I saw before his lips pressed to mine. Sighing, I breathed him in. He pushed his tongue inside my greedy mouth. The taste of him, mixed with the spicy flavor of the whiskey, exploded on my tongue as we dueled for supremacy in a kiss that made me almost lightheaded with the need to fuck him. The coarse texture of his evening stubble, fucking heaven against my skin, easily reminding me I was kissing a man. A boy I loved, and why I never bothered fucking any of the available women in Italy. He groaned into my mouth, and my cock pulsed in his hand, ready to explode.
22. Raiden. When I left the bar tonight, I had only one goal in mind: to fuck Lorenzo Rossi. Hard, fast, primal lust. Now, staring down at this beautiful fucker who dominated me with nothing more than just a damn look, I hesitated. Using the handcuffs was more for my control than to stop his. While I wanted him at my mercy, begging for me to fuck him, he just had to touch me and the opposite would happen. Only he didn't beg. He fucking demanded. As much as I wanted to give in, because the both of us knew that when it came to Lorenzo fucking Rossi, I caved easily and quickly, I held on to the tiny fibers of restraint. Yet the kiss was my undoing. Watching him succumb to my fingers so wantonly had me giving in to the kiss he craved. I pulled back, breathing just as hard as him, my fingers working his tight entrance. He rocked his hips, pushing back on my fingers and urging them deeper. I gripped his cock with my free hand and set a steady rhythm, fucking him on both ends. His eyes closed, his breathing sped up. I hit his prostate again and his hips jerked. Jesus, Raiden. His eyes flew open. You fucking like that, don't you? I taunted the usually controlled man. I kept massaging it, my eyes glued to the way all his muscles contracted in response. Enjoying yourself, he rasped. I grinned, licking my lips. I'm close, baby. His gaze dropped to my hand fucking his cock. Pre-cum wept from the slit. With my eyes on him, I leaned forward and licked at the wetness, hissing at the manly taste of him. Fuck, he snarled. Nostrils flared, jaw clamped tight, his face all hard angles and tense arousal. The man was fucking lust let loose on my senses. I drank in the sight of him. Why the fuck had I never done this before? He'd given me plenty of chances, but I always held back for some reason. Tonight, I changed all of that, because he belonged to me. No fucking younger cocksucker was going to take that from me. Anger pissed into my grip on his dick, tightening, pumping harder. Just as he hit that final thrust, shoving hard into my hand while clenching down on my fingers, I released his cock and pulled out my fingers to another harsh, "What the fuck?" Payback's a bitch, isn't she, old man? I chuckled, coating my cock with lube. She is, baby, he panted. I'll be sure to remember that. Even though he smirked, his eyes promised a dirty deed I looked forward to. For now, I concentrated on not fucking up my first meeting with his asshole. Regardless, I trembled at the notion of taking him. Resting my hands on his thighs, he allowed me to push them up into his chest, spreading him wide open to my ravenous gaze. I groaned at the sight, my aching cock already dripping at the tip. Adding more lube to his glistening hole, my eyes met his. You want me to be gentle? I asked, not keeping the amusement out of my voice, even though I genuinely cared about not hurting him. His brow shot up, his lips curled in his usual smirk. Fuck me, Raiden. Smiling, I stroked my cock a few more times, lined myself up, and worked the cockhead into him. I wanted to watch myself sink into his heated warmth, but I wanted to watch his reaction even more, to watch his face while I fucked him. Despite my earlier words, this dominion wasn't just for my pleasure, but for his as well. His bottom lip between his teeth, his fists balled, his biceps flexed with the tension. I pushed through the first barrier, meeting his unconscious resistance. "Let me in, old man," I demanded, and he relaxed, allowing more of me in. "Jesus, fuck, you're tight," I grunted. "Just fuck me, baby," he hissed, his chest heaving in sync with his hoarse exhales. "Please." The word I was waiting for finally spilled, and my brow shot up. "Damn, you're sexy when you beg." I winked, sinking in until my balls pressed against his ass. "Cocky fucker," he grunted against the pressure, clenching around me. Fuck, he was so damn tight, squeezing my cock so fucking hard it took a moment to find my breath. My holy fuck merged with his unchecked gasps and groans. "Fuck, old man, you're the tightest hole I've ever fucked." My words wheezed out on a short laugh. "Then fuck it, baby." His eyes conveyed a warmth I couldn't describe. Overcome with raw emotion, I leaned down and kissed him, hardening my suction, sucking on his tongue and drawing out every inch of him into me. When I broke the kiss, I pulled out my cock and sank it back in, watching my thick length disappear inside him inch by inch. I couldn't take my eyes off the way we connected, pulling out to just the tip of my head before pushing in a little harder. Fuck, what a sight. I inched out again and shoved back in just as quickly. A few more slow thrusts and I found my rhythm. Lorenzo was gasping for air, but his eyes, filled with a new kind of greed I hadn't witnessed before, stayed on me. I increased my pace, our bodies slapping together. He spread his legs wider, making room for me to fall to his chest. Wrapping a hand around his throat, I relished the feel of his Adam's apple bobbing against my palm as I fucked him without mercy, loving that he could take the pressure without me hurting him. "Does that feel good, old man?" I bit his lip. "Does my cock feel good fucking your tight ass?" I squeezed his throat, and he clenched around me. "Fuck yes, baby," he moaned. "I need to touch you, Raiden." When I shook my head, he cursed. "Then fucking kiss me," he snapped, frustration lining his tone. I gave him that. My lips owned his as I fucked him relentlessly, our movements a cohesive sync, sweat the binding glue between our wet skin as our heated bodies rubbed against the other. He sucked on my tongue, curling his around mine. I stole everything he had to offer and more, grinding my cock inside him, alternating between short, sharp jerks and long, deep thrusts that had him gasping into my mouth. "I need to come. So fucking close," he rasped against my lips. I lifted my head, squeezing his throat, shaking my head. "Only when I let you, old man." My eyes dared him to fight me on this. The fucker smirked. Even with me controlling him, he fucking smirked. Annoyed, I released his throat, and using my hands to support my weight, I fucked him like my fucking life depended on it. And he fucking took it, his tight hole clenching me in a vice grip, not letting up. The pressure built quickly in my balls. I was close, and I needed him to come, but I wanted him to do so with me still fucking him. Gripping his cock, I stroked him hard. "Fuck, Raiden," he growled, his pupils dilating with a need I dictated. "I want to come with you." "Then show me, old man. I want to see how good I make you feel. Show me I'm the only cock you want in your tight fucking ass." Yanking on the handcuffs as far as it would allow him, he lifted his head, clamping his mouth in a rigid hold over mine while his hips jerked upward, changing the pressure around my thrusting cock each time he moved. "Only you, baby boy. I only fucking love you, Raiden," he grunted between the kisses, his head falling back to the pillow. Those words tore through my restraint. Sweat dimpled my upper lip, rolled down my temples, and I fucked him so deep even I shuddered with each thrust while jerking his cock even harder. "I own your fucking ass now," I growled. "Come for me, Lorenzo." Breathing just as ragged as mine, He fought to hold on, his cock thickening in my grip. "Not for you. With you," he demanded. "Now." I gave him no choice as I stilled my movements and squeezed his cock, stroking faster, and when I rubbed my thumb over the tip, his entire body stiffened for just a moment before his loud moans filled the room. "Fucking hell, Raiden." His cock jerked in my hand, and white ropes of cum shot over his abdomen, splattering from his belly button up to his neck. "Jesus fucking Christ," he breathed, his body quivering. I grinned. "Hang on." I hammered into him, chasing my own climax. Lorenzo pushed up onto his elbows, his mouth gripping mine in a tongue lock that unraveled me. We bit, sucked, and licked at each other's mouths, and I pounded the fuck out of him. Then I fell. "Holy fuck," I roared into his mouth, my climax ricocheting through me, erupting fucking goosebumps along my skin as I emptied myself inside this dark lord who owned the fucking air I needed. My vision blurred, my breathing stuttered. Fire tore through my veins, forcing the oxygen from my lungs, and I blacked out for just a moment, my body bowing to a pleasure I'd never experienced before, not even with him. Unable to support my shaking arms, I collapsed on Lorenzo's chest. "That was unfucking real," I laughed, lifting my head to look down at him. "Good?" I brushed my lips over his. He smiled. "Unfucking real, baby." Our kiss was slow and deep, nothing like the ferocity from a moment ago. When we finally broke for air, I licked at the drops of white cum on his neck, the salty tang exploding on my tongue. "You taste so fucking good." "You want more? Just say the word." He grinned. Smiling, my lips met his again. "Still plan on keeping your new fuck toy around?" I asked, the words sitting on my chest. His laugh was low as he brushed his nose against mine. "There's never been another since you, Raiden, and there never will be." He sighed, dropping his head back into the pillow. "That boy is keen on dating my sister." My brow shot up. "So that act at the fashion show was just to make you jealous. I missed you so fucking much during those hellish 3 months, and when you refused to take my calls, I figured you'd get even with me. If I never have to see that look on your face again, it would be too soon." He laughed. "Raiden?" My name was said with a deep sincerity that made my heated body grow warm. "I love you, and I'll die before I place you in danger. It's why I didn't want you to come to Italy. We were ambushed and then under constant attacks. Having you around, while it's what I need, it's a good distraction that will leave me vulnerable. I chose you, and I'll always choose you. Over life, over death, over every fucking thing I know. Would you trust me, baby?" I glanced away for a beat, knowing in my heart I could, and when my eyes came back to his, I nodded. "Then open those fucking cuffs, because I have a fucking date with your asshole that I'm going to fuck until you can't leave my bed for a week," he threatened. Laughing, I reached for the keys on the nightstand.
23. Trent. As soon as I heard the shower switch off, I flicked the channels on the TV. Selecting something not too distracting, I let it play. Ashrika walked out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her body, another in her hand, drying her hair. She paused mid-wipe, her gaze riveted on the on-screen couple. "Porn? Seriously?" she laughed. "Turn down the volume or you're going to have the kids knocking on the door." Fanny took them to a movie. I smiled, cranking up the volume on the groaning couple as he ate her out. "How much did you bribe the nanny with this time?" she laughed. "I want to fuck, sweetheart." I slipped off my jacket, not caring where it fell, and tugged at my tie. As soon as I walked in and Fanny mentioned Ash was in the shower, I'd whipped out my wallet. It took less than 3 minutes this time to bribe her and a whole minute less to get the kids to agree and in her car. "It does nothing for you," I tipped my chin at the TV, prowling toward her. Nah, she shook her head, walking backward. So, if I slipped my hand between your thighs, I wouldn't find your pussy eager for my touch. Maybe dripping, begging for my cock to fill her up. You don't want me to maybe lick it, suck it, bite your clit, sweetheart? I slipped my unbuttoned shirt free of my arms, letting it fall to the floor. No, she replied, unable to hide the telltale elevation in her voice as her eyes dropped to my bare chest. We haven't fucked in over 3 weeks, Ash, I grumbled, partly due to my traveling, her period, and the kids not giving us a chance to spend time alone. I unbuttoned and unzipped my pants, stepping out of them and my briefs when they slid to the floor. Oh, fuck, yes, eat my cunt, the woman shouted on the TV. The sound pulled Ash's gaze away for just a second before it came back to me palming my cock, stroking hard. Let's find out, shall we? I lurched forward, pinning her against the wall she'd backed into, and slammed my mouth to hers, cutting off her laugh. Yanking the towel from her body, I slid my hand down to the inside of her thigh and broke the kiss. Oh, what do we have here? I lifted my hand, glistening with her arousal. You're leaking, Ash, and I haven't touched your pussy yet. I sucked my fingers, and with her eyes on my mouth, she groaned. Dropping my hand again, I trailed a finger lightly down the slit of her pussy. Do you want me to fuck you? I asked, nipping her lips. She arched her hips, trying to get my fingers to her clit. I held back. Do you want me to make you come? A whimper. Tell me, Ash, I coaxed, pushing 2 fingers into her soaked entrance, fucking her in lazy circles. Trent, what do you want, sweetheart? I dropped my other hand to her ass, squeezing the cheek. I want you to fuck me hard until I can't fucking walk, she demanded. I don't want gentle, she added in a quieter voice, as if afraid she'd overstepped. Stepping back, I smiled. Her aggression came from all the pent-up frustration with Zane's return she'd tried to hide. Bend over and grab your ankles, I ordered. Her nostrils flared for just a second before her teeth clamped down on her bottom lip, and she did as I asked, giving me a view of her perfect ass and glistening pink folds. Beautiful. I squeezed her ass cheeks, dropped to my haunches, and ran my tongue along her slit. So fucking sweet. Trent, she panted, fuck me. Come for me first, sweetheart, and I will. I slipped 2 fingers into her warm pussy, and while I fucked her, I teased her clit with my tongue, biting down on the bundle of nerves. Oh, God, she shuddered barely 2 seconds in, creaming my fingers in her arousal. Good girl. I licked at her pussy, relishing the taste of her, then stood. Widening my stance to get a good grip, I grasped her hips. Hang on, sweetheart. I slammed into her pussy and she cried out, her hands flailing to keep her balance. You wanted it hard, so hold on to your fucking ankles and don't let go, I grunted. She clutched her ankles once more and I pounded into her. It was raw, unhinged, and rough, her body bouncing on my shaft. My cock loved the feel of her clenched muscles around him. Her breathing grew slower, erratic, her body tensing beneath my hands, and I knew she was about to lose it again. Give it to me, Ash. I pulled out and slammed back in just as quickly. Squeeze my cock. I drove into her, my hips unyielding, hard, bruising thrusts that had me slowing just a little in case I hurt her. Don't stop, she yelled, pushing back into my crotch, demanding more. Fuck, yes, I growled, and I gave it to her, fucking her so hard she screamed, her legs levitating off the carpet. And she exploded. Oh, fuck, yes. Her second orgasm squeezed the fuck out of me, and I shattered. Jesus. Shaking hard, I spilled deep inside her pulsing pussy. When I could finally stay upright, I pulled out and lifted her shaking body in my arms. Her face immediately sought the crook of my neck. I carried her to the bed, laid her down, and stretched out next to her. We devoured each other's mouths until she broke away. Her palm on my cheek, she stared at me through eyes filled with love. I love you so fucking much. I kissed her softly. I love you too, she whispered. While a part of me knew it might not be the right time, I had to ask. I had to bring her back to the person she once lost after Zane's death and then his reappearance. Have you decided about incognito? Her gaze dropped to my beard and her fingers stroked a pattern over the hair before she finally looked at me. Is he going to be there? No. I shook my head, trying to keep my disappointment in check. Not for myself, but that she was holding back on the desire she craved. I'd asked her to join me at incognito last week and she hadn't given me an answer yet. After the ball more than 3 weeks ago, she'd refused to meet Zane or talk about him. Even though I didn't push, I felt she was only hurting herself with her denial of the obvious. I promised you I wouldn't invite him back unless you said so, sweetheart. Biting her lip in contemplation, she blew out a long exhale. Okay, she smiled. Tomorrow? I nodded. Time? Whatever time suits you. My phone rang in my pants pocket. Kissing her lightly, I climbed off the bed to go answer it. When I fished it out of my pocket, I balked at Zane's name lighting up the screen, then bit back a smile. It seemed like serendipity wasn't done with us yet. I let the call go to voicemail and shoved the phone back in my pants pocket. Everything okay? She asked when I slipped down next to her. Nothing important. I was going to hell for lying, but it was worth every slash against my good boy record just to see her happy. And Zane? He'd probably kill me for going behind his back and speaking to Gianna, but I'd die a happy man. I need to go into the office for a bit before I go to the club tomorrow, but I can send the chopper for you. She nodded. 6? Perfect. Moving closer, I slid an arm around her waist and drew her in for a kiss. I love you. She stared at me for a silent moment, then palmed my cheek. How are you so good for me? Tucking a stray strand behind her ear, I smiled. Because a soulmate knows you better than you know yourself. With a soft sigh, she buried her face in the crook of my neck and whispered, You do? We stayed that way for a while, listening to each other breathe until she drew back. I love you too.
24. Zane. She doesn't want to meet me? I failed to hide my irritation. Trent shook his head. You're frustrated, Zane. Rightfully so, but you need to give her time. Finding out the man you loved isn't dead is not something you get over in a flash. This coming from the man who insisted I tell her I was alive, I scoffed. He grinned. Why don't you visit one of the rooms? He coaxed. Always the jester. Fuck you. I stood. I should go. This place brings back too many memories I'm trying to keep blanketed. For now. When I'd called him this morning, he'd suggested we meet incognito. At the time, I assumed it was okay. Now, not so much. Revealing the truth to a Shrika wasn't the best fucking plan I'd ever put in place. It straight up bombed, and now my heart was reeling as much as my head had done since I left her the first time. Have you tried talking to her, Trent? Gianna, who'd insisted on coming with me, lounged on one of the couches, comfortable as a sublime cat with a drink in her hand, and clearly not ready to leave. If she had her way, we'd be in one of the rooms by now. I did. The night of the ball after Zane left, she insisted on the truth. I told her everything. He shrugged. All she said was, once we left the ball, I shouldn't mention Zane again. So I didn't. Is she aware that he's visiting tonight? From where I stood, I could see something churning behind Gianna's bright green eyes. She smiled at Trent, surprising me with just how quick these two seemed to bond within an hour of meeting each other. Then again, Trent possessed that charismatic ability about him. Subtle, but at the same time in your face without coming across as aggressive. What are you up to, baby girl? She merely winked. Nothing yet. Okay, we definitely need to leave then. I grinned. I guess you're right, Trent. Rika needs time. As if fate decided it still played with people's emotions, the office door opened. Hey. An all-too-familiar voice caught my ears before she stepped into view. Plans changed, and I figured I'd come see you. Her words trailed as she entered the room, her eyes landing directly on me. "Earlier," she finished with a whisper. We stared at each other, a pregnant silence filling the space between us. God, I forgot how brilliantly gray her eyes were. How stunning she was, even with her hair pulled into a ponytail and her face devoid of makeup. She'd never needed it. Her natural looks worked perfectly. That night of the ball, I'd only caught glimpses of her. Even on the balcony, the dim lighting hadn't been honest to her beauty. She looked so much younger standing there, in a simple shirt dress, almost like she hadn't aged in the last 2 years since I'd last seen her. Angel. The one breathless word was crammed with so much more than I intended to let escape. Instead of greeting me, her eyes shifted to Trent. "I thought you—" She visibly swallowed. He was out of his chair and, in a quick stride, neared her. "I didn't plan it, sweetheart." Even as the words left his mouth, his eyes met mine, pleading for an out because, fuck, he had planned it. Glancing over at Gianna, who'd now gotten to her feet and crossed over to Ashrika, I wasn't sure it was a good idea. "Hey, Ashrika. I'm Gianna, or Ria, if you prefer." She held out a hand. Surprisingly, Ashrika accepted it with a smile. "Hi." She looked at me, then asked, "You must be Zane's wife." Fuck. Don't answer, Ria, I silently begged. Instead, my beautiful mafia queen grasped Ashrika's hand and brought her over to me. "I think you two should chat while Trent and I get acquainted." She walked away before Ashrika could disagree. She turned to go. I reached out, touching her arm lightly and not missing her surprised inhale. "Listen to me, Angel. Please." She stopped and, inhaling deeply, looked at me. "I'm sorry for what I did, but it was the only way I could let you live without me fucking it up with the truth." Her laugh lacked mirth. "What about me?" I sighed. "You don't understand." "Then make me," she whispered. "I couldn't live with myself knowing what I did to you, to your father. You would have been dead at my hands. And ironically, you saved me, right?" There was no anger in her tone, and I took it as a positive. "I broke my heart while falling in love, Angel. I was never supposed to love you, but I did, because I knew when the truth came out you'd hate me. Still, I let my love dictate the time we had together until Trent. That morning he arrived, I was going to tell you how I truly felt. I figured fate played its hand, and I decided to step aside." "I thought I knew you," she sighed. "Then again, even when we were together, I never really knew you, did I?" Taking a chance, I grasped her hand and linked my fingers with hers. Thankfully, she didn't pull away. "I told you to write a new story, remember?" She nodded. "And you did. Selfishly, I didn't realize I wanted to feature in it. But I do. The choice is yours." I dragged a hand through my hair. "Hate me all you want, Rika. It doesn't change the fact that you still love me. Still want me, and the truth of the matter is I'm standing here because I still crave you, crave what we had, but never had the chance to fulfill." She stared at our linked fingers for a moment before her eyes met mine again. "What does that mean?" She looked unsettled for a moment, and when her gaze drifted to Gianna, I understood. "That I'd like to stay in your life, go back to how things were. If you give me a chance, I can explain about Ria. She's my brother's wife." I added the last part on a whim. She squeezed her eyes shut for what seemed like an eternity before finally opening them, gray irises shining like a cresting moon on a dark night. I wanted to lean in and kiss her, but didn't. When she said nothing, I silently cursed, then she palmed my cheek. "If I said yes, would you give me time?" Surprised, I smiled. "Would it make you happy?" She nodded. "Then yes." "Same old Zane lingers? Still worried about my happiness as usual?" Her laugh was soft. "Always, Angel." She reached up and kissed me lightly before she turned and went back to Trent. Slipping my hands into the pockets of my pants, I watched her chat with Gianna and Trent for a few minutes before she left. A moment later, Gianna winked at me and walked out. Shaking my head, I neared Trent. What the fuck have you done to her? Who? He frowned. Rhea. She hightailed it out of here, and that look on her face told me that either shit was about to go down, or I would have to answer to my brother for her misdeeds. He snorted a laugh. She asked about the rooms, and I explained how they work. Said she wants to go down and have a look. Fuck. I shook my head. Trent asked me about my chat with Ashrika, and I gave him the rundown. We talked for the next 30 minutes while I waited for Gianna to return. A soft knock on the door had us both looking in that direction. It opened on Trent's call for them to enter. A young blonde woman, whom I recognized as the concierge, walked in. She approached Trent and leaned down to whisper something in his ear. When she straightened, he nodded and looked at me. "Your presence has been requested, Marone." His serious countenance had me frowning. By whom? "Rhea wants you to join her in the Twilight Room." He grinned, wiggling his brows. I relaxed my tense shoulders. "She's probably got a little treat for you." Of course. You'd find that funny. I snorted, shaking my head. The Twilight Room, where we'd shared Ashrika. My first fucking threesome that blew my mind to shit. If Gianna requested my presence, where was Ashrika? While I silently thanked Gianna for attempting to allay Ashrika's fears of insecurity, I hated that she thought so little of herself in front of Gianna. For me, both women stood on equal footing, where my heart was concerned. Even though Gianna topped that spot often, lately, Ashrika began to sidle in edgewise, leaving me wondering why I suddenly missed her so fucking much. Maybe, as Trent mentioned, I wanted closure, something I seriously couldn't see happening anytime soon. Now that I'd seen her again, my heart had become raging combustion for both women. This time, split equally down the center. Was that even possible? "Where's Rika?" I asked. At Trent's raised brow, the woman said, "She left, but asked if Mr. Marone can join you and her for dinner tomorrow night." "What do you say, Zane?" he asked. "Seems like she's throwing you a line." And I fucking bit like a goddamn shark. Sounds like a plan, I stood, buttoning my jacket. As I followed the woman toward the door, Trent stopped me. "Don't mind if I watch, do you?" In the time we'd become friends, Trent had discovered that while he fucked Ashrika every chance he got, he developed an appetite for voyeurism. Incognito served his tendencies perfectly, which Ashrika didn't seem to mind. Neither did I. "Enjoy," I grinned, walking out. If Gianna chose the Twilight Room, it was clear she wouldn't mind being watched either. Downstairs, and just before we reached the room, the concierge produced a blindfold. At my frown, she smiled. "Miss Gianna asked that I secure this before you enter. She'll direct you when to remove it." When I hesitated with a chuckle, she added, "If you'd rather not." "It's fine." If Gianna wanted a little kinky foreplay, who was I to refuse her? Before I turned away so she could tie the blindfold, the woman pointed to my jacket. "May I have your jacket, please?" I slid it off and handed it over. "Shirt, too." I frowned, and she shrugged, her smile light. Shaking my head, I unbuttoned the shirt and held it out. She wasn't shy with her admiration, raking her eyes down my naked torso. "Nice," she complimented, then said, "Turn around, please." I did as she asked. Done with the blindfold, she grasped my arm and led me away.
25. Gianna. From the moment she entered the room, I sensed, rather than saw, Ashrika's uncertainty. Whether she was intimidated, overwhelmed, or just hated that I was the woman in Zane's life, I couldn't be sure. But watching his reaction to her, I knew deep down I would do whatever it took to make her want this, to make her believe that she was just as important to Zane as I was. What that entailed, I had no idea, but the second she turned and walked away from Zane, my mind had already formed a plan. Whether it was for Zane, her, or me, one thing was certain. When we all left incognito, we'd no longer be anonymous, but something more significant. Inevitable. Fate brought her into his life the same way it did me, and he'd unknowingly saved us both. This time, we were going to save him with what he needed most in his life: serenity. He'd been through the mill with the both of us, and now we needed to ensure he'd come full circle to find the peace he'd lost in the first round. "You don't have to be jealous and angry with me, you know?" I said quietly, reaching the elevator behind her just as the door opened. Ashrika turned, her gray eyes assessing. She offered me a small smile. "I'm not." Could have fooled me. My laugh light, I entered the elevator behind her. As we rode the car down, I ran a gaze over her stunning features. She was a beautiful woman. I could see why Zane would be captivated. "But you do plan on walking away from him, don't you?" Her gaze met mine in the mirrored door. "He doesn't need me. He has you." The telltale blush told me her earlier comment was a lie. I was the reason for her running away. The door opened and we stepped out, my gaze falling to the labeled arrows pointing out the rooms Trent had mentioned when we chatted in his office. I touched her shoulder just before she walked away. "Zane's not the enemy, Ashrika. His love for you is." She turned to look at me, her expression thoughtful. "He tried to do right by you but failed. That's not a misdemeanor in my books. More a man trying to make up for something he wasn't solely responsible for. Whether you like it or not, accept it or not, he saved you. You're here because of him." I sighed, recalling what he'd shared with me. "He told you to rewrite your story, and you did. And being the author, you can add the epilogue you want regardless of how the first chapter began. He deserves your love, Ashrika, because he loves you as much as Trent does. And I love him as much as I love his brother, Vincenzo." "And you're willing to share, Zane?" There was no surprise or anger in her tone, just open surety I figured she needed to calm her own heart into believing rather than question mine. I smiled. "Only with you." Her eyes flared slightly before she chewed her bottom lip. "Why don't we get to know each other a little better? A little more intimately, perhaps? He deserves that much, don't you think?" Even as the words left my mouth, I hoped like hell her love for Zane still played with her emotions. She licked her lips, her expression thoughtful. I expected her to decline my offer. Then she asked, "What do you have in mind?" I gestured to the passage leading down to the rooms. "Come join me?" It was a simple request, laden with a whole lot of subtle pleading. She inhaled sharply and nodded. Giving her a grateful smile, I headed for the twilight room with her at my side. Inside, the ambiance was surprisingly calming. Nothing like the overtly erotic porn room I'd envisaged. Soft lighting gave the mostly darkened room a sensual feel, while a distinct scent of sweet musk permeated the air. A large bed decked in black linen and rimmed by gold four-poster bars stood to one side. The only other piece of furniture, a dark, long couch with small end tables on both sides, sat facing the bed. Two walls filled with floor-to-ceiling windows opened into viewing rooms Trent mentioned. I flicked a switch on the wall as he'd instructed, and immediately blue lighting filled the one room. A naked woman lay across a bed, her arms tied to either side of her head, her eyes closed in peaceful sleep. The door in the room opened, and a man entered. "Is my beautiful pet going to play nice today?" he asked, his words deeply masculine, just like the cut perfection of his body. Her eyes opened, her smile was playful. I turned away to find Ashrika watching me. "Do you mind?" I gestured with my chin to the couple. She shook her head, her eyes straying toward them as the guy began touching the woman. Smiling, I walked around the room while she watched. Trent told me he and Zane had shared her in this room. I touched the bed, imagining them taking her. Had they been rough or gentle? With me, both Vincenzo and Zane were dirty, hard, and rough. I liked it that way. How did she like it? I found myself wondering as I approached and stopped just behind her, letting her feel my presence. "Have you ever been touched by a woman, Ashrika?" I casually asked. "No. Have you?" Her calm response surprised me. "No." I inched closer, running just my fingertips up from her wrists to her shoulders, and she let me, not flinching, not jerking away. "But I'm open to the idea," I whispered, kissing her shoulder. Other than the elevated breathing, she didn't move. With the right person, of course. She turned then, her eyes searching my face, the soft moans of the couple fucking in the room behind us filling the silence between us. I had no idea what I was doing, but I let my heart guide me and lowered my head.
26. Ashrika. I walked into Trent's office expecting to give my husband what he wanted, a night of wild abandonment. Watching others fuck while we fucked and going just a little bit further to let others watch us. Coming face to face with Zane again stole not just my breath, but brought memories flooding back with a ferocity I'd been trying to avoid since that night of the ball. And while I'd fought the need to kiss him, I knew in my heart I wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. I loved the man as much as I did Trent. That knowledge sent my mind reeling because I thought I'd settled. I hadn't. After his promise at the ball, I hadn't expected him to give me time. Now, standing in the very room both men had shared with me, I couldn't understand the boom of my heartbeat brought on by the other woman in Zane's life. In a red suit and white blouse, she was stunningly flawless, yet looked like a woman who didn't tolerate shit. I envied her for some reason. Perhaps because she had Zane's heart, or that she exuded such power by her stance alone. And when she touched me, her fingertips light as the brush of a feather against my skin, I sucked in a breath, my body's reaction surprising. Unbridled need sprinted down my spine, anchoring in my core. My pussy clenched, anticipation heavy in my gut. Only I didn't fight it. I was done fighting my desires. Trent openly asked me to explore. This time, I let my heart guide me. Staring up at her, I silently willed her to kiss me, just to feel the warmth of her mouth on mine, to see the extent of my boundaries, just to feel something different other than the norm, and probably to ease the nervous tension curled in my stomach. But that's not what she did. When her lips touched the side of my mouth, my eyelids closed, and when her lips touched the other side, I inhaled a slow breath. And when her mouth covered mine, slipping her soft tongue between my lips and curling around mine, I moaned low in my throat. I'd been kissed by both Trent and Zane, rough, hard dominance that gentled only to seduce a fevered reaction out of me. This kiss, though, it was pliant, tender, reassuring that we were in this together. Her hands slipped around my waist, drawing me tighter to her body. My hands slid up her arms, her shoulders into her hair, deepening the kiss. When she finally drew back, we were both breathing hard. We stared at each other, her eyes mirroring the open lust reflected in mine. Unambiguous chemistry flowed between us. Inexplicable, unthinkable, unexpected. Wow, left my lips on a shaky laugh. Tell me about it. She breathed, the whispered. Did I take liberties? I palmed her cheek, shaking my head. I don't know what this is or why it happened. I trailed off for a second. Perhaps it was born out of love for the same man? Or just plain attraction sitting in deepest, darkest parts of our desires. Her laugh was low, her words resonating with Trent's promise. Might give the men something to think about. Her expression of pure mischief made me realize that this woman was a force unto herself. I nodded. If I knew Trent well, it would give him a lot to think about. My mouth went dry as I watched her undressing, stripping down to a lacy red G-string and matching bra. Mesmerized by the beauty of her toned body, I couldn't take my eyes off her until she spoke again. You ready to forgive Zane and take this further? Have some fun with him. She hedged, her smile slow. What do you have in mind? Even as I asked, the tingles throughout my body had me on a high.
27. Trent. Granted, the last hour was a mindfuck, my heart was finally at peace. Ashrika might have closed up about Zane since he faked his death. Today, I'd seen a genuine smile that told me I'd done the right thing initiating the meetup. I was just about to follow Zane out the door when the office phone rang. The green reception button flashed until I picked up. Yes? Sir, we have a Vincenzo Salvatore at reception for you. Vincenzo? I frowned. Zane hadn't mentioned his brother would be visiting. Rubbing my brow in contemplation, Vincenzo's hard voice came over the line. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Trent, but I am coming up. Now, why the fuck would he threaten me? Did he think I'd invited Gianna here under the pretext to fuck her? Send him up. I instructed the receptionist and dropped the receiver. A whole minute later, I looked up from my mobile to find the scowling man at my office door. Having not met him before, I took in his imposing frame with a smirk of my own. Zane was tall and I taller, but this man was large, all foreboding muscle and dominance. I could see why they called him the king of the underworld, according to Zane. Rising, I held out a hand. Vincenzo? Surprisingly, he approached and grasped my hand in a firm shake. So, you're Trent Shaw? I wasn't sure if his tone was sardonic or indecisive. I take it you know who I am? My laugh was caustic. To what do I owe? Forgive me if I can't say pleasure, seeing as you bulldozed your way up here. The man stunned me with what he probably considered a smile. I'd call it a grimace. Sorry, Trent, wasn't my intention. Then why are you here? I asked, walking over to the bar. Drink? Vecchia Romagna on ice. I grinned. A man with taste. Nice. Pouring him the brandy, I handed over the glass and retook my seat. So? I sipped my drink and waited. He took a drink and then lifted his gray gaze from his glass to look at me. I'm looking for answers. At my frown, he added, Zane. That got me curious. I sat forward in my seat and rested my folded arms on the desk. I don't understand. My brother doesn't have friends, Trent, but something tells me he values your friendship. Yours was the only name that came up in conversation. Any specific reason for that? I shrugged. Probably because we didn't start as friends. I laughed, remembering our first meeting and how Zane looked ready to punch the fuck out of me. We had a bit of a run-in when we met, and somehow we became friends, I guess. Why is that so important to you? Because my brother's very secretive. While his job requires it, he hasn't divulged much about his past where family is concerned. He paused, taking a drink. I'm not sure how much you know about our past and the arrangement we have in place with Gianna. He didn't strike me as an indecisive man, but his words sounded unsure, contemplative. Zane's kept me in the loop? Then you probably know more than I do. What are you not saying or asking, Vincenzo? I looked him squarely in the eyes, something I think people rarely did. He set his glass on the table, stood, and moved over to the window overlooking the club below. Zane hasn't been himself lately. He seems lost, distracted. It's almost like he's missing something. My concern is that it might impact our living arrangements soon, or worse. Gianna. He turned to look at me. He's my brother, and I will do whatever the fuck it takes to ensure his happiness. So if you're able to share anything that helps, I'll consider it a debt to you. After meeting Gianna today, I was now sure Zane had kept his relationship with Ashrika from his brother. Rising, I walked over to Vincenzo and looked down at the dance floor. Your brother is in love with my wife. I saw no reason to beat around the bush. When I looked up, Vincenzo was frowning. He loves Gianna, he replied, his tone clipped. I nodded. He does. He crossed his arms over his chest, his expression blank. Explain. I spent the next 10 minutes giving him a quick rundown of the consequences behind how Zane and I met. When I was done, Vincenzo rubbed his jaw thoughtfully, then he shook his head, and I assumed he didn't believe me. Why the fuck did he keep it a secret? He muttered. Beats me, I shrugged. What was Ashrika's response to him being alive? She was angry at first, but then she smiled. I think it's the first wholehearted one since his faked death. His brow rose. And you're not jealous? I grinned at his shock. I initiated the sharing of her with Zane just so she could get closure in the knowledge that her feelings weren't one-sided when she lived with him. What does that tell you? Vincenzo's expression was unreadable. Would you do it again? Rubbing a thumb over my bottom lip, my smile was cautious, knowing he might not take my next words well. I already have. Surprise lined his brow. You have? I nodded. How? Gianna and I arranged a little treat for Zane. Gianna. Her name came out on a tight-lipped snarl. Now I believed Zane when he said Vincenzo would skin me alive if I so much as looked at Gianna. Yeah, she's here right now. I regretted the words the second they left my mouth. Nostrils flared, his jaw clenched before that blank expression slid back into place. Where is she? I debated whether to tell him, but that scowl was enough to make me think twice. In one of the rooms with Zane. That seemed to bring about a change in him. He visibly relaxed. Where? The single word was quieter, less angry. Wordlessly, I walked toward the door, and he followed. When we arrived downstairs and walked into the room I'd booked for Gianna, I don't think either of us was prepared for the sexy vision we encountered. I snuck a look at his face. Other than the usual blank slate, I could safely say I was fucked, because a conversational Vincenzo was far easier to read than a quiet one.
28. Zane. Soft music met my ears, my footfalls eaten by thick carpet. The scent of lavender and sweet musk filled my nostrils. Fuck. It had been a while since that smell resonated with something naughty. My cock gave a twitch of appreciation, anticipating Gianna's touch. I allowed the concierge to maneuver me, then frowned when she raised my left hand, and I felt the warm grasp of satin around my wrist, my hand suspended just above my head. What are you doing? Following orders, came her professional reply. Shaking my head on a soft laugh, I let her bind my hands. When her fingers dropped to the button on my pants, I jerked my hips away. Gianna's soft laugh caught my ear, and I relaxed, allowing the concierge to remove my pants. It took a moment to realize that I now stood naked, blindfolded, and both my hands bound. I was at Gianna's mercy. Fuck. How often had Vincenzo and I placed her in the same position and made her beg for release? Yeah. Fuck. What are you planning, baby girl? Silence. Rhea? I was prepared for the warm mouth on my cock, gently sucking, licking at the slit, and grazing teeth over my cockhead until I groaned. That mouth. Hadn't I felt it just a few weeks ago? Rika. The name hovered on my lips, but I didn't spill it. What I wasn't prepared for was the sudden dig of nails into my ass cheeks, spreading me wide, and definitely not expecting the roll of a tongue through the crack, licking at my rear entrance. Fuck. I jerked my hips forward, forcing my cock into the mouth, sucking me, until I hit the back of her throat. She gagged, pulling out. Rhea, what the fuck? I might be blindfolded, but I wasn't blind to the sensation skidding down my limbs at the feel of the tongue sliding down the crack of my ass again. I was sure as fuck the mouth at my rear belonged to Gianna, but I didn't want to risk it. Rhea. My question went unanswered. That warm mouth swallowed my cock again, her tongue curling around my shaft, the suction tighter, swallowing me to the hilt. At the same time, the second mouth covered my rear again, her tongue licking me from the perineum to my entrance. My fucking legs shook with the torture on both ends. Fuck, I grunted. The suction on my cock grew harder, quicker, wetter, and coupled with the hard licking at my rear, they pulled my orgasm toward the edge, forcing a shudder from me. Jesus fuck, Rhea, I moaned, balling my fists to stay grounded. But these two women were having none of that. One of them cupped my balls, massaging, squeezing. Fuck. I curved my hands around the hanging ropes, trying to stay upright, my hips rocking of their own accord, fucking the mouth on my dick. Her hands came up, pressing against my abdomen as she sucked me harder, her soft moans telling me she was enjoying it just as much. The tongue at my rear speared my entrance, adding the lust gone wild in my veins. I tensed, my orgasm sitting on my tailbone, ready to explode. And just as my cock thickened in readiness, they both pulled away. It took a moment to register before a curse flew from my lips, my shuddering body trying to calm itself over the lost climax. Christ, Rhea. Well played, I growled, as the blindfold was removed. Blinking a couple of times to focus, my gaze rested on a naked Ashrika, splayed on the edge of the bed. Her swollen mouth confirmed she was the one sucking my cock. Angel, I smiled, unsure what I was feeling right now. Her smile was slower, sexy, and mischief. I glanced up as Gianna came around me, her smirk also verifying she'd planned this. What's wrong, Zane? You look... She tilted her head to one side, her smile pure sass. Confused? Aroused? Fucked? Taking in her naked body, my gaze drifted between the two women. When had they planned this seduction? Was Gianna that good of a manipulator to not only sway Ashrika's decision, but get her naked and in bed, all in one go? Probably. I answered my silent question. Both women kneeled in front of me, and my insides churned, waiting, ready, eager. One hand on each of my legs, their eyes on me, their tongues slid down on either side of my cock, meeting at the head to curl around each other's tongues. Jesus, I grunted, the sexy as sin sight making me desperate to fuck. Their laughter soft. They dragged their tongues along the other's lips and chin, licking at my pre-cum between them. Untie me, baby girl. I balked at the plea in my tone. Now, I demanded. All I got was a raised brow. Then Ashrika swallowed my cock, her suction tight while Gianna sucked one of my balls into her mouth. Their wet slurping sounds curled around soft strains of Sexy Love by Neo-Yo. So fucking appropriate with these two women. It wasn't funny. Both women worked my cock, taking turns to swallow me in between nibbling the sensitive skin at the head. Oh, fuck, I groaned, trying and failing to keep my eyes open. I wanted to watch the way their lips wrap around me, suck me, take me deep. I wanted to watch them kiss and suck on each other's tongues. One of them grazed the cockhead with their teeth, and my eyes snapped open to see Ashrika pull back and Gianna taking me deep. I thrust my hips, hitting the back of her throat, groaning when she gagged. Fuck. I'm close, baby girl. As if my words triggered them, both stood and climbed onto the bed. Seriously, I ground out, earning a wink from Gianna and a chuckle from Ashrika. Gianna spread her legs and I fucking salivated at her pink folds peeking up at me. Then she coaxed Ashrika to move in between them. With her back to Gianna's chest, Ashrika settled in, and both women stared at me as Gianna's hands drifted over Ashrika's body, touching, massaging, grazing. Ashrika's soft whimpers shot right down to my cock. I glanced up at the bar I was shackled to. It ran from one bedpost to the other, providing no escape. Open these fucking ties, Rhea. I grunted my dissatisfaction. She licked her lips, cupped Ashrika's chin, and angled her face. When they kissed, I fucking groaned, loving the sight of their sexy mouths gentle with each other, moving in a seductive dance like they'd done this 1,000,000 times over. My cock ached like a bitch. Their sensual moans had pre-cum oozing from my slit. Just when I figured they were going to torture me, the door opened, pulling my gaze. My brows climbed to my hairline as Vincenzo and Trent walked in. Fuck, this just got interesting. My gaze snapped back to the two women, but they seemed unfazed by the two men and continued kissing. His face a blank mask, Vincenzo looked at me, silently questioning. I smirked. Nothing else I could do. My hands were tied. Literally. Trent, on the other hand, didn't bother looking at me, his eyes riveted on the two women. Their lips locked. Gianna's hand climbed up to palm Ashrika's breast, tweaking her hardened nipple. Both women groaned. I waited for my brother to stop them, demanding to know why the fuck was Gianna kissing another woman. Instead, he crossed the room to stand beside me, watching them, his expression one of blatant intrigue. Grinning, Trent followed. Found yourself in a bit of a bind, I see. He untied the ropes. I scowled, not bothering to ask how he knew, eyes focused on the women I planned to fuck until I couldn't breathe. My cock jerked its appreciation. You want to eat or fuck, brother? Sensing his eyes on me, I looked at him. One brow raised, and a twitch of a smile played on his lips. I'll watch until you've had your fill. He rubbed his jaw. Then I'm going to fuck. Hard. I nodded and turned to the other man. What about you? Eat or fuck? You heard the man. Have your fill, then I'm going to fuck. Trent winked. His wife. Vincenzo's brow shot up before he surprisingly grinned. The unspoken language between us, unfathomable at best, or perhaps fate was playing her hand again. Then I guess we're all getting what we want. My laugh was soft, my heart rate the complete opposite, as we watched Gianna get Ashrika to unravel, giving us a delicious view of her pussy.
29. Ashrika. When Gianna mentioned seducing Zane, I had no idea what she planned. Now, as I sat in between her spread legs with Zane tied to the bedpost watching us kiss, the soft sounds of sexy music filling the air, tiny shivers darted through my body. Then I heard the door opening, and when Gianna finally released my mouth, two men stood on either side of Zane. I wasn't surprised to see Trent with his arched brow and soft smirk looking at me. But it was the man next to him that had my blood doing weird spin cycles in my veins. Unlike Trent and Zane, whose steely features could morph into softer versions, this newcomer was all hard angles and chiseled jaw, yet beautiful in an overpowering and dominating sort of way. His luminous gray eyes, which could ironically light the way in a deep, dark forest, clashed with mine, the tip of his tongue a sensual trail along his bottom lip. Heat I'd be hard-pressed to describe prickled my skin, darting down to my suddenly throbbing pussy. As if she sensed my admiration, Gianna nuzzled my neck. My husband, Vincenzo. Holy fuck. That was Zane's brother. Would you like to fuck him? She asked. He must have heard her because his brow shot up and my core clenched. Something in his eyes told me he wasn't a gentle lover. Biting my lip, I shook my head. Gianna laughed. You'll change your mind soon enough. Her hand slid from my breast, scorching a path over my stomach, to rest on my mound. Open your legs, Ash. I did as she asked, baring my pussy to 3 pairs of eyes. 2 I was familiar with, burst goosebumps over my heated skin, and the third started a slow burning fireball in the pit of my stomach. One of the 3 groaned, and I wasn't sure who it was. Yet the sound was like an aphrodisiac, drawing me in, wanting one of them to fuck me. I looked at Trent, and his smile of encouragement was all the confirmation I needed that he was okay with this, okay with having a woman touch me, okay with having 2 other men feast their eyes on what belonged to him. He blew me a kiss, and I smiled. My gaze zeroed in on Zane, the man we'd started this seduction with. Torrid heat darkened his eyes as they lifted from my pussy to meet mine. Gianna dragged a finger along my wet pussy lips, and the sensation burrowed its way through my core, down my limbs. I trembled, a low moan dancing on my parted lips. Fuck. Trent groaned, adjusting his crotch. His sculpted chest covered in a sheen of sweat, his body tight with need. Zane palmed his cock, slowly stroking the veined thickness. Hands in his pants pockets, one shoulder pressed into the bedpost. Vincenzo's eyes, dark with arousal, held me captive before Gianna slid her finger through my slit again. She drove me delirious with one lazy stroke at a time, spreading my arousal from my folds to my clit. I closed my eyes, unconsciously rocking my hips, chasing that orgasm circling my core, waiting to shatter. She rolled the pad of her pointer over my clit, and I trembled, unable to curtail the whimpers of pleasure falling from my lips.
Christ, I fucking want in on that.
Trent hissed in air through his teeth.
Don't fucking move, Shaw.
Zane growled, his tone pure steel lined with undisguised need.
That swollen hot pussy is mine tonight.
The possessive threat curled around my insides, stoking my arousal. My eyes flew open, meeting his stare again. Nostrils flared, his expression hard lines and clenched jaw urged me to give in, to lose control. A new surge of energy sparked between us, a connection so intense it took me right back to that first time with him and Trent. My heart warmed, bringing the love I felt for him back with a force. His lips eased into a slow smile, telling me he'd felt the same thing. As if she read the signal, too, Gianna pressed down on my clit. "Oh, God," I groaned, clasping her thighs on either side of me, my legs quivering, my stomach clenched tight.
What do you say, sweetheart? Are you ready to take Zane's cock?
Trent smiled. I nodded, too far gone to think right now.
Then show us what you want.
His voice turned raspy, his hand rubbing the bulge in his pants. Give them what they want, Ash. Gianna coaxed, spreading my pussy lips with her thumb and middle finger. Her pointer circled my clit before her other hand slid down to push a finger deep inside me. I bucked hard. "Oh, hell," I rasped, my entire body shuddering, my head swirling, my body coiled tight, every inch of skin on fire.
That's it, Angel. Show us that fucking cream.
Zane demanded, his voice hoarse.
You're beautiful, sweetheart.
Trent murmured. My gaze darted to the third man. Dilated pupils, so dark they were almost black, grazed my body before coming back to my face. He cocked a brow, and I moaned low in my throat. Something passed between us. I just didn't understand what. Keep your eyes on them when you come, Ash. Gianna cooed, and just as I nodded, she slipped a second finger inside my pussy and pinched down on my clit. Fuck! My eyes on the men, I cried out, shattering into 1,000 pieces of unbinding pleasure. An orgasm like no other crashing through me, and I succumbed, barely recognizing the panting gasps as mine. Hazy spots danced before my eyes, an overwhelming bliss suffocating the very air I needed to breathe. Soft words of praise from Zane Trent and Gianna rang in my ears. When I came down from my high, Zane dropped to the mattress and crawled up to the two of us as Gianna moved out from behind me. We shared a look. Mine sudden shyness, and hers brash pride. Then we both looked at him. Hooded eyes seized with a ravenous hunger that guaranteed carnal wickedness stared at us.
"You're going to ride my cock, baby girl,"
he said to Gianna, then looked at me.
"And you're going to fuck my face. I want that fucking cum you've just unloaded in my mouth. Now."
He arched a brow, those amber eyes daring us to argue. When we said nothing, he settled down on the bed and curled a finger for me to straddle his face. Gianna climbed up over his cock. I flicked a glance at Trent and Vincenzo. They'd both moved to sit on the couch, their eyes on us.
"You're not on my face yet, Angel,"
Zane reminded. Smiling, I grabbed onto the headboard and straddled his face. He wrapped his hands around my thighs and pulled me down on his tongue. Slipping into my entrance, he licked his way around the arousal I'd just released, the wet sucking noises an erotic beat on its own.
"I forgot how fucking sweet you taste, Rika,"
he mumbled. Then he ran his tongue the length of my pussy lips before closing his mouth around my clit.
"Fuck my face,"
he urged. Grasping the gold bars that made up the headboard, I rode his tongue, my body shattering against the delicate tingles he unleashed. Soft groans behind me had me glancing over my shoulder. Her eyes closed, her hands on the hard muscles of his abdomen. Gianna rocked her hips over Zane's cock, riding him hard. "Fuck," she moaned, and the sound speared the slick heat between my legs. I clenched, and Zane's soft groan told me he'd felt it.
"Come for me, Angel,"
he demanded against my pussy lips. Another few strokes and I came apart in his mouth. I clung to the bars, shaking until Zane eased me off him to lie down on the bed. While I watched, he grabbed Gianna's hips, coaxing her toward her orgasm.
"That's it, baby girl. Fuck me. Use my cock to make yourself come."
Her eyes on me, her expression unconcealed lust. She met his hard thrusts. He slipped a hand down and barely touched her clit when she shattered, shuddering as she rode out her orgasm. She climbed off him, hovered over me, then brushed her lips on mine, her tongue sinking into my mouth. Immediate heat swathed my body. With a soft chuckle, Zane rolled onto his side, bringing his face right next to us. Gianna turned her head to kiss him, and I bit my lip, aroused by that act. When she drew back, Zane covered my mouth with his, pushing his tongue inside and curling it with mine. The taste of myself infused with the remnants of whiskey on his tongue made me groan. Gianna's lips lingered on my neck before dropping open-mouth kisses as she moved down my body, licking, sucking, rimming my hard nipples. When she bit down on the hardened bud, I gasped into his mouth. Zane drew back.
"I need to be inside you, Angel."
Gianna moved back and he shook his head.
"Stay where you are, baby girl. I'm not done with you."
Her brow shot up, her smile pure sass.
"And I'm not done with her."
She purred, licking her lips suggestively. With a soft growl, Zane stretched out and leaned back on his elbows. He gestured for me to straddle him. When I moved to do so, he shook his head.
"Reverse cowgirl, Angel."
I turned away and climbed up over him, leaning my body back to his chest. He lined up my legs on top of his and lifted his legs slightly, opening my pussy up to Trent and Vincenzo's eyes. That started another slow burn in my core, surprising me by how turned on I was with them watching.
"Put my cock inside,"
Zane instructed. Grasping his rigid shaft, I eased it inside my pussy.
"Fuck, you're soaking."
He groaned as I sheathed him. The angle allowed him to go deep, and a low mewling sound escaped my lips. He grasped my waist, lifted me slightly, and began fucking me. Slow at first, allowing me to get used to the penetration before speeding up. Pleasure rippling through every vein, my fingers fisted the sheets. Gianna moved up onto her knees, bringing her face to my height. She kissed me as I panted against Zane's hard thrusts, then lowered her head and grasped one of my bouncing breasts while sucking on the other nipple. "Oh, God!" I cried out when she bit down on the bud, pain shooting down to my core and merging with Zane's thrusts. Another orgasm raced through my veins.
"Fuck,"
he grunted.
"You feel so fucking good, Angel."
Then he stopped moving, his cock still deep inside me.
"Lick her pussy, baby girl,"
he ordered. I gasped, not expecting that, and angled my head to look at him over my shoulder. His bottom lip between his teeth, his expression unbridled lust, he winked. Releasing my nipple, Gianna moved to kneel between Zane and my spread legs.
"Hang on, Ash. This is going to fuck you over."
She smirked. I heard Zane chuckle behind me. "Holy fuck!" I groaned out loud when she leaned down and her tongue slicked up my slit, rimming his cock. Our curses mingled as I shuddered. So hard, Zane's fingers bit into my waist to keep me still. She did it once more, and again I shook, goosebumps splattering my skin.
"Ready, baby girl?"
he asked. She moaned. And as if they'd planned the seduction of my body, Jay Sean's Ride It spewed out of the speakers while Zane began riding me in a slow, lazy fuck, the same time Gianna closed her mouth around my clit, sucking hard. I closed my eyes, willing my body to embrace this out-of-body experience. Everything I'd known or felt during sex before crashed and burned with the sensations ripping through me, stripping me of my ability to keep quiet. I opened my eyes, my gaze connecting with Trent's, watching us. His lips widened in a slow smile, yet his hooded gaze shifted between me and Gianna's naked ass. Heavy breathing accompanied by ragged breaths told me he wanted more, wanted to fuck me, that he was barely holding back but giving me everything I desired and more. My loud moans seemed to spur Vincenzo to his feet. Trent followed a second later, and as they undressed, I tried to focus on their beautiful bodies. Only Zane and Gianna weren't allowing that. Together, they usurped my control, raining torrents of pleasure on my unprepared soul. I was tumbling so fast it was a wonder I was still breathing. Vincenzo approached the bed and positioned himself behind Gianna. He traced the curve of her spine, stopping at each ridge before gliding his fingers over her ass, as if he were exploring her for the first time. I didn't see the belt until he lifted his hand, and it swooshed through the air, landing on her ass in a loud crack. I gasped, my eyes flaring in shock. Gianna groaned, as if she enjoyed the sting of the leather against her flesh, and buried her face in my pussy, biting down on my clit. I bucked, clenching around Zane's cock. He groaned.
"Fuck, Angel. Don't."
Vincenzo's belt streaked her ass over and over until I was shaking for her shocking me. Gianna's loud moans told me she loved it. "You're making Ashrika wet." She looked over her shoulder at her husband. "She's dripping." Her eyes came back to mine. I blushed. Clearly I loved it too. "Fuck her harder, Zane. She's close." He groaned under me and picked up speed, fucking me until my breasts bounced on my chest. Vincenzo's eyes met mine. A devilish grin kicked up one side of his mouth. He dropped the belt and, curling Gianna's ponytail around his hand, he yanked her head back and slammed his cock into her. The rough thrust sent her into my pussy, and her mouth clamped down on my clit. "Oh, God," I hummed. Biting his bottom lip, Vincenzo hammered into her, rough and fast. Nostrils flared, eyes closed, his expression feral lust. He fucked her so hard, she cried out barely a moment later, "I'm coming." She shuddered, her teeth nipping my sensitive flesh, and I moaned as my own orgasm bore down on me. With her hunched down, it gave me a delicious view to watch Vincenzo's cock still fucking her. Then his eyes met mine again.
Want me to fuck your pussy too, Mia Guerra?
There was delicious darkness in his deep voice. My entire body burned with the pure eroticism that emanated from him, his primal lust, an aura of perfected control. I shuddered and looked away as Trent came up next to me, stroking his cock.
Open up that pretty little mouth, sweetheart.
I did, and he sank his cock inside to the hilt. I gagged around his length before he pulled out. He did it twice more. Then, sliding his hands into my hair, he palmed my head to keep me still and set his rhythm. And as Trent fucked my face, I lost myself to the groans and moans from Zane fucking my pussy, Gianna's mouth on my clit, Vincenzo's cock tunneling in and out of her. A debased harmony that would surpass the filthiest of erotic movies. But I didn't last. Biting down on Trent's cock muffled my cry as my orgasm broke through that resilience I held onto. I came, squirting around Zane's cock and Gianna's mouth. Both groaned, him fucking me hard and she lapping at my drenched slit, her body jerking with Vincenzo's relentless thrusts. Breathing hard around Trent's cock while I tried to fight calm back into my body, I tightened my suction.
No, sweetheart.
He shook his head.
I'm not coming in your mouth.
He palmed my cheek.
Can I cream Gianna's wet pussy?
After everything he'd given me, I couldn't believe he was still asking me permission to fuck a woman I'd just made out with. My heart warmed, filling with love for him. At my nod, he looked at Vincenzo.
My turn with your beautiful wife,
he demanded. I caught Gianna's surprise as she looked over her shoulder when Vincenzo pulled out of her. Clearly, he didn't allow anyone other than Zane to share her.
She likes it rough, Trent.
His laugh low, Trent climbed off the bed as Zane stopped fucking me, sat up, and cradled me within his arms.
You okay?
He asked, nuzzling my nape. I angled my head to look at him. Yes. His mouth met mine in a slow kiss, and when we broke apart, he dragged a slow finger down my face.
I missed you.
I missed you too. I kissed his finger, now tracing my lips. He sighed.
I'm sorry for hurting you, Angel.
You have a lifetime to make up for it. I smiled and he chuckled. When we both turned to look at the others, it was to Trent, redirecting Gianna to lie on her back with her head hanging over the side. Sliding his hands under her nape, his thumbs met at her throat.
Open this beautiful mouth, darling. I want to ride your throat.
And as I watched my husband deep-throat another woman, while Zane's cock lay snug in my pussy, I shivered at the carnal lust draping my body. He was fucking her relentlessly, the bulge of his cock head visible in her throat every time he thrust in, her gagging sounds filling the room. Moaning, she slid her hand down to her pussy and played with her clit. Trent reached down and smacked her hand away.
Not unless I tell you to.
He growled. Surprisingly, she listened, grabbed his thighs and dipped her head further to take him deeper.
You aren't kidding. She likes it rough. You have a no fucking idea.
Vincenzo replied, his voice dark with arousal. I looked at him at the same time his eyes moved away from his wife, sucking Trent's cock to mine.
Turn her around, brother.
I shivered at the husky command. Zane lay back down and helped me to straddle him. I felt Vincenzo kneel behind me in between Zane's spread legs before his chest pressed into my back. I swallowed repeatedly at the feel of his rigid muscles kissing my skin. Hot arousal snaked through my veins with the delirium of his rock-hard length wedged between my cheeks. Then his lips found my ear and he sucked my earlobe into his mouth. I shuddered against the sensation rippling through me, my eyes rolling shut.
Your body craves a hard fuck, doesn't it, Miyakera?
Vincenzo whispered in my ear, his breath warm and minty, his voice dangerously low. Stunned, my eyes shot open. Zane palmed my cheeks, his touch calming me, his eyes a gentle caress that he had me.
I'm going to be rough on your tight little asshole. I won't do slow and tender when I stretch that ring inch by fucking inch. Your body doesn't want gentle, am I right?
Vincenzo asked, his tone demanding an answer. No, I whimpered. His soft chuckle zipped down my spine, settling in my core, and ashamedly I groaned.
Never let your eyes meet the devil if you can't hide your desire to sin, Ashrika.
Holy hell. His voice was pure decadence I wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. I had no idea what to say, or when he'd picked up the lube I'd seen sitting on the end table near the couch. But when the warm liquid dripped down the crack between my ass cheeks, I trembled. He gripped my ass cheek while he slipped one of his fingers inside my rear entrance. I unconsciously bucked, moving away from him.
Be still, Miyakera.
He scolded.
My cock won't be as gentle, promise.
His laugh was sinful in my ear. I looked at Zane, not sure if I were begging for his help, but he slid his arms into my hair, bringing my head down and my chest flat against his, before his lips met mine in a slow kiss. Whether he meant to woo or distract me, I screamed into his mouth when Vincenzo pulled out his finger and slammed his cock inside my asshole in one quick, hard thrust.
Jesus, she's fucking tight.
He grunted, leaning down and sandwiching me between him and Zane's bodies. With two hard chests on either side of me, I couldn't move, shake, or breathe.
Easy, Angel.
Zane cooed, releasing my mouth.
Let him ride you.
I nodded and he angled my head to meet Vincenzo's mouth, claiming mine in a delirious kiss, surprising me and cheating me of the belief he was indeed the devil.
How does she taste, brother?
Zane asked when Vincenzo released my mouth.
Fucking sweet,
he replied, his eyes still connected to mine.
I'm going to fuck you now, Miyakera.
His thrust came with no further warning. I let out a loud yelp at the sudden impact before he began fucking me, pounding into my ass until my breaths turned jagged, uneven. My nails dug into Zane's arms, my teeth clamped on his shoulder, biting down, my moans loud and unchecked. Yet that something I couldn't fathom about Vincenzo earlier came to the fore. Shunting every bit of reservation I held for him out my freaking toes. They literally curled. My orgasm, I didn't think possible, danced on the tip of my spine, taunting me. The man was not good for me, in all kinds of fucked up ways. Now I understood Gianna's love for his hardcore sexuality. He was hell where Zane was heaven, and Trent my soul. He slipped a hand around my thigh and pinched my clit. The walls of my ass clenching around him, I exploded on a guttural moan clawing its way out of my chest that Zane quickly swallowed with a kiss. I barely came down my high when Zane released my mouth and Vincenzo leaned down.
Good girl. Your ass likes my cock, doesn't she?
He nipped my shoulder and I shuddered.
Can you take me and my brother together?
The gentleness in his voice was surprising. I looked away as Trent and Gianna neared us. On all fours, she moved closer.
It's okay, Ash. Show him you can take them.
She whispered, her mouth swollen from sucking Trent's cock, a breath away from mine. Trent leaned over her back, bringing his face next to hers, and licked into my mouth. I sighed into his familiarity, loving his gentleness and his calm reassurance.
You've got this, sweetheart.
He breathed, drawing back. I glanced at Vincenzo and nodded. He straightened, easing his cock out of me, then pulled me up, keeping my back tight to his chest.
Brother.
Zane reached between us and palmed his shaft. Then, with his eyes on me, he motioned for me to take him. I lowered my slick pussy onto his cock, whimpering at the way he filled me.
Fuck.
He groaned as I took him all the way to the hilt. He drew me down until I lay on his chest again, his hands squeezing my waist. His mouth swallowed my moans in a hard kiss. I rolled my hips and he broke the kiss.
Don't, Angel. I'm so fucking close I won't last.
He growled.
Hurry the fuck up, Vince.
He hissed.
Good things can't be rushed, brother.
He chuckled. His hands on my ass cheeks, he rubbed the flesh, massaging more lube over the puckered hole. Then he gave one more squeeze and spread my cheeks apart. His cock had nudged my entrance, and I tensed. He felt it. His lips lowered to my neck. Soft kisses I wasn't expecting coaxed me to relax.
Deep breaths, mia cara,
he whispered. And just when I inhaled, he pushed inside with one quick shove. Oh, God! I panted, shutting my eyes against the burn. Bigger and thicker than Trent and Zane, he filled me to the brim on his own, but together with his brother, they stole my oxygen.
Fuck!
Zane roared.
Christ!
Vincenzo bit into my neck. Is she tight, Vincenzo? Gianna asked. Breathing hard, I opened my eyes and looked at her. Lips parted, her face doused in unconcealed desire. Clearly aroused by her husband fucking another woman, she breathed in slowly.
She is, Bella.
Then fuck her. I want to come. She winked at me, her body primed for sex. Ride my pussy, Trent. She called over her shoulder and wiggled her ass at him. Grinning, he moved onto his knees behind her, smacked her ass hard, and in one quick push shoved into her pussy. Fuck, yes. Her loud groan was a giveaway she liked having him in her. I looked down at Zane and he smiled.
Rock your hips, Angel. Fuck us both.
And I did. Slowly at first until I adjusted to the tight push of their cocks against my walls, and then faster. Each inch of me was on fire, the burn starting in my pussy and spreading into my ass before raging through my veins.
Christ, you're fucking heaven.
Zane groaned, his fingers digging into my waist.
So fucking tight. Fuck, mia cara.
Vincenzo echoed his brother's pleasure, making me warm on the inside and out.
Do we feel good fucking your ass and pussy?
Yes, I mumbled.
Then ride us faster,
Vincenzo demanded.
Make us fucking come, girl.
I picked up speed, rocking my hips faster, my nails a death grip that would leave marks on Zane's abs tomorrow. But he didn't notice. Eyes closed, jaw clenched, his handsome face scrunched as if holding back his release. His cock twitched. Behind me, Vincenzo slapped my ass cheek twice, causing me to buck hard and clench around them. Both men hissed their appreciation, and I did it again until Vincenzo growled.
That's it, mia cara. Squeeze our cocks.
He smacked my ass harder, and I cried out, my pussy muscles banding around them in a rigid grip.
Fuck,
Zane muttered.
I'm fucking close, brother. Right there with you,
he replied.
Faster, Ashrika.
I shifted my gaze to meet Trent's. His hands wrapped around her throat. He fucked Gianna in slow, punishing thrusts, pulling out, then slamming back into her hard and rough. His bottom lip between his teeth, jaw clenched tight in concentration. I loved the way his muscles flexed with each shove, making her cry out. My orgasm peaked and I leaned to the side, snagging Gianna's mouth with mine. Moaning, she cupped my chin while we sucked, licked, and ate each other's mouths. Our kiss was awkward given our bouncing bodies, But it had the desired effect. All three men groaned, the sounds vibrating down my body.
Jesus, why is the two of you kissing so fucking sexy? My balls are ready to explode.
Trent ground out through clenched teeth as if he fought his release.
Fuck, yes.
Zane agreed. I ripped my mouth from hers and smiled at Trent. He winked, blowing me a kiss. Then, lacing my fingers with Zane's, I pistoned my hips harder and faster, trying to grasp the onslaught of pleasure hitting my core. I tensed for just a beat before my head dropped back, my spine slicked with sweat, and a blinding climax tore through me, leaving me a shuddering mess.
Fuck!
Zane and Vincenzo soared off the cliff with me a second later. I felt their cocks twitch, their cum soaking my insides at the same time Gianna cried out. "Oh, God!" She fell, pulling Trent right along with her.
Fucking hell.
He grunted, thrusting into her as he came hard. Moans, groans, and gasps for air filled the room as we all shook, shuddered, and trembled. No words were needed. When we all came down from our high, we collapsed on the bed, a tangle of limbs and lips. Zane's mouth found mine first before he cupped Gianna's nape and pulled her mouth to his. At the same time, Trent slammed his mouth over mine, his kiss aggressive, like he couldn't get enough of me. He drew back and Vincenzo's face hovered over mine before his mouth grasped mine in an upside-down kiss, sucking the little oxygen I needed out of me before his lips shifted to Gianna's. Finally, her lips found mine in a slow, deep, and long kiss. We broke apart to three pairs of eyes watching us, carnal lust behind amber, blue, and gray irises. Even if we didn't say it, I figured we all knew this wouldn't be the last of us together.
The invite. 30. Lorenzo. Dad invited you, Remo, and Dario over for the Christmas holidays. I looked up from my laptop. Dressed only in sweats, like me, Raiden lay on the carpet in my living room. On his stomach, he watched a movie. Tell your father I said thanks for the invite. I'll extend it to them. I went back to the document I was reading. He's planning to take us all to the Maldives, he said absent-mindedly, his eyes on the screen. Setting aside my laptop on the couch, I stood and walked over to where he lay. Why the Maldives? I asked, mildly intrigued why Drake would forego good cold weather for a hot sun. Raiden flipped onto his back and stared up at me, then nodded. He offered me the Snicker bar he snacked on. I dropped to the carpet, stretched out on my side next to him, with my head resting on a folded arm. Immediately, he rolled into my chest, smiling. I lowered my head, meeting his mouth in a slow kiss. The mixture of coffee he'd had earlier and chocolate filled my taste buds. I lifted my head. Why the Maldives? He shrugged. He wanted to do something different, and plans to renew his vows to Sienna. Interesting. I rubbed my jaw, my mind working overtime, as Raiden rolled onto his stomach again, his eyes on the screen. What are you watching? My gaze skated the hard plains of his ripped back. Avengers Endgame? He held the chocolate bar to his mouth. You should watch it. Pretty good. Tracing a finger along his spine, I leaned closer. I'd rather watch you suck my cock. A brow raised, his head snapped my way, the piece of chocolate he'd bitten into still peeking out between his lips. I cupped his chin and covered his mouth with mine, stealing the sweet and a soft groan as his tongue curled with mine. Rolling him onto his back, I slipped between his spread legs, deepening the kiss and grinding my cock over his. The material of the sweats heightened the friction. I should be working, but watching this boy relaxing in my home had me forgetting everything else existed. You planning to join my family? He asked after I released his mouth. I need to chat with Remo and Dario. I trailed off at the disappointed look in his eyes, his bottom lip between his teeth. He was trying hard to act unaffected. Where Raiden was concerned, I could read him like an open book. Yes, baby. I brushed my lips against his. There was nothing else I needed to say. You're sure? The slightest hesitation lined his brow. I nodded. Prove it. He hissed when I bit his lip, dragging my teeth across the full bottom one. I smirked. How? Thrusting both hands into my hair, he pulled my head down. Suck me. His tongue drove into my mouth, crushing my lips. My cock wants your mouth, old man. Kiss. He wants to feel your throat close around my head as I come. Kiss. He wants your tongue in my slit, licking my cum. Another kiss. Now, he growled, asserting his dominance on me, and I let him. After he'd fucked me, he'd become bolder with his need to show me just how much of an alpha he was, and that surprisingly aroused the fuck out of me. His strong fingers moved down my naked body, digging into my hips, his cock grinding against mine. We both groaned with the friction, while our tongues grazed the other. With another hard kiss, I gave him what he wanted.
31. Vincenzo. I walked into Lorenzo's office at Serpente. Rossi, I greeted just as my phone rang. Dropping into a chair on the opposite side of Lorenzo's desk, I glanced at the screen, not recognizing the number. Yes? Mr. Salvatore, a strong, masculine voice asked. Speaking. This is Drake Princeton. Not sure if you know who I am. Of course I knew who the man was. Where I was king of the underworld spanning countries, Drake Princeton, a revered businessman worldwide, ruled his empire with an iron fist respected by the likes of several Round Table members. Apparently, he didn't give a shit if you were above or below the law as long as you didn't interfere with his family. He didn't cower, nor did he back down when he wanted something. Men like that I respected. I'm familiar with the name. What can I do for you, Mr. Princeton? At the mention of his name, I caught Lorenzo's raised brow. His curiosity piqued. My nephew, Trent Shaw, mentioned he'd like to invite your brother to my Christmas party this year. I'm extending the invite to you and your family as well. It's an all-expense-paid trip to the Maldives. My brow shot up, and I looked at the phone for a moment, contemplating why he'd invited me. While my acquaintance with Trent bordered the lines of not your fucking business lust, I didn't know this man personally. He began speaking again, drawing my attention. I'll have my wife call yours with all the relevant details. We've booked you in for a week. First-class tickets with hotel check-in 3 days before Christmas Eve. I frowned. I didn't say we'd be coming. That's quite all right, Vincenzo. They are open tickets. Feel free to change the date if you see fit. I have a private jet? Splendid. Then I trust you'll make it before Christmas Eve. It was more a statement than a question. I plan to surprise my wife with the renewal of my vows that night, so your early arrival will be appreciated. He continued in a voice that indicated he wasn't a man used to taking no for an answer, something I related well to, only he seemed to shunt that gripe like it were nothing. I'll look forward to meeting you and your family. Feel free to text me any questions you might have. Why the fuck did I feel like I was interviewing for a fucking job? I reined in my annoyance. I haven't decided if... You seem like a man who wouldn't want to disappoint your brother and your wife, Vincenzo. I believe they're keen on this trip. Again, another tactfully delivered statement. I'll be in touch. The call disconnected. I stared at the blank screen, shaking my head. What fuck just happened? Lorenzo's chuckle drew my gaze. I take it you've just met my father-in-law? Father-in-law? Again, my brow creased in confusion. Raiden's a fucking Princeton? I knew he was dating someone outside the mafia world. I hadn't bothered with learning the details. It was his business. This time, he frowned. I thought you knew. Why the fuck would I care who you were dating? I shook my head. Still, the man's got some fucking audacity. You have no idea, Lorenzo chuckled. Let me guess. He invited you to his Christmas party and then confirmed your attendance without your acceptance, practically told you you'd be there. I raised a brow, saying nothing, and he added, Trust me when I say that man is in a fucking class of his own making, but worth the respect he receives. You're going? I wondered why Zane and Gianna hadn't mentioned it. Lorenzo nodded. Unlike you, I'm fucking the Princeton Crown Prince, so I don't have a choice. Since when do you let others dictate your choices? I snorted, watching him stand and walk over to the bar. He returned and set a glass of whiskey in front of me on the table. Since I lost my heart to a boy I can't live without, and even if I had a choice I'd still go just to see him smile, I picked up the glass. Didn't think I'd see the day when the infamous Lorenzo Rossi lost his fucking cock along with his heart. I tipped my glass at him. Grinning, he took a sip. Do you ever get that feeling you're suffocating when Gianna is not around? I nodded. I'm 13 years older than him. I've experienced life, and he's still coming into his own. Now I live in a constant state of mental asphyxiation, wondering if Raiden would wake up one day and say, Sorry, old man, I'm done, I'm out. Would it scare you if he did? I asked, unconsciously wondering if Gianna and Zane changed their minds someday, how I'd react. Scare me? Lorenzo scoffed, shaking his head. It would fucking kill me. My brow shot up. That bad? You have no idea. Do you plan on doing something about it? I asked. He nodded. When? He smiled into his glass before answering, In the Maldives. Nothing more perfect than that setting. I rubbed at the stubble on my chin. His answer giving me an idea.
32. Sienna. As Drake and I stood on the deck waiting for our guests, Raiden and Tamara were the first to arrive. This place is beautiful, Sienna. In a white button-down with sleeves rolled to his elbows, a black vest open down the front, and blue jeans, I forgot just how perfectly Raiden mixed formal with casual. He glanced over the calm turquoise waters and creamy sandy beach that served as our front door. Nice. Stunning. Tamara handed him a cocktail she took from the hovering waiter. I can't wait to test that water. Your dad's choice, Ray. I glanced at a smiling Drake. I can't take any credit, Princess. You made all the arrangements. I merely suggested it. He kissed my brow. Dressed in a white fitted t-shirt and gray sweats, he was just as breathtaking as he was in a suit. Where's Jordan? I asked. Raiden grinned. Do you even have to ask? He wanted to play with his new train set since boarding the jet. Nana, Grandpa, and Kira are pandering to his theatrics, then plan to dress him in his new Speedo. He shook his head. I'd swear that child's going to be a spoiled brat when he grows. Just like his father? Drake chuckled. I was not, Raiden snorted. Yes, Drake, my nephew was the perfect baby boy. Tamara winked. Ha ha, you're so funny, Auntie Tamara. Trent and Ashrika arrived, putting an end to their scowls. Hi, family. Trent greeted as Neha and Nikki barreled into me, snaking their arms around my waist. Hey, guys. I dropped kisses on the tops of their heads before they released me. This place is so cool, Anciana. Nikki gushed, his excited gaze running rampant over everything in sight. Can we go for a swim, please? Can we go on the jet skis, please? Neha asked. Laughing, I nodded. Yes, guys, you can try anything and everything. The resort was filled with all types of entertainment for kids and adults alike. After you've changed, though. Hey, I thought we were your parents? Trent faked a hurt look. They ignored him. Can we go change, Mommy? They asked Ashrika in unison. Sure. The word was barely out her mouth before they shot off. Shaking her head with a laugh, she rubbed Trent's arm. Sorry, Daddy, she pacified him. He grinned, then turned as someone approached him. Drake, Sienna, Tamara, I'd like to introduce you to my friend, Zane Marone. Trent pointed each of us out by name. It took barely a moment for me to recognize the man from the ball. My eyes met Ashrika's in a subtle question, and her smile said it all. She'd found her Zane. I could understand her attraction. The man was as good-looking as he was enigmatic. Sharp amber eyes accompanied by a suave smile almost beckoned for a woman to want to get to know him better. Like Trent, he was dressed in top chinos, but a white long-sleeved cotton shirt instead of a baby blue like Trent's. Hi, thank you for the invite. His deep voice accompanied a firm handshake, and I caught Tamara's wiggle of her brows at me as he greeted Drake. Did you order enough ice, Sienna? The temperature just soared in this place, she murmured. Not yet. I covered my laugh with a sip of the cocktail she placed in my hand. And this is Zane's brother, Vincenzo Salvatore. Trent guided another gorgeous man forward. Holy fuck, Tamara muttered. My panties just melted. She leaned closer to whisper, Forget cubes, we need a fucking iceberg. As if Vincenzo heard her, translucent gray eyes, a shade lighter than Drake's, lifted to her face, his smile slight against a firm, square jaw. Hi, thanks for having me, he said to Drake, then took my hand in a strong shake. Admittedly, the man was all kinds of mysterious and broody. In black denim and a charcoal Henley shirt, he was tall, well-built, and an Italian bronze god from skin color to the streaks of silver slicing through his dark hair. While I put him around Drake's age, his alpha mannerisms clearly implied he lacked the gentleman demeanor my husband possessed in droves. I smiled at Vincenzo, and when he grasped Tamara's hand, she fluttered her eyelashes, rubbing the back of his hand playfully. I'm in room 202, and I'll take my massage this evening, please, she purred. Behave, Tamara, I scolded. His deep chuckle had the hairs at my nape standing on end. I don't do massages, mia cara, unless you're into the pleasure of pain. One dark brow shot up. Conscious of my suddenly flushed cheeks, the combination of his words and laugh elicited, I snagged Drake's knowing smile and he winked. Only a man confident in love would respond to his wife's admiration of another man in that way. I air-kissed him and he grinned. Next to me, Tamara actually whimpered, releasing Vincenzo's hand. Pussy got your tongue, Tam. Raiden mocked. She shot him a glower and he hooted. And this lovely lady is Gianna. She belongs to the two of them, Trent said, earning an arm slap from Ashrika. What? He grinned. We're all family here. What do you say, Gianna? Beautiful in a red suit jacket and slacks, the woman didn't seem fazed by his crass and laughed. I didn't miss her open appreciation of Drake when she took his hand in a shake. Fuck, you're one sexy silver fox. He's taken, Gianna, Trent teased. And you have your own silver fox, don't you? Oh, come now, Trent. Doesn't mean I fucked and sucked your cock. You've got to get all possessive over me, she said with the calmest, most serene smile, while Tamara and I shared a shocked look. Trent, on the other hand, seemed completely flabbergasted and shook his head. An unusual first for the dirty talker we all knew. Gianna glanced at Vincenzo, and the look on his face easily said he had no qualms over her flagrant admiration for my husband. Her gaze shifted to Trent. Nothing wrong in admiring a man among men, right? She winked at Drake, and he chuckled. One more night with me, darling, and you'd wished you'd never met these two. Trent growled, earning a laugh from Vincenzo and Zane. You wish, she replied, then smiled at me. I loved the woman's confidence. Then again, if she partnered strong men like Zane and Vincenzo, she probably had them wrapped around her fingertips because they didn't even blink at her insolence. You don't mind, do you? She asked me. Laughing, I shook my head. No, by all means, admire away. Tells me I did well. I second that notion. Her expression mischievous, she held my hand a moment longer and added, although I wouldn't shortchange what a catch you are, too. Am I right, Drake? Something in her eyes told me she'd share me with Drake if she got the chance. I blushed and caught Ashrika's wink over Gianna's shoulder, telling me all I needed to know. Absolutely, Drake replied, drawing my gaze. Another good-looking man, this time blonde-haired, attached to two boys near Gianna. She smiled. This is my dad, Julian, and my sons. Your dad? Tamara spluttered. Jesus, I'm beginning to think the daddy kink is seriously undermined. Would you like to play? She wiggled her brows at him. Drake and I shared a look, and the slight twitch of his lips had me biting down on my bottom lip. Immediately, his eyes darkened, and the subtle shake of his head warned me not to. Releasing the plump flesh, I squeezed my thighs, conscious of how that man could arouse me with just a look. I shifted my gaze. Julian's smile added a wicked glint to his blue eyes. Only if you're into whips and chains. Lead the way, Tamara returned with a flirty laugh. Christ, Dad, I'm standing right here, Gianna teased, then gently drew her sons forward. Maddox belongs to Zane and Rowan to Vincenzo. Her lips curved in a sly smile, leaving the observer guessing what tales lurked behind it. Boys, say hello to Auntie Siana. Hey there. I crouched to greet the two boys, noticing how the taller one's eyes differed in color. What are your names? I'm Rowan Salvatore, or you can call me Skywalker, the shorter one said, proudly puffing out his chest, his Italian accent evident. He might have his mother's eye color, but there was no denying his father's jaw and smile. The Star Wars nickname was the cutest. Nice to meet you, Skywalker. I pinched his cheek lightly, and he leaned forward to kiss mine. Laughing at his boldness, I shifted my gaze to the other boy, and when I reached out to him, he jerked back. She's cool, Obi-Wan. She's pretty and smells nice. Rowan coaxed his brother. His take-charge attitude toward his bigger brother made me smile. He was going to be a heart-stealer when he grew up. Hesitant, Maddox sought out Zane, who was talking to Raiden, Vincenzo, and Trent. Da? Zane turned to look at him. It's okay, big guy. He neared his son and crouched next to me. Anyone looking at the two of them would know they were father and son. Same gorgeous facial features and longish dark hair. Yet where Zane was mature, Maddox was growing into his own. I figure, like his brother, he'd break a few hearts along the way. He's shy around strangers, and except for a few words he's comfortable pronouncing, he doesn't speak. Zane explained, pulling me out of my musings. Wondering why, I watched how Maddox's eyes latched onto my silver bracelet. The charms jingled each time I moved my hand, and he cocked his ear, listening to the sound. Julian dropped to his haunches as Zane stood to answer something Vincenzo asked. Infancy trauma had an impact on his hearing, but he's attracted to anything on the wrist, Julian explained. I found that little share fascinating and unclipped the bracelet. Would you like it? Maddox's eyes lifted from the bracelet to mine before he glanced at Julian, who nodded. Then he reached out and took the jewel. His lips curled into the lightest of smiles. Nikki and Neha returning drew the two boys' attention. Rowan grabbed his brother's hand and pulled him away to go join them as Julian and I stood. When he turned away, Tamara shook her head. How many dashing daddies is my pulsing pussy going to have to put up with this weekend? She groaned, then added out loud, What planet are all these men falling from? A burst of congenial laughter broke among the men. Wait until you meet Lorenzo's brother, Tam. With Jardin in her arms, Kira appeared from behind Julian, who was now chatting to Drake. She set Jardin down, and he scooted off toward the other kids. You'll want a cold shower every few seconds. She laughed, then caught Raiden's frown. What, big brother? When did you meet Remo? He asked, his jaw clenched. Other than Lorenzo, we hadn't met anyone else from his family. Kira visibly blanched, her eyes finding mine in a save me plea. Privy to her secrets, I searched my mind for a plausible answer, but our rescue approached in the form of Lorenzo. He came up behind Raiden and banded his arms around Raiden's waist. His what the cut off when Lorenzo's firm grasp angled Raiden's chin before slamming his mouth over Raiden's in a hard kiss. A year later, and it was still amusing to see Lorenzo's blatant love and Raiden's embarrassment. His cheeks flushed crimson as they broke apart. Missed me, baby boy? No, Raiden retorted, stepping out of the embrace but unable to hide the twitch of his lips. Tell that to your hard cock, Lorenzo replied, calmly. Eyes flared, Raiden shook his head and turned away from us all, as if hiding the evidence. Chuckling, Lorenzo slipped his arm around Raiden's waist and brought him around to face us. Nothing to be embarrassed about, baby. I'm not, Raiden argued. It was always amazing watching the two of them interact. Even though he was an alpha in his own way, Raiden allowed Lorenzo to easily dominate him. Yet, Lorenzo did it with such calm and genteel despite being a mafia head. It showed his unerring love for the younger man. So this is the beautiful boy over whom you killed that fucker Ferdinando? Gianna asked, startling Raiden. His gaze drifted between the two of them before he asked, What's she talking about? It's nothing. Come on, Lorenzo. Stop treating me like a child. I'm not. Raiden growled, irritation tightening his jaw. Ray? Drake called before Lorenzo could reply. A word, please? He walked away from the group. Scowling, Raiden followed his father while Gianna apologized. Sorry, Lorenzo, I didn't mean... Don't worry about it, he smiled. Raiden gets annoyed when I keep him in the dark, and sometimes I just do it to protect him. She finished for him. He nodded. But I'm not sure if I'm harming us by doing so. Then just be honest with him. He looks like a boy who can handle tougher shit than you give him credit for, Renz, Vincenzo said, his familiarity with the other man evident in the way they looked at each other. We all do fucked up shit to protect our loved ones. In the end, it just comes down to telling them the truth and letting them handle it in their own way. His softened gaze shifted between Zane and Gianna, leaving me admiring their relationship. He's right, Zane added. Bottling up shit just leads to more pain when there's plenty of pleasure to be had. He winked, his eyes flitting between Gianna and Ashrika. Where Gianna smirked, Ashrika blushed, and Trent slid an arm around her waist, kissing her on the cheek. I looked over to where Drake chatted to Raiden and smiled to see them laughing. Once more, he proved to be the revered father who knew best how to handle his adult children, enough to make them laugh through their anger and smile through their pain. I thought back to Kira and her confiding in me. While I welcomed her secret disclosure, I couldn't get her to open up to her father. I hoped for her sake she'd find the courage soon. With his arm across Raiden's shoulder, Drake guided his son back to us, bringing me out of my thoughts. Sorry, everyone, for my rudeness. His smile slight, Raiden encompassed the group except Lorenzo in his apologetic gaze. Then, as he moved to walk away, Lorenzo grabbed his wrist and jerked him back into the curve of his arm. Raiden didn't resist but kept his gaze to the floor. I'm sorry, baby. I fucked up, Lorenzo said, and judging by their surprised reactions, he pretty much stunned everyone. I guessed that as a respected Don, the others weren't expecting him to apologize so openly. Ferdinando was one of our round table members. Because of stupidity, his wife went missing. He made the mistake of threatening you, and I lost my shit. And killed a fucker in my boardroom, Vincenzo added, earning a smirk from Lorenzo and a shocked frown from Raiden. The round table is made up of mafia heads we consider family, Raiden, Gianna continued. Regardless, Lorenzo made it clear that in our world, your name is not to be used in the same sentence as any other alphabet. That's not a threat. That's love. Raiden cupped the back of his neck, rolled it from side to side, then gave Lorenzo a sheepish smile. Sorry. Lorenzo leaned closer, dropping a soft kiss on his lips. I'll let you make up for it later. Yeah, my father says a make-up fuck is the best reason to start a fight. He grinned, looking at his father. Drake, you didn't, I scolded, now understanding the reason for their laugh. Drake dragged a hand through his hair, smiling. Not exactly what I said, but if it works for you, Lorenzo. He left the words hanging. Laughing, Lorenzo turned away as two men approached our group. Drake, Sienna, this is my bodyguard and good friend Dario. I could see why he was Lorenzo's bodyguard, in every sense of the word. Where his boss was a tall, compelling man, Dario's black t-shirt and pants wrapped around his broad-shouldered, muscular frame in a tight fit, yet his smile was soft, reaching his intense green eyes when his gaze landed on Kira as she came up next to me. I caught the return of her shy smile with a wiggle of my brows. When she realized Raiden was watching her, she feigned interest in her coral nail polish. Dario cleared his throat with a light cough and moved away to greet Vincenzo. Everything okay, Kira? Raiden asked. She nodded. Lorenzo introduced the other man. And this is my brother, Remo. He squeezed the man's shoulder in a proud display of brotherly affection as I shifted my gaze from a concerned Raiden and understood why he'd be reluctant if anything happened between his sister and Remo. The man was beautiful in a lethal sort of way, a bad boy look that women would trip over themselves just to get a smile from him. Not even his cream sports suit paired with a black t-shirt could lighten the no-nonsense tightness of his square jawline. Probable permanency that said, fuck you, before you could ask a question. Tattoos spanned the visible skin on his neck, disappearing inside the V-neck collar of his t-shirt. He accepted my handshake in a surprisingly warm grasp for a killer, according to Raiden's description some time back, and I noticed the spider's web inked into the back of his hand. The knowledge he might have trapped or broken a lot of hearts and probably didn't bother with the repercussions made me bite down on a shudder. God bless my dirty, fornicating soul, Tamara blurted as she turned away from speaking to Gianna and Ashrika. Forget the iceberg. I need us to move this party to Iceland right now. The group broke out in ranging chuckles. How would you like my ovaries with your bacon, handsome? Fried, grilled, or steamed? She asked, accepting Remo's hand with a wicked smile that said 1,000 filthy words. Lay off, Tam. You're at least 10 years older than him. There was no mistaking the concern in Raiden's voice. It was clear he knew and didn't approve of Remo's fucking proclivities. Leave my aunt alone, Remo, he warned. Remo cocked a brow, his smirk full-blown egotism. Want to make me, fuckface? Despite the challenge, he winked at Raiden. Your aunt's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. Blue eyes clashing with the bluish-green ocean at his rear raked a slow gaze the length of Tamra's body before coming back to her face. His face devoid of expression, he tilted his head to one side. Trust me, Predelito. If I fuck you, even your pussy will call me daddy. Tamra leaned closer and ran a single finger along his jaw. Bring it on, little one. She smirked, getting a chuckle out of Raiden. If I did, you'd open those creamy thighs with all these witnesses and howl to the sun as I sank my cock so deep inside your sweet pussy, you'd think you were deep-throating me. Remo's lips kicked up in a slight smile that seemed to transform his appealing good looks even more. Tamra blushed, trying very hard to clear her suddenly clogged throat, leaving us all laughing. I pitied the poor girl who'd captured this man's heart. Jesus, Raiden cursed. Drake moved to my side, quickly taking charge. If we're all here, shall we get started? The others gathered around as his parents approached. Everyone, these are my parents, Carol and Jacob. Please feel free to introduce yourselves when you have a moment. Drake addressed the group. Now, before we start, I'd like to say thank you for deciding to spend your Christmas holidays with us. Not sure if everyone is just as happy as I am to enjoy some sun this time of the year instead of the cold. He grinned, receiving a chorused yes. I'll hand over to Sia to give you the rundown of some stuff she's planned. Princess? Hi, everyone. So nothing hectic, but Tamra, Kira, and I figured it would be nice to indulge in some group activities if you're keen to join. First up, and once you've changed into appropriate clothing, there's a tug-of-war on the beach. What? Remo scoffed. That's for children. Oh, shut the fuck up, Remo, and play with something other than your cock or your gun, Raiden snorted. Language, Ray? Carol scolded. Sorry, Nana, he quickly apologized. Remo's chuckle earned him a death stare, and Raiden mouthed, Fuck you. Is it girls against guys? Trent teased. Yeah, right, Ashrika rolled her eyes. With all these muscles between you guys, you'll probably have us down in just 1 second. Never doubt the strength of a woman, Ash, Gianna reproached, her smile naughty. Trust me, it will be easy to bring these men down. Really? Kira asked. How? Gianna rolled her lips and imitated a closing zipper. Zane came up behind her and slipped his arms around her waist, drawing her tighter to his chest. What are you up to, baby girl? Scared, Zane? His deep chuckle had the other men laughing. No, but we don't want to hurt all you lovely ladies. As if, she rolled her eyes. So are we doing this then? Men against women? Raiden asked. I looked at Drake silently asking him to take over, and he did. What if we had Vincenzo, Lorenzo, Zane, Trent, and me on one side, and Raiden, Dario, Remo, and Julian with all the girls? Vincenzo and Lorenzo shared something, then laughed like naughty boys. Agreed, they replied together. Wait, I don't want to be on his team. Raiden pointed to Remo with a scowl. Fine with me if you want to join all the old men, Remo scoffed. Jesus, would you two quit acting like children again? Dario growled, telling me he was familiar with their immaturity around each other. And when did I join the young men's club? Julian grinned, looking at Remo. He shrugged, his expression pure nonchalance. Didn't figure you for an oldie. Thanks, son. Gives my ego a boost. Then stick with me, old man. I'll have women eating your cock for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Remo replied, unfazed by the other's stares. Raiden, you're with us. Satisfied? Drake intervened with a soft smile. He nodded. Good. That's settled. Shall we all change and meet on the beach in 30 minutes? Everyone nodded, and as they dispersed, Nikki approached. Can you take us on the jet skis, please, Grandpa? Sure, Ace. I'll meet you down at the landing, okay? After he ran off, Drake turned to me. Why do they call you Auntie and me Grandpa? Do you feel like one? I laughed. He grabbed me around the waist and scooped me up into his arms. Do I feel like one to you? The lines around his eyes crinkled with his smile. He kissed me long and hard. I inhaled his woodsy scent that curled through my senses, stroking my arousal. Fuck me on the beach, Daddy, and I'll let you know. Laughter bubbled up my throat at his suddenly ravenous expression.
33. Ashrika. When Trent and I arrived down at the beach, all the others were already there. Fuck! This is going to be an interesting weekend of swooning over hot bods for us single girls, darling. Tamara slipped an arm around Kira's waist with a soft laugh. Her gaze ran riot over all the men shirtless except for beach shorts. Oh, I'm sure we'll do very well on our own. Kira arched a brow. Excuse me? I turned to find about 7 women ranging in ages at my rear. Hi. They nudged the pretty brunette, and I figured she was their spokesperson. Is there some hot man convention happening here this weekend? She asked. I frowned. I'm sorry? She jerked her chin to where the men stood chatting, her smile sheepish. Those are some seriously hot men to be congregated in one place without reason. All her friends nodded, their wistful glances glued to the men. I chuckled. The other ladies behind me stopped speaking, and Tamara asked, Everything all right, Ash? I glanced over my shoulder with a sly smile. These girls are curious about the hot man convention taking place here. They all frowned before Gianna asked, What convention? Nodding toward the men, they all followed my line of sight, then looked back at me. Kira was the first to pick up my meaning. Oh, yes, all these men are on auction this weekend. What's the cause? One of the ladies in the brunette's group asked, eagerly licking her lips. Tamra, Gianna, and Sienna finally caught on. We're raising money for the Single Leaders Organization, Sienna replied. We all looked at her. Her expression straight-laced, she added. They collect funds for abused and orphaned kids. Single leaders? The brunette gasped. Wait, are all those men single? She asked excitedly. Behind her, her friends began an earnest discussion. Yes, they're all single, Gianna replied, biting her lip, but I caught the subtle shake of her shoulders. What time is the auction? The brunette asked. What auction? Raiden came up behind our group, his curious gaze flitting over everyone's faces. He raked a hand through his sandy blonde curls, ruffling the locks falling to his brow, and I could have sworn one of the women from the brunette's group groaned. Tamra opened her mouth to reply, but Lorenzo arrived and immediately slid his hands around Raiden's waist from behind. Then, with his eyes on those gawking women, he dragged his tongue up Raiden's neck, over his jaw, and closed his lips around Raiden's earlobe. Grinning, Raiden leaned into Lorenzo's chest and, biting his lip, let out a slow hiss. The women stared. 2 with their mouths hanging open, 2 with their hands clasped to their necks, and the other 3, their eyebrows to their hairlines, with tongues running a feverish dance over their lips. Can someone please check? I think my soaked granny panties just dropped to my ankles. The brunette was the first to break the silence that had descended on her flabbergasted group. Our group shared amused looks before Lorenzo released his earlobe and inched his hand down Raiden's abdomen until his fingertips disappeared inside the low-riding waistband of Raiden's shorts. A tall blonde gulped. Do you perhaps share? She asked, her eyes never leaving Lorenzo's hand, now paused.
I do,
he replied, his voice a sexy baritone.
But only if you're ready to fit both our cocks in your pussy together.
Several shocked gasps emitted from that group before another, dark-haired girl stepped forward, her expression unconcealed lust. I'm ready. Just say the word. Laughing, Lorenzo shared a look with Raiden, who surprisingly shook his head.
Sorry, girl, but my baby isn't in the mood for pussy tonight.
With that, he allowed Raiden to pull him away. Holy shit. The blonde slapped a hand to her mouth and then pouted. They're so freaking hot and they're gay, she sighed. I could so do that green-eyed one. Tamra laughed. They're bisexual, sweetheart, and they'll probably fuck your pussy to oblivion. But that green-eyed boy is hands-off until his blue-eyed Dawn says yes. Or he's likely to put a bullet in you for touching without permission. Oh, my God, the poor woman cried out. Tamra! I scolded, yet unable to keep a rein on my smile. I turned to the other group, aiming to put them out of their misery when Drake approached us, and those women forgot I existed as they crowded him looking for attention. Damn, silver would sure look good on my pussy. The dark-haired girl raked a slow gaze over his body, followed closely by her friends. God, you're a beautiful man. I met Sienna's gaze, and she smiled, her shoulders lifting in a slight shrug. It was safe to say that we were all confident of our respective man's affection to worry about anyone trying to claim their attention.
Thank you, ladies.
He smiled, and they all but swooned. Fancy a dinner date with us? The blonde asked. Drake chuckled.
Sure.
His response got an excited flutter of hands fanning their faces.
What time were you thinking?
Oh, 7 work for you? The brunette replied, her smile so wide I worried it might render her jaw useless. Her friends went apeshit when he nodded and then said,
Hang on a second. Princess, you want to have dinner with these lovely ladies?
He slipped an arm around Sienna's waist, drawing her to his side. At the redhead's confused look, Drake added,
My wife isn't too keen on sharing me.
Holy fuck, you're his wife? The brunette asked Sienna. An event coordinator arriving drew my gaze as Drake excused himself and guided Sienna away. Sorry, ladies. Those men are all taken, I said to the other group, bursting their bubbles. Can I have the 2 teams take their positions? The coordinator called out, pointing to the spot that had been set up. A thick tug-of-war rope lay stretched across the sand. The center spot was marked by a massive inflatable splash pool filled with something that looked like green sludge. What is that? I asked. The coordinator smiled. That's the pitfall to losing. The aim is to drop the other team into that.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll go easy on you.
Trent came up behind me and scooped me into his arms, threatening to drop me into the sludge. If you value your balls, you'll put me down, Mr. Shaw, I warned. Chuckling, he held me over the pool, and at my scowl, he stepped back and set me down on my feet.
You're such a fucking pussy, Trent,
Zane mocked. Trent gave him the finger.
I value my balls, man. Think you can do better?
Zane glanced at Gianna just as she cottoned on to his intention. Her face immediately pulled into a scowl. Try it, and I'll serve your balls for starters tonight, Mr. Marone. Engrossed in Zane, she didn't see Vincenzo come up behind her. Gianna! My shout came a second too late. Vincenzo already had a squirming Gianna in his arms. Salvatore! She screamed as he let her go and she dropped onto the sludge. The entire group roared with laughter. Sienna and I raced to help her. It wasn't as deep as I thought, and Gianna disappeared for a second before she surfaced, covered from head to toe in green shit, and slipped trying to stand. Whatever that gunk was, it was grossly wet and so slippery we couldn't get a good grip on her. "You are so dead," she growled at Vincenzo, wiping the muck from her face. He grinned.
"When are you ready to fuck me, Bella? Just call out. I'll stand still."
I got the feeling he enjoyed goading her. She flipped him the bird, cursing as she dragged her hands through her messed hair sticking to her scalp. Raiden walked over to help, and just as he reached out to her, Lorenzo snuck up, nudged him from behind, and sent Raiden sprawling into the sludge next to Gianna. He sat up, dripping the stuff, and glared at a laughing Lorenzo.
"Sorry, baby."
His expression hidden by the mess, Raiden said nothing, wiped his face, and helped Gianna stand. With my and Sienna's help, she stepped out. "Ma?" Maddox cried out as the kids raced past from the beach toward the playground. At his worried look, Zane crouched to pacify his son.
"It's okay, Maddox. Mama is having some fun."
Maddox shifted his gaze between his mother and father, not convinced.
"See? Even Raiden is playing."
Zane pointed to Raiden, who was still sitting in the pool. He waved at Maddox and let some of the sludge drip from his hands. Nodding at his father, Maddox walked backward toward the other kids, his eyes still on his mother.
"Let's go, Maddox."
Nikki came back and dragged him away.
34. Lorenzo. Watching a laughing Raiden attempting to get out of the splash pool, I grinned and offered him a hand. "Am I forgiven, baby?" He ignored me for a couple of seconds, and when he finally realized he needed help, he reached up to take my hand. As he got to his feet, I relaxed my hold. Wrong move. Tightening his grasp, he yanked me toward him. "Fuck!" I yelled as we both went down, splashing the stuff out the sides. Laughter from the others surrounded us, realizing Raiden's ignorance had been strategic. I grabbed him around the waist and tugged him back just as he managed to get to his feet. Throwing my body over his, I pinned him to the floor under me. Laughing, he looked up at me. "Now you're forgiven." His unrestrained mirth was a beautiful sight, and my heart clenched with happiness. I loved watching him when he was this relaxed, not scowling and not angry with me. Shaking the stuff off my hand, I wiped his face. "Why didn't you take that woman up on her offer?" I referred to a group of women I teased earlier by flaunting my relationship with him. "Did you want me to?" He wiped the muck off my face. I got the feeling he was seeking permission without actually asking. "I told you once before, baby. You can fuck whoever you want as long as you come back to me." Even though I said the words, more to give him the freedom he deserved, a little part of me knew that if he took me up on it, I might not survive. "I don't want her, Lorenzo." He rarely used my name, and my brow shot up, curious. "One of the others, then?" He shook his head. "There's only one person I want to fuck." His impish smile made me grin. My heart settled. Me too. I brushed my lips lightly over his. "I'm glad you suggested we come. I don't think I've been this relaxed in a long time, Raiden." "Thank you." In response, he cupped my nape, bringing my head down to meet his lips in a hard kiss. I groaned into his mouth, forgetting we had a live audience until Tamara spoke. "Jesus, why is that sight such a turn-on instead of being gross?" Grinning, I slipped off Raiden, thankful for the sludge covering my hard-on. "The aim was to get the opposing team into the mess, not throw everyone in," Drake scolded with a laugh. He helped us out of the pool. "We still doing this?" Trent asked. "Yes," came the chorused response as everyone moved to take their places. Sienna, Gianna, Ashrika, Tamara, Kyra, Julian, Remo, and Dario stood on one side, while Drake, Raiden, Trent, Zane, and Vincenzo joined me on the other side. Jesus, that's a whole lot of muscle on one side. Jacob looked at our team, shaking his head with a chuckle. You think it's fair to the others, son? What do you say, guys? Is it fair to them? Drake asked us, amused. Don't do us any favors, Remo scoffed from the other side before we could respond. We've got this, don't we, girls? Yes, all the ladies responded in a shout. If we lose, there'll be no sex for those guys anyway, Jana casually announced. Several what the fucks blasted the air from Vincenzo, Zane, and Trent. I'd like to see you try, Bella, Vincenzo called out, earning a snort from Jana. I shook my head, laughing. That woman was a serious piece of work, and she gave both brothers a run for their money. I doubted they could control her. Raiden, who stood at the front of our team with me behind him, looked at me. Don't hurt yourself, old man. You enjoy sucking this old man's cock, don't you, baby boy? I smirked. His cheeks flushed scarlet as Drake chuckled behind me. Raiden faced the front, making me smile. Admittedly, this was a Christmas party I never expected, and looking across to my laughing brother, I was glad he'd agreed to come along. This might not be his thing, but it was bringing out a side to him I hadn't seen before. Perhaps there was hope for him after all, to find love other than his gun. The area around us filled with other resort guests, clapping and cheering before the coordinator blew her whistle to begin. Grab the rope, everyone! On 3, I'll blow the whistle. The first team to pull the opposing team into the sludge wins. We all grabbed onto the rope, laughter breaking out on both sides. Vincenzo served as our anchor, with Dario on the opposite side. The second we all planted our feet in the sand and leaned backward, the coordinator blew the whistle. Pull! Vincenzo shouted.
35. Sienna. Looking across at Drake's team, I realized this was going to be one hell of a competition, and I secretly regretted planning a tug-of-war as a start to our holiday. Pull! Dario shouted on the coordinator's whistle, and pull we did. I could feel every single muscle in my body strain. Thank God I worked out, or I would be sitting on my ass right now. While the guys on Drake's team made easy work of this competition, my team stayed in the game, using all the strength we could muster. I had to hand it to Remo, Dario, and Julian. They were strong, not giving in so easily. All around us, other resort guests gathered and screamed encouragement. Go, Mama! Rowan and Maddox appeared shouting for Gianna to pull. You can do it, Mommy! Nicky neared Ashrika, clapping his hand. Go, Daddy! Neha jumped up and down on the sand close to her father. Auntie Kira, Jardin shouted, ignoring Raiden's call for him to come to his side. Just as Drake's team dragged us close to the edge of the sludge, I glanced over my shoulder at the other women and winked. Now, girls? I'd already briefed them all on the plan. Hey, Drake, I called out, and when I had his attention, yelled, You're going to be a daddy. To say I startled my husband was an understatement. He gaped at me, letting go of the rope. With a smile, I rolled a quick hand over my abdomen, confirming which daddy I referred to. Drake, what the fuck are you doing? Zane, who stood behind him, shouted. This happened at the same time Gianna screamed, Now, girls. And in reply, all 5 of us removed the t-shirt dresses we'd planned as a team, leaving us with sexy, teeny-weeny bikinis in varying colors. Wolf whistles from a group of young single guys dressed only in board shorts and glistening chests pierced the air as they moved closer to our side of the rope. Cheeky, we all preened for the guys, receiving chuckles from the men on our team as they figured out what we were up to and pulled harder. Our naughty act caught Vincenzo, Zane, and Trent by surprise. With killer scowls, they let go of the rope. Taking advantage, Remo, Julian, Dario, and all the ladies yanked hard, pulling Lorenzo and Raiden into the sludge. All this happened in a matter of collaborated seconds. The coordinator's whistle followed, and another moment later, winners! She pointed at us. "No fucking way," I heard Trent mutter. Laughing, our team high-fived each other. Raiden and Lorenzo sat up in the sludge, shaking their heads but grinning from ear to ear. I had only a moment's notice before Drake's arms circled me from behind and his lips buried in my neck. "You've just made my holiday perfect, princess," he whispered amid all the laughter around us. I turned in his arms and linked my fingers at his nape. "Congratulations, Daddy Drake." I smiled as his lips found mine in a hungry kiss.
36. Gianna. As our team basked in the victory of our win, the guys from the other team neared us. They weren't exactly happy, and it had nothing to do with losing. "Gianna!" Vincenzo's growl was first, followed closely by Trent's, "What the fuck are you wearing, Ash? Cover up!" Then Zane's, Rhea, put those fucking t-shirts back on." Only Drake seemed unfazed, and when I glanced at him, he was smiling at his wife, his eyes adoring as always. Climbing out of the sludge, Lorenzo and Raiden laughed at the other men's distinct irritation. "Come make me." My lips curled in a smirk. I goaded Vincenzo and Zane. "Not happening," Ash said to Trent, grinning. Admittedly, the barely there two-piece bikinis we'd chosen for this particular reason were something none of the ladies wanted to wear. The expressions on Vincenzo, Trent, and Zane's faces, however, were worth it. I had a moment's notice before Vincenzo's, "I'm going to fucking belt you, Bella," followed by him chasing after me the same time Trent went after Ashrika. Squealing with laughter, we both ran. Stupidly, I raced for the water, slowing down my pace. For his bulk, Vincenzo was fast, and he grabbed me by the waist just as I reached the thigh-high water. He bent me over one of his arms before his other hand came down hard on my ass. The wet flesh stung, and I yelped. A second quickly followed, and I reached back to rub at the bite. "Say I'm sorry," he demanded, nipping my shoulder. Laughing, I angled my head to look up at him. "Fuck you, Salvatore." Before he could reply, I heard Zane chuckle as he reached us. "You know you're never going to tame her, brother." Vincenzo brought me up against his body, keeping my back to his chest and his arms secured around my waist. "Doesn't mean I have to stop trying." Zane's darkened gaze roved over me. Although this tiny piece of material does look fucking hot on her. He reached out to trace a finger over the flimsy material covering my breast, his other hand massaging his hard-on. "I haven't fucked in the ocean before, brother. Want to give it a try?" He cocked a brow at me. "What do you say to 2 salty cocks in your mouth, Bella?" Vincenzo closed his mouth around my earlobe, sucking hard. Even though my pussy pulsed at the thought, I glanced toward the beach filled with people. "We have an audience," I pointed out. Zane's laugh was low and pure sex. "Never stopped you before." He referred to the time they'd both fucked me at a club with just the dim lights as cover. "If you haven't noticed, our children are watching?" I tipped my chin toward Maddox and Rowan. "Saved by the kids again." Vincenzo squeezed my ass as we began walking out of the water. "Midnight swim, then?" Zane asked, his gaze flicking between the two of us. I decided it was the perfect time to drop a bombshell I'd been hiding for days. Given my condition, we'd have to be careful, you know. Both men stopped walking and looked at me, their expressions identical anxiety. "What condition?" Vincenzo asked, his voice tight with tension. Suddenly, I didn't think it was a good idea to tell them. "Oh, nothing serious." I tried to wave it aside, but they were having none of that. "What condition, Rhea?" Zane asked, his no-nonsense attitude severely in place. Biting my lip, I looked at both of them. "I'm pregnant." Stunned, they looked at each other. Then, with happiness painting their handsome faces, they laughed and together leaned down to kiss my cheeks. "Congratulations, daddies," I whispered, abrupt shyness stealing my usual sass. "Would you look at that?" Vincenzo immediately mocked. "Finally, something has shut her up. If I only knew that's what it would take, I'd keep you pregnant all the time." Zane laughed. "Nope, pregnancy sex might be good, just not for us." He winked. "I hear you, brother." Vincenzo grinned. Then both looked at me, and I knew what they were silently asking. "Does it matter?" I answered their unasked question. As long as I had both of them in my life, I didn't care which one was the father. They shook their heads. "Midnight fuck, then?" My naughty question had them laughing as we reached Ashrika and Trent.
37. Ashrika. I tried to run, but I wasn't fast enough. Trent dropped me on my ass, hard enough to make me yelp, his body landing on top of mine. "Get off me!" I pushed at his chest, laughter still bubbling out my throat. In reply, he covered my mouth with his, kissing me hard.
"You're lucky I don't belt you like I know Vincenzo's going to streak Gianna's ass later,"
he said when we broke for air. "Maybe you should give it a try." I wiggled my brow. Shocked, he shook his head.
"What the fuck has that woman done to you?"
"You said it yourself. Deepest, darkest desires, remember?" Getting to his feet, he pulled me up and kissed my brow.
"Ask, sweetheart, and I'll lay the world at your feet."
Just as he was about to walk off, I touched his arm. "Trent?" I must have looked anxious because an immediate frown creased his brow.
"What's wrong, Ash?"
I slid my hands around his waist and gazed into those brilliant blues. "I know you weren't ready for this, but..." I trailed off, unsure whether this was the perfect place to be telling him this.
"You're pregnant, aren't you?"
he asked, his tone holding none of his earlier amusement, and I panicked. "I'm sorry," I quickly said.
"Hey."
He palmed my cheeks.
"Sorry for what, exactly? I want this for us, too."
"You're not angry?" His brow creased.
"Why would I be?"
"I thought you didn't after you told Sienna at the ball." He shut me down with a hard kiss.
"I want a baby with you, and the excitement you don't see is because I'm thinking of all the fun ways we're going to fuck while you're pregnant."
He burst out laughing at my stunned look. "You can be such an ass at times." I slapped his arm. "What if you're not the father?" I hedged. His smile told me he knew why I asked.
"Are you happy, sweetheart?"
I nodded.
"That's all I need to hear."
He kissed me long and hard, telling me I couldn't have asked for a more perfect man in my life. With his arm around my waist, we walked back toward the group. Vincenzo, Zane, and Gianna came up behind us. "Ash?" She stopped me. When I turned, she gripped my hands in hers.
"I told them,"
she said, bringing all the men to a standstill. Vincenzo, Trent, and Zane shared a look, and I knew what they were thinking. Gianna nodded to me before her eyes met Trent's. "Does it matter?" Smiling, he shook his head.
"No."
He lifted questioning eyes to Vincenzo and Zane. The understanding that passed between them was something I'd probably never fathom. They both shook their heads.
"We're good,"
Zane replied, lavishing a sexy smile on me and Gianna. All three men had shared the both of us, and when Gianna and I found out we were pregnant, we decided then to not worry about who the father was and why we hadn't divulged it to the men yet. "Can we not tell everyone back at the group just yet? I want Sienna to enjoy her happiness with Drake for a bit," I suggested. They all agreed with quick smiles as we reached the others.
"Well played, ladies."
Lorenzo clapped his hand, encompassing all of us in his gaze.
I declare it a null and void try.
Trent said.
We need a rematch.
Fuck that. Remo snorted.
Not our problem if you didn't pick a winning team. What do you say, Julian? I agree,
Julian replied with a laugh.
Granted, we didn't know of the ladies' plan of attack. I'd say we did well under the circumstances. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about all of you, but my wife's made me a happy man today. So it's no on the rematch from me,
Drake announced, his attentive eyes on Sienna.
Then congratulations are in order, Drake.
Trent held out his hand, shaking both Drake's and Sienna's hands before all the others lined up to congratulate the couple.
38. Drake. You're serious? My gaze drifted over the 9 men seated around me. They joined me for a drink at the bar before dinner while we waited for the ladies. This afternoon's tug-of-war, which turned out to be more fun than anyone expected, had them going off to the spa. I took advantage of their absence. Granted, when I put my plan into place, I'd only intended to rope in Raiden and Trent to help me renew my vows to Sia. However, once I met all the men who'd graciously accepted my Christmas in the Maldives invites, my plan changed. I wanted them all in on it. I addressed Lorenzo's question. His forefinger and thumb playing around the shape of his mouth, his gaze shifted between Raiden and Dario. Their smirks were all the confirmation I needed that they were in and urging Lorenzo to agree. Let me get this straight. You want us to help you renew your vows, but in doing so, we must go up on stage? This came from Vincenzo, a man who was as hardcore as the front he presented. Yet watching him with his family on the beach this afternoon, I figured there was a softness somewhere inside that hardness. I just needed to tap the right buttons. Grinning, I set my whiskey glass on the end table, laced my fingers behind my head, and leaned back in my seat. You don't strike me as a man who backs away from a challenge, Vincenzo. My brow raised. I tackled his most definitive power, his arrogance. I was good at reading people, that was my strength. I'd picked up that he was a man who'd kill another with his bare hands just for insolence. Something tells me Gianna is a handful. Perhaps joining me might give you some leverage over her. Catch her off guard, for once. I'd seen the way she was with the 2 men in her life. She dictated, and they listened even if they tried not to. I guessed love did that to even the deadliest of men. That did it. His grimace loosened into a twitch of a smile. Did anyone ever tell you you're a very strategic man, Drake? You have no idea, Trent responded. Strategic is an understatement, Raiden chuckled. My laugh was light. I've been told. Well, the way you went about inviting me, or should I say ordering me out here, says a lot. And I'm a man who rarely, if not never, lets another dictate my decisions, Vincenzo replied. Class act, if I may say so myself. He tipped his glass at me. His comment received a hard laugh from Lorenzo. Don't get me started on the way he walked, more like bulldozed his way into my club, shocked the fuck out of Dario, then calmly stated I be at his home at a specific time. I threw my head back with a laugh, remembering the first time I met Lorenzo at his club. Are you complaining? I asked him before glancing at Raiden sitting on the floor with his back resting against Lorenzo's legs, his smile one of pure happiness. What do you say, baby boy? Your dad did good, didn't he? Lorenzo snaked his hand under Raiden's chin, tipped his head back, and kissed him on the mouth. Watching the two of them, I was certain that Lorenzo's love for my son far outweighed mine, and the other men sitting with us. For what it's worth, thank you, Drake, Lorenzo looked at me. For everything. I knew to what he referred, and nodded. What do you say, brother? Vincenzo glanced at his brother. Zane was as unreadable as they came, and that, coming from me, was a first. He glanced up from his drink, then shrugged. Why not? Drake might be right about Gianna. His smile sly, he added. Still, I think she has you wrapped around her finger so tightly I doubt you have any control over that dick of yours when it comes to her. His comment made the men snigger like high schoolers. Vincenzo snorted a laugh, looked at his brother, and shook his head. That coming from a man who has 2 women pulling his cock strings, he can't remember which is day and night. At least I have 2, brother, Zane winked. All the time. When I want, wherever I want it. So, it's safe to say I have total control over their pussies, definitely not the other way around. The others roared with laughter while I grinned. A killer in and out of the bedroom, right, Zane? Trent tipped his glass at his friend, and he nodded. Thinking back to that night Trent asked me to meet him at the Red Rum when he thought Krisha was still alive made me smile. Now, my nephew willingly sharing his wife with that same man he wanted to kill spoke to immense trust I didn't think likely these days. I respected both for their maturity. I stand corrected. But are you asking us to make asses of ourselves? With his hands in the pockets of his sweats, Remo stood with his back against the window, his alert eyes scanning the room as if danger lurked in every corner. You seriously could do with a good fuck, boy. It might calm you down. I cocked a brow at him, daring him to argue. He was as liberal with his aloofness as he was with his fucks to give. My words received the deserved scowl he wore like a permanent tattoo, a hoot of laughter from Dario and Raiden, and a quieter chuckle from Lorenzo. Perhaps because he knew his brother best and understood his need for reticence. Remo opened his mouth to say something, shared a look with his brother, then thought better of it. Maybe the lifestyle he lived required him to stay alert and terse. Maybe lifetime experiences did. I pitied him, given he was too young to be sporting that attitude. When he glanced my way again, I offered him a friendly smile, realizing that in some way he reminded me of Raiden, and probably why they were always goading each other. I love my wife, Remo. I took my time letting my words sink in. To the point where I'd be willing to make an ass of myself on stage just to see her smile. So you can either join us or go soak in a tub of ice. I'm quite sure you're familiar with the cold. Alternately, have a bit of fun for a change. We're all manly men here, and nothing we do would make us any less, unless we allow others to think we are. Your choice. In the ensuing silence, he frowned, those blue eyes swirling with unreadable emotions the father in me wanted to understand. Something told me that while this boy might own the dangerous world he lived in, when he loved, it would probably surpass Lorenzo's love for Raiden. And if fate had taught me anything, I was 100% sure that it would take a gutsy woman to love a man like Remo Rossi. Better still, bring him to his knees. Then he smiled, and I was surprised by the way the simple gesture transformed his features, almost making him humanely normal. Fine, he grunted. Count me in. I caught the quick flare of Lorenzo's eyes before Raiden, snorting some barely audible comment, shifted my gaze to him. Play nice, son. Raiden grinned and got himself a fuck you from Remo. Smiling, I looked over at Julian, another man who appeared quieter than the others, yet no less intimidating. What about you? He shrugged. We're on holiday. A bit of fun won't kill us. Besides, I'm eager to see my daughter's reaction to Vincenzo up there. He chuckled. Jesus, do I wear a symbol on my brow that says grouch? Vincenzo muttered. Yes, a chorused reply came from Zane, Lorenzo, and Julian. I'm secretive, Vince, but I know how to have fun. You're playing down. Zane rubbed a hand along his jaw as if searching for the right words. Boring, unimaginative, and carry the perfect I'll kill you vibe, much like Remo. Vincenzo and Remo shared a glance before both grinned. Then Vincenzo replied, Keep watching, brother. I might surprise you. Promise? Zane mocked and toasted his brother with his drink. Laughing, I looked over to my father, nursing a drink he hadn't touched yet, eyes closed with his head resting on the wall behind him. Dad? He opened his eyes and smiled. Not for me, son, he replied before his gaze shifted between Remo and Vincenzo. Men are born with hearts just like women, boys. Difference is we're quick to encase it in stone. Then the right woman comes along and it's no longer just pumping the blood we need to live, but injecting every inch of our bodies with the unsuspecting love we crave, just to survive. He glanced at Raiden. They say love is blind. He looked at Vincenzo again. What they don't tell you is how fucked you are when you can't see it. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. Vincenzo chuckled. My father's eyes went back to Remo. When you least expect it, that heart of yours will dance a very different tune to the pulsing beat of the gun you savor, son. Remo's brows shot up, but he said nothing. All the men stared at my father, probably wondering how the old man paid attention, given he appeared to be asleep in his seat. My father's observation didn't surprise me. For his age, he was still as attentive and wise as the day he started Princeton, Inc. Smiling, I sat forward in my seat. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, we have 3 days in which to make this plan work for Christmas Eve. I didn't doubt our capability.
39. Gianna. As I approached the table we'd planned to meet at for Christmas Eve dinner, I glanced around. Has there been a change in dinner plans? I thought we were all dining together. Only Ashrika and Kira were seated at our table. I haven't seen the guys since 2 this afternoon. After lunch, both Vincenzo and Zane told me they were taking the boys out and would be back by dinner time. That's what I thought, Ashrika replied. Trent also disappeared with Nikki after lunch. Did Drake plan something for the men, Sienna? I asked as she arrived at the table with Nia at her side. Not that I know of. Sienna turned away from securing Niha's pink bow to her high ponytail. She was a stunning child with dark hair and glittering blue eyes, like her father. He also left just after lunch, said he'd be back in time for dinner. She nodded to Niha, who wanted to join another girl her age, seated at a special kids' table next to us. Nice shoes, Sienna. Ashrika pointed to her white sneakers. Goes extremely well with your dress. Beautiful in a bluish-green mid-thigh dress that brought out the blue in her eyes, Sienna laughed. Can you believe I searched the entire room, my bags and Drake's, for the silver heels I know I packed for this dress? Given it's the casual resort, I only brought 1 formal pair for tonight's dinner. She shook her head. Are you sure you packed them? Kira asked, rolling her lips to keep from laughing out loud. I mean, the sneakers do kind of blend, she added with a cheeky smile. Sienna wrinkled her nose. Yes, I'm sure. And the boutique here was closed by the time I discovered they weren't in my luggage. But we're on holiday, and I'm relaxing. She dropped into a chair, glancing around for a waiter. Well, if it's any consolation, I can't find my necklace, Ashrika grumbled. I never take it off unless I shower. After my bath this afternoon, I couldn't find it. Old age, Kira suggested with a grin, and Ashrika stuck out her tongue. I waved down a waiter. It's probably lying in your room somewhere. She nodded as the waiter approached. Virgin mojito, please, I ordered. Make that 2, Ashrika said, then squirmed in her seat. My ass is still sore. Has Trent been riding your ass again? Tamara arrived with her mother and lowered herself into the seat next to me with a chuckle. Remember, someone had the great idea of announcing her pregnancy to her husband during tug-of-war. I fell when Trent chased me, Ashrika accused, wrinkling her nose at Sienna. 3 days later, and it still hurts a bit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? The hotel's entertainment host appeared on stage, his smile warm and congenial. Forgive the change in our program tonight, but if you'll bear with me, I'll explain. When people settled down to a quiet, he continued. As you are aware, we planned on having the international award-winning cabaret dancers tonight and the Man About Town fashion show tomorrow. Unfortunately, due to a delay in their flight, the dancers will be performing tomorrow evening. That said, we have decided to move the fashion show to tonight. But, he paused, as if for effect, then smiled. It will be combined with a special request from one of our esteemed guests who has kindly offered to pay for your dinner and all your drinks tonight for accommodating him. So eat and drink to your heart's content. His words, not mine. He laughed. A heightened buzz floated across the floor as he chatted to the DJ set up on the side of the stage. I shared a look with Tamara. Must be someone highly revered to pay for all these people, she said, her gaze scanning the room, filled to capacity. With that kind of generosity, even I'm keen to meet the man. I glanced around and put the count around 100, give or take. I bet he's old, gray, with a pot belly, and wants his cock sucked in return. Oh my God, do you think that's his special request? Kira's eyes rounded, leaving us in hysterics. I'm curious to know what happened to our men and children. Ashrika looked at her phone before setting it aside. Jesus, woman, quit being a mommy and have some fun. Sienna tossed a grape at her. Whatever they're up to, they're still coming back to us. Such confidence, I teased. After watching you with those two strong men, I'm certain no woman would be able to control them like you do, my dear, Carol said, dropping my jaw and shocking the other women. She'd be putty in their hands, and they don't strike me as the type of men who would be aroused by weak women. Trent might be a dirty-talking romantic, but it takes a man confident in his love for a woman to allow another couple to make love to his wife. As for my son, his eyesight is perfectly fine until it comes to my daughter-in-law. Then he's blind to anything else on two legs. So it's safe to say that wherever all your men are, they will return to you. Holy fucking shit, I gasped. You gauged all of that? How? Carol's laugh sounded like chimes in a gentle breeze, soft and light. Wisdom comes from experience, and experience from observation, my dear. Oh my God. Ashrika palmed her flushed cheeks, making the rest of us laugh. Carol reached across and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Nothing to be ashamed about, child. As long as you're happy indulging with Trent at your side, no one else's opinion counts. You're still young. Have as much fun as you can before you age. Then raise your children to be just as fun-loving as you are. She looked across the room at her husband, who stood on a deck chatting to a group of men. It was clear the woman both respected and loved her husband. He turned, then, and held up his drink to her with a soft smile. Suddenly, I wanted that. Forever and old age with my two men and our kids. Vincenzo was a definite. Zane, on the other hand, while that special night with Ashrika and me worked, I was still not sure if we'd done enough to give him the happiness he deserved. I guess you're right, Carol. I've really become a mommy, haven't I? And even though I love those kids with all my heart, I worry when they're not around, Ashrika said, drawing my gaze. We still hadn't told the others about us being pregnant. And you're doing a splendid job at it, Tamara complimented. Trent is lucky to have you in his life. Not many women these days are willing to take on big kids, especially one as mischievous as Nikki. Well, I, for one, love that brat. Let's just say, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be sitting here tonight, Sienna quipped, sipping her non-alcoholic wine. How so? I asked, leaning forward with my elbows folded on the table. Imitating my posture, she smiled, her eyes taking on a distant look. Trent couldn't find a nanny to take care of his kids when he was traveling. All the nanny services in his area refused to work with him. They had Nikki registered on their systems as a Class 1 act for most original misdemeanors. Yeah, that's a thing, apparently. She laughed at my raised brow. Trent asked me, and I agreed, albeit reluctantly. Then I found out through first-hand experience exactly what that meant. Nikki added something to my face wash that turned my face blue. You're kidding, I gaped at her. She shook her head. No, and that was how I first met Raiden, who'd very sweetly pointed out my fetching skin color. We all laughed at her hand-to-neck mock distress. So, if I hadn't gone to take care of him and his sister, I wouldn't have met Raiden, who brought me back to his father's home and set the ball rolling for Drake and me. I've got to hand it to you, though. I leaned back in my seat. You handle that father and son dynamic pretty well. I'm sure it must have not been easy. It wasn't. Her gaze shifted between Kira and Tamara's reflective gazes, as if they all shared a special memory. In the end, it worked out, I guess. Isn't it weird how we all had some kind of serendipitous moment with two men? Ashrika said. I mean, what were the chances of finding out you were fucking two brothers who didn't know of the other's existence? She looked at me. And me, two husbands. Well, supposedly with Trent, only to find out he was my sister's husband. She laughed. Well, serendipitous or not, you guys have such beautiful men to take care of you, Tamara said, then groaned. I wish I could find myself just one. You will. Kira reached out and squeezed her hand with a soft smile. Thanks, darling, Tamara replied. Then added, although I seriously wouldn't mind fucking Remo. Fuck, that man is like fire and ice all rolled into one. She fanned her face, biting her lip. He makes my pussy all hot and cold just looking at him. We laughed at her drooling expression. Sorry, Mom. Carol waved it aside with a quick flick of her wrist. You're a big girl, darling. I still have hopes for you finding Mr. Right. Yeah, right, Tamara snorted. I mean, even my nephew is fucking a hot man. That dynamic still baffles me. The first time I met Lorenzo, I'd just taken over Vincenzo's role as mafia head. I couldn't even look at the man without my pussy craving his attention. He's fucking hot, and he belongs to Raiden. How? Raiden wouldn't tell us the whole story, just that fate played a role in his life and blindsided his belief about love only existing between a man and a woman. Tamara explained. I think my brother still hasn't come to terms with it, though, Kira said. Why? Ashrika asked. Every time Lorenzo travels, my brother gets antsy that Lorenzo might have found someone else. Kira licked her lips as a waiter set a large whipped cream-topped sundae in front of her. Maybe because he's still young? I waved my empty glass at the waiter, beckoning for a refill. I guess so. But then maybe once Lorenzo ties him down for life, he'll change his mind. Kira drizzled more chocolate sauce over the whipped cream before spooning a dollop of the treat into her mouth with a sigh. You're seriously not eating all of that before dinner, I frowned. With your figure, I'm envious you're even eating that. She shrugged. I have a craving I can't seem to get rid of. Her words sparked curious gazes from Ashrika and Tamara. Sensing their stares, Kira looked up from her second scoop. What? You want some? She held out her spoon to them. Both women laughed, shaking their heads as the host began speaking again.
40. Sienna. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. We all turned toward the stage as the host addressed the room. Grab yourself a drink, sit back, and relax. The lights dimmed slightly, and the sounds of Sexy and I Know It by LMFAO filled the air. I don't think anyone at our table was expecting what happened next. What the? Both Kira and Ashrika shrieked, grabbed their phones, and aimed their cameras on stage as Jardin and Nikki, dressed in black suits, their hands in their pants pockets, sashayed down the ramp. They stopped at the end of the stage, turned their backs to each other, and posed with their chins angled in a what's up motion. Oh my God. Carol stood, trying to get her camera to work. Tamara quickly helped. We were still grasping air from that surprise when Rowan and Maddox, who seemed pretty confident up there despite his reticence around strangers, followed. Both dressed also in black suits with differing designs, they owned the runway. These boys were going to rock the world on its axis when they grew up. Holy fuck, Gianna scrambled for her phone, clicking away like a proud mom. Damn, my boys look good. What the hell is happening? Ashrika asked. Then the 4 boys finished modeling and broke into a dance that had everyone going wild with claps and cries. Done, they moved to stand along the sides of the ramp, their grins wide as they waved at us. The lights dipped again, and the music changed to Go Down There by Spice, Sean Paul, and Shaggy. None of the ladies were prepared when Trent and Zane walked on next. We all just stared dumbfounded at the sexy men, strolling down the ramp like it was the most natural thing for them. Holy cow, Ashrika shrieked when she finally found her voice, and together with Gianna, their cameras worked overtime. I didn't blame them. In white suits matched with differing blue button-downs open at the collar, the men were delicious on the eye, while wolf whistles resonated through the room from somewhere behind us. Damn, bring me some sugar, honey, someone from a large group of women seated to our left catcalled the men, their cameras working different angles as well. Curious, Ash and I shared a look. Did you know about this? I asked. She shook her head. Well, fuck me sideways, Gianna spluttered when Julian and Vincenzo followed, their black suits filled with dark button-downs and ties of the same color. Mouth gaping, she stared at the 2 men for a moment, then found her voice. How the fuck did they get Vincenzo on stage? As if he heard the question, he winked at her. Admittedly, the man was all kinds of sin on steroids, the dark, I have dirty secrets kind, and definitely not a modeling type of man. Her camera firing away, Gianna called out, Hey, Dad, I think we need to find you a hot woman tonight. I'll take him, one of the ladies from the big group called out, making Julian laugh. Actually, we'll take both. Laughing, Gianna air-kissed Vincenzo, and he grinned. Yikes. This is like the perfect TikTok of hot men with the perfect song, too. Kira laughed, keeping her phone camera trained on the stage. I've seen plenty of sexy videos done with Go Down There. Nothing beats this, though, she explained to Tamara. Sienna, I think you should get your camera out. I'm sure Dad's joining them. I shook my head. I don't think this is something your father would be doing. When Remo and Dario appeared, none of us expected that, and gasps flew around the table. Christ, they got Remo to fucking model? Tamara was stunned. Both men garnered a, holy fuck, I need to go change my soaking panties. Does anyone have a spare? From some lady 2 tables away. Immediately, Tamara's scowl had us all laughing. Dressed in beige sports suits and black button-downs, these 2 stern-looking men made the light color appear darkly corrupt. I must say, this is some treat I never saw coming. Ashrika waved at Trent as they stood on the side. Then Raiden and Lorenzo walked on, their blue suits and matching vests paired with black shirts, and the women a few tables over went wild. They rushed to the front of the stage, their cameras clicking away. Some of them posed in front of the stage to take selfies with the men at their rear. Oh my God, can you please come home with me? One lady waved frantically at Raiden. He grinned. Maybe, he called out, and the lady faked a swoon. Then Lorenzo slid an arm around Raiden's waist and brought him into his body for a kiss. That just about sent the noise level through the roof, leaving us all laughing at the poor women who were both groaning and cheering. That's not something you see every day. 2 fucking hot-ass men kissing? Call the damn fire brigade, someone yelled when Lorenzo released Raiden. When the women returned to their seats, all the men accompanied by the boys did another round, then lined up at the front with their hands in their pockets, posing for pictures. I glanced to the side, noticing the professional cameraman with his large camera as he roamed the room, pausing now and then to take shots. See, I told you your dad wouldn't do this, I said to Kira, and she smirked. Done, the men and boys moved to line up along the sides of the ramp, with 6 on each side, facing each other as the host walked on. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that little piece of action." His comment received several whoops. Then, when silence settled over the room, he added, "But it's not over yet. We'd like to introduce you to our esteemed guest, who's collaborated with the designer of this show and will be fitting your bill tonight." There was thunderous applause before he stood to the side. Then, "Pony" by Genuine filled the air as another man walked down the ramp. It took me a moment to find my voice, my ass, and my feet before I shot up with a gasp. "Excuse me while I orgasm right now," I blurted, making the other women laugh out loud. In a black turtleneck inside a charcoal suit, one hand in his pants pocket, the silver threads in his hair and beard highlighting his square jaw and gray eyes, Drake sauntered down the ramp, his walk in perfect sync to the sexy music. Every inch of my skin bloomed in arousal I couldn't quite describe. My heart backflipped over and over as whistles and catcalls filled the air. "Holy hotballs," Kira shrieked, her camera stuck on the stage. "My father is fucking hot," she screamed. Grinning, I grabbed my phone and recorded my gorgeous husband as the other men clapped and cheered him on. Admittedly, he was the sexiest of them all, and it looked like half the room was in agreement because the women went absolutely crazy for him. I don't think I'd ever seen that kind of reaction before. "Come here, Daddy," some woman called out. And Drake's eyes zeroed in on me. His lips curved in a delightful smile. He winked, blowing me a kiss. "Hey, no fair," the woman called out, then looked at me. "Well done, sweetheart." I grinned, my cheeks flushed crimson, my nipples hardened at the thought of other women wanting what was mine for keeps. "Fuck, Sienna, I have 2 sexy men at my beck and call, but damn, girl, you've got the king among them," Gianna yelled above the din. When Drake stopped at the front, the other guys joined him. Then all hell broke loose throughout the entire restaurant when the men and the boys swayed their bodies to the music in a perfectly coordinated dance routine that was fucking sexy as hell. "Oh my God," I gasped, my hands clasped to my face and already soaked panties in danger of slipping to the floor. 13 men and boys together on stage, and I couldn't take my eyes off Drake and his sexy moves. I glanced at the other women. Ashrika's jaw dropped. Gianna's brow stuck to her hairline. Kira covered her shocked laugh. Tamra's mouth was stuck in a perfect O until she called out, "Are you girls fucking seeing this? Tell me I'm fucking seeing this because I'm not fucking believing this." "Someone pinch me because my fucking panties are dripping right now," Ashrika groaned. "Girl, I'm not wearing any and my thighs are clenched tight to clog the leak," Gianna muttered. "I've never had a sore clit and nipples from just looking at men dance," Tamra snorted. "Granted, I have to not look at my brother and nephews. The others are fair game. Sorry, ladies." "Enjoy your fill," Gianna laughed. "I'm going to TikTok the fucking shit out of this." Kira bubbled up with laughter. "Sorry, Nana." "It's okay, baby. Not every day you see your father and brothers on stage looking that good." Her comment had us laughing. "Just strip, will you?" some lady called out. "Yeah, take off those suits," another shouted. "Hell to the fucking no," Gianna bounced back, making us laugh. Anyone outside these walls hearing the commotion would seriously think we had celebrities on stage. I cupped my cheeks sore from smiling so much. There was a chorused agree from the others. And in my heart, I knew that these men and boys were all that and more. Frankly, they're the stars of our lives, and I, for one, would remain a fan for life. How can I not? I mean, look at them. Seconded, Gianna shouted. Yep, Ashrika laughed. I seriously can't believe they got Remo to join them. He seems like such a hard-assed cynic, Tamara called out. Drake's a good businessman and an extremely virulent negotiator, I replied. When the music slowed to a stop, the men were laughing and high-fiving each other. It was like watching a group of teenage boys achieving something significant. The host returned to the stage and waited for everyone to calm down. Drake sent the boys down to us while the men remained on stage. Oh my God, you boys made Mommy so proud today. Gianna caught her blushing sons in a hug and kissed their cheeks. Come here, baby. Ashrika drew Nikki into her arms and kissed his brow. I have a model for a son, wow. She cupped his cheeks and he giggled, blushing hard. Jardin barreled into his grandmother's embrace, and after she kissed the top of his head, he rounded the table into Kira's arms. She pulled him onto her lap, kissing his cheek. You did so well, Pumpkin. He nodded, clapping his hands. Can I have some ice cream, please? Sure. And as she fed him, our gazes locked. Someday you're going to make a wonderful mother, Kira, I smiled. She wiped Jardin's mouth with a napkin. You think so? I nodded and then looked back at the stage as the host began speaking again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that was a treat, especially for the ladies. He chuckled as a bevy of compliments filled the air. Now, the other reason we're up here tonight? For this. I'll hand over to Mr. Princeton. Drake stepped forward and took the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, my humble gratitude for allowing me and my companions, he pointed to the other men, to usurp the stage tonight, and to Man About Town for letting us replace your models for today's show. I must admit these suits do look good on us. His remark was received with loud applause and a few wolf whistles. However, that's not the reason I'm here tonight, and you'll understand why in a second. I shared surprised looks with the others at the table before shifting my gaze back to Drake. His eyes found mine, and the look in there trapped the air in my lungs. Love, lust, affection, all rolled into one, bled through his gaze. Somehow, I knew whatever was about to come next was meant solely for me. Sia. My name was said like a breath of fresh air, soft, breezy, and feather light. Right now, if you could feel my heartbeat, you'd understand. It's racing, clocking velocities that would give McLaren a run for his money. You do that to me, every time I'm with you or see you. My eyes flared in memory, the words he'd said to me on the ski slopes. Tremors shot through my body as my skin flared with goosebumps and my eyes watered. I almost crashed, but you didn't let me, because for the first time in my life, you showed me how to step on the brake, how to cut the engine, and even if my brain fails me, my heart will never forget its first love. Those last words, the first time he told me he loved me, spun through my memories. I wanted to bite back the tears, but I couldn't. They rolled down my cheeks. Come join me, princess. Drake held out his hand. His smile a serene beacon of hope against a tidal storm gone wild. The other ladies at the table encouraged me with soft claps. Rising, I made my way up the stairs, and as I took his hand, he said, Forgive my wife's attire. He gestured to the sneakers. She's usually prim and proper, but I'm to blame for those. His words earned a slew of laughter while I frowned. Then he released my hand and turned away as the host approached us, a tray covered with a black cloth in his hand. Drake slipped off the material. My shoes! I gasped, then broke into a laugh. The host stepped forward. Friends, we have gathered here today for something uniquely different from your typical wedding ceremonies. As an ordained minister out of New York, Mr. Drake Princeton has invited me to officiate the renewal of his vows to the beautiful Miss Siana Sexana. I bit my lip, my emotions all over the place and fighting for first place. The tears won as Drake took the shoes and knelt in front of me. My home is with you, Sia. He removed one sneaker. Whether it's a 10-bedroom house or a sewer beneath a dump site, I don't care. He removed the other sneaker. As long as it's with you, until the day I die. I covered his mouth with a gasp. Don't say that. He removed my hand and smiled, holding one heel for me to slip into. I'm not afraid of dying, princess. He held the other heel as I stepped into it. He added, I'm afraid of losing you. Slowly he rose. I loved you yesterday. I love you today, and I'll love you tomorrow. Give me a chance to show you how much for the rest of our lives together. Shivering at the memory of all the words he was repeating from that night we reunited, I couldn't form a coherent syllable. Drake took my hands and kissed the back of one, followed by the other. Breathe, Sia. With my hands in his, I did, just like that first time together. Would you like to say anything, Miss Sexana? The host asked. Nodding, I swallowed down my emotions and then inhaled deeply. Drake, I palmed his cheek. We met by chance, we slept together by chance, and we were steered back to each other by a cruel chance of fate. But falling for you, that was inevitable. Even if my mouth said no, my heart never stood a chance of saying no. You're my yesterday, my today, and my tomorrow, Drake Princeton. I love you. My heartbeat raced 1,000,000 miles per second, but the smile he gave me guided it into calm. By the power vested in me, by the state of New York, and by the eyes of all these witnesses, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride, the host announced. And while the room filled with whistles and roars of claps, Drake circled my waist, drew me tight against his body, and let his lips remind me why I fell in love with this man. When he lifted his head, he took the mic from the host and held it out to the other men. Any other takers? He chuckled. Surprisingly, after a moment of deliberation, Vincenzo stepped forward, while Remo, Julian, and Dario followed us down to the table.
41. Vincenzo. When Drake held out the mic, I surprisingly wasn't sure if it was something I should be doing without speaking to Gianna first. Don't get me wrong, I never ask for permission for something I want. But this woman held my heart in a granite-encased cage that I'd bend over backward just to see her caress it. She didn't need to know that, though, because Gianna Salvatore was a beautiful mother, an intense lover, and a feisty mafia queen that didn't like decisions being made for her. Looking at her now, beautiful in a red cocktail dress, her color of power, as she called it, the amazement on her face made me smile, and I knew it was the right thing to do. I glanced at Trent, Lorenzo, Raiden, and lastly Zane, all standing at my rear. His subtle nod was the only confirmation I needed that he was okay with this too. "What is love at first sight?" I asked in a way that didn't require an answer from anyone. "It's when you see someone for the first time and an immediate chemical reaction churns the brain. Your blood circulates faster and hotter. Warm tingles bathe your body in foreign sensations. Your heartbeat takes on a resonant boom, stronger and quicker with each breath. While all of this is invisible to the naked eye, only the person feeling it can vouch for his sudden sense of confusion and misunderstanding, especially for a hard man like me, forcing his mind and body to question the stimulation, then redirect his emotions, abandon all thought, and ultimately play a game where only the eyes tell a story. I did. I fell in love at first sight. Come, join me, Bella. I held out my hand. She didn't hesitate. Rising like the queen she was, she climbed the stairs and took my hand, her smile wide. The first time I married you, you called me the devil. Today, when I do it again, I want you to call me your king. Typical Gianna, she rolled her eyes. As if, she replied, making everyone around us laugh. Smiling, I kissed her knuckles. My dear, sweet Bella, you once asked me why I was so mean to you when we first met. Today, in front of all these people, strangers and family, I will explain. Her eyes widened at that, and I knew what she was thinking. I was an extremely private man who only answered when I wanted to, not before and not after the fact. But today, I was willing to let her see the real man beneath the devil, the man she'd professed to love while she didn't know him. You came into my life without warning, a wrecking ball wrapped in innocence so sweet. You had my heart before I could say no, and I did. I said no the day you asked me to send you home that first time we met. I said no the day you asked me not to belt you at the engagement party. I heard tiny gasps from our onlookers, but our eyes locked, we ignored them. I said no when you asked me not to let you walk naked past all those guests. I said no the day you asked me for mint pistachio ice cream with chocolate sauce. The sudden tears in her eyes had me buttoning down the abrupt emotion I felt clogging my throat. She palmed my cheek, her bottom lip trembling slightly, and I shook my head, silently telling her it was okay that I continued. I said no the day you asked to dress the wounds to my knuckles. I said no that moment you took my knife and cut my steak. I said no when you asked me not to touch you intimately. I said no when you asked me with your eyes not to kill Cassius. I kissed the back of her hand once more, because in my world, no means yes, Bella. You once told me I can't have something I never had. No one can make me feel something that I hadn't experienced. You were right. I never had you, not because I couldn't have you, but because I denied you. And for every no, I denied you a little more. You made me feel the love, the lust, the desire that existed between you and Zane. Our eyes drifted to his, and he smiled before we looked at each other again. And like you told him, sometimes the people that hurt you the most love you the hardest. So, Gianna Mancini, what I'm saying is that I will surrender every single no, just to feel your love for the rest of my life. Will you have me? Tears rolling down her cheeks, she nodded vigorously. The host stepped up between us, took the mic from my hand, and held up a tray covered with a black cloth. When I slipped it off, Gianna's laugh bubbled through her tears. "You didn't," she whispered. Smiling, I held up the collar I'd fashioned out of the belt I'd first hit her with when she defied me at our engagement party. Green emeralds woven into the leather matched the color of her eyes, and smaller rubies in between signified her power. My days will always be gray clouds, and one storm to the next, Gianna. With you beside me, it's all the sunshine I need to survive. I gestured to the collar. Silently, she turned away to let me secure it around her neck. Loud applause broke out below us. When she faced me again, her cheeks were flushed, and some of the catcalls had her laughing. I took her hands in mine. "I've only one heart to give, and it has always been yours, Bella." "Would you like to say anything, Miss Mancini?" the host asked. Her throat bobbed on a hard swallow before she inhaled sharply. "You told me that for every tear you've made me shed, you'll kiss my feet 1,000 times. You've been doing a damn good job at it, Mr. Salvatore, not to mention other parts I'm extremely keen on." She winked at the audience and had them laughing. I smiled. "You're right. The first time I married you, I called you the devil. This time, I'll call you my savior." At my frown, she reached up and smoothed down the lines with a soft smile. "Because not only do I know why you did what you did, but within the pain, I found the strength I didn't know I possessed to take on the world. My mother once told me that sometimes you need to be bad to be good. I didn't know what she meant until I met you. Now I know. I understand. And I wouldn't change a thing. I love you, Vincenzo, and I accept." She touched the collar lightly. "By the power vested in me by the state of New York and by the eyes of all these witnesses, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss," the host announced. Sliding my arm around her waist, I held her tight and kissed her hard as applause rang out in the air behind us. "Anyone else?" I asked, holding out the mic when Gianna and I broke apart. Trent stepped forward. "Might as well."
42. Trent. As I watched Vincenzo and Gianna walk back to their seats, I wasn't sure marrying Ashrika was the right thing to be doing in front of Zane. After he'd come back into our lives and knowing the pain he'd gone through staying away from her, I didn't think this act would be something he'd want to witness. With a soft sigh, I glanced at him, and even though his smile was encouraging, some inner sense said I shouldn't. I stepped back to hand the mic over to the host, but Zane shook his head. "Do it, Trent. But no buts, just marry the fucking woman," he hissed, making me laugh at his scowl. Nodding, I moved to the front. My gaze found Ashrika's and her sweet smile that could turn my heart inside out. Falling in love is easy. Having sex even easier. But meeting someone who can spark a flame in your soul, ignite a burn in your chest, and stutter the beat of your heart is extraordinary. Rare, even. I repeated the words I'd once shared with Ashrika. "Come join me, sweetheart." I held out my hand. The silky material of the soft gray dress she wore brought out the silver hues of her eyes, sparkling with excitement as she approached me. I took both her hands in mine and kissed the palms, first one, then the other. The first time I loved, I thought I'd never do it again. Then you walked into my life, and I wondered if it was possible to fall in love with the same woman twice. Yet before I knew you weren't her, you stole my heart with all the right words. You manipulated my body with the perfect touches, and you blinded my emotions with only a smile. Now I can bear witness that it is possible to fall in love again, and how, too, is incomprehensible. I drew out her chain from my pocket that had my half of the twin pendant clipped back in place. You gave me this, calling me your true love. I unclipped the two pieces and secured one half around her neck. After she secured the other half around my neck, I drew out the whole pendant I'd shared with Krisha. I held it in my hand for a moment and stared down at it, silently saying goodbye once more to a woman who'd loved me with every fiber of her being. I glanced over my shoulder to my two children, remembering the letters Krisha had written to them, asking them to help me find love again. Their smiles were wide, almost like they were encouraging me to continue. My eyes met Ashrika's again, and as if she understood my silence, she smiled. "I'll give you anything just to have one lifetime with you, sweetheart." I kissed her brow. "I'm giving this to you because somehow through her letters I think Krisha would want me to. You'll know what to do with it." My eyes shifted to Zane briefly. He smiled, and Ashrika followed my gaze. "I'm sure you'll know what to do with it," I repeated when her gaze returned to mine. When she took the necklace, I nodded to the host. "Would you like to say anything, Miss Singh?" he asked, calling her by the maiden name she'd finally called hers. Ashrika smiled. "You once told me I don't need yesterday to make today because I have tomorrow to make mine forever. You were right. My memories didn't return like you hoped they wouldn't. Thank you for helping me make all the beautiful new ones together. I love you, Trent Shaw. By the power vested in me by the state of New York and by the eyes of all these witnesses, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss," the host announced. I drew her into my arms in a long, slow kiss, and when we parted to loud applause, my gaze met Zane's. I silently hoped he could read the message I was sending him, but as usual, his blank stare was unreadable. As we walked down to our family, I drew Ashrika close and whispered in her ear. "Zane is yours, Ashrika Maroney Shaw." She leaned back to look at me, her eyes misted with tears. Smiling, I gestured with my chin to Gianna. As if Ashrika understood, she grasped Gianna's hand and whispered in her ear. We all turned to see Zane walking off the stage. Catching Vincenzo's eye, he nodded to the three of us. The silent language we all spoke was what true love was made of.
43. Zane. Watching Vincenzo and Gianna, then Trent and Ashrika, despite my encouragement for them to continue, my heart had ceased beating somewhere in between all of their gushing love. Why? I had no fucking clue, because both women wanted me, and I loved both with equal parts of my heart. Maybe I was jealous that they had some permanency in their lives. Maybe I was annoyed they had chosen to marry their respective men without the knowledge of what it would do to me. Maybe I knew, deep down, I couldn't commit, because my life was a fucked up world of kill or be killed. Then again, it was a stupid point to argue, because the chances of Vincenzo meeting the same fate as me were just as high, yet he'd chosen to marry Gianna, who technically was still my wife too. I was through with the maybes. Following Trent and Ashrika down the stairs, I veered off to my right instead of heading for the table. I needed air. "Where do you think you're going, Mr. Marone?" I froze mid-step. Slowly I turned. Gianna stood just below the stage with Ashrika next to her. Silence surrounded us as I shared a look with both women. They glanced at each other, then stepped to the side in opposite directions. My gaze immediately dropped to their cuffed hands, and when my eyes lifted to meet theirs, they raised their cuffed hands and laced their fingers before both women lowered to their knees. "You once asked me, apart from rats, what else did I fear, Zane?" Gianna said. "Do you remember?" How could I not? I'd taken her virginity the night before and proposed to her with a mug of coffee that afternoon, just after I asked that question. Yes. What was my answer? My heart lurched in my chest. You feared losing me. Am I going to? Her question was so simple, yet at the same time so profound. When I said nothing, she held out her free hand holding a pair of cuffs. I don't have to tell you how I love you or why you need to stay, Zane. I've more than shown you over the last year what you mean to me. Action speaks louder than words, right? At my nod, she added, "Marry me." My gaze shifted to Vincenzo, and his lips curved in a wide smile. Don't keep my wife waiting, brother. We both know I can't handle her alone, and coming from me, that's saying something. You, of all people, should know that. His words were met by a laugh from Lorenzo. Brother. While Declan, Sam, and Katrina had given me the affection of family, Vincenzo Salvatore was the only man I could truly call my real family. And now, he was asking me to seal a deal that would otherwise be called forbidden. Thankfully, both of us lived the lives we dictated. Society be damned. When my heart finally settled on an answer that probably wouldn't sit well with them, Ashrika began speaking. I once asked you and Trent what you would do if I wanted both of you in my life. And all you both did was share a look, one even I couldn't understand, before you both answered together. Do you remember that day, Zane? How could I not? It was the day I killed Easton and decided to disappear from her life for good. I nodded. Yes. And what did you both say to me? Whatever it takes. For however long, I replied, remembering that moment like it was burned into my soul. And did I get a chance to answer? No. Why? Her steely veneer was admirable. I inhaled sharply, remembering what went down. Because shit happened, and I chose to. Yes, you chose for me, Zane. She cut me off, her tone daring me to argue. You chose to take away my choice and walk off. You chose to take a portion of my heart and bury it 6 feet under lies. You chose to alienate me from feeling something I couldn't even begin to describe for 2 men at the same time. You chose to let me hate you, while I missed every fucking inch of you. She sobbed out the words. So guess what? Tonight I get to choose, and I want forever. With you and Trent. She lifted the hand shackled to Gianna. And this says I own your choice, because you chose to come back to me. You chose to give life to that portion of my heart again. You chose to be with me and Trent again. And you're not fucking leaving me again. Her words, filled with a vehemence that demanded I take note, flooded my mind, every vein, every pore, and my entire fucking body, with a soul-sucking warmth I craved. I didn't know whether to laugh or let forth the anger I felt for myself for even thinking of walking away from these 2 strong women. She held out her free hand, holding a pair of cuffs. Marry me? This time I looked at Trent. He smirked. You heard my wife, pal. You're not fucking leaving any of us. Pal. I'd never had one of those in my life. Not because I didn't want one, because I chose not to. Until him. Until Trent Shaw, the one man I was supposed to hate for taking away the woman I loved, instead became a good friend. Possibly the best. Slowly I walked toward both women. I could smell the anticipation in the air. Not just from them, but the people around us. Strangers and family alike. Waiting, wondering. Would I walk away? Would I say yes? Not once, but twice. To 2 women I loved deeply, and were mine for keeps. When I reached them, I took Gianna's handcuffs and connected one end to the chain between her and Ashrika, and the other end to my left hand. Then I took the cuffs from Ashrika and connected one end to the chain between them, and the other end to my right hand. Both women looked at each other, tears filling their eyes and laughter in their smiles, before their eyes came back to my face. Come join me, I said to both, and walked them up to stand in front of the host. For each day I lived with your death, Rhea, you took a piece of me. And for each day you lived with my death, Rika, you took a piece of me too. I palmed their cheeks. The most important thing is, it doesn't matter how long we've lived. What matters is how much we've lived in that lifetime. Between the 2 of you, I did live a lifetime, not the way I wanted, but it was enough. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be standing here today, marrying the both of you. And as fucked up as that may seem to most, it's what I want. I finished with a soft laugh. Well, it might sound fucked up, but I'm sure there are plenty of men in this room wishing they had what you have right now, Gianna quipped. A chorus of yeses floated toward us, followed by laughter. I love you, Angel. Always have and always will, wherever I am, I said to Ashrika, when silence settled over the room. It took a simple high for me to know I was in love. You're mine, baby girl. Always was, and always will be, I said to Gianna. And I want you to have this. Ashrika opened her palm, showing me the pendant similar to the one she shared with Trent, She unclipped one half and clipped it to the portion she wore around her neck, making the necklace whole. Then she handed the other half to me. Now both men have a piece of my heart, and me, theirs. She touched hers, her smile genuine happiness. Smiling, I slid the necklace on, looked at the host, and nodded. By the power vested in me by the state of New York and by the eyes of all these witnesses, I pronounce you husband and wives. You may kiss. Their hands on my chest, both women kissed my cheeks to wild applause. Laughing, I kissed Gianna and then Ashrika, sealing my love for them both, and together we walked down to be greeted by people I now called friends and family.
44. Raiden. As Zane, Ash, and Gianna walked off the platform, I smiled, loving their confidence and commitment to each other. Something so rare, so unique, yet so full of love, it was almost unbelievable. I couldn't be happier for Trent, Ash, and their friends than I was right now. Love smiled down at them in the most fucking bizarre of manners, and they embraced it to perfection. I glanced at Lorenzo, and he gestured for me to precede him down the stairs. With a nod, I began walking away. I once told you that when I fell in love, mine will be infallible. I did, and it is. I froze as Lorenzo's voice echoed in the air around me. Immediate silence followed his words. My gaze rooted to my father's smiling face at our table below. I recognized the words from the man at my rear, intense words that had shaped my life forever. Words that stayed locked in a little note stuck inside my wallet for 8 long fucking years until I learned they were meant for me. Maybe you'll do too, one day. Slowly I turned, my eyes glued to Lorenzo as he continued. The heart never truly recovers from its first heartbreak. Maybe I'll tell you what it felt like one day. I did. Have a good life and take care of what will always be mine. Maybe we'll meet again one day. We did. He finished with a soft smile that stole my breath. Always. The most profound words I'd ever written in my entire life. He took a step toward me. My heart thundered in my chest, as if asking how much longer until I truly, and with utmost trust, accepted that Lorenzo and I were destined to be together. Then his lips parted in the slowest of smiles, the warmest of expressions, and the deepest of desires. That night, I looked out the window at the Serpente Club to the bar below. I fell in love for the first time in my life. He took another step closer. With a cocky-as-shit green-eyed boy who not only challenged me, but made me a mean Jasmine. And they say falling in love at first sight is just a myth. He'd fallen in love with me then? He must have read the surprise on my face, because he slowly nodded, his words resembling the spear of Cupid's arrow, and I felt the sting of its tip at the thought of losing him. At that moment, I realized that I was prepared for whatever he was about to ask. Ready, willing, able. What do you say, Raiden? Come join me so we can write new words together? He asked, lowering to one knee. The breath stuttered in my chest as my world stopped spinning. You recently cuffed and enjoyed your dominance over me. Want to shackle me for the rest of our lives together, baby boy? He held out his hand. I stared at the black leather band, ironically the bind that tied us together through time. Amid the wolf whistles and cries of encouragement behind me, my gaze shifted up, meeting the warm embrace of his blue eyes, searching for a moment too long. Want me to beg? He chuckled. You took it? I finally found my voice, having turned the room upside down searching for the band, my most prized possession. Sorry, baby. This was too important not to, he said on a shaky breath, as if anticipating me to walk away from him. Instead, I neared him and took the mic out of his hand. Sudden silence befell the room, as if everyone wanted to hear my words. Lorenzo Rossi? I swallowed down the abrupt tears stinging my throat. I was 18 when I first gave away my heart, a love so profound I didn't understand it then. The next time we met, you said, when something is broken, you don't break it some more. You fix it, one touch at a time. You nurture it, one heartbeat at a time. You love it, one breath at a time. And you did. You fixed me. You gave me love, but you gave me so much more. You are my one constant, despite my obstinacy, my whining shit. This time, I didn't stop the tears and held out my wrist. Yes. Lorenzo's eyes were wet as he stood and secured the band around my wrist. I promise you, baby, these are the last fucking tears you'll ever shed because of me. Slowly, he wiped my cheeks. They're happy tears. Yeah, but I want to see you laughing, smiling, cocky as always. He kissed my brow. You once told me you're not gay, and you were just an inexperienced boy who didn't know better. What are your thoughts now? I shrugged. Honestly, I don't care. All I know is that if you're not in my life, I can't live. He placed a finger on my lips. Never say that, Raiden. When I die, I'll burn in hell, and my body will rot in a casket 6 feet below sand, snowstorms, and wind. No one is going to remember me, because I haven't given the world anything profound to remember me by. You did, I retorted. You gave me love, and that is by far the most intense thing that has ever happened to me. He palmed my cheeks and brushed his nose against mine with a deep sigh. Then for that reason alone, I need you to live, to love, to laugh like there's no tomorrow, even if I'm not around. Promise? Warmth I couldn't even begin to describe filled every vein in my body. I promise. And we sealed it with a long kiss before the host cleared his throat, breaking us apart with sheepish smiles. Just as he was about to speak, Kira helped Jardin onto the stage. He neared us and held out his right hand to me. For you, Daddy. Surprised, I stared down at the titanium band for a second before I took it. Thanks, buddy. Then he held out his left hand to Lorenzo. And for you, Daddy. Lorenzo took the matching titanium band. Thank you, sport. He dropped a soft kiss on his brow. You did good. When Jardin went back to Kira, Lorenzo held his ring against mine. One half of the yin and yang sign was engraved into my ring, and the other into his, with tiny diamonds in the eyes. I was not only dumbfounded by the design, but that he had them this whole time. My confused gaze met his. How? I finally mumbled. Your father had it designed at my request, before I went to Italy. That smacked the fuck out of me. I glanced at my father, who smiled with a soft nod before I looked at Lorenzo. All this time? You planned this? You ready? The host intervened. At Lorenzo's nod, he added, Anything else you want to say before I pronounce you? Lorenzo turned to me. The yin and yang hold significance for us, Raiden. Our love is a mating of two souls, where light meets dark, good triumphs bad, and the beginning becomes the end. He slipped the ring onto my finger. Forever. That's how long I'll love you, baby boy. Even if you can't. I stared at the ring on my finger, my heart a bouncing flip-flop of shock and love. Then I looked at the ring I was about to slip onto his finger and make him mine forever. Words failed me as I took his hand. Despite all the crazy warnings and fucked up shit, we were inevitable. Loving you is easy, old man. Forgetting you is fucking impossible. He chuckled as I slid the ring on his finger, By the power vested in me by the state of New York, and by the eyes of all these witnesses, I now pronounce you spouses for life. You may kiss," the host announced. While my family went crazy, I whispered, "Your ass is mine for keeps." Grinning, he grasped my neck. "Only when I let you." He swallowed my reply with a deep, cock-jerking kiss. Admittedly, he was fucking right as usual. I might be an alpha hole at times, but Lorenzo Rossi owned my heart, my soul, and my asshole, and I fucking loved it, loved him, and loved what we represented together. When we broke for air, we turned to find not just our friends and family on their feet, but the entire restaurant. I cocked a brow at Lorenzo. "Did you threaten all these people to respond in this way?" He laughed. "No, baby. This is the world telling us that love is love, acceptance is generic, and that the heart wants what it wants." Together, we walked down into a swarm of well-wishers.
45. Varying POVs.
Sienna. After checking on all the kids at their designated table, now loud with the game of Spot the Difference, hosted by the childminder, I returned to my table just as the dishes were being cleared away. "Are there more surprises in store for tonight?" I asked, taking my seat. My eyes sought out Drake's. My heart pounded a little faster as the reminder of the last hour or so filtered through my head. That first meeting at the airport seemed like eons ago, yet its impact still lingered to this day, and tonight just proved it would never die completely.
Drake. I smiled at my beautiful wife, her thoughtful countenance telling me she was probably thinking over the course of tonight's happenings, something I put into motion thanks to de Jonker's delay in South Africa. "Not from me, princess." I took her hand and kissed each knuckle. My chest tightened with the love I felt for this woman who could weaken my knees with a smile. The way she commanded my attention reminded me of the girl I'd found sitting in the middle of a busy terminal, distraught, yet not giving up, the look in her eyes conveying 1,000 emotions I hadn't been able to fathom then. Now the sexuality she exuded with just a glance amazed me every single moment I latched onto it.
Gianna. "So, who planned all of this?" I asked, having stewed over how everything happened. I wasn't known for my patience, yet not knowing every detail that involved me and the men in my life could be considered a fault at times. My gaze roved over all the men. I mean, a very private Vincenzo on stage? Dancing? I waited, and still no one said anything. Their faces mere smiles that gave fuck all away.
Ashrika. "Not to mention my missing necklace," I said, still so stunned that Trent had managed to handle that, knowing I would have gone insane. Since it was the last gift from my parents, it held a precious place in my heart. Besides the fact he'd disappeared on me and I couldn't ask him.
Sienna. "And my shoes." I looked at Drake, my grin wide. I knew my husband was in on it, but his blank look wasn't giving anything away.
Gianna. "And this?" I touched the collar, looking at Vincenzo. "You had to have planned this well in advance to have this made in time for tonight."
Trent. Women. I rolled my eyes. We can't beat them, join them, or do anything without the third degree. Even though I faked annoyance, I knew that if I had to repeat tonight, I would, just to see all my favorite people in one room and happy. Apart from agreeing to Drake's plan for the modeling show, I had no idea I'd marry Ashrika when we got here until Drake mentioned his plan to renew his vows. Only then did I decide to steal her necklace. I recalled the conversations I'd had with Vincenzo and Zane that led up to this moment. While it wasn't what I'd anticipated, it turned out a whole lot better. Jacob. "Nothing wrong with being curious, young man," I replied, surprising everyone at the table. So far, I hadn't said much about the happenings of tonight, only because I was sublimely happy for all of them. While my annual Christmas dinners were the norm and me set in my ways, I can't deny that I'm enjoying myself this Christmas. So, whoever's call this was to make it this fun, well done. I raised my glass in salute. Despite our past inconsistencies, my son had become a man worthy of all 4 titles by his own doing. Father, son, husband, and surpassing mine as the Princeton King. I couldn't have been more proud of him and his family.
I agreed with my husband. I clinked my glass against him. I'm having a ball. I was so truly proud of my son. He'd come a long way, and watching him with Sienna, I couldn't have wished any more happiness upon him, even if I tried. Yet, a part of me wished Joshua could have been here to celebrate with us. I shifted my gaze to Kira and Trent, hoping they would find it in their hearts to forgive their father when the time was right.
Jacob. Come, darling, let's dance and give these young ones a chance to debate whether to keep arguing or enjoy each other. I stood and held out my hand to Carol. Rising, she took my hand, and together we walked to the dance floor.
Zane. I'd be inclined to think that it was an act of fate once again, but these— I gestured to the cuffs lying beside my glass— give me too many ideas to worry about who planned it. I encompassed Ashrika and Gianna in my gaze, a thrill running through my body and my heart clenched against the love I felt for both women. A feat I once thought impossible, but now so tangible. I breathed it all in with a soft smile. I wondered what Katrina would say after I told her what had happened, since she'd left for her new project in San Francisco.
Ashrika. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not getting anything other than a smile until I know the truth. I nudged Trent, then laughed at his frown. If someone told me that loving 2 men was a forbidden act, I had just 2 words for them: Trent and Zane. Once I'd loved Zane, yet loved Trent even more. Now, I loved both men with equal parts vigor and abandonment. My gaze shifted to the other woman in my life, and Gianna winked, almost like she could read my thoughts.
Gianna. I agree, Ash. And just to show them what they'll miss, I cupped Ashrika's chin and folded my lips over her. The kiss was deep and long, and something I didn't think would arouse me so quickly. Admittedly, I wouldn't have done this with another woman, but after having been invited into this group of beautiful, non-judgmental people I called both friends and family, I wouldn't think twice about indulging in the various flavors seated around me. I drew back with a soft chuckle to find Trent's mouth agape, Zane's brow raised, and Vincenzo's devilish smile, telling me exactly what he planned to do to me later.
Ashrika. Delicious. I rubbed the taunt in the men's faces by running my tongue over my lips. I waited for Trent to say something, and when he didn't, I leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Gianna says she wants to suck your cock again.
Trent. I threw back my head with a belly laugh. My wife has just tried to bribe me, and I can't say I'm not pleased with the offer. I looked at Gianna and winked. Yeah, I had some help planning it.
Vincenzo. Does the bribe include my wife? I growled, yet open to the idea of what had gone down in incognito between the 5 of us. Watching Gianna and Ashrika kiss had my cock keen to get them to kneel in front of me quickly. When Drake called to invite me and mentioned his plan to renew his vows, started the ball rolling in my head to marry Gianna here. I subsequently had the collar made. It sounded like the perfect gift, and I was glad she loved it. This was certainly a night of firsts for me. The modeling, the dancing, sharing my feelings in public, a whole different ballgame. One I surprisingly had fun planning and performing. Yet not something I plan to do again, ever.
Trent. It does, I winked. Vincenzo grinned. When I glanced to my side, I noticed Zane watching the two women, his tongue running slowly over his bottom lip as if savoring the taste. My cock jerked in my pants at the thought of a fivesome again. I punched Zane's shoulder lightly. You game?
Zane. I laughed. Of course I was fucking game. My hand shot up in mock surrender. Is that even a choice? Yeah, I helped. Not that I did much except agree to Drake's invite to become part of the modeling show. That turned out to be a fun aspect I didn't think I was likely to participate in.
Gianna, seriously? I rolled my eyes. None of you said anything concrete. I guess we'll just have to entertain ourselves, wouldn't we, Ash?
Ashrika. Yes. I was hoping Trent would cave and tell us something, but my husband was keeping mum.
Vincenzo. We'll see, I replied. There was no fucking way these two women were getting together without me in the room. You're wearing my collar, Bella. I winked. It says I have a fuckload of power over you. Even though the words left my mouth, I knew getting that woman to submit to anything was a guaranteed fuck you from her. The thought had me grinning. Yet my cock didn't think it much of a laughing matter. He wanted an invite to that party again.
Gianna, want to bet? I sassed him, loving his laugh. The idea that the man could dominate me was a turn-on, but the fact that I fought his domination every step of the way led to mind-blowing fucks. Priceless.
Raiden. And when exactly did you and my father plan these? I held up my hand and pointed to the ring. All this time I'd, albeit stupidly, doubted Lorenzo's love for me. Now, knowing my father had helped the man I loved to keep his secret during those torturous days, made me realize I had such strong men to look out for me, all the time. Still, it didn't hurt to ask. When Dad asked me to join the modeling and dance performance, it sounded like fun, and it was, but I definitely wasn't expecting to be married by the end of the evening.
Lorenzo. Instead of answering, I leaned forward and kissed Raiden long and hard. Don't worry your handsome head about it. It's done. I belong to you, baby boy. That knowledge filled every pore with both love and a carnal urge to fuck him right now. Even my dick appreciated the notion with a salute when Raiden cupped my nape and kissed me harder. When Drake put the entire plan into action, I'd hoped like fucking hell that Raiden wouldn't give up on us while I spent time in Italy. Now, I realized that, like Dario said, serendipity always had a plan for us. We just needed to believe. And we did, I guess.
Sienna, the most important thing is it all turned out for the best, right? I glanced around the table, loving all these beautiful people who'd now become a part of our extended family. And I knew that future Christmases with them was going to be epic. They all agreed.
Serendipity. 46. Drake. Fuck, all this love shit is making me fucking gag, Remo grumbled, then looked at Tamra across the table from him. Feel like having your pussy filled with beach sand while I fuck you? The sip of champagne she had just taken spurted from her lips as she tried to cover her mouth and stop the spray. She failed. Her eyes watering, she grabbed a napkin to dab the mess. Fuck yes, she coughed, setting her glass down on the table. After they both rose and she followed him toward the balcony, the startled group broke into laughter. Only when the darkness swallowed them did Raiden say, Fuck. He's going to fucking ruin my aunt. I have a feeling she'll ruin him, Lorenzo chuckled. My brother is intense, baby, but your aunt is a strong woman who knows what she wants and doesn't give a shit what others think. Oh, you have no idea, Sienna added. Nice if someone can bring that fucker down off his high horse for once, Dario muttered, having just returned from the dance floor with Kira. Lorenzo raised his glass. I'll toast to that. Both men chuckled. Grandpa? I looked to my side to find Neha standing there with an empty cookie jar in her hand. Yes, love, I smiled. I need to collect from everyone. She waved a piece of paper in the air. The entire table went silent as Trent said, Fuck. That's another $5, Daddy. Neha calmly held out the jar. What is that? Gianna asked. She's here to collect $5 for all the swear words we've used since arriving, Trent explained, laughing. You're kidding me. He shook his head. Go on, baby. Tell them what they all owe you. As she rattled off everyone's names and the figures next to each one, Lorenzo held out a $100 bill. I should get you to come work for me, keeping tabs on my men. That's too much, Uncle Renz. Neha shook her head, studiously checking her piece of paper. You owe me $75, but I can break the 100 for you. He threw back his head in a loud laugh. Change? Damn, she's precise. You have no idea, Trent replied, his shoulders shaking. Oh, my God, you're an angel. Gianna dropped a couple of notes into the jar. I want one just like her. She shot Zane and Vincenzo flirty looks, making both men chuckle. What does she do with the money? Vincenzo asked after he deposited his money in the jar and watched her walk away. Once she's collected enough, she purchases food for the homeless people in the city, Trent answered, his eyes dancing with pride. Oh my God, that's precious, Gianna sighed. Yep, definitely one like her. She had the men laughing again. Dad? I looked up as Kira touched my other shoulder. Can we dance? The look on her face told me it wasn't just a simple dance request. Sure, sweetheart. Rising, I kissed Sienna's brow and followed my daughter to the dance floor. You having fun? I asked after we'd swayed in silence for almost a minute. She nodded. Dad, she began, then trailed off. What is it, Kira? I gently coaxed. Pulling in a deep breath, her gray gaze met mine in a solemn look. Promise me you won't be angry if I tell you something? Promise, I said without hesitation. Her gaze strayed for a moment, and I followed it to Dario watching her. Over the last few days, I'd noticed how he paid close attention to my daughter, but I said nothing. Kira was an adult, and I knew she wouldn't do anything that didn't require thought. After that night I'd found her crying in her room, she'd remained secretive, and while she confided in Sia, Dario seemed to be bringing out her usual sparkle. I thought back to the morning they'd arrived and Raiden's concern over her knowing Remo. Now I realized that just maybe it wasn't Remo she'd befriended. Still, I waited to hear what she'd say. When her eyes came back to mine, her smile was hesitant. Raiden walked onto the dance floor with Neha and moved close to us. I felt Kira stiffen when she met his gaze briefly. Since finding out that Trent was her actual brother, I'd watched Raiden become distant with her, and I feared their relationship would break if I didn't intervene. Perhaps my son figured someone else was about to usurp his title as Big Brother, and that probably didn't sit well with him. Or maybe I was just reading a little too much into his usual stubbornness. Right now, my son was happy, and that mattered most. I focused my attention on Kira. Tell me when you're good and ready, okay? I said, bringing her gaze back to me, then asked, Are you and Raiden good? She frowned, then nodded. Of course. Why would you think we weren't? Did he say something? No, sweetheart. You two just seem to be on tenterhooks around each other. Her laugh was soft. How do you even see these things without saying anything? I'm a father. It's my duty to know when my kids hurt or feel under the weather. She sighed. One day I hope my kid has a father just like you. A man who knows without asking, sees without looking, and hears when there's silence. I picked up on the underlying wistfulness in her tone. Her gaze strayed once more to Dario. You will, sweetheart. You don't need to be selective about the man you choose. You just need to listen to your heart. It will tell you if he's right or wrong. even if he isn't supposed to be the one for you. She stared at me for a silent moment, the contemplation back in her eyes, and I willed her to tell me her secret. Sia loved me, but she cherished her bond with my daughter, and I would never ask her to break it and tell me what ailed Kira. I'm so glad you're my dad. And I'm so glad you're my favorite daughter, I winked. She faked a gasp. Are you keeping secrets, father dearest? I chuckled as the music ended. We walked back to the table and she comforted me with, Raiden and I are definitely okay, Dad. He's my big brother, even if I have two. I nodded, knowing I'd have to wait for her to come to me when she was ready. Did she tell you anything? Sia asked when I slid into my seat next to her. Did you think she would? I caught the subtle shift of her gaze to Dario before she changed the topic, making me smile. Did you plan tonight's entertainment? She asked. You didn't like the surprise? Laughing, she slipped her hand into mine. Would you ever answer my questions without a question? I'll try, I laughed, taking a drink of my whiskey. Okay, she leaned closer. Would Daddy like to play tonight? I rolled the tip of my tongue over my lips, sucking at the whiskey remnants, my thoughts on her question and my cock urging me to say yes. Depends. What will you be wearing? See, a question. She threw back her head in another soft laugh. I was thinking of wearing nothing but these heels. She rubbed her foot against my shin. And this. She fingered her necklace, the sparkle in her blue eyes matching the sapphire seamlessly. And what does my beautiful wife want from me? She tilted her head to one side, the love in her eyes mirroring mine perfectly. I want Daddy Drake and my husband to meet me in the hot tub at midnight. I have their Christmas presents all wrapped up in a tiny little bow. I'll extend the invite to both men, Princess, but I'm inclined to think your husband will want you all to himself. Daddy Drake might be a little too rough for my pregnant wife. She trailed her lip in a seductive dance across her bottom lip. I'm not picky. I know for a fact my husband is just as dirty when he wants to be, especially when I'm gagging on his cock. Chuckling, I glanced at my watch. Time to wrap this up, then. With my whiskey in hand, I stood. May I have your attention, please? I said, drawing everyone's gazes until silence settled over the table. I'm pretty sure that all of you sitting here tonight will agree to one thing. I paused, encompassing each person in my gaze. They waited, their eyes on me, their expressions ranging from thoughtfulness to pure happiness. That serendipity played a distinct role in each of our lives. That each of our commitments was inevitable despite our doubts, fears, and obstacles. They all either nodded or agreed with a smile. Then join me in a toast. I raised my glass, and when they all held up their glasses, I said, To serendipity, when your heart finds something it wasn't looking for. To serendipity, came the chorused reply.
Thank you for listening to Inevitable, Book 5 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Yami Habibi, Ava Lucas, Raven Rose, Jay Tipstone, Connor Hayes, Aidan Snow, Joe Arden, J.F. Harding, and Antonio Amato. Ava Lucas, Raven Rose, Jay Tipstone, Aidan Snow, Joe Arden, J.F. Harding, and Antonio Amato are members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Abby Gillick. Post-production by Michael Kinsey. Follow Charlene Namdari on Instagram at Charlene Namdari or go to www.charlenenamdari.co.za to find out more and stay informed about upcoming titles. Copyright 2022 by Charlene Namdari. All rights reserved.